This ain't JD with his apron and luxury tax breakdown. This ain't Brooksy being all 6'8". That's the water boy. Marcus Boucher back in business post-birthday. Boucher, welcome back, buddy.
I'm back. Good morning. I walk into the studio today and I see on the wall, Brooks was here.
True
and it's
story.
not only for Rob Brooks, but the best birthday gift I got yesterday, the Giants finally DFA'd Trenton Brooks. So I'm back. No Brooks, all Bobby Boucher.
Waterboy takes a week off, comes off firing on Trenton Brooks right out of the
I got
gate.
hot takes, dude. I saw that yesterday. I was like, damn, I can't wait to be back in the studio. Just rip Trenton Brooks tomorrow morning.
It was your birthday yesterday. Belated happy birthday.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Your O.J. Simpson birthday.
I'm just saying.
You call it your Shaquille O'Neal birthday.
It's my Shaq year.
Yesterday on the air, we called it your Kevin Barlow birthday.
Oh, shout out Kevin Barlow.
And it caused us to, I forced young Tony to dig up the old Kevin Barlow sound. We used to play in like the 05, 06, 07 corridor because, Waterboy, like Barlow, you're a beast. You're tight. Here it is. Yes.
I know what I can do. I know I'm a beast. So I know I'm tight. I know I'm good. So, nah, I'm not worried about it at all.
That's you, buddy.
That's
you.
me after turning 32. Now, did a young Tony know a Kevin Barlow?
No, he did not.
I didn't think so.
No. Yesterday's young tone, we had some stuff. We had some fun.
Mm-hmm.
But good to have you back, buddy.
Yeah, glad to be back.
Haven't seen you since Rickwood.
Yeah,
How about that?
It's nice of the Giants to not win any games until I come back.
Bro,
It's
they
been
won
a while.
0 games until last night. And if you did give up last night, if you're one of these people at 6:02 this morning, you woke up pissed because you knew the Giants lost. Maybe you're like young Tony, you went to bed when they were down 4-0. Maybe you're like me, and I was tired, Waterboy. I've been tossing and turning. We've had things going on in my life that are causing me to toss and turn. But anyway, it's all good. I'm kidding. But I was tired, and I was trying to go to bed early. That little later start last night.
Yeah.
We'll talk about that with the
Yes.
Mays ceremony and stuff. But like me, you have Tony in bed down 4-0. He conks out. Me, I'm literally under the covers, but I'm hanging on going, can they do this? Can they do this? Can they do this? And they did it. 3 runs in the 9th inning. They pull off a win. In case you didn't know, Giants get a 5-4 win. Waterboy, literally their first win in a week and their first win since Willie Mays left us.
Yeah, walked it off last night for Willie, and like you said, great tribute last night down at the ballpark, whether it's the entire team wearing number 24, the video packages that they had in between each and every inning. It was good for the Giants to win. It was good to be back in the ballpark yesterday after that terrible road trip for the Giants and the lack of success that they had. But yeah, Murph, it was good to be behind home plate last night, see the entire ceremony, and see the walk-off win coming back after Spencer Howard shut down the lineup in the second half of that game yesterday.
With an old school changeup. I hadn't seen that. He was just working that change nicely, and God bless him. 4 2/3. He's not going to get as much love as he should, or he's getting love right now from us. We'll call it in just a minute. But I was able to go out last night. You know, weeknights are hard for me because I'm an old man. I'm coaching all these kids all the time. Another game tonight. But the first of all, number one, shout out Giants Community Fund. To give you guys just a little serious talk for just a second, the Giants Community Fund, a bunch of board members took the Willie Mays Scholars to Birmingham for the game.
Nice.
So we do this thing. It came out of the George Floyd, really. It came out of 2020, and we were like, what could the Giants Community Fund do for more African-American kids in San Francisco? And God bless people like Pam Bear and my co-chair, Kelly Larkin Coover. They were like, let's create these scholarships and let's raise big money, like big money. Like they raise a lot of money. There's been a lot of generous donors, and thank everyone who's ever given to the Willie Mays Scholars Program. So 5 kids a year, 5 black kids a year in San Francisco, we pick them up their freshman year and we give them college counseling and preparatory like kind of classes and guides and college tours, and then give them a pretty good chunk of cash to pay their tuition throughout college. It's a great, great, great program, and we named it after Willie Mays just because he's Willie Mays.
Yeah, why the hell
And
not?
Willie was pleased about it. He really was. He never got a chance to come up. You know, he's been bedridden really for the last 2 years. He hasn't been able to get out for a long time. But anyway, the point is they took the kids back to Birmingham, and at the meeting, they recapped they had pictures and slides and videos and everything, and wow, man, it was pretty powerful. I've never been to Birmingham, Alabama. Have you?
No, never.
Well, I don't know if anybody here has, but obviously the center of the civil rights movement, one of the most segregated cities in America, and during the 60s. And so the stories and the kids from San Francisco who are 15, 16 years old, standing at the Birmingham jail cell where Martin Luther King wrote his letter from Birmingham jail, going to the museums where they saw all the, I guess, man, I never knew this. There's a wall in Birmingham, a huge wall in a park, and they tracked down throughout history since the 1600s the name of every enslaved person could ever find in the history of the United States.
Wow.
How about that?
I had no idea
For some
about that,
16-year-old kid in San Francisco to go out and see that.
Yeah.
So anyway, that was an emotional start to the day. Then also, I get ahead of myself here. I also had been. It was my first trip to the statue.
Oh, and you saw the flowers.
Now, you go by every day. You went by the morning after.
Yeah, so I checked in the first morning after, and there was a few flowers. And then yesterday before the game, I went, and it was packed. It was overflooded with flowers and jerseys and messages. The Giants put up the huge 24 right outside of Willie Mays Plaza. So it was a real sight to see.
Absolutely. Took my breath away. And like you, saw tons of people. I got to tell you, whoever it was that brought 2 tall boys of Modelo and put them at the stand, I was like, that's my guy right there. I was like, he and Willie are having a beer.
Yeah.
He and Willie, he's like, one for you, Willie.
A cold one, Willie.
One for you, one for me, right? Although Willie probably didn't drink a beer. But anyway, the point is that it was pretty powerful to see that. Then go to the meeting and see that. Then they took us all. Bank of America gave us their suite. Hey now, sweet living. And I was able to see the whole pregame. 24, we were, so we're on club level, so to see the 24 cut into the grass, beautifully done. To see that beautiful logo right behind home plate. To see those beautiful pictures they put up, the flowers. And then Dave, Kruk, and Kipe sitting on stools. It was a nice, it was like a family sort of gathering in the living room after you lose a loved one,
Yeah, it was just kind of hanging out with your uncles or your relative, and they're just kind of shooting the S. They're just kind of telling stories. Like, these weren't prepared speeches that Dave or Kruk and Kipe gave. They just went out there and told a couple Willie stories, and they were phenomenal.
Yeah.
And then they went and played the John Miller tribute video right after that we played on the show last week,
And then, of course, the team came out and lined up, and they're all wearing 24.
Yeah, that was cool to see.
So that's the first time anybody's worn 24 since May of 1972.
Oh.
Yeah. That's the last time when Willie got traded. So how about this stat? The only San Francisco Giants ever to homer wearing number 24. Willie Mays, Matt Chapman, and Nick Ahmed. How about that?
You've been saving that one, haven't you?
How about that?
You've been saving that one.
Some guy put that on Twitter. I was blown away.
Wow.
How about if Trenton Brooks had stayed and homered?
No.
So,
Trenton Brooks, 24
funny?
forever
I dog
Giant.
Ahmed, and he had a play last night that was inexplicable that went up the middle where he didn't get an out. But he hit a bomb last night, and he also drew a walk in the ninth inning.
Yeah.
He grinded one out.
I was sitting there like, oh, all right, we got Slater and Ahmed coming up in these late inning situations. Not too confident, but hey, they got the job done. Slater with the sac fly in the ninth. Ahmed got the walk, yeah.
Yeah, and Drew Smiley. Craig Counsell bringing in Drew Smiley.
Forever Giant.
Is that really their best? And he left him out there, too.
Yeah.
Did they have no options behind him?
I guess not.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think their bullpen is as taxed as the Giants' bullpen that leads Major League Baseball in pitching, but geez, I was not expecting to see Drew Smiley in that situation.
Yeah, if I'm a Cub fan, I'm probably not too happy with that. But hey, Waterboy's back, and we get to, for the first time since he left us for his 4-day weekend, call one in.
It's the first time they've won.
Won one since you left. So, we're not going to be mean to Rob Manfred because he put on the Rick Wood game, and he was outstanding. So, Pat Burrell called him, and Manfred said, did I see everybody wearing 24 jerseys? He said, yes, you did, Commish, and it was a beautiful night. So, put this one in the books. San Francisco Giants 5, Chicago Cubs 4.
Beautiful baseball. Beautiful baseball. Screw you. Screw you.
Let's go, San Francisco. Let's go, Giants.
I love you.
Say hey, say Willie, that Giants came in spring.
Thank you very much. Enjoyed it.
All right. I
like
see you
it.
working, Young Tone.
I like it.
I see you working, Young Tone. Did everybody catch that? You put a little something new in there. I like it. All right. That worked out. Hey, we're not done. You can't go from Willie Mays. You can't talk Willie Mays without talking B-52s. Because here we go. Matt Chapman gets him on the board. Number 9. Oh, yeah. Willie's like, what's that?
Yeah.
What's that sound?
I don't think number 24 is running the bases on the strobe lights.
What if Willie was like, oh, I love the B-52s. Nick
I love
Ahmed,
the Love Shack.
Nick Ahmed, number 1. All right, it's
Number
official.
1.
Number 1.
And he's only done it in number 24.
I got to shout out, and I know we got to get going here. We'll get going for the day because Mike Dunleavy spoke yesterday. Brandon Ayuk remains in the news.
I was
going
going to say, like, what's changed since I left?
Nothing.
The Giants aren't winning games. Clay hasn't signed with the Warriors, and Brandon Ayuk has still not signed an extension with the Niners.
Nothing's changed.
Life's good.
You got older.
Yeah, life's
That's
good.
all
I
that
got older. I
happened.
got grayer.
That's all that happened. And so I was going to say, FP Santangelo did color last night. It was pretty funny. I really enjoyed him and Dave because I drove home from the park, got a good chunk on the radio, and they were talking about Nick Ahmed in the early innings, and they're like, God, Nick Ahmed swings really hard. And FP's like, he definitely swings the hardest for somebody who has 0 home runs, is what he said. And he winds up hitting one last
And he goes
night.
deep,
So, all right, guys. So listen, Marcus is back. The family's back together. We got only for all of us to break up again next week for the 4th of July, right?
Can't wait, Murph.
But no, a lot to talk about from last night with the Mays tributes and the Mays homage. And, of course, Mike Dunleavy talking about the Warriors. That's all coming up. It's Tuesday, and the Giants finally won a game. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Giants walked it off last night for Willie Mays. To read all about the pregame ceremony with Kruk, Kipe, and Dave Fleming and all of the Giants tributes and celebrations for Willie Mays, check out all of that information available now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Good morning, Seamheads. Murph and Marcus keep rolling. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Chapman hits a little looper into center field. Diving attempt by Crow Armstrong, and it gets by him. Chapman sprinting for second, and he'll make it there. Pitch. Tyro bunts. Third base side. Brewer picks it up, throws late. Estrada's got a bunt hit. And the Giants have runners at first and third with nobody out. Slater, it's a high fly ball center field. Estrada tags. He's coming home. The throw cut off by Swanson. Estrada scores, and it's tied. Smiley, 3-1 pitch. It's ball 4. And the Giants, a much-needed win. The walk-off walk. Wilmer Flores draws it. Patrick Bailey comes in to score, and the Giants beat the Cubs by the final score of 5-4.
Ah, man, sounding good. They needed it like a baby needs his mama, right? As we said, the old Art Howe line from his days down in Mexico. I do this date in Giants history with Mike Kohler, and we do a lot of Willie Mays. A lot of Willie Mays. Trust me, he had a lot of big hits.
Yeah, as you
don't
should.
remember one single Willie Mays walk-off. I think that's that one has never made this date in Giants history, but maybe this one will.
walk-off win. It is a rare occasion in baseball.
And over the weekend, did you see the Rockies beat the Nationals on a pitch clock walk-off?
What are we doing? You can't end the game on a pitch clock.
You know what we're doing?
violation.
We're pointing to our wrist. That's what we're doing. We're pointing to our wrist.
It's time, Murph, and it's time to let the people know that this segment of the Murph and Marcus Show is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union is here to help with home loans that offer great rates and local personal service. Redwood Credit Union, for all that you love, equal housing leaders.
See, I like you coming back and just taking care of business.
That's
right out
it,
of the way.
Murph. I'm all business.
Yeah. Speaking of which, so I know we won't spend too much time on this because it was last Thursday, but I do want, because the people clamor for their Marcus. Is how you experienced Rickwood, the Rickwood game on Thursday? We haven't had you since. Did you have any, baseball religious experiences watching that thing?
I enjoyed the broadcast. Now, I would have loved if the morning show was out in Birmingham for the game out at Rickwood. I thought it would have been a special occasion, but just sitting back and watching it as a viewer, I enjoyed the broadcast. I really enjoyed hearing from other players, whether it was Reggie Jackson, who had some very powerful comments, whether it was CeCe Sabathia or Derek Jeter pregame. Jimmy Rollins was on the show a lot. Just hearing those players and how much of an impact that Willie had on his life. And then kind of tying it all together, I told you the stories about learning about Willie Mays from my dad and then going to see him this weekend and hanging out in his man cave playing pool, and he's got his Willie Mays autographs all over the walls. He had his Willie Mays baseball out, and he's talking so much. He even had his Willie Mays bobblehead that we got from the Yankees and Giants game up on his shelf now. It's like one of his most prized possessions. So it was cool seeing all of that. I was a big fan of the broadcast when they switched over to the black and white kind of old school TV.
With the camera angle.
With the camera behind home plate, which I'm a fan of that camera angle. I wouldn't mind if they used it a little bit more in baseball. So overall, I thought it was a pretty good viewing experience. If I had to criticize anything, I thought there was a few too many open seats. Like there were times where the crowd wasn't filled out. And I was like,
what was that?
And I was like, where the hell is everybody?
I had to say, we didn't, because Friday morning, Rod Brooks was in, and we were just heavy on the Reggie Jackson comments, right? That was the crux of the show. Also, just heavy on how epic the day was and how we thought Major League Baseball, that's why I said I love to rip Rob Manfred, but I got to take it easy because he pulled that off. That was fantastic. And how great everything looked, and bringing out the living Negro Leaguers, Bill Greason with Willie McGee and Lamont Wade, and all that stuff was so epic and informative. And I had my whole 12-year-old team watch it, had them up to the house, had Amici's, and would just like kind of pause the TV and make sure that they were watching and all that stuff. But there was a point in the game where they showed the angle from the first base dugout. You could see the left field stand. It was empty.
Yeah.
What the hell?
I was confused as hell. Even behind home plate at some points, I was like, are these just corporate tickets that people aren't showing up for? Because everybody was talking about how hard it was to get a ticket to this game.
Oh, yeah. Now go give me the ticket now. I'll get down there.
Yeah. So if I had to complain about anything,
yeah.
it felt like the fan experience could have been better. Now, again, we weren't there, so I don't know what was going on, if people were walking around checking stuff out, but that was my one complaint.
But it was epic. And now there's talk about doing it every year, which I am totally in favor of. I just wondered, would it lose its impact doing it every year? Maybe every other year? I don't know. Maybe you alternate with Field of Dreams. I don't know. I just want to make sure it retains its impact.
Yeah.
That people don't start blowing it off. Oh, it's that, whatever.
Yeah, and I think it could be converted into the Willie Mays tribute game.
Yeah.
Now it's big to just recognize the entire Negro Leagues, of course, but if we're talking about doing something like the Giants did last night where everybody's on the field wearing number 24, I feel like it would be cool for any team in Major League Baseball to show up in Rickwood and put 24 on their back for Willie.
So you know what happened when you were gone? I'm sure you saw it on social and all that. So that Thursday, not only Bob Kendrick came on and was fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. He was also great on the broadcast. But did you hear who John Joe Curley chased down?
No.
Spike Lee.
Wow, you got Spike on the show. That's right.
Spike frickin' Lee.
It's actually funny. I was telling John Joe, my dad was talking S to me. He was like, yeah, you took a day off and they got Spike Lee. I was like, oh, yeah, shows how much my producer really loves
Way to
me,
go,
huh?
Ken Boucher.
Yeah.
I love him tuning in, man.
Uh-huh.
That is awesome. Yeah, that was incredible. That was an incredible turn of events. We will not reveal our secret sources on how we got it. But it was a live chase down booking, and I got to give all credit to Spike because he just took Curly's call walking through security at SFO.
Nice. Well, because I saw photos and videos of him down
that's
at
what
Oracle
spurred
Park,
the whole thing.
down near the
That's what
statue.
spurred the whole thing. So anyway, it was a wild success. The only thing was Giants losing the stupid game and then losing again in St. Louis over the weekend and Brandon Crawford hitting an RBI. One thing I brought up yesterday because we were so heavy on Klay Thompson yesterday was did you see Jalen Crawford? And listen, these are.
Yeah.
I was wondering, is that inbounds? Is that okay?
I think it's a fair play.
Okay.
You're
It's a fair
talking
play?
about the video of his kid doing the celebration with the sweep of the Giants.
Yeah.
I mean,
Is that fair play?
if the team doesn't want your dad anymore, then yeah, it's all right for you to root for your dad to beat his former team.
JD said yesterday, John Dickinson said, it's totally within bounds. He said, it appeals to me. He said, I'm a petty and vindictive man with a hot temper. That's what he said.
Yeah, I
Painted
understand.
himself in a very flattering light.
Wow, all right, JD.
So anyway, so you enjoyed the heck out of the Rickwood experience. And
Yeah, Rickwood is great. What was your breakdown for me?
I absolutely love it. You know, somebody else brought up 650 brings this up on the text line. It was nice not having the rectangle on the on the pitcher's mound. I mean, on the home plate. Pardon me.
I forget, dude. Now we're almost trained to like just envision the box up. Anytime the box is gone, I'm like, oh, what a pleasant surprise. I don't got to rely on some bozo with the graphic.
Kind of like when you were talking about that angle in the 1954 thing. You kind of looked at pitches differently. You saw the catcher. You really see how the catcher sets up, and you really see where the pitch crosses the plate. A little bit better.
It's a different perspective.
Yeah.
And I like it.
I like to mix it in a little bit too. So that was fun. I mean, it was plus. It was all incredible. And I told you then doubled down when I heard the stories of our junior Giants, Willie Mays scholars. In fact, one of them threw out the first pitch last night.
Oh,
You see
okay.
that?
I saw that with Barry Bonds behind home plate.
That was one of our scholars. And then we
Okay,
sent
cool.
two of them. Two of them were the captain's meeting with Logan Webb. So it was really, really great. It was all, you know what they said that they were amazed is that when they got to Birmingham and the museum and the jail cell and all that I didn't know this either. That I guess in the civil rights movement, a ton of it was fueled by teenage kids because parents were threatened that they would lose their jobs or homes if they were caught trying to protest the segregation laws or the Jim Crow laws. So the kids did it. So the San Francisco kids who went on this trip were blown away that kids their age were on the front lines advocating for change. And that really affected them too. So all around, just an incredible moment and so much history right there in your face. And so hopefully, again, MLB can go back, if not every year, every other year, something like that.
Yeah, and for those kids to be at the same stadium that Willie Mays made his pro debut at 16 years old.
Yeah.
Like, how much of an inspiration is that? That's a cool trip.
So awesome, man. So anyway, and then just quickly on the Mays statue, too. I hadn't been out there, and I found it emotional, man. I did. Everybody being out there, everybody taking pictures. Is there more stuff there now than there has been in
Definitely,
past days?
the first day I went was, of course, less than 12 hours after the news broke. So I was down there, what was that, Wednesday or Thursday morning when I checked it out.
Wednesday morning. He died Tuesday night.
That's
Yeah.
right. So I went
A
down
week
there
ago.
Wednesday
A week
morning.
ago.
And ever since then, I've walked by a few times just going either back to my house or down to the ballpark. And each and every day, it seems like it's growing.
Yeah, some guy had a jersey, we miss you. He wrote on the back. And like I said, the guy with the 2 cans, whoever put the 2 cans of Modelo, that's my guy. KNBR Digital had a guy pouring one out in front of the statue. Did you see that?
I saw that, yeah.
So-
Pour one out for Willie.
Anyway, let's go. Can you win? Can you win 24 in a row now for Willie, please? I mean, my God, the team is so
yeah.
bad.
It was starting to look like they were going to lose 24 in a row.
And we have no idea who's pitching today or tomorrow. And just shout out Spencer Howard. And shout out my man Raymond Borgos making his debut and kind of getting out of a tricky jam that wasn't really his fault.
Yeah.
A squibber off of Bellinger, a misplay by Ahmed, and he only held him to 1.
Couple infield ground ball, couple infield knocks, and then, a walk, bases loaded, and then worked himself out of it.
Yeah, so
Big
gorgeous
bullpen
night.
game yesterday. Get ready for some more bullpen games.
Right, they don't have a starting pitcher till Thursday. So, all right, guest list from a Tuesday, June 25th, 2024, 6/25/24. It was noted that yesterday was the 24th day of the 24th year of the century. So, the least they could do was score 3 in the 9th. Young Tony, good morning, brother. How are you?
And also, the score was 2-4 last night before the ninth inning started.
Okay, there you go. All right.
Flem pointed out it was time of the game 2 hours 42 minutes.
Get out of
What's
here.
going
really.
on?
Not even lying.
This is scripted.
God bless. Well, then maybe they'll win the World Series.
Here we go.
Don't see that happening. How did you get the news that they won, Tony?
I woke up and I saw the news.
Do you get them on your phone, or what do you do?
Yeah, I get notifications every time they score.
Were you shocked when you saw it, or?
I mean, I was pleasantly surprised. I'll say that. I was also with Marcus. I thought they might lose 24 in a row for Willie before they won a game. But hey, a win's a win. You'll take it.
How was the post-game rap and all that? Because when you were doing your eggs, making your eggs with the earpods.
Yeah, really good. Estes said on the post game, who, by the way, we'll tease in a little bit, he said they had to win yesterday. They had to for Willie. So, really nice.
I mean, that's a fair comment, but I would have said that about any of the previous 5 games, too, especially Rickwood.
Yeah, these are all important games.
Especially Rickwood. So, all right, what do we got, bud?
Alrighty, coming up at 7:30, we have the great Dwayne Kuiper, and if I'm not mistaken, that's 3 weeks in a row with a win on a Monday night and a win for Kuip.
Well, plus we haven't talked to Dwayne since Willie died.
Right.
This will be because we had Dwayne last Tuesday morning and Willie died Tuesday night. So,
Yep.
yeah.
We'll talk to him about that. We have the big hit at 7:50. We're going to get a cooler content in at 8:15, and then Sean Estes at 8:30. He was on the postgame show last
Love
night.
Sean. Come on.
With Sergio Romo. And then Mark Spears at 8:50. We'll get his thoughts on the Warriors offseason and Clay's plans. We'll see where he goes.
Will the cooler of content feature more O Canada like yesterday? So, you know the story that I was so enthralled by the whole Edmonton crowd singing O Canada. I walked out of the bullpen singing O Canada at full strength. And apparently it really rattled JD. Wow. Because he didn't really know what to expect from me to begin with. We'd never worked together. And he said, 5 minutes for the show, I was singing "Oh Canada," and he said he was rattled and he didn't know what he was getting
It's
into.
like, who's this lunatic screaming "Oh Canada" down the hallways? That's not Lamont down at 107.7 The Bone. It's like, this Brian Murphy guy is not even Canadian.
Exactly, dude. Exactly. All right. On the other side, hey, believe it or not, Brandon Ayuk is in the news.
Ooh.
We got to tell you about it next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Center. The greatest of all time. Who is it?
It's Willie Mays.
faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Birdie out of the shotgun, drops a couple of steps, going to take a deep shot to Brandon Ayuk. It's deflected.
Oh, he caught it!
Caught! Ayuk caught it out of the air. A flag is also down. Did Ayuk score? He got touchdown on the 2-yard line.
That's going to be DPI and a deflection, and Brandon Ayuk never gave up on the football and came down with it at the 2 or 3 yard line.
Yeah, 49er football, which, by the way, was on my mind this weekend when the Giants were just absolutely dying in St. Louis, just melting in that heat and losing. I just said, and of course I have, the salty 16-year-old Giants fan, which is so great. I love the anger of the 16-year-old Giants fan in my house. And I said, is it football season? He said, I'm done. It's football season. So we're on 49er season. Or for him, actually, Euro 2024 season. And shout out the Italians with a goal in the 97th minute to save themselves.
Whoa,
oh, my God.
you talking Italians?
Yeah, barely. And the poor Croatians, heartbroken. All they had to do was run out the clock for 30 more seconds. But that's the beauty of sport, right? But anyway, I said, yeah, it's 49er season, man.
I mean, to your point,
season,
I was driving in this morning, and on a national show, they had the countdown going. 72 days till the start of the NFL season, Murph. Get your calendar ready.
And I think August 1 is the Pro Football Hall of Fame game. So that ain't too far away. Of course, that's a game you always get excited for. And then once they kick it off, you're like, yeah, I don't care about this game.
Yeah, and the third string quarterback's in by the third snap.
The first camp, the Baltimore Ravens rookies report on July 13th. I mean, that's 18 days away. Why do they open so early? Are they going somewhere? Are they going somewhere special? Does anybody know?
Are they in the Hall of Fame game?
I guess.
Maybe.
Yeah. And then the 49ers officially, I got rookies on July 16th. Okay, that's not that far away. And then full camp July 23rd. So we're talking about 4 weeks from today.
It's 49er season, Murph.
So will number 11 be there? 4 weeks from today. Now
That's the
remind,
question.
as John Lynch or Kyle might want to remind him at some point along the way, you do have a contract for this year. I mean, we do need to reset this whole thing. Brandon Ayuk has a contract for this year. He's getting paid $14 million. He is choosing to use the final year of his contract as his leverage point, as one does in the NFL. It becomes with a little bit of a risk, right? Do you miss training camp and does your performance suffer as a point? Does the team call your bluff and not give you an extension and make you play on your $14 million deal? I mean, we're in this situation right now. We're in a stare down right now. And I guess a little bit of movement because some media came out yesterday. Ryan Clark from ESPN
came out with news about BA coming back to San Francisco just for a sit-down meeting.
Okay. That's big news.
That's big news.
That's big news. So that means that they're not in a cold war. They're not even looking at each other.
No, because to your point, the big word that we're focusing on right now is the L word, leverage. Yeah. And who has more leverage? And to me, right now, it's the 49ers. To your point, Brandon Ayuk is under contract. If they really want to mess around and get messy, they can put the franchise tag on not once, but twice. And then Brandon Ayuk is on your squad for the next 3 years. Of course, that wouldn't make Brandon Ayuk happy. And that was a report that came out yesterday that a disgruntled Brandon Ayuk was flying into San Francisco to personally have a meeting with John Lynch and the 49ers.
We need a gruntled Brandon Ayuk, not a disgruntled one. So Ryan Clark of ESPN spoke yesterday, and I guess Jaden Daniels, who was, by the way, that Arizona State team, with Jaden Daniels and Ricky Pearsall.
Yeah.
Before he transferred to Florida.
Shout out Herm Edwards and Antonio Pierce.
I love Herm, but he probably should have won a couple more games.
Yeah.
That kind of talent.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Just a few.
Jaden Daniels was Brandon Ayuk's quarterback at Arizona State. He's now, of course, the number 2 pick in the draft with the Washington Commanders. High hopes in the nation's capital.
He was the one who was on FaceTime when Brandon Ayuk posted a TikTok last week about how the 49ers didn't want him back.
So here's Ryan Clark about this Brandon Ayuk, Jaden Daniels podcast here.
They're actually meeting with the San Francisco 49ers today. He and his representation, Ryan Williams of Athletes First, and Brandon Ayuk told us that he wanted to set this meeting up himself. And when he was sitting with the Pivot, he said that he's taking these negotiations personal, that the way that they have negotiated with him, the way that they have told him why he's worth what he's worth, it has touched him. It has affected him. He says he wants to be in San Francisco first, but is comfortable playing elsewhere if that's something that the San Francisco 49ers are willing to do via trade. And I will tell you this, when he sat with us, he did not walk into the room alone. First, it was Brandon Ayuk. Second, it was Jaden Daniels. I'm not a tea leaf reader, but the way that sounds is that Brandon Ayuk wouldn't mind playing in Washington.
Okay, that's pretty juicy.
Getting spicy.
So he's given the Niners sort of a map. Hey, trade me to Washington, right? Trade me to Washington. Now, the talk was they were going to get traded at the draft, right? It was either going to be Ayuk or Debo, and apparently the offers just weren't that good. I'd say right now, Washington would say that they're not in a position to make a trade like this timing-wise.
No, and I don't think you're going to get better value right now post-draft. You're not receiving those draft pick compensation that the 49ers were looking for to get younger, cheaper talent. So, yeah, I don't think the market's there right now. This is just Brandon Ayuk calling up one of his besties saying, hey, can you do me a favor? Can you answer a FaceTime? Can you come with me on the Pivot podcast that's not released until this Friday? Like, what kind of news is that? Brandon Ayuk sits down for this big podcast. Ryan Clark's out here breaking information. He's like, yeah, make sure you tune in this Friday. It's like, bro, it's Tuesday. Don't you know about the 24-hour news cycle?
I was going to say the 24-minute news cycle in your guys' world.
You're going to make me sit until Friday?
Do you have Draymond on there? Because Draymond will give it to you quicker, won't he?
You're going to get this podcast.
There it is.
Yeah, come on. We gotta turn these things around, Ryan Clark.
It's funny you say that because I was in the car driving in yesterday for the Giants game and the Junior Giants meeting, and Tommy and at Copes had Sam Amick on, and he had just come from the J.J. Redick F-bomb press conference, which we'll get into in the cooler content. But the big news is J.J. Redick said that he won't podcast as a Laker coach. Tommy was losing his mind. Oh, gee, how great that you're not going to be podcasting as a coach.
What, the coach and a team captain are not going to sit down and podcast after the game together?
And as I was driving, I was thinking, if I was in the studio right now, I'd say, well, that's no Draymond Green because he still will give you that podcast.
Oh, dude, on the road to an NBA title, he'll be doing a podcast after game one after losing.
No, it's fun.
Because we were talking about, remember, he came under some criticism of should you be podcasting when you're down 0-1.
Which was kind of a ridiculous take. I was like, what do you want Draymond Green to be doing instead of sitting in his bedroom recording a podcast? Do you want him out at the strip club eating lemon pepper wings like Lou Williams?
Or he could just be in his hotel room watching, watching TV, which is actually, here's the ultimate. I've ever told you this story about the what athletes do on their downtime. And so do you guys know?
I've got a few guesses.
Here's my first Young Tony, Cincinnati Reds slugger George Foster. You down?
Definitely heard the name.
You have?
Yeah.
How about you,
MLB
Tony?
The Show.
You know? Oh, all right.
Ooh,
I like that.
He's got some
Very
show
good.
knowledge.
Very good. Anyway, George Foster, he was famous in the 70s. He hit 52 homers in 1977. Nobody had hit 50 home runs since, I believe, Roger Maris and Mickey Mantle in 61. I'm pretty sure that was the number. And it was a huge deal. So years later, I'm playing in an adult baseball league, which sounds sexy, doesn't it?
Hey,
adult
now.
baseball.
Ooh, adult.
Anyway, like a 21 and over league
Cue
in
the
L.A.
music.
And one of our guys on our team is a guy named Chuck Fick, who was incredible. He was a great college baseball player, became a Hollywood actor. He's the catcher.
Sounds like a different kind of actor.
Ready for this, dude? Ready for this? I know, Chuck Fick. And then his son, nephew, Robert Fick, was a brawling Detroit Tiger. Do you remember him? He used to get into brawls. Rob
no,
Fick?
not off the top of my head.
Yeah, it would have been in your era, in the 00s.
Okay.
Anyway, Chuck Fick was amazing. We only had him for a couple games. Great player. He's the catcher in the Naked Gun scene with Leslie Nielsen and Rico Palazzo, the umpire.
Uh-huh.
The catcher in that scene was my teammate for a couple of games, and he was a great player, too. He probably threw mid-80s, high 80s, which in that league was crazy.
Oh, no,
most people
adult league for sure.
Most people throw in the 60s, you know what I mean?
Serving up 70 mile per hour
He was throwing
meatballs,
cheese and hitting tanks, and he was hilarious. And anyway, he played it, and they tried to revive some old-timers league down in Florida, and George Foster was on his team, and he said, dude, it was terrible. He said, we stayed in these lousy motels in Florida with no air conditioning, and we just had to sit around all day in the motel. This gets to the podcast story, and he goes, yeah, but George Foster's on my team. He said he used to call me at 10 in the morning and say, hey, man, hey, Chuck, he goes, come down to my room. I got a box of Oreos, and I Dream of Jeannie reruns are on right now. So they used to go,
I Dream of Jeannie?
Go down and eat Oreos and watch I Dream of Jeannie. Young Tony, there's no way you know I Dream of Jeannie, do you?
No, that went right over my head.
I don't know.
Well, I Dream of Jeannie was a sitcom in the 60s, kind of a cheesy sitcom, but was famous for a very, shall we say, a very attractive genie, Barbara Eden.
Oh, that makes sense.
Well, I believe it's from San Francisco. But anyway, point being is what ball players do in their downtime, to your point. What's Draymond going to do? Eat Oreos and watch I Dream of Jeannie?
Yeah.
No, just do a podcast, right? Do a podcast.
Yeah, eat your Oreos and do a podcast.
So anyway, that's what Brandon Ayuk did with Jaden Daniels.
Yeah.
Then Schefter, he came on this morning, right, nationally on ESPN, and he gave an update?
Yeah, he gave the update because there was some confusion about whether or not Brandon Ayuk brought Jaden Daniels to the podcast or to the meeting with the 49ers, and this morning Adam Schefter clarified that report.
As insider Ryan Clark reported, and let's be clear, he spent time
last week with Brandon Ayuk for his Pivot podcast. So I do want to promote his Pivot podcast. Hopefully he'll return the favor one day and promote the Adam Schefter podcast. But Ryan taped with Brandon Ayuk last week, and it's going to air this Friday. And obviously Brandon had told him that he wants to meet with the 49ers, that he was going to meet with the 49ers. They met yesterday. And I just think it was just kind of a clear-the-air session, just kind of here's where we are. It wasn't like they got a deal done. It wasn't like he asked for a trade. It wasn't, to the best of my understanding, it wasn't like there was some great revelation that came out of this meeting.
Okay. Well, they're meeting, though. That's the big thing.
Yeah, and he said, to his knowledge, Brandon Ayuk has not requested a trade yet.
Yeah.
Which is my main takeaway from this meeting.
Niners aren't going to trade him unless they get a gigantic offer, which goes back to that Steve Young comment he made to us, remember, about like, hey, don't rule it out at some point.
Mm-hmm.
Don't rule it out at some point. So,
especially if he's disgruntled, like the reports say, and if this attitude carries on into the season.
Yeah, and if he's only playing on the final year of his contract, too, although that would lessen your leverage because the team that gets him only gets him for 10 games or whatever, but still, this continues, man. This thing, July 23rd is the resolution, but the fact that they met is something. And the Niners have gotten all of these done, except for, DeForest Buckner and I guess Eric Armstead, right? Mm-hmm. So they have done both. They signed Bosa, they signed Debo, they signed Kittle, but they moved Armstead and Buckner.
Now, does this Brandon Ayuk meeting give you more confidence that a deal is going to get done?
It does. Yeah, it does. Yeah.
It's always good to sit down and break bread, right?
I'm in this weird, it is good to sit down. I'm in a weird mode of like, could I live without both Klay Thompson and Brandon Ayuk? I'm like, man, is that possible? I mean, is that the right move for both teams?
I mean, if both of these guys are asking for $30 million plus, then maybe it is.
Debo's more injury prone. He's older. Yeah. Ayuk and Purdy are developing incredible chemistry. Mm-hmm. He's younger. I mean, on paper, I'd take Ayuk. I would, but if there's an offer out there that can better the team, but I don't see it. My instinct all along is that Ayuk would get the deal. Mm-hmm. But if it financially crushes everyone, remember Mayoko's the guy who brought that up, saying they can't pay everyone.
Yeah, and I think the 49ers are a little shell-shocked by the offseason with these wide receivers breaking the bank. I don't think they expected Amon-Ra St. Brown to get $30+ million, for Justin Jefferson to reset the market 35.
Yeah.
Here we were a year or two
Waddle.
ago talking about Debo getting 25, DK Metcalf getting 25, all these guys getting $25 million. Now we're talking $35 million, but as Fat Joe likes to tell us, Tony, yesterday's price is not today's price.
See, Marcus is back when he's quoting Fat Joe. There you go. Welcome back, buddy. All right, Rick Celebrini joins Tolbert and Copes at 2:10 this afternoon. Maybe talk a little hockey. Congrats to the Florida Panthers, who beat back the baby Edmonton Oilers for the Game 7 yesterday. All right, listen, here's the deal. On the other side, Mike Dunleavy spoke about a lot of big topics in Warriors land. We'll touch them all next on The Sports Leader.
Yesterday's price is not today's price.
All right, we got a good friend, Steve Moskowitz, on a Tuesday morning, bright and early. Steve, you want to tell us about what to do when you can't pay your taxes?
Absolutely. And if you don't have Barbara Eden handy to wish your taxes away, talk to us about making them go away. This is such a common situation. People have taxes. They just can't pay them. They're frustrated. They're scared. They feel like they're drowning in 1,000 feet of water. Folks, there's a lot of good options. Whether we ask the government to let you just pay part and forgive the rest, or qualify monthly payments, or forgive the penalties, or leave you alone till you're back on your feet. And a lot of times those problems are because you didn't file the returns. A lot of times filing the returns fix the problems. A lot of times listeners are amazed because they didn't realize they suffered for years and the problem was so easily fixable. And let's not forget the 10% off special that we're offering for retention this week for filing your 23 returns. The bottom line is call us to fix your tax problems. We're here for you. We want to help you.
That sounds real good. So does Barbara Eden, and that was tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888 Tax Deal or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. It's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Is there an offer on the table for Clay right now?
Yeah, I mean, all that stuff, I think, honestly, Tim, it's private. We want him back. I think we said that all along. Hopefully he'll come back. But as far as like the specifics of discussions and those types of things, I think it's important to keep kind of in-house. And when we figure out a solution to all that, we'll have news for you.
There it is. Mike Dunleavy taking the high road of privacy. I was listening to that on KNBR. So I was driving back to the ballpark yesterday for a fun, not fun, that's not the right word, for a pretty robust tribute to Willie Mays. And there will continue, I would imagine, as the summer goes on. I would imagine that logo behind home plate stays the rest of the year, I hope.
It should be there for the rest of the year.
And 24 in the grass and all that stuff. But anyways, I was driving in listening to Dunleavy. And, I said, okay, so that's it. He answered every question. Going to keep it private, going to keep it private, going to keep it private. So we continue to not know, other than the Slater report, that there's nothing currently on the table. You just heard the promo where Tommy said he could see the Warriors moving on without him. Mm-hmm. And JD and I in your chair yesterday. Welcome back, Marcus Boucher, on the Twitch, on the YouTube. There he is. After a couple days, much needed R&R. Mm-hmm. JD was here yesterday, breaking down all the possibilities, and we were talking about, is there life after Clay? And I was kind of saying that, really, yeah. I mean, I think the Warriors can't run the same thing back and expect it. And JD was saying, yeah, if that's the move, if bringing back Clay is the move, then they're not going to win the championship, right? So I don't know. The Slater report affect you in any way, or what Dunleavy said yesterday? Anything?
Well, I saw the Slater report that the talks between the Warriors and Clay are essentially frozen. And I got to say, I'm not too surprised, because this entire time I expected Klay Thompson to take the Nordic knife out and test the waters of free agency. He's going to see what his value is on the open market. Now, I think there might be an ice-cold reality check for Klay Thompson, seeing what that market is. I was just reading ESPN's top 20 NBA free agents this offseason. Klay Thompson wasn't even on the list.
Are you serious?
So they completely left him off the list. Now, I don't know if that's just disrespect to Klay Thompson, or it's the realization that he's not the same player that he is anymore. So he's going to go out in free agency, and I think he's going to be offered a lot of six-man type of contracts with a lot of other teams. Then he's got to decide if he wants to be the sixth man for the Washington Wizards, reuniting with Jordan Poole, or if he wants to continue playing with Steph Curry. I think the obvious answer is he should continue playing with Steph Curry, but at what price? And if the Warriors do come down with an insulting offer, how's that going to affect Klay Thompson overall going forward? And this is a guy, Klay Thompson, that has been big on his legacy, being left off the All-NBA 75th team. Wasn't too happy about being moved from the starting lineup to the bench to begin with. But he seems like a guy that has the realization that he's going to be loved more here in the Bay Area, more than anywhere else that he would go. It just comes down to the opportunities. But I still think Clay's going to test the waters, but eventually turn that boat around and come back home.
Well, depending on what offer they get, right?
Yeah.
And the market, as you said, it appears to be a lot cooler early on. The Malik Monk contract said that, too. And by the way, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. Okay, so Dunleavy did say a couple things. Those guys are artful at not saying anything, but there were a couple things that were worth noting. One is just, and again, is he bluffing? But talking about the young four kids. Brandon Pajemski, Trace Jackson Davis, Moses Moody, Jonathan Kuminga. And that internal is their path forward. Is any one of those guys going to become, is that the core of a championship team in 3 years? I don't know. But here's Dunleavy cut L, Tony, on their game plan to stay in-house. Again, this could be playing poker. This is what they do, but this is what he said.
Again, I'm of the belief internal development is. I'm a big player development guy. I think our younger players have a really big chance to grow and get better. Pods, JK, Trace, Moses, and then even our guys we've had here for a while can get better. I think that's got to be the main thing. And then from there, you look to see what else is out there, and can you make a move or a couple moves or do some stuff that enhances your team. But if that's what's like the one thing we're hinging everything on, it's so hard to make a trade now in the NBA. I think we got a lot of teams that are really smart. They know what they're doing. To make a good quality trade that benefits both sides, which is what everybody's looking for, is tough. And so we'll explore that stuff. A lot of conversations going on, but I don't want to get ahead of it and just say there's just going to be some big move that we're going to do and all that. Could be, if it was there, great, but it's not like something that must happen.
And don't forget, he said all that a year ago and then traded Jordan Poole.
Yeah, he said, we're looking forward to the next 4 years of Jordan Poole, and then within 4 days, he was out in Washington.
So he's a savvy dude. He's a savvy dude. So he's putting it out there. No, we're going to keep these guys. These are our young guys. So
yeah, but that's the thing. If you want to shake up this roster, you probably have to move one of these young guys because you look at where they're at salary-wise right now.
We're talking about the Warriors now, not the Giants.
No,
we
know the
we
Giants.
need to.
Giants ain't selling at the trade deadline.
No. Anyway, back to your point. You're saying to shake up the roster.
Yeah, because they're at a point now where, including Kevon Looney's $8 million contract that's guaranteed, now we still got to see if he's going to end up on the roster.
We were excited about that, but JD said they could move that.
Yeah. Well, currently, as is, they are at $136 million with their salary cap. That's already the league maximum. Now we're getting close to that threshold of the luxury tax that Joe Lacob has been paying all these years. But even still, they have like a $30 million gap right now without Klay Thompson and without Chris Paul's contract on the current salary cap. So to move one of these guys, I mean, that's really the only reason why you would pick up the 1 year option on Chris Paul is that you can match a trade value, because in the NBA, you got to trade money for money. So you would pick up Chris Paul's contract and then sign and trade him with a Kuminga or a Moses Moody to get one of these players that's out there on the market.
I said this yesterday to JD and all this. This just kills me as a sports fan. The NBA CBA just kills my sports fan Jones. Like, where's Dr. J just soaring in for that reverse layup right now?
Dude, I'm doing luxury tax thresholds. It's like I'm not even good at my own taxes.
Bro, you're talking threshold. Well, I got a guy.
Yeah, let Steve Moskowitz call in. Let us know about this NBA luxury tax.
And a I Dream of Jeannie riff, too.
Yeah.
And I believe Barbara Eden is from San Francisco. Double check that. Anyway, back to Dunleavy here on, again, they say, well, he keeps saying trades are a second return to internal development here, cut N.
Well, it's having a willing partner. And so I think to do that, you got to find the right team. You got to find the right player that works for you, and just having players that are available, right? Like, I'm calling everybody, but if the player's not available, if there's not a price, then there's no trade that can be made. So I think we have to be realistic, and I don't want to like press and overdo something. Some patience needs to take place, while at the same time recognizing sort of this time horizon we have with Steph and Draymond and, hopefully Clay. As those guys kind of get a little bit older, we have to be mindful at a point, maybe they're not at a level to compete for a championship. I don't think that's like too near, but at some point it probably will be.
Okay. Well, I mean, again, he said some other stuff. And by the way, yeah, she grew up in the Parkside neighborhood. She goes back 4 generations, and then everything. She was everybody's dream too. She was a sexy genie who granted wishes.
Was she the original genie in a bottle?
Yes,
wow.
She truly was. Yeah, we're gonna have to hear that theme song at some point. So anyway, Mike Dunleavy, KG, again, this is offseason number 2 after his first offseason ended in a 10th place finish.
Yeah.
Okay, so.
An offseason that included moving Jordan Poole to get older and smaller with Chris Paul.
Here was one of the interesting things he said, because again, GMs are good at saying nothing. Bob Myers was great at that too. But I was driving down Bush, about to take a right on Goff, I believe, and he said this, and I thought, this is interesting. It was about, can the Warriors truly win a championship this year? Let's be honest. Like, to me, I don't see it happening, right?
Not with this current roster.
He offers the take that the NBA current landscape is wide open. By the way, shout out, he openly disses the Boston Celtics here and the Denver Nuggets. This is cut R, Tony. I found this interesting. Take a listen.
Yeah. Let's see. We're talking the hockey game tonight, or that'll be exciting. I think just in terms of the postseason, like how competitive it is in terms of parity. And I think you see the last 5 seasons, you got 5 different champions. I think that's exciting for the league in the sense of, if everybody's got a chance in a way, whether it's a play-in team making the finals or a team that's like Dallas, 5th seed making the finals, like everybody's got a chance if you come together at the right time. And I don't think there's any like overwhelming teams out there. So I think it gives us a chance a team that didn't make the playoffs like last year and ourselves, how far away are we really? Most times you'd say, man, we're quite a bit of ways, but the way things are shaped now and there's a push for parity, like I think we can turn things around pretty quickly.
That to me was actually the most interesting thing he said all day yesterday. Was that he doesn't believe there's a dominant team. By the way, Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown go, whoa, wait, what? We're on a duck boat, buddy. What about you? Because I was talking to a buddy of mine in Boston. He said they're talking dynasty out in Boston.
Already?
Yeah. And so, I mean, with the Nuggets, we're talking dynasty a year ago, right? Mm-hmm. And the Bucks 2 years ago, right? So Dunleavy said that he thinks they can turn it around pretty quickly. He almost was saying that the NBA is kind of like Major League Baseball now. He almost said right there, get hot at the right time.
Yeah, all you got to do
that?
is...
And he talked about the Heat going to... He mentioned the Heat going to the finals, and he mentioned the Dallas as a 5 seed.
I mean, I get it now, especially since the NBA is cracking down on these luxury tax thresholds. They don't really want these super teams like we saw in the past, and there hasn't been a repeat champion since the Golden State Warriors. So there has been a lot of parity in the league, but there's also a lot of really good dynamic duos. And right now, the Warriors don't seem like they have that second dance partner to pair up with Steph Curry. Like I said earlier, Klay Thompson is a great sixth man. He's great off the bench. He can space the floor for you, but you need a legit number 2 option, and that's what the Warriors don't need right now. So, Murph, yeah, the big picture is you have Steph Curry on your roster. You got a chance, but you got to surround him with better pieces.
So I think, I'm anticipating them getting a big number 2, aren't you?
I would think so. I mean, after hearing these Paul George rumors that were going around this weekend, I don't know if that's a real possibility, but I expect them to try to move Andrew Wiggins or Chris Paul's contract. You're going to have to throw in a Jonathan Kuminga or a Moses Moody, but that's the price you got to pay if you want one of these all-pro NBA players.
Yeah, interesting. That's funny, man. It's funny. You just said that name. I haven't heard that name in weeks. Andrew Wiggins.
Yeah.
Actually, Gary St. Jean mentioned him yesterday.
You got to figure out a way to get Wiggins' contract off this roster.
I mean, honestly, we talk all about Clay. We talk all about... We should be talking about Andrew Wiggins.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. We're crunching these numbers right now to stay below the luxury tax. It's like, well, what the hell is the luxury of paying Andrew Wiggins $28 million to do absolutely nothing?
That flare-up in 2022 when he was finally the guy we all wanted him to be. Two-way Wiggs.
Did we get catfished by Andrew Wiggins? I think we all got catfished.
Very good, very good. Now, he mentioned about the luxury tax, and you were talking about the numbers and all that.
So many numbers.
And he actually, somebody asked, it might have been Danny Emmerman, the scratchy voice of a Danny By the way, when you hear former KNBR, like the male vocal fry.
Dude, I was telling Tony this morning, we heard the cut, we were listening and previewing the bullpen, and the first thing that Tony says is...
I'm just curious if you know the distinction.
Oh, man. By the way, the Kepler Army is out saying, oh, God, you guys wanted my guy out, huh? Some guy hit me on Twitter, said, really? Really? That's what you wanted?
There's a lot of articles on the East Coast about Kepler doing his TikTok dances.
Yeah, it's true.
They're not a big fan of Kepler
Pros
either.
coming down on him. But this made me laugh because, Dunleavy makes a remark about Lacob here, kind of like, well, Joe, if you dangle it in front of him, he might spend. Here's a cut S.
Joe Lacob has said, publicly that plan A is to dip under the luxury tax. In your conversations with him recently, is that still the sense that you get from him?
I think it's about like being smart about it. And so from that sense, it's more like if there's a point to go over the tax, if there's a point to go into one of the aprons, like we will do it because the most important thing to him is winning. He's shown that you just have to be careful under the new rules because they're so punitive. And so balancing what's right for our team, what's right for the rules to allow us to go forward and make the right decisions is the big test. But like Joe may have an idea in mind about what he wants to spend, but when presented an opportunity to spend a lot of money and have a great team, I know what his answer is going to be.
That made me laugh. I remember reading this book called The Lords of the Realm about the history of Major League Baseball owners and labor. And one of the things was talking about owners. There are certain owners that says if you put a red button in front of them that said, don't press this red button because it costs too much money. But if you press that red button, you'll win the World Series. And they're like, a lot of it's like Steinbrenner, always blowing up because they were trying to have this collusion plan. Don't pay the players. And Steinbrenner's like, World Series. So that's Lacob, right?
Yeah. And we've seen Joe do this throughout this Warriors dynasty. We're not saying that his pockets are getting short all of a sudden. That's why I was kind of confused with this entire storyline of Joe Lacob wanting to get underneath the luxury tax.
Yeah.
I'm like, damn, he's been biting the bullet for all these years. And if you have this window of Steph Curry only open for 2 to 3 more years, why not continue to bite the bullet? Now, it's easy for me to say as someone who's not spending Joe Lacob's money, but I believe with the opportunity, if he can go out and get a big-name superstar, that might put him above the luxury tax. But if it gives him the feeling that he can maybe make one last run with Steph, maybe with Clay and Dre also, I think Joe Lacob would make that choice.
Man, how much money do you have when you can just drop $200 million on a luxury tax?
It's got to be so nice when you're presented the opportunity to spend money.
And then, but finishing 10th after doing that.
See, that's the big thing. Joe does not want to pay that money for a team that doesn't make the playoffs.
And that's what happened last year.
Yeah.
So, all right, well, listen. By the way, the draft is Wednesday and Thursday, 2 days. Draft round 1 Wednesday, round 2 Thursday. I know I heard people joking and riffing on the 52nd pick. Dude, Trace Jackson Davis was the 57th pick last year. All right? I know more likely than not, you're not going to get a piece at 52. I'm just not ruling it out.
Well, Murph, the piece you might be looking for at 52 could be Bronny James Jr.
That's literally how I ended the show with JD yesterday. He wasn't biting it. He was just staring at me.
Come on, riff a little, JD.
He was staring at me with my many riffs. And we'll be doing this again Wednesday. He'll be staring at me again on Wednesday. One point I was on a long riff and he was just staring at me and I said, are you good? And he's like, he goes, yeah, I'm just letting you cook.
Yeah.
Letting you cook.
I'm just letting you sing "Oh Canada"
Well,
at 5:55.
Did you have when I asked him if he's enjoying himself? You got to hear this, Marcus. This was great. Because halfway through I go, you got to listen. You know what the psychologists say about like the voice, when your voice is high pitched?
Mm-hmm.
Check this out here. Are you enjoying?
Yeah. Oh, no. Yeah.
Do that again.
I'm having the time of my life.
Do that again. Are you enjoying?
Yeah. Yeah. I've never heard JD's voice that high in my life.
I said the only thing missing was yeah, no.
Yeah. That's good.
He was not enjoying.
Yeah.
No. He's back. No, we loved it. We exchanged warm texts after the show.
Oh, yeah.
He'll
Shout
be
out to
back
JD and for Rod Brooks.
And I told him coming in on Wednesday, we're going to have some NBA action next Wednesday.
A lot of action next week.
All right,
right around
guys.
the corner, free agency.
Well, there's old Mike Dunleavy, KG Mike Dunleavy with those grease boards. We've been talking about those grease boards for 2 months. We're finally going to see him put into action this weekend.
They're getting greasy.
Cannot wait to see what the Warriors do. Just like we finally couldn't wait for the Giants to get one freaking win for Willie. And it was not likely, and it was a slog. But they did it, and we'll tell you how next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. Are you enjoying?
Yeah.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Giants gamers, Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Two-run ball game. Spencer Howard throws, and a ball hit to center, and well hit. Sprinting back Ramos. He will make the catch! Over the shoulder, Willie Mays style. What a play by Elliot Ramos. Wow. On tonight of all nights, wearing number 24, he stuck it. A sprinting catch with his back to the infield. And that would have made Willie proud.
What is it like for you to wear the number 24 tonight?
It's an honor for sure. It's a privilege. I mean, we all know who he is for sure. So it's an honor. I mean, I really love that we did that for him today. And I mean, it's a super special day for sure.
That is Elliot Ramos after making the catch. Now, the dirty little secret is that he broke in on that before he had to run back and catch it, but still he did. And people kind of romantically compared it a little bit to an over-the-shoulder kiss. Of course, it's not 1954 Game 1, but it was a nice moment, a little moment. And by the way, think about that, Marcus. And by the way, Marcus is back. How about that? Get on your YouTube, get on your Twitch, download the KNBR app, and just tap on it and see an older man. An older man. Marcus is well into his 30s.
The water boy has evolved into the water man.
But think about this, actually, though. The way that question was posed to Elliot Ramos, I mean, that is like, you just wore a Giants uniform with 24 on the back and played center field.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, I mean, that's like, dude, you just kind of peaked. You just kind of peaked, you know what I mean? So you were, I would call it role play, cosplay, Halloween, whatever, but you got to dress up as Willie Mays.
And this is days after playing center field in the same field that Willie Mays grew up playing in. We're talking about the Rickwood game. Obviously, that was a huge moment for Elliot Ramos. And then to come back last night, have 3 knocks on the night, big night for Elliot Ramos. And it was cool seeing him turn his back and make that catch and see number 24 in center field. It was an awesome moment last night.
You brought up another thing. First of all, injuries galore. The Giants call up over the weekend David VR and Luis Matos. He's back. And then you noted on the lineup card, Bob Melvin wrote last night.
Yeah, Elliot Ramos in center field, Luis Matos in left field, which we did not see at all earlier this year when Luis Matos was out here winning NL Player of the Week.
It was our belief that Ramos is a corner outfielder and Matos is the future center fielder. Well, Jung-Hoo Lee is the future center fielder.
So maybe this is them just getting Luis Matos comfortable on left field, maybe not ask him to do as much with his glove in center field so that he could focus at the plate. But yeah, I think eventually your outfield is going to look like Luis Matos in left, Jung-Hoo Lee in center, and Elliot Ramos out in right. But it is interesting that they've now made that change to put Elliot Ramos in center field when a lot of people didn't think he was good enough defensively to play center field.
Well, he's definitely proven it on the field.
Yeah.
As you talk about Mike Dunleavy and internal player development, Elliot Ramos has just flat gotten better out there, and that's a credit to him. And Bob Melvin has made many comments about him in center field and about how when he put him there the first time, he told him, this is when Willie was still alive. He told him when he put him there the first time, he goes, hey, you get to be Willie Mays today. And Elliot Ramos is like, what? He goes, you're playing center field for the Giants. And then he keeps putting him out there, and he keeps complimenting him. So, and as you said, he spoke with his pen last night. He sat down to write that lineup card. He put him in center. He put Matos in left because he likes Ramos in center right now. He's taking command in that position.
Now he's getting endorsements from Bob Melvin. A couple weeks ago, we had Torrey Hunter on, who is arguably one of the best defensive center fielders of my generation for sure. And he was praising Elliot Ramos, not just his ability with the bat, but what he does defensively in center field.
Well, if you guys missed it last night, I hope you didn't. The Giants did a really nice, and what I assume is going to be first of many tributes to Willie Mays. Apparently, there's going to be a very larger public one coming up. But it was sort of it was almost like a family. Yeah. It's like when you lose a relative or something, you go sit in the living room and just kind of talk. It was kind of like that. They brought out Dwayne Kuiper, Mike Krukow, and Dave Fleming and gave them chairs in front of the pitcher's mound. They had a beautiful orange wreath. They had 2 really classic black and white photos of Mays. Just he photographed so well, man. He's so freaking photogenic. Handsome, wore the uniform, just an athlete, wore the uniform so well, the hat kind of at the right angle. He was just style, man. He was just so stylish. And then along the railing, they had Barry Bonds, Mario Alioto, Mike Murphy, of course. That's our buddy who came on the morning after. His longtime personal helper, Renee, who's so sweet. His doctor was there. Malcolm Heineke and Michael Mays, his son. Malcolm Heineke is like one of his best friends, a family that's really taken care of Mays through the years. They handled his money. They made sure everything was okay with his estate. So the Heinekes deserve a lot of credit, too. So those guys, so it was like a family gathering, kind of. And then the players came. I got to shout out the Cubs, too. They all were on the rail when Kruk, Kuip, and Flem were telling their stories. Almost the entire Cubs team was hanging on the rail listening, which was really cool to hear the Willie Mays story. So you were experiencing it too, right?
Yeah, everybody was locked in. I made sure to get to the game early, went through the kind of home plate gates, went by Willie Mays Plaza, checked out the statue out front.
It was buzzing, wasn't it?
And that memorial just continues to grow and get bigger every single day. The Giants had the huge 24 right outside the stadium. I made sure to get to my seats early, and then you're right. It was just kind of like you were hanging out with a couple of your uncles talking about a family member. It was just Kruk, Kuip, and Flem telling stories.
It was my first time to the statue since Marcus had been by because his commute takes him by there. And I felt it. I felt the weight. Yeah. I did. I ain't going to lie. As I approached, I was always a McCovey guy first and foremost because he was my era. I was just in awe of Mays's lore and legend, and I always knew he was the deity of deities, but I never saw him play. McCovey, I definitely saw play, and McCovey was our guy. But when I got closer to the Mays statue, I got a little lump in my throat. I did. I was like, damn, this is baseball history. This is American history right here, and see so many people out in front. Some guy when I was standing there just kind of ready to take a picture, some kid, I don't know, 30 or something, just walked by and just said out of nowhere, he said, "Rest in peace, Willie." Yeah. He just said as he walked by. So it was emotional, and it was a lot of love out there. And again, I keep telling you, just some guy put 2 tall boys of Modelo right at the base, and I was like, that's my guy.
Yeah.
I don't think Willie drank, but the idea of having a cold one with Willie was
just out of respect. The KNBR video we posted last week of someone driving up and pouring one out for Willie.
Yeah, and then Kruk, of course. Kruk's so good. Yeah. Look, he was in front of City Hall, and he just off the cuff told the story about passing on the book. This is the good book of baseball. You got it from your grandpa. You got it from your dad. Now you have to tell this story. It was so great. And here he took the mic yesterday, and again, another just great Krukow sort of riff here.
He was so special in so many ways, but his ability to communicate to everybody. How many times did we see him surrounded by a group of people wanting his autograph? And he was very patient. He'd be given, and he looked down at a 4-year-old child. And that child didn't know who he was. It's an old guy. He's an old ball player. But by the time he would go down on the knee and make that child feel special, that child was on board. That child got Willie Mays because he was talking to another kid. And that's what Willie Mays was. He died a 93-year-old kid.
Yeah, so good, man. Mike's right. He was boyish to the end. The enthusiasm was so good. And he's right about the kids thing. I told you that story I had with Bob Kendrick and Willie. We were down in the bowels of the stadium, and Renee was there, too. And that's when Willie called her over. He said something. Then she came over and gave me the phone number. She said, Willie says if the kids ever need anything, call us if the kids need something, I told you I never did. I was like, hey, Willie, call in a favor, but probably would have liked it if I had said, hey, the kids need this or the kids need that. He probably would have said, what do you need? Bats, balls, hats, whatever, So
ice cream, stick ball, whatever you need. I mean, that was one of the coolest parts yesterday, that in between innings, they weren't like playing any music or anything. They were just showing Willie Mays highlights. And not just the stuff that he did on the field, but of course the clips of him playing stick ball in the streets with the kids, taking them out for ice cream after, like just showing how much he was a member of the community outside of baseball was awesome to see too.
And then we have Kuip coming up here, so We'll save the story because we'll talk to Kipe live on the other side. But Kipe told a story about growing up in Milwaukee as a Hank Aaron guy.
Yeah.
And he said he actually was defending Hank Aaron, which is, worthy. Hank Aaron was pretty good.
Yeah.
So, but, there was a difference in charisma and a difference in fame. What's interesting is Hank Aaron, was hit more home runs than Willie and broke Babe Ruth's record, but Willie was more iconic, I think, just in the sense, as Dwayne said, Hank Aaron's hat stayed on his head.
Yeah, there's something different about Willie.
Like I said, that style. Just that style. And so they finally pull it off. They get a win. 3 in the 9th, if you guys missed it. If you got angry and turned off the radio or the TV and didn't look at your phone yet, the Giants pulled off the win here. For the 7 o'clock crowd, should we play the... we call them in between 6 and 6:10 in the morning. We used to call them in kind of every hour. But why don't we do it here in honor of Willie? Because we put a little new twist.
Yeah, and last night was a walk-off for Willie, so why not double down this
So we always have Pat Burrell calling the score because it's not official. This goes back to my days as a prep reporter. Score's not official until you call it in. And Pat Burrell calls Rob Manfred. Manfred usually has something snarky. We usually say something snarky to Manfred, but after Rickwood, I'm going to be nice to him for a couple days. So Rob Manfred answers the phone, says to Pat Burrell, he says, "Were you guys all wearing 24?" He said, "Yes, we were, Commish." And put it in the books. San Francisco Giants 5, Chicago Cubs 4.
Beautiful baseball. Beautiful baseball. Screw you. Screw you.
Let's go, San Francisco. Let's go, Giants.
I love you. Say hey, say Willie, that Giants king is spring.
Thank you very much. Enjoyed it.
That sounds good. New addition from Young Tone. Very, very, very good. And if you guys don't know it, ever since the Giants introduced the strobe light for homers, I went into deep into the archives of the B-52 strobe light. So any homer gets a strobe light tribute here. Starting with Matt Chapman, got the Giants on the board, number 9. Kate Pearson singing her cojones off. And then Nick Ahmed, are you kidding me?
Wow.
Wearing number 24, number 1. And the trivia?
Yes, Murph.
I can't credit somebody on Twitter. So, when Mays got traded in May of 1972, nobody wore 24 ever again until last night. So the only 3 people to homer in San Francisco Giants history wearing number 24 were Willie Mays, Matt Chapman, and Nick Ahmed. There you go, guys. There's a great stat. Huh?
Murph, just like Matt Chapman's walk-up song, those 2 other guys are not like us. They're not like Willie Mays, but they join the conversation.
Very good, very good. And by the way, shout out to Kruk being on the field. We know mobility hasn't always been easy, so it was awesome to see him down there. Okay, Dwayne Kuiper, was awesome to see him too. We talked to Kuiper last Tuesday, and then Willie died Tuesday night. So our first chance to talk to Dwayne since then, and their first win. Oh my God! And that's coming up next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. All right, let's talk Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. We just did a big Amici's pizza party last Thursday for the Rickwood game. It was great, Little League team. So you've heard me talk about that kind of stuff. The delivery, the fresh, hot, prompt, courteous. The fresh pizza's fresh and hot. The delivery is prompt and courteous. Drivers are on time. So now we talk about a bigger step. Catering. Full-blown catering for larger events. Talking about actually like a big old group, a company lunch or a special event. And those are your favorite pizzas and pastas and salads and flame roasted chicken wings delivered in larger sizes so your group can help themselves buffet style. A more economical way to feed a large group while still offering them Amici's full range of menu items. So whether you need a corporate lunch delivered or food for a special event, Amici's has a great range of options to customize the perfect menu in ideal portion sizes for your group. So check out the catering menu at amicis.com. When you want to enjoy a fully customized and catered event, Amici's delivers.
sound right, boys.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why we all mimic his call. Time for Murph and Marcus to catch up with Kite on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, there he was on the field last night, Dwayne Kuiper. Awesome to have our broadcasters on the field in front of the Willie Mays wreath and pictures. Dave Fleming, Mike Krukow, and Dwayne Kuiper, who's on right now. Brought to us by NorCal Honda. Your Northern California Honda dealers. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers. Dwayne, we got a lot to catch up on because the last time we talked to you was Tuesday morning. Then we lost Willie that night. And then Rickwood and everything that happened. And then last night. So, whew. First of all, good morning. Yeah. And second of all, let's start with last night, Dwayne. What was it like being on that field, seeing those two teams lined in front of you and getting to tell your stories?
Yeah, you know, we had gotten a call from the Giants, I think it was Thursday, about wanting to do something as soon as the team got back from the road trip. But it was not something that it wasn't going to be the big memorial that's going to come up at some point within the next month. And we didn't want this evening to take away from what's going to happen then. So we made it, and look, this wasn't our decision. A lot of people came through with, let's just make it really casual and tell a few stories and, introduce the important people that were part of Willie Mays' family and his friends. And then show a tribute on the big board. And I'll say this: when we got out there and sat in our chairs, and I think Dave's the one that mentioned it after the game. It was one of those crowds where if you had a chance to look into everyone's eyes, they were all focused on what was going on the field. It was really one of the most intimidating things that I've ever gone through. And then, I mean, the toughest part of any crowd are the people that are in the dugouts. And the Giants dugout was obviously filled. And then if you looked over in the Cubs dugout, I mean, it was standing room only in the Cubs dugout. And they were hanging on everything that we were saying. So it really was, it was great for us. We got to tell a few stories that we certainly loved about Willie Mays. Then the tribute, national anthem. And then a comeback win with everybody wearing number 24. I mean, it's great when your center fielder makes a great catch and his number's 24. Wilmer Flores walks with the bases loaded to win the game. Oh, his number's 24. The winning run scores, his number's 24. I mean, I'm not sure it gets any better than that. So I hope he was watching and I hope he was smiling.
Yeah, see, I mean, listen, for an entire generation like us, we never saw 24 on the back. And so we got to see it last night. It was so cool. Have you been out to the statue and seen all this stuff? It was Marcus and I were talking about.
Yeah.
He lives near it. I got a lump in the throat. I don't know. How have you been emotionally about all this?
Yeah, I mean, I walked by it, And I mean, look, we've all walked by that statue. Who knows, 100 times. But the first time you walk by it after Willie Mays has passed away is pretty emotional. And the statue kind of pulls you towards it, where you don't want to walk away from it, or you don't want to walk really fast by it. It makes you slow down, and it actually kind of pulls you toward it like a magnet. And that's what happened with me. And then to see all the different, not just flowers, but little mementos that maybe people had saved over the years that had something to do, obviously, with Willie Mays. Yeah, it's been pretty cool. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, it's definitely a great tribute to the life of Willie Mays. And also, Kap, I want to ask you about the Rickwood game and what you thought about Major League Baseball honoring the life of Willie after he passed away.
Well, I mean, I thought the whole thing from what Major League Baseball did and how they did it was awesome. And I watched the MLB Network a lot that day. And when Fox started their pregame stuff, I watched all of that as well, and I thought they did a wonderful job. I think the thing that struck me the hardest while I was watching this was watching the current players push the former Negro League players out in wheelchairs and canes, and some were just holding on to a player. And that really got me because I didn't realize that there were that many former Negro players that were still alive from the Negro Leagues. I didn't. And to see them lined up on both sides along the foul lines is the one thing that got me. And to realize that, you know, just over the last, 3 weeks or so, all their stats in the Negro Leagues count. They're major league stats. And to look at some of those players that were a part of all of those statistics, I think meant a lot. The other thing, too, is, and I think I heard Rod Brooks say this, looking into the stands and seeing all the African-American people in the stands. You know, there was a while there where they, you know, the African-Americans, the Negroes were not allowed to sit in the stands. And it was great. So, I mean, it would be great if they do it again. Is it hard to duplicate what you did the first time? Maybe. But I think we shouldn't be afraid to try it. And I'd love to see them do it again.
I would agree with you that it'd be hard, but maybe every other year alternate with like the Field of Dreams in Iowa or something like that. I don't know, but something to keep it alive. The other question that's being asked is, should 24 be retired? You know, it gets sentimental at times like this. There's been talk of 21 for Roberto Clemente because of the incredible influence of the Latin players. You know, now there's 42, obviously, has been retired for Jackie Robinson. So, you know, I mean, there's reasons to do it and there's reasons not to do it. It's kind of funny. John Shea had a story that a lot of teams have already retired 24. Listen, the Mets retired it for Willie Mays, the A's for Ricky Henderson, the Dodgers for Walter Alston, the Mariners for Ken Griffey, the Reds for Tony Perez, the Cardinals for Whitey Herzog, and the Astros for Jimmy Wynn. So 17, and the Giants, that's 8. 8 teams have already done it. So at this point,
I mean, did you say Ricky Henderson?
Yeah, Ricky Henderson for the A's. Yeah.
Yeah. And by the way, he may be the greatest living player. I mean, say what you want about Bonds. I mean, he's one of us. But if you look outside the box besides Barry, then my vote would be for Ricky Henderson.
Ken Griffey Jr. was getting a lot of votes, too.
Yeah, I mean, you can't hardly go wrong. But anyway, that's just a thought.
So do you think, I mean, you know, I don't know. It's just one of those things you ask.
You know, I think it's hard, Murph, to start retiring numbers.
Yeah.
And I would love to see it. I would. And I'd be the first to applaud it. But now when you know, the Braves organization, well, they're going to think that you need to retire 44 around the country. Yeah. And Babe Ruth's numbers got to be retired.
I know, right?
Yeah.
So it's really hard, you know, once you start thinking about retiring numbers.
Yeah, and of course the Giants already have number 24 retired themselves for Willie Mays. A number you might see on that Wall of Fame one day might be number 35. So, Kipe, I want to squeeze in a question about Brandon Crawford and what was it like seeing him in a Cardinals uniform over the weekend?
Well, remember, I didn't see him in person. I saw him on TV, and I always feel like that's a little bit different, where you actually want to see a guy, and you want to follow him around a little bit with your eyes, and I got to see what everybody else saw, where not only did he look odd in a uniform, but he looked odd at third base. And look, if he played third base all the time, he could probably be in consideration for a Gold Glove. He's that good. But it was good to see him in uniform. I just didn't want to see him beat the Giants. And he didn't necessarily beat the Giants, but he certainly was on a team that swept them. And we'll see him again here, which will be a much, much bigger deal.
Yeah, who knows? They'll be battling for that third wild card. Just if the Giants can kind of turn this thing around. I mean, we hadn't talked to you in a week. It was a bad week. They lost a lot of games. Just about this team, Kipe, and the obvious glaring thing is starting pitching. They just don't have it right now. They only have two. They have Hicks and Webb, and you hope Snell's going to come back, but he gave some sort of mildly discouraging comments up in Sacramento. We don't know when Kyle Harrison's going to come back, and then obviously we continue to wait for Ray and Cobb and those guys, but. I mean, you're going to the park tonight. You're like, who's on the mound? I don't know. We say the same thing tomorrow too. I can't remember a time like this.
And we're used to that this year, Murph. I mean, not only do you go on a trip and you win the first one in dramatic fashion with the Thairo Estrada home run, but then it's amazing. Not only do you lose games, but you start to lose guys. We're hoping that people start coming back. And then all of a sudden, Keaton Wynn is down. It's like, what? We cannot. He can't be down. And you're down to two starters. But you look at it. You want to talk about how tough it is to bet on baseball? I mean, you think about the game last night where the Giants were going to have to use 5 guys. One made his major league debut a week ago. One was making his major league debut. And one of the 5 made his major league debut about a month ago. So there you go. You want to bet that game? And what happens? They win. And, they win in dramatic fashion at the very end. I guess if you're Marty O'Leary, what do you say? No, that's baseball.
The part of the mosaic. Part of the mosaic.
Well, he's right. I mean, that is baseball. But it's not something that you can expect every night. But that's what the Giants are going to have to do. They're going to have to expect whoever starts tonight and then whoever comes in after the opener to do what the Giants did last night, and that's shut down the Cubs, because they're facing a guy tonight that the Giants can't hit. They can't hit Kyle Hendricks, and Kyle Hendricks, try as hard as he may, cannot throw a ball 90 miles an hour. He can't. But everything else that he throws right on the corner.
I mean, he's 1-4 with a 7.46 ERA, and yet he pitched great against the Giants last time, right? So
he pitched great against the Giants every time he pitches.
Oh, man. Well, listen, it was a special night, and you guys did great, the three of you. It was like, we compared it to like when you truly do lose a very close relative, and you just kind of gather at the house, that first day, and you kind of talk, make sure everybody's okay. That's what it was like. It was like kind of comforting. It was like a living room thing. So,
well, I mean, when we talked to Rachel Haidt and Mario and Larry and Shayna and the people that were all involved, Marco, into putting this thing together, I think Mario was the one that said, let's make it like when someone passes away that's very important, people gather at your house. And there isn't anything scripted. Yeah. You hug, you talk, over there, somebody, might have a little chuckle about over there, people are in tears. So that's kind of the atmosphere that we wanted. And it can't be long. I mean, it can't be long. The last person that would want this thing to be long would be Willie Mays.
Yeah, there's a ball game. Let's go play baseball.
Yeah, we got a ball game to play. We got guys in the dugout over there that want to get on the field.
Yeah.
So, well, thanks for those compliments about last night. I mean, it was important. It sets a tone for what's going to come up, and we don't know the date yet, and the Giants are trying to figure that out. But the next one, Murph, is going to be a big one.
Well, all in good time. All in good time. Last night we sat in the living room with our family, so that was perfect. So, and they got the win. Wearing number 24. Gosh, so we finally wake up happy. So, all right, that was good. That was a good remembrance. It's all part of the healing process, and now you get to go see a game tonight. Game Wednesday. We'll see how the rest of the week plays out. Dodgers coming to town. I'm going to try not to puke in my mouth. And we'll talk to you next Tuesday, Kai.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough stretch coming up. But
yeah, why not?
You know what I mean? If you're going to do something,
go win a game.
Then you might as well do it, do it against the good teams. And it's an old cliche, but if there's ever a time to take it one game at a time, it's right now.
Yeah, that's it. And one inning at a time with this pitching situation. All right, Kuiper, enjoy the coffee. We'll look forward to the broadcast.
Right,
talk to you.
You
Thanks,
bet.
Dwayne Kuiper on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader. The big hit. We're going, sorry about that. I pump faked you there. I did. Wanted to tease the big hit. That's on me, Tone. We're going Ayuk. There's Brandon Ayuk news. We'll get into that on the other side. Sean Estes at 8:30 on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Brandon Ayuk is back in the news after a sit-down meeting yesterday with the San Francisco 49ers after reports came out earlier this weekend that he was disgruntled with his current contract negotiations. Is this a good sign or a bad sign for Brandon Ayuk's future with the 49ers? 808 KNBR is the number. Give us a call, shoot us a text, or hit us up on the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line.
You guys know I'm a North Bay guy, so I love talking about good things in the North Bay. World-class beauty, of course, and a world-class secret we're calling Marin Health. We want to tell you about it. It's not just the closest medical care, but the best. With a cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average, a world-class maternity care center with doctors and midwives available 24/7, an accomplished orthopedic team to get you back on the trail, and a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capabilities. It's all right here to get you closer to being at your best. Marin Health, world-class care, closer than you think.
This is the Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Birdie out of the shotgun, drops a couple of steps, going to take a deep shot to Brandon Ayuk. It's deflected.
Oh, he caught it!
Caught! Ayuk caught it out of the air. A flag is also down. Did Ayuk score? He got touchdown on the 2-yard line.
That's going to be DPI and a deflection, and Brandon Ayuk never gave up on the football and came down with it at the 2 or 3 yard line.
Before the game, a ladybug landed on my shoe. We blessed to have life this morning. The grass green, the trees is blown. You know what I'm saying? The pool water heated. All the trucks is filled up with gas. Premium
big hit coming your way here. That's right, Brandon Ayuk. Of course, Willie Mays tribute on our minds. We just talked to Dwayne Kuiper about that. We'll talk to Sean Estes at 8:30. We've called in the score. We've told our stories from being at the yard last night. And it's great to have Marcus back, too. You weren't coming back until the Giants won a game, right?
No,
That
I was
your
not
pledge?
coming back
Yeah.
until the Giants won a game, not till my gas tank was filled with premium gas, not till the grass was cut and the kids were back on the trampoline.
Or not until I tell you that Dwayne Kuiper was sponsored by NorCal Honda, your Northern California Honda dealers. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers. And tell you that Marcus Thompson is joining Papa and Lund at 11:30. And I'm hot, so I'm keeping the ball to tell you that you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader.
Stay hot, Murph, stay hot.
Media station. Stay hot like Nick Ahmed. Hitting bombs and drawing walks out here. Oh, man, oh, man. No, stay hot like the Brandon Ayuk situation, which, man, oh, man. Ever since the 49ers lost the Super Bowl in February, yeah, I said that, and his girlfriend, I believe, or wife, the main lady in his life,
his boo thing,
the one who was making the breakfast in that scenario.
The one that was...
I think he called her wifey, didn't he? Yeah, wifey, yeah.
The one that was turned into a vlogger the other day when he posted that FaceTime with Jaden Daniels.
She got me blogging this ass.
You got me vlogging now. You got me vlogging this ass.
She swore in that thing. I said, "Who do you think you are, JJ Redick?" We'll get that to the cooler of content in just a second. I missed the Jeff Garcia laugh, by the way, when you were gone. I missed that little.
I got the chuckle
that
for you.
Dirty giggle of his.
It's a great giggle.
Anyway, so there's news. We thought maybe they would go dark, with summertime, and they kind of the camps don't resume until mid-July, and here it is, June 25th. But we hear from Ryan Clark of ESPN that he has a podcast. Now, the funny thing is, we all thought podcasts were like, the beauty of podcasts is how immediate they are, right? Like you record a podcast and you're going to get it.
Yeah.
Like Draymond Green.
You're going to get this podcast.
Well, Ryan Clark's like promoting a podcast that's coming out Friday. I don't know why he just doesn't drop it now.
Just drop the damn podcast.
Right. Like we're doing our show. Like Marcus and I are going to do the show, but we're not going to give it to you until Saturday.
Yeah.
Right?
Here's my thoughts on the Willie Mays tribute. I'll give it to you next week.
We're giving you the damn show right now. All right.
Like we work in the 24-hour news cycle, and now here's Ryan Clark like teasing all these cryptic messages from a disgruntled Brandon Ayuk. Just put out the damn podcast.
We work in like a 24-minute news cycle.
Come on.
here.
What if Brandon Ayuk signs by Friday?
I know, seriously.
Now that's highly unrealistic, but then that podcast gets thrown out the window. It's not even good anymore.
It's like when you got runners on base, you got to drive them in, just like I was saying to my good friend Jorge Soler. Thank you. See? Thank you. See, I missed Marcus. Marcus carries me with those laugh
I got your back, Murph.
I had to overtly swerve away from JD yesterday and say, Tony, I need something here on some sort of Farhan.
You need a couple riffs. You need a comparison between Jorge Soler and Ryan Clark.
Dropping podcasts or not driving in runs. So he said he had Brandon Ayuk on a podcast. Okay. Well, what did he say of interest?
They're actually meeting with the San Francisco 49ers today. He and his representation, Ryan Williams of Athletes First, and Brandon Ayuk told us that he wanted to set this meeting up himself. And when he was sitting with the Pivot, he said that he's taking these negotiations personal, that the way that they have negotiated with him, the way that they have told him why he's worth what he's worth, it has touched him. It has affected him. He says he wants to be in San Francisco first, but is comfortable playing elsewhere if that's something that the San Francisco 49ers are willing to do via trade. And I will tell you this, when he sat with us, he did not walk into the room alone. First, it was Brandon Ayuk. Second, it was Jaden Daniels. I'm not a tea leaf reader, but the way that sounds is that Brandon Ayuk wouldn't mind playing in Washington.
Okay, the stakes have changed. The stakes are raised. Brandon Ayuk saying, I got my guy in Washington. Trade me there. I mean, he's not saying that, but he's kind of saying that, right?
He's implying it. Whether that's bringing Jaden Daniels to the Pivot podcast with him, whether that's that stage video. Now I'm saying that with air quotes because to me it looks staged as hell.
Course, yeah. Well, they
when
were
he got
filming it.
Jaden Daniels. Hey, turn that camera around.
Yeah.
Make sure everybody can see that you're on camera. Make sure that my wifey is vlogging the entire thing. That thing seemed like a whole stage kind of production.
Definitely.
So this is all just negotiation tactics with Brandon Ayuk trying to build more and more leverage that he really doesn't have, in my opinion, and saying, hey, look, I got a quarterback that I want to play with if it's not Brock Purdy and the 49ers.
Now, did he go Deion Sanders there? Is that what Ryan Clark just said? Because you're not supposed to, when it comes to matters of the contract, you're supposed to keep it business, but he went Deion there?
They'll mess around and made it personal.
Oh, you can't do that because as Christian McCaffrey will tell you, young Tony.
Business is business.
There it is. Thank you, young Tony. Very good.
They don't mess around and made it personal. And I think Brandon Ayuk is probably going through a lot of things that are similar to the Klay Thompson situation, where he expects to get close to $30 million, but the Warriors are sitting down with Klay and saying, hey, look, your value's not there anymore. Now, obviously, it's not apples to apples. Clay's at the end of his career. Brandon Ayuk is breaking into his prime. But BA saw what happened this offseason with the explosion in the wide receiver market, with not just Justin Jefferson, but Amon-Ra St. Brown, Jalen Waddle, all these guys getting $30+ million. So Brandon Ayuk, in his own estimation, in his opinion, with his perspective, he puts himself in that conversation, which is why I think he initiated this actual sit-down conversation with the 49ers front office versus just letting his agent do all the discussions. Now, him and his agent do have a great relationship with John Lynch, so that also benefits the 49ers. But I think Brandon Ayuk was confused on his part of why he's not getting $30 to $35 million. So he wanted to sit down and have those own questions with the 49ers.
Yeah, by the way, CeeDee Lamb remains unsigned, right?
Yeah, and then you're talking about a guy like Jamar Chase, who's going to get a contract extension soon, drafted a year after Ayuk and Justin Jefferson, but he might get a bigger contract than Justin Jefferson.
Jamar Chase, by the way, Jamar Chase wasn't walking around with that back missing in Paris, was he? Did you guys see that?
Oh, that was Joe Burrow, right?
And Justin Jefferson.
Was it Justin Jefferson?
Yeah,
I
yeah,
just
yeah.
noticed the back of a Joe Burrow.
Did you see this, young Tony?
I was like, that
Joe
is
Burrow and Justin
uncomfortable.
Jefferson in a fashion show in Paris?
Yeah, not a great look.
You didn't like it?
No.
The entire back had been not just cut out, but kind of ripped out. Like
Yeah.
almost like sort of a...
Looked like it was...
So you look at the man's spine and back as he's walking down the street. On the front, he's wearing a suit. On the back, naked skin.
Yeah.
808 KNBR, your thoughts?
It was like the mullet of a suit jacket. And then his back was exposed. Looked like he just got his
Business
back
in the
waxed.
front, party in the back.
Brazilian back wax for Joe Burrow.
Anyway, so, the Ayuk situation continues to ramp up. He's bringing in Jaden Daniels now as his ally. I love how Jaden Daniels is willing to be like, I got nothing going on. What do you need? Let's just go.
It's just his muscle this offseason, just showing up the podcast.
And I love how Ryan Clark said, Ayuk enters first and then wait for it. Give me my theme music. In walks Jaden Daniels.
My theme music.
In walks Jaden
You think
Daniels.
Jaden's got the boombox
Yes.
like he's Debo and Trent Williams walking into that podcast?
Man, for sure. So, is this all going to work on the 49ers? Once again, the Niners, as Matt Mayoko has told us and Mike Silver has told us, they have a contract for this year.
Mm-hmm.
It's $14 million, and the Niners can literally not make him, but just have him play under his contract.
Yeah. Brandon, if you want $14 million, you should probably show up.
Yeah.
And, of course, he wants more than that, but worst case scenario, he's the next Le'Veon Bell, where he decides to stand on business, not show up to training camp, miss out on an entire season, and then you saw his career drop off post-Steelers. Now, again, we're not comparing apples and apples, and I'm not saying he's going to be the next Le'Veon Bell, but this is a situation where he's getting himself into where in his mind, he believes he has the leverage, coming off of being a second-team all-pro wide receiver. Here's the thing, BA, you really don't have the leverage. You're under contract for a year. If the 49ers wanted to, they could franchise tag you for another year. Up to 2 seasons if they really wanted to. The 49ers could have control of Brandon Ayuk for the next 3 seasons under their terms. Yeah. Now, there are some negatives there. The cap space hit of what the franchise tag would be. Obviously, the 49ers would like to move some money around. That's the whole benefit of restructuring his contract this offseason. But after seeing the contracts that the other wide receivers got, the price tag has gone up on Brandon Ayuk.
Do you feel like just the player is ready to have a great season? Like, do you feel like he's entering his prime and can become a top 5 wide receiver going into this season? I mean, he and Purdy have been developing a tremendous amount of chemistry. He is young. He is getting better. Every year, his numbers get better and better. So is he the kind of guy that the Niners, let's look at it from his perspective. Because I see the Niners' perspective very easily. Yeah. We have you under contract, we can franchise you, et cetera. But is it maybe wise to sign him because in 2 years, him at 28 or 29 is a bargain because he is Justin Jefferson or Jamar Chase. I don't know if he has that potential.
I mean, that's the big question because when you gave Debo Samuel that contract for 23, 24 AAV, a lot of people were like, damn, that's a lot of money for a wide receiver, especially in this Kyle Shanahan system. Now you look around the rest of the wide receivers, Debo's dropped down to like the 10th highest paid wide receiver. Again, we see it all the time with quarterbacks. Now we're seeing it with wide receivers. They reset the market. Murph, to your point, who knows in 4 or 5 years if Ricky Pearsall is asking for a $40 million contract. Now, again, that's best case scenario that he develops and turns into a weapon. But when you're the 49ers, you're taking a look at this entire salary cap and how much you got to diversify your bonds. You got to pay Trent Williams. You got to pay Christian McCaffrey. Yeah. You got to pay Nick Bosa. You got to pay Fred Warner. You got to pay Brock Blanken Purdy. So they're going to have to make those decisions somewhere on the salary.
Which is why we've heard Matty Mayoko say, kick the can down the road. All right, the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line is revving with takes. 209 says, it would be one thing if it was a franchise that didn't play players, but our owner tries to put winners on the field. But it gets harder and harder to make these athletes happy, even when you pay them. 1 year later, they want a new contract anyway. Here's a guy standing up for the owners right there. 408 says the Niners screwed themselves by not signing Ayuk earlier this year. They could have had him for the $26 million if they just did the deal earlier.
Yeah, but when you look at the 49ers' track record, this is how they do business. Whether it's Nick Bosa or Debo, they go through the negotiations and let it play out. Now, the one benefit they had with Nick Bosa is there wasn't an explosion on the defensive end market. There wasn't guys being signed every other week, resetting that number and moving it up. The 49ers now are in a position where I don't think they were going to be in this offseason. When they started discussing those Brandon Ayuk contract extensions, I don't think they saw this coming, and now they're sitting here a little shell-shocked by what the market has developed into.
408 with an anti-Ayuk. It says first year of Ayuk's career was a red flag. Play out the contract. He's not a top 10 receiver. Marcus and I did this exercise about a month ago. We determined he was somewhere between 8 and 12. Was that it?
Yeah, somewhere in that range, in that tier, Murph.
Yeah. Serious stuff. 925 says, sounds so weird for Jaden Daniels to be there for any reason at all. So this is now interesting here. 619 says he's under contract. Franchise tag him next year just to piss him off. Oh, that's sort of a negative take right there.
Then you're dealing with team locker room cancers and whether or not it's going to be a distraction and kind of tear up that locker room.
707. The greed of these athletes is unreal. Take your $14 million and be happy. 707, I ask you, if you were in Brandon Ayuk's situation, wouldn't you want to leverage the one chance you have at age 25, 26? What is he, 25, 26? I forget what age he is. This is his chance, guys. He's not going to have this chance ever again.
But also, can't you make that argument that his chances next season, once his contract had expired and he fulfills his duties and
then
promises,
he could go on the open market?
Yeah, then he's actually on the open market.
If you bet on yourself, maybe. He is 26 years old. He just turned 26 in March. So, he's probably got, 4 premium years coming your way?
Yeah.
27, 26, NFL, 27, 28, 29?
Once you get to my age in the NFL, it's all downhill, Murph.
Hey, don't tell me that because Christian McCaffrey's getting close to your age. You see recently, who was it that said, was that Fresh Sound? I think I sent it to the thread where, who was it that said McCaffrey's the best player in the league? It was the defensive end, Miles Garrett. Miles Garrett.
I was going to say, was it me? I agree.
No, seriously, how about that? Can you see him? Miles Garrett says, he goes, other than me, CMC.
Other than me.
That's what he said.
It's a great compliment.
Yeah. So anyway, guys,
right.
That's the latest. Adam Schefter also commented on the Brandon Ayuk situation this morning on ESPN Radio.
Well, listen, he played with Jaden Daniels. I'm sure the two would love to get together. There were some conversations at one point between the 49ers and the Commanders. Commanders were interested, but they decided not to do that deal. And so the 49ers didn't want to move on from Brandon Ayuk anyway. And I know he spoke with Ryan Clark, RC there, but the fact of the matter is, despite the fact that he said the 49ers don't want him back anymore, that's just not true. They absolutely do want him back. And according to RC, they are meeting today. That meeting will involve the 49ers general manager, John Lynch, the head coach, Kyle Shanahan. They'll be meeting to have a nice discussion here before training camp is scheduled to kick off next month. We'll see what comes out of that meeting later today between all those sides.
Maybe we're counting on the great power of John Lynch, that once Brandon Ayuk's in a room with John Lynch, good things will happen.
Once he sees that Irish mug.
By the way, Lynch back from the Emerald Isle, I guess. If he's meeting with, I got to send him a text, see how it went.
Right? That's how they really should have figured out these negotiations. Should have sent out Brandon Ayuk to Ireland. Hit up a couple pubs with John Lynch.
Upstairs at Keogh's. They could have
they'll get a deal done there for sure.
Oh, for sure you get the deal. Guinness-stained contract for sure. 623 says, Jed York painted himself in a corner with his Brock Purdy contract comments when he said they'll pay the going rate. Those comments hurt the Niners with the Ayuk negotiations.
Yeah, that rate is also going up with these quarterback contracts coming
Brock's doing a football camp at Iowa State, running around, making kids happy.
Brock
like
for
the
kids.
Willie Mays of quarterbacks. 925 says, Brandon Ayuk does not have the physical attributes to be a top 5 receiver. Do you agree with that?
Well, it's interesting because B.A. is not the most physical wide receiver. He wins by route running. But you could also make the same argument for guys like Devontae Adams. He's not the most physical, a little bit bigger, probably has more hops. But Tyreek Hill's not the most physical. He's just got speed. There's different elements, and Brandon Ayuk is good enough with his route running ability to win and get open.
303 says top 10, top 5, top 80, whatever. He's good. Reach an agreeable number and call it a day. That's like me with the Rennell thing. I'm out there last night again. They got this woman out there, and God bless her. I'm not ripping her, but she's trying to sound like Rennell. And I was like, just bring back Rennell at this point. You know what I mean? I understand there's bad blood. I get it. You know what? Can we be adults here? Whatever beef you had, move on. Just bring her back. Yeah. We've proved our point. We've all pouted. Now bring her back.
You're right. The Bay Area would be better if we can figure out these situations with Klay Thompson, Brandon Ayuk, and Rennell.
Yeah.
The Bay would be better.
Who's going to sign first? Right? There you go. 559 says top-tier wide receivers don't win Super Bowls because they eat up too much cap room. Name a top 5 receiver to win one lately. Only Tyreek Hill.
Well, look at Tyreek Hill's absence from the Kansas City Chiefs and their decision to move on because they did not want to commit $30 million. And then year after year after year, it seems like the Kansas City Chiefs are reloading. Whether it's rookies or bringing in Hollywood Brown or the dude they drafted out of Texas this year, they're just getting wide receivers left and right.
Ricky Pearsall and Jacob Cowing. Yeah. Come on down. Last one is help me out on a meme here. 510 says Ayuk is the Wolverine meme on the Beb looking at a photo of Jaden Daniels. Now, what's that?
Oh, so there's a meme where, like, wherever you miss somebody, like Giants fans would have it for Buster Posey. It's like an old.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that.
You've seen that before,
Okay.
You got a memory in your eye.
All right, very good. Very good. All right, well, there's the Brandon Ayuk situation. You guys are up to date. He's in town meeting with Lynch. Shanahan, does something happen? We shall see, but we're going to get a podcast on Friday, too.
You're going to get this podcast.
You're going to get this podcast.
On Friday. All right, cooler of content next. We got J.J. Redick trying to sound tough out of Duke. And we once again, I think day 2 of the Canadian National Anthem with a twist.
Day 2.
And it might feature a What Did Young Tony Learn Today on KNBR 104.5 and 680 The Sports Leader.
Well, I mean, I think he's easily top 5 in this league. Easily.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Athletics' Tim Kawakami stopped by the Murph and JD show? Who? Yesterday morning in my absence to talk about Klay Thompson's absence from the Warriors this offseason and whether or not he thinks they will get a deal that brings back Klay to the Bay. To hear that podcast and more, check it out now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Are you enjoying?
Yeah.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the Cooler.
You are not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the Sports Leader.
All right, Cooler of content. Waterboy is back. Older man after his birthday. Good to have you back, buddy. And you weren't coming back until the Giants won a game.
No, Murph, I was protesting. I was kind of feeling a little bit like Blake Snell. I wasn't ready to come back until the Giants were winning ball games.
That's a whole other topic we'll talk about with Sean Estes. But Cooler of content, dive in. Some always fun variety sound that's burning up on your social media. It starts with Myles Garrett. We just talked about this one. I don't know where he was being interviewed, but they were talking about the NFL's top 100. Now, that usually comes out closer to the start of the season, doesn't it? Anyway, Myles Garrett offered his opinion, and it's local. Here it is.
Number one, for me, taking myself out of the equation, I'd say C-Mac.
Christian McCaffrey's the best player on the field, maybe the best player in the league.
Now you're talking. Breaks through tackles. He runs hard every single time. Couldn't really stop the guy. I mean, running the ball, receiving the ball. The guy can throw as well. He has dedicated himself to each facet of the game and making sure he's as valuable to his team as possible. He's like a renaissance man.
Myles Garrett. Whoa. Where were you when Christian only got bumped up to, was it 16 or what did he get from 16 to 19 or 14 to 16?
Oh, in the top 100 last year?
No, I'm talking about his salary.
Oh.
Because remember, he held out.
Yeah, true.
He didn't hold out, but he renegotiated.
Myles Garrett should have been in the building.
Myles Garrett, they should have walked. You know what? Christian McCaffrey should have done a podcast with Ryan Clark where he walked in, and 2 seconds later, Myles Garrett walked in. Right there.
Dude, thank you. I'm sorry. I'm just still distracted about where that clubhouse music came in.
Was that Dom Dalla? Was that Down Under Dom?
Christian McCaffrey's the best player.
You missed it yesterday.
On the
Over the
field,
weekend, this guy went to see an Australian EDM guy at Bill Graham Civic.
Nice.
He goes, Dom Dalla from Australia, so I'm calling him Down Under Dom.
Down Under Dom. Dude, I liked it.
Was that you at the Civic Center Saturday night? Was that you, buddy?
It's good stuff, yeah. He didn't play that one, no.
Is it good stuff?
Well, I like it. It's fun. I can tell you, I was getting flashbacks. I heard that EDM music, and then I hear Greg Pop in the background. I thought it was New Year's in Vegas all over again.
G-Pop will find a rave.
Christian McCaffrey's the best player on the field. Maybe.
Wow, how about that? Just testament from Myles Garrett. And by the way, did he tell any lies?
No, I think he's spitting facts. Yeah. He's telling truth. Christian McCaffrey is the best offensive player, and you can make the argument best player in football.
I mean, we've defaulted MVP to a quarterback every freaking year. MVP is quarterback. MVP is quarterback. It's MVQ. It's MVQ is what it is. When in reality, maybe McCaffrey should have won it. Maybe. All right.
I don't disagree.
J.J. Redick, though, he's trying to be tough. He's down there. By the way, what a pretty boy. My God, in his suit and his hair. He's trying so hard to be the new Pat Riley, right? That's what they hoped. I read all this stuff. They hope he's the new Pat Riley. I'm like, why? Just because he's like a pretty boy white guy with a haircut?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Is that it?
Didn't Pat Riley have more experience?
Yes.
He's coaching a fourth grade boys basketball team.
Pat Riley's probably about 100 million times tougher than J.J. Redick, too. So, but anyway, here's J.J. Hey, kids, cover your ears because when you go to a Laker press conference, you might get some F-bombs. Here it is.
What misconceptions or concerns about you that you've heard in the last few weeks are you the most looking forward to dispelling when you're the coach?
It's a valid question, and I've certainly heard everything. It's been a really interesting 6 weeks or so, just in terms of being part of the engagement farming industry. It's been really interesting. However, I don't really have a great answer for your question because I really don't give a like, honestly. I want to coach the Lakers. I want to coach the team. I don't want to dispel anything. I don't. I want to become a great coach in the NBA, and I want to win championships, and I want my players to maximize their careers. That's all I care about.
All of a sudden, the guy's, Quentin Tarantino.
Yeah, bad boy JJ Redick.
You know what? Let's beat this guy's A.
Oh.
All right, let's beat it.
Well, Murph, it seems like they're buying it down in L.A. Tony kind of gave me the look, too. You can hear a guy in the background just scream out, "I love that," in the middle of the cut.
How about him using the phrase engagement farming industry? Bro.
Just say you worked in the media.
I just literally had to Google what is the engagement farming industry, and AI tells me it's a social media trend where users try to increase their engagement numbers to gain more followers.
Oh, yeah. This is like when you get the hot take 49er beat writers that go, "Oh, Kyle Shanahan needs to be fired."
Oh, is that the EFI, the engagement farming industry?
Yeah, you just throw out bad takes and you try to troll people to click on your article, and next thing you know, you got clicks. You're, what do they call it? Farming for
You're
engagement.
EFI.
Yeah, you're EFI.
I just invented that. You're EFI. Oh, man. Double thumbs down on that. Another one, though, this made us laugh. He actually talked about not podcasting with LeBron. Some guy in the back of the room. You got to hear. Listen for the guy in the back who just goes like, check this out. Listen for the groan.
That you have a very close relationship with LeBron. He could have done a podcast with anybody in the world. He chose to do it with you. What was his advice to you throughout this whole coaching search process?
He didn't provide any advice. LeBron and I did not talk about the Lakers job until Thursday afternoon, about 30 minutes after I was offered the job. And that was very intentional on both our parts. I knew I had an understanding that he did not want to be involved in this. And for me, I didn't want to go down the path of hypotheticals with someone that I consider a friend and someone that I have a great amount of respect for. So for us, it just came down to Thursday afternoon.
This guy. Come on, man. You gotta
talked to him for about 15, 20 minutes and got off the phone.
We never spoke once. And the guy in the back just calling complete BS.
Get the hell out of here.
I need that. We need to get that guy in the show. Is that Bobby Ramos?
Yo.
Bottom Line. Do you guys remember that guy, Bobby Ramos, Bottom Line Sports? Remember that?
No.
Oh, that predated you? Oh, man, that was about 10, 15 years ago. There was a guy who used to show up at all these events. Bobby Ramos, Bottom Line Sports. And we used to
I think I do remember NBA Finals guy, yeah.
That guy sounds like he might be Bobby Ramos. Here it is.
Until Thursday afternoon.
Dude, JJ Redick, chill out, bro. Take a warm glass and shut the hell up.
Oh, man.
LeBron didn't have any impact in your decision.
All right, second straight day we're doing O Canada. Before we get to Sean Estes, I'm so obsessed with O Canada at hockey Stanley Cup Finals because the crowd goes crazy. But here's the catch. They brought out Alanis Morissette. Bro, that is A-list, man. That is A-list. Alanis Morissette, the iconic 90s pop star. Although I asked you, I asked JJ Curley, and I asked Tony, and you guys are all like,
yeah,
don't know her.
I drew blanks at first, Murph. I Googled her, and she definitely looks familiar.
Let's first play. Listen to the Edmonton Oilers crowd in Miami over singing her, and she's the icon. And they're like, we're doing this, not you. Check it out.
Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Listen to the fans.
God, keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
It's incredible, man. I get the goosebumps every time. These fans, they're like, we're doing it. You're following us.
We'll take the lead here.
They're like, we love you, Alanis, but we're going ahead. Man. We're going ahead without you, man. So, and then she sang the American anthem because she's a dual citizen. So I thought that was pretty awesome. So to me, she's just a gigantic name to get for that. And I was going to run this by Young Tone. So when I say the name you don't know,
I'm in the same boat as Marcus and JJ Curley. I did hear a couple songs, and then they jogged in memory.
Let's go with her first hit, You Ought to Know. You Ought to Know. This would be gigantic in the 90s here. A revenge song on a boyfriend here. Take a listen.
Oh, of course.
Okay, you down with this one?
Of course I know the song.
You know the whole story?
No.
It's the guy from Full House. Because everybody's like, who's she singing about? Because she's pissed. And she's talking about when you keep playing that, when the girlfriend, there's some juicy lyrics in there. Some juicy lyrics about movie theaters and scratching and all
do
that.
we know what member of Full House? We talking
Yes.
Uncle Jesse?
Uncle Dave. The guy who wore the Red Wings jersey.
Wow.
Yeah. I forget his name again. Dave Coolio or something like
She
that.
went
or
for
whatever.
Dave, huh?
The guy in the Red Wings jersey, the kind of blondish guy.
Mm-hmm.
Pippi's like, how can Uncle Dave cause that kind of reaction? You know what I mean? Yeah, this is good stuff. And then, are we going to go in the theater here? Are we going to? Okay. That's pretty good. Then, the other one, come on. One of the biggest hits of the 90s. The ironic song, because it's called Isn't That Ironic, but nothing she says is truly ironic. It's just a series of unfortunate incidents. You guys know this one?
Yeah, I know this track.
All right. So you back with us, Young Tone?
Yeah, this is the one for me.
Okay, all right. Well, that's Alanis Morissette. So to get her to sing the anthem, I thought was a pretty good A-list grab by the NHL. The NHL was booming. Game 7 got everybody's attention. Everybody was into it. They got freaking Alanis Morissette down there singing, and the fans are like, now we're going to sing this. You follow us. So,
and I learned this morning that she's out here writing songs about Uncle Joey from Full House.
Oh, that's it, Uncle Joey. Okay, my bad. I don't know my Full House Stone Cold.
Well,
it's the guy.
Tanner,
He wore a Red
Uncle
Wings
Jesse
jersey.
and Uncle Joey. Uncle Joey was more the comedian.
Yes,
Uncle Jesse
that
was
guy.
like the rock star.
But see, you look at that guy, Uncle Joey, and you're like, no, who was Stamos?
Stamos was Uncle Jesse.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
he was
it
like the rock
more
star
sort of
guitar
nerdy
player.
uncle.
Yeah, the comedic relief.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
The fact that she would get that upset and actually delve into their sexual history on that song is kind of shocking.
I don't need to
maybe
think
he's
about
got
that.
maybe he's got more game than we realize.
Yeah,
All right?
uh-huh. Sorry, Uncle Joey. I was unfamiliar with your game.
Anyway, yeah, very good. Perfect way to end the Cooler of content. All right, Jay, thank you, JJ Redick, Miles Garrett, and Alanis Morissette, and Canadian fans. Sean Estes next on the Sports Leader.
Until Thursday afternoon.
Now, back to Murph and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Oh, there we go. We go from Alanis's dual anthems last night to the ton of texters saying that she lives in Lafayette. Hey, Alanis, if you're listening, give us a call. That was fun. And again, nothing here is truly ironic, just a series of unfortunate incidents. There's a fly in my Chardonnay. It's a bummer. All right, guys. Giants, isn't it, well, ironic that they won on Willie Mays night? No, that doesn't work. It was beautiful that they won on Willie Mays night, although it took them too long. They lost 5 games after Willie left us. But let's talk about it with Sean Estes. It's great to have Sean. We always love having Sean on. And he's on the Yuma guest line. Sean, first and foremost, welcome back and good morning. And how you doing, man?
Hey, morning, Sean.
Good morning, guys. I'm doing great. Yeah, it was a fun game last night.
Really was.
Like you said, they waited too long, but last night was fantastic.
I know you've probably said him on NBC Sports Bay Area or the radio, but what is your signature Willie Mays story from being a Giant back in the Candlestick days even?
Well, I mean, both of them one of them happened in spring training, as a matter of fact. I talked about this last night a couple times, but my head baseball coach grew up in Antioch, and he was a huge Giants fan, and more important, the biggest Willie Mays fan that I knew at the time growing up. And, he would talk about Willie all the time. And so he came down to spring training one year to see me pitch, and Willie was there, as you would do quite often, come down to spring training and hold court and just be around the guys, because that's what Willie loved to do. He loved to be around baseball. And so I said, this is a perfect opportunity for me to take my coach in and introduce him to Willie Mays. So I pulled him out of the stands before the game, and I said, hey, I want you to meet somebody. No idea who I was going to introduce him to. Thought maybe Dusty Baker or somebody, maybe a player. But I walked him into the clubhouse, and there's Willie Mays, and I walked him up to Willie, and I could just tell right away he was just like, he looked at me like in shock. Like, you've got to be kidding me. Like, give me some warning on this, right? Because now I don't even know what the heck I'm going to do. I go, that's even better, right? The unexpected. And so I introduced Willie to my head baseball coach, and he's a guy that very confident guy, very talkative, and had nothing to say to Willie. Like, just locked him up. Like, he was speechless. And Willie shook his hand and was very, very nice and asked him a bunch of questions. And I couldn't see, for the first time in my life that I knew my coach, I couldn't believe that the guy couldn't get a word out. And then we walked away a little bit later, and so he's like, thank you so much. He's like, I was in awe. And it was just the impact that he had, on people, that grew up watching him play, and just the bigger than life persona that he represented. So I just asked him, I said, that was pretty cool. He's like, yeah, he's like, I couldn't believe how big and strong his hands were. He's like, he crushed my hand. And this is like, Willie's probably, I would say in the 70s at the time, and still had that firm handshake, strong hands. And that's what he took out of it. Cause he says, I was like, I went dark for a minute, because he said, I was in such awe of his presence. And, but he did remember the handshake and the strength of his hands. And I think that's what, we talked about last night, Willie swinging a 35, and just had tremendous strength. He wasn't a big guy, but man, he had some strong hands, and that's what my coach remembered. But that was one incident, or one instance where, you see how big of person, like just how big of a celebrity or an icon or whatever it was to people, especially people that grew up watching him play. I unfortunately didn't get a chance to do that, but I think I took it for granted, that Willie was around every day, and having interactions with players, and very approachable, would sign autographs for anybody. You kind of take it for granted because we didn't understand how big of a figure he was. I mean, you see, there's not enough video of him out there doing what he does, but the people that grew up, in the Bay Area, or really in New York for that matter, they definitely put him on the highest pedestal ever.
Sean Estes, great story, man. Love that. And by the way, we are proudly sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think, Marcus.
Sean, how important was last night's win, not only to honor the life of Willie Mays, but to also end that 5-game losing streak?
Yeah, they had to win, right? I mean, it just seemed like it. It just seemed like it didn't look good early. Obviously, Justin Steele was dealing, and Giants offense was flat, and you're just thinking they can't lose on Willie's night, right? They just can't. Everybody's wearing 24. It just what a buzzkill that would have been, to have to go into that clubhouse after a loss, and just a terrible loss in a 6-game losing streak, and had one since Willie passed, and it was important, obviously, to end the losing streak, but just more important for the morale of the team. I mean, we talked a couple times this year about just kind of hitting rock bottom at that point. And the last time, I think it was when they went 6 games under 500 after they lost to the Dodgers. And that would have been a rock bottom moment, I feel like, last night had they lost that game. But I just kind of thought that how fitting it was that they scratched and clawed and they had to fight their way to a victory, because that's what Willie had to do, from the time he came into baseball. He came in during a time when, it wasn't easy for black players to play, and they obviously weren't even allowed to play, and in the major leagues. And then he had to fight his way, and he was a fighter. I mean, yeah, he had fun, and he always had a smile on his face, and he played with flair, and looked like he was enjoying himself. But there was a lot of adversity he had to go through to become who he was. So I think that the Giants had adversity last night, and they met it head on, and they won in very Willie Mays fashion. They had to fight their way to the finish line.
Sean, from that great romantic story there to just a bummer story, Blake Snell, lefty. Maybe you could explain a lefty to us. I don't know, man. Obviously, health issues are real. We get it. But his comments to Andy Bagley and Shayna Rubin were pretty stark. He's like, they're trying. He didn't say. They kind of said they're trying to rush me back, and I'm not ready. Seemed alarming. It's been lost sort of in the Willie Mays news. What did you make of it?
Yeah, I can't really explain lefties because I can't figure out myself. So it's really tough to figure out other lefties because I think that we're all a little bit off, But, yeah, I'm not quite sure what to make of Blake Snell. I mean, he's had a lot going on within this year, and you have to kind of feel a little empathetic toward a guy like that, only because, his agent kind of put him behind the 8 ball to start with. And then he never gets on a roll, and he gets hurt. And then he's got a kid on the way, and then he leaves the team and doesn't have the kid. I don't know what happened there, but then he comes back, he doesn't pitch well, and then he gets hurt again, and then he has his kid. So there's just been a lot going on upstairs with Blake Snell this year, I think. And I don't think that right now he's at a place mentally where he feels like he can contribute to the team. And personally, obviously the comments, that you don't want to say that even if you're feeling it, right? If the team needs you and you say that, I feel like I'm almost, if you read between the lines, just saying they're pressuring me to come back. But here's the thing is that, do you really want Blake Snell back right now at 75%? I mean, him at 100% this year, it wasn't that good, right? So, this is a situation where he can go down there and he can get right mentally, he can get right physically, and without the pressures of trying to win a baseball game. So I would say that I'm okay with him getting a few more starts down in AAA, but I think the comments were, I think people are going to be a little bit put off by the comments just because they feel like that, he's not a gamer, right? And he's not a team player. But I don't want Blake Snell at 75%. Like, what good is that going to do? Blake Snell at 100% wasn't great. Blake Snell at 100% was going to give you 5 innings. They can find someone to go give you 5 innings right now, right? I mean, they got starters down in AAA that can get that done. I mean, they're built up to 100 pitches, and some guys are throwing the ball pretty well right now. So I'd rather go with that option. And then when Blake Snell's ready to go and he can contribute to the big leagues, and then you got Robbie Ray and Blake Snell coming out after the All-Star break, as long as you can tread water till then and stay in it, then you get 2 quality starters, not just quality, but past Cy Young Award winning starters coming in after the break, and then you have a rotation. So I was a little bit I was a little bit surprised by Blake Snell's comments, but I'm okay that he's not pitching in the big leagues his next start.
Yeah, definitely a lot of questions surrounding Blake Snell, which leads to a lot of questions about that starting rotation. You mentioned all the injuries. Giants currently only have 2 healthy starting pitchers in that rotation. Last night, they got the job done with the bullpen game. I thought Spencer Howard pitched phenomenal, but it seems like they're lined up for another bullpen game today. And, Sean, I guess my question would be is how sustainable, how much longer can this team tread water with these bullpen games when this bullpen has thrown more innings than any other team in Major League Baseball?
They can't. I mean, there's no other way to explain it. You just physically can't do it. I mean, you can get away with it and that's why last night I was a little bit surprised that they didn't go with Howard after Miller, because you can get away with the bullpen games if the guy that's coming in second is giving you 5 innings. In essence, it's really a starter, but he's just not pitching the first inning, which I understand the whole opener theory. You get one of your high leverage relievers to go and face, the top part of the order and potentially a little bit of the middle part of the order. So it's a little softer landing for your bulk inning guy. I understand that, but your bulk inning guy has got to come in right away, because that way you have the potential of getting 5, and now you're through 6 innings, and then you have to use 3 guys. And at the most you've used 3, 4, or 5 guys in that, but you can't. It's not sustainable to go out there and use, 5, 6, 7 relievers in a bullpen game. And a lot of it's the back-to-back stuff as well. I was talking to Sergio last night because I've never pitched in the bullpen, so I just wanted to know the mindset of like what really is a big workload for the bullpen. And he said, well, it's the back-to-backs, but more important, it's the getting up in the bullpen and not coming in games. And so you add that into the mix. And those are outings you don't even see the bullpen throw. And now you're looking at guys that have, first and second and 10th in the league in appearances, and a couple guys right behind them. And then you got a taxed bullpen when it comes August and September, the dog days of August, when the weather starts to get pretty hot, after going through a hot July. And now you're trying to make a run to the playoffs in September, and you need those fresh arms down in the bullpen, especially your high leverage guys. And we remember Boach, that's when he leaned heavily on the core 4, in championship years, because he used them really well. They didn't have to worry. They had starters that could go deep in games, and you had fresh arms. So right now it's not sustainable. I don't know how they're going to navigate it here. Obviously, they're probably going to go bullpen game today, and then they're set up for another one tomorrow. So, we'll have to see. They have some arms in AAA, and that's the unfortunate part about relievers is that dependable. So other than the guys that are pitching well, and are guys that you're going to use in high leverage situations, they feel like that it can be a revolving door, and you can fill them in with AAA guys. And if you have that kind of depth, that works. I mean, we had a chance to see Burgos last night, but Luke Jackson's got to pitch better too. I mean, that's just, I don't know what's going on with him, but he's got to pitch better because he's more of a gap bridger, bridging the gap towards to get the back 4 guys. So, yeah, I think right now the workload is really the issue. I think Bob Melvin understands that, but they're out there trying to win games, and they're trying to piece it together as they go. And when you have 2 starters right now, it's really tough to navigate, and guys that obviously you don't have a ton of confidence in AAA.
Laid it out beautifully, man, from the Willie Mays story to the crisis and on the mound. So always great catching up, Sean. Love seeing you on TV. We'll see you tonight, and thanks for hopping on, man.
Yeah, thanks, Sean.
Okay, guys. My pleasure.
Good stuff. The great Sean Estes. Hey, speaking of greats, Monty Poole joins Papa and Lund at 12:30 this afternoon, and Mark Spears.
Hey.
NBA free agency, Clay, Dunleavy, next on The Sports Leader. We got Tuesday morning Steve Moskowitz on the line right now live to talk to us about what to do when you have unfiled tax returns.
Thanks. This is a real common situation. It affects all kinds of people. And the bottom line is, take your frustration and let us handle it for you. I know you feel like you're 1,000 feet underwater and you say, but Steve, I don't have the money to pay the taxes. What am I going to do? No problem. We want to make a deal for you. Or, Steve, I don't have the records. How am I going to fill out the tax forms? No problem. We'll get all the records the IRS and state has on you. The bottom line is this. This is a totally fixable problem. Don't let one of these new IRS agents ruin your life, your business, your marriage. Let us get you in shape. We have a 4th of July holiday coming up next week, so we're having a special. For any new clients that retain us this week for your 23 income tax returns, we're going to give you 10% off the fee. And you say, but Steve, what about the taxes I can't pay? If you owe 23 taxes, we'll give you 10% off of that fee as well. The bottom line is, let us help you enjoy the 4th of July holiday and put this tax problem away from you.
Sounds like a special deal. That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, shifting gears from the Giants' win last night to Mike Dunleavy, Klay Thompson, the NBA draft, and the Warriors' future. Mark Spears is our guy, of course, our Warriors NBA insider for KNBR, of course, senior NBA writer for Anscape and ESPN. He's in New York for the draft. We got the draft, not the sexiest draft in the history of the world, but hey, maybe the Warriors will find something sexy at number 52, which will be, by the way, on Thursday. They're doing a 2-day draft, Wednesday, day 1, Thursday, day 2. Mike Dunleavy talked about that as a new development, too. But first and foremost, good morning, Mark. You got your boy Murph. You got your boy Marcus. How you doing, man?
What's up, Mark?
Oh, man. I'm out here in New York. Was at a building last night on the 110th floor.
110?
Overlooking the whole city. Yeah, it was pretty incredible, man. You could see the New World Trade Center and, the Statue of Liberty and Empire State Building. I was way above them. Yeah, it was pretty cool to see an event for Alex Sarr with the Australian NBL league that he played in, and he got interviewed by Kenny Smith, which is really cool. And it's just the draft is tomorrow. In about 2 hours, all the prospects will be doing interviews. The ones that will be in the green room, it won't include Bronny James, but I hear he may be coming to town, which, we'll see if the Warriors select him on Thursday, right, with the 52nd pick. But I do think, looking at this draft, it's going to be very, very unpredictable. It doesn't appear sexy at the time, but I think 5 years from now, you'll be like, oh, that was a really good draft. And to me, the only thing that seems predictable is that I would expect Bronny to get drafted by the Lakers at 55.
Wow, that would be definitely newsworthy for sure. There's a lot of different news threads. By the way, how about thinking about we talked to Mark on the shores of Senegal, sipping mint tea, and now here he is in the 110th floor looking down on the Statue of Liberty. Just a kid from Cherry Park, right, in San Jose.
Hey, there you go. Who would have thought, right?
Hard work and a notebook will take you far, not to mention spring.
Going to Tijuana and Vancouver as a kid was pretty cool.
Yeah, it was. And by the way, that's what gets you to Springfield, Massachusetts, too, brother. So, hey, I know all politics is local. So Mike Dunleavy spoke yesterday. He said he wanted to keep the Klay Thompson stuff private. Anthony Slater of The Athletic reported over the weekend that there's no offer on the table and that Klay's exit looks closer than ever before, but it's not a done deal. But what's the Mark Spears read on the reports, the rumors, and as we bear down on Klay Thompson's big weekend, how you feeling about it?
I just wonder what the options are for him, right? Like, it just there's not a lot of teams that have money. I guess, you hear like Oklahoma City and Orlando, and maybe Philly, right? But, like, it's not teams that, other than them three, there's not a lot of options of teams that are going to be great teams. And to me, assuming there'll be some offer on the table at some point, you don't leave here unless you're going to a place where you can compete for a championship and a place that really, really wants you, right? To me, he has to think of it in one of two ways. It's either a Ray Allen move, and it can't be a Tony Parker move. And what I mean by that is, like, Ray Allen, although Ray had played for several different teams, during the twilight of his career, he departed to the Miami Heat and had the most memorable shot made in Miami Heat history, right? Had an excellent career there, won a championship, basically was the reason why they ended up winning that championship over the Spurs with his big shot. Then you look at Tony Parker's situation, where this is, to me, what Klay probably should read up on, and I think he should be a little concerned about. Tony Parker was basically told by Popovich that, you're not going to start. You're going to be behind DeJounte Murray. and they didn't have a big number for him, but they had a contract offer for him. And so he ended up signing with a friend, Michael Jordan, to sign with the Hornets, like a 2-year, $16 million deal. He was like, well, if I'm going to come off the bench, at least I could go somewhere where it's not San Antonio, where I'm not, where it might be a little embarrassing. And he goes to Charlotte, for the money, because it was more money than what he was going to get in San Antonio. And he hated it. It wasn't competitive. They weren't as, as an elite franchise and took care of their players the same way they did in San Antonio. There was no culture there. And he basically is the only NBA player I know of who had a year or more left on he had a year left on his contract, and he walked away and he retired. And he actually had a good season, but he was like, he just didn't enjoy it. They weren't competing for anything. And so that's my worry with Klay is like, Klay's made a lot of money. I think perhaps he should give the Warriors a little break because of them taking care of him when he was hurt. But it's like, do you want to just go somewhere for the money that's not going to be in a competitive situation? Because if you do that, I just don't think it will be enjoyable, and it'll end up being a mistake. So I think he's in a really, really precarious position. I think he should be patient because I don't think he's going to be a free agent and maybe not a B free agent. And those kind of guys might have to wait a couple weeks before everything gets sorted out. So I think the Warriors are playing poker with this situation. Probably will give him an offer that may not be the greatest offer in the world, but compared to like what he has available, it might be the best thing for him to do. So if I was a betting man, I kind of feel like by default he'll end up coming back.
That's good stuff, man. Great breakdown, full breakdown. And by the way, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Mark Spears with a full handicap on the Klay Thompson situation, Marcus.
Yeah, and Mark, I'm just curious about what you think the market is going to look like for Klay Thompson once NBA free agency kicks off, what the contract offer is going to look like, what's a fair offer from the Warriors, and ultimately, will Klay Thompson leave this team if another team does blow the Warriors' bid out of the water?
Man, that's a lot of questions.
Yeah.
Shoot, let me figure this one out. I just don't think for Klay that there's a lot of options out there. Because to me, I don't think rebuilding options. I think winning options. And then, as I mentioned before, like, okay, like, who wants him? Who, and so there's two ways of looking at it. Like, there are people that say, well, he might be on the back end, like he was old for 17, 18, whatever he was, or for 11, right? Against Sacramento, do you stick on that? Or I've been told not to put too much on how somebody played in the playoffs, and I think he was second leading scorer after the All-Star break. So he did show that he could still play on a high level. But, I mean, like, Klay is an interesting guy. He's a different cat. Like, so there's a personality aspect of it, too, that you got to, you can't drive your boat to the game in Oklahoma City.
That's true.
Unless you get a duck boat with the wheels on it. Like, so, I mean, there's going to be a change there. There's going to be, how do you want to impact your legacy with the Warriors? It's I talked to Kobe Bryant and Dirk about, playing, or Tim Duncan about playing with one team and what that could mean. It's just, I kind of feel for him, man. I mean, this is what happens at the end of your career. You're not the homecoming king anymore, right? Your reality sets in, business sets in, and I don't know who's. To me, that's why I think he needs to be patient, because I don't think he's a guy that signs the first day, right? Like, you know how free agency is, that wink, wink, doing things behind the scenes. And suddenly, when the clock strikes and it's open, there's 10 deals already done. Like, yeah. I don't think it's going to be like that for Klay. It might be a week. It could be 2 weeks, right? And I just think that, teams with money are gonna exercise other things first, and then okay, Clay's still available, right? Like you know what I mean? I just really expect it to be a frustrating and uneasy process for him, for the Warriors, which that's why I feel like ultimately he ends up coming back, because I think the Warriors end up putting something not great but probably fair. And I could see Clay, who certainly could get annoyed quite easy. You guys know, just being like, man, what do the Warriors want? I'll just stay here. You know what I mean? I don't see him being like super loving this process unless there's a team. There has to be a team that not only has money, but truly, like, they got to court him. They got to show that they want him. And at this stage of his career, is there a team out there that really wants Clay that badly? We'll see.
Man, oh man, I so bums me out to hear you say it's going to take a couple weeks. I want resolution, but boy, we're going to have to be patient.
I could be wrong.
Yeah.
Like don't.
I know. But you're right. It could be.
I just don't think he's that.
Right.
He's not the marquee name, right? He's not those guys. But at his situation, those things get kind of sorted out later.
Right. Yeah. No, it's kind of funny to think of Clay not as a marquee name. One more thing Mike Dunleavy said yesterday that was interesting to me was he said, in his view, there's no dominant team in the NBA, and that everybody's got a chance, and we can turn this around really quickly. It was like, oh, okay. And the Celtics are like, wait, we're starting a dynasty. And the Nuggets are like, wait, a year ago we were starting a dynasty. But do you agree with Dunleavy saying everybody's got a chance? You know, he cited the Heat going to the finals 2 years ago, Dallas making it as a 5 seed, but and that the Warriors can be in that group that can, quote, turn it around pretty quickly?
It depends on what he does. What is he going to do, right? Like, who is he going to get? It has to be somebody marquee. So to me, that tells me there's an expectation of some kind of major move, which I think gets done quick, or gets done before anything gets done, say with Clay. But, I mean, I don't totally agree with that. To me, there's like 5 teams, and the Warriors are not one of them. They didn't even make the playoffs last year. So the Warriors are going to be in a championship situation. I think they need to do 2 big moves, not just one. You know, you lost Poole. We don't talk enough about how much they lost. They lost DiVincenzo too, and you see what he's doing, you know, with the Knicks. I just think there needs to be, come training camp, somebody that's like so big that suddenly their jerseys is being sold the next day. It has to be a huge name. Paul George, I don't see that happening. But whether it's like DeRozan or Levine or, one of the guys from the Hawks, right? Like DeJounte Murray, I don't know who it is, but it has to be some Jimmy Butler. It has to be one big name, and I think one strong complementary name. And there's going to be a lot of competition for these people. So no, I don't agree with him, because I got to see what the Warriors are doing. So is he telling us that the Warriors are doing 2 major moves? Maybe so. But until that happens, I mean, playoffs,
right?
Championship, come on, man. This is Steph Curry and the Miracles right now, based on what that roster looks like.
Yeah, Mark, you brought up the name Paul George. There are reports out this morning that the Warriors are interested in trading for him. How realistic do you think that trade option is?
I was interested in going on a date with Halle Berry 10 years ago.
Really?
Too.
Yeah. How'd that go?
You know?
How'd that go?
Didn't happen, and I'm married now. So
no Paul George to the Warriors then.
No, I mean, it just seems far-fetched. Like, you think the Clippers want to help them out? Like, Paul has to say, hey, I want to go here. You know, what kind of beautiful assets? Like, I mean, to me, that says the Clippers get Kuminga, right? So, I mean, I think with the Jordan Poole situation, it tells you that they're not scared to make a move if they really, really, are pushed to do that. And I think a Paul George is worthy of a Kuminga. But again, they're Western Conference and divisional rivals. I don't know, man. I'd like to be wrong for the Warriors' sake because Paul's a great guy and a great player, and I know he's had some injury issues, but I think he's special. He's going to be a Hall of Famer, and that's the kind of player that the Warriors need. I do think that Paul will have a lot of suitors too. So how do the Warriors get ahead of that? To me, it's like in free agency, it goes fast, right? Trades go fast. Put your energy in something that's realistic, and to me, that doesn't seem realistic at the point.
Yeah, good stuff. Yeah, I mean, that's like you said, big moves, what's going to happen. You didn't make the playoffs last year. All that stuff's true. Hey, we'll end it on this. Marcus brought this up right before you hopped on. You're from San Jose, but I'm pretty sure based on age, you did not see Willie Mays play. But I wonder if your dad or mom or uncle or aunt or grandpa, was there a Mays? Or just you as a sports fan?
Yeah, no, my dad was a casual sports fan. He liked the St. Louis Cardinals. So he'd tell you about Lou Brock, and I used to go watch the Cardinals play in the 80s, Candlestick Park.
Oh, yeah.
And I saw Cardinals play opening day against the Dodgers. But, I mean, obviously Willie Mays was a huge, huge icon. I never got a chance to meet him. Wish I did. As a kid, it's kind of strange. I used to get autographs all the time from old-timers. I was a huge baseball fan, so I got, like, Herman Killebrew's autograph and Cool Papa Bell,
Ooh,
Pete Rose.
That's cool.
Sandy Koufax. There used to be this book, so this is dating me too. Believe it or not, you used to be able to go in a bookstore and buy a book with every athlete, baseball, they had baseball one, NFL one, I think they had an NBA one, where they had all their addresses. And you could, like, write them and get their addresses. So I have these amazing, autographs at my house that I got when I was a little kid. And my dad would give me the stamps, and, I got Hank Aaron. I didn't get Willie Mays' autograph. I think I might have sent something to him. But everything I heard about him was just a beautiful man, caring person, very giving, very loving. And, certainly he's missed, but I really wish he could have been at Rickwood last week. That would have been beautiful. But, I mean, his legacy was already there long ago. I saw something that somebody said they're talking about naming the street after him or something. I'm like, you probably should have did that 30 years ago. That statue, man, that's everything you need to know. Like, anybody that has a statue in a prominent place in front of an arena, like, I expect Steph Curry to have a statue like that in the future. But to me, that speaks volume on such a storied franchise that he is the one that is in front of it.
So true. By the way, just real quick, I know we're out of time. Have you ever been to Birmingham?
Yeah, I was there actually last year. I did not. It was interesting. I was there for the National Association of Black Journalists Convention.
Okay.
And I didn't realize that they actually have a Negro League Baseball museum there too.
Yeah.
And so I checked it out. It was fantastic. I didn't get a chance to see Rickwood because it was closed, but I learned a tremendous amount about Negro League Baseball at the museum, and would highly suggest that anybody that gets to Birmingham, like, there's so many very intriguing, some of them sad museums in Alabama, but definitely go to that. It's not that big, but it's very strong museum, Negro League Museum in Birmingham.
The EJI, the Equal Justice Initiative Museum, did you go to that?
Oh, no, I wish I could.
Oh, man. I guess there's a whole new stuff about the legacy.
Yeah, I need to get.
Yeah.
I'm not, in a rush to get to Alabama anytime soon.
No, I know.
If I do, if anything, I want to go out there and, there's the lynching museum. There's all, I didn't get to walk around the Pettit Bridge. There's a lot that I need to do.
Yeah, it's all good as long as you've been down there. All right, just wanted to check in on that. Hey, man, enjoy the view at the top of New York City. Look forward to your coverage of the draft. Always great, Mark. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Mark.
All right, fellas. Take care.
All right, Mark Spears says Paul George is not realistic, and John Joe Curley says that's your next segment.
Talk about it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Warriors are reportedly interested in Paul George. Mark Spears just told us he thinks it's an unrealistic option. Give us your take. 808 KNBR is a number. Shoot us a text or check in on the KNBR socials.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Dub Nation, Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
No, I mean, it just seems far-fetched. I think the Clippers want to help them out. Like, Paul has to say, hey, I want to go here. You know, what kind of beautiful assets. Like, I mean, to me, that says the Clippers get Kuminga, right? So, I mean, I think with the Jordan Poole situation, it tells you that they're not scared to make a move if they really, really, you know, are pushed to do that. I think a Paul George is worthy of a Kuminga. But again, you know, they're Western Conference and divisional rivals. I don't know, man. I'd like to be wrong for the Warriors' sake because Paul's a great guy and a great player. And I know he's had some injury issues, but I think he's special. He's going to be a Hall of Famer, and that's the kind of player that the Warriors need. To me, it's like, put your energy in something that's realistic. And to me, that doesn't seem realistic at the point.
Good cut from Mark Spears, who just joined us from New York City. He's getting ready for the NBA draft. And Mark Spears saying, okay, you guys want Paul George? Well, as my dad used to say to me all the time, Marcus, people in hell want ice water. He used to say that. Yeah. I said, Dad, I want this, I want that. He go, yeah, people in hell want ice water. Pipe down. Yeah. All right. By the way, we are proudly sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. By the way, I haven't seen Curly. Did I hurt his feelings?
Oh, John
okay?
Curly. No, he's out here cutting up that Mark Spears audio.
I feel like he's impervious to getting his feelings hurt.
Some people want ice water in hell. John Joe Curly wants you to talk about Klay Thompson.
No, it's good. It is news from Mark Spears, and I like reacting to Mark Spears about the Paul George deal. You know, so it's a good topic for me, other than just is Klay going to come back, is, okay, what is your dream move for the Warriors? Was it Paul George? And is Paul George and Steph Curry, you know, we talk about that dynamic duo. The dynamic duo is no longer Steph and Klay.
No.
Right? We've established that.
Those days are gone.
The dynamic duo is not Steph and Draymond.
No,
that is not a dynamic. The dynamic duo is not Steph and Pods. Right? Right? So, is the dynamic duo Steph and Kuminga?
I don't know if Kuminga's at that level yet. And I don't know if you have the time to wait for him to develop into that type of player in this Steph Curry window.
He's 21 years old. I mean, he's come very far, very fast, for sure. But the inconsistencies are glaring. But this gets back to what Dunleavy said about developing internally. Like, you know, he goes, I'd love to wave a wand. Jimmy Butler's a warrior. Wave a wand. Paul George is a warrior. It's more realistic that Moses Moody, John Kuminga, TJD, and Pods get better.
Absolutely.
And the Warriors then try to build around it. Now, again, is that a championship? Probably not.
Yeah, it wasn't even a playoff team last year. And that's why, to Mark Spears' point, they need to make a big move. He said maybe even two big moves.
It's been brought up by a lot of people that the playoff stat is skewed by Draymond missing how many games?
Yeah, and I understand that. The Warriors were one of the best teams in the NBA post-Draymond suspension. Once they put TJD in that starting lineup and stopped playing Dario Saric, they improved. They got a lot better. Jonathan Kuminga took those steps. But those guys were all on the court when they lost that play-in game to the Kings. So we can talk about how good they were the second half of the season, how Klay Thompson was the NBA lead scorer in the second half of the season, like Mark Spears said, how he's a top 5 shooter. Yeah, he went 0 for 10 in that play-in game. So we can talk about how good they looked in that 40-game stretch, but when it got down to the time to make the playoffs, they missed it with this roster.
So according to my stat muse, they were 33 and 22 with Draymond.
Okay.
So 33 and 22 with Draymond, that's 55 games. That means 27 more games. So they would have, by that, you know, that's let's say they go, that's 27. Let's say they go 17-10 in those other, that's realistic. Maybe even better, 18-9. That's 50-51 wins.
Yeah, and realistically, I still think this team, this version, even with this roster, with these guys and this contracts, they are a playoff team. They can be a playoff team next year. But do you want to be a playoff team, or do you actually want to be a legit championship contender?
Right. And so we talked about those moves, 2 moves, like you said. They might need to make 2 moves to get where they go. As we were talking about with JD yesterday, what is it? And is Clay, what is that Clay move? And by the way, his comments on Clay were interesting in the sense that he thinks Clay, and you mentioned this earlier, you looked at a top 20 list of NBA free agents. He wasn't even on it.
He was nowhere to be seen.
That's a tough deal. Yeah. And he was saying that Clay's that second level, third level free agent that's not going to get signed right away.
Like, I don't know what the offers are going to look like, obviously, for Klay Thompson, but I think he's going to get a bit of a reality check when these other teams are talking to him about coming off the bench for a team that doesn't have nearly the amount of talent that the Warriors do. Like, I don't know if there's playoff contenders. We've tossed out the Orlando Magic, the Dallas Mavericks, team that are looking for more shooting. But if a team really wants to break the bank and pay him big money, I don't know, are the San Antonio Spurs going to reach out to Klay Thompson to get a shooter for Wemby? But then how far away are they, and what are you really playing for at that point?
Yeah, and Mark talked about, be careful for Klay, what you wish for. Like he said, he talked about the Tony Parker story of going to Charlotte and just like walking away. I'm like so depressed he left the game. Whereas Ray Allen went to Miami and hits the biggest shot in their history. So Klay's got to see how this market plays out. And we've already talked about there's an early signs that the market's not going to be hot for him. The Malik Monk contract tells you something there, right? Yeah. He signed for 4 for less than 20 a year.
Yeah.
And Klay turned down, 2 for 48,
yeah,
right?
And right now I think most people would say you take Malik Monk over Klay Thompson.
Right. So, I mean, it's going to be very interesting for him to be sitting over there going, damn, like all of a sudden, it's not 2017 anymore, and I'm not going to get the dream contract offer I want, and maybe I come back. I mean, Tim Kawakami said that to us yesterday when you were out. JD said it at the end of yesterday's show. Spears just kind of said it too. Everybody's saying, like, the market's going to be chill. He's going to realize how good he has it and maybe just take that lesser number and come back to a place where it's unbelievably comfortable for him, where he loves Steph, where he loves Dre, and he's going to get paid a handsome wage. Now, again, the bruised feelings part of it, but this is like, we got Ayuk and Klay with bruised feelings. Young Tony, we got to give him the Christian McCaffrey line, right? I mean, you can't get your feelings hurt, baby, because business is
business.
There it is.
It's as simple as that. And I think Klay is going to kind of have that moment where he's going to have to look himself in the mirror and ask himself, what does Klay Thompson want? Because he's got the house in Belvedere. He's got the boat. He's out on the water all the time. He's got Rocco. He's got his bulldog. Klay has a great life and his great legacy here with the Golden State Warriors. Is it going to be worth it to go spend your summers out in the middle of nowhere for an extra $5-6 million per year? Like, my take on this whole entire thing is I think Klay Thompson's at the point of his career where he should be taking a team-friendly deal to get more players in under the luxury tax so you have a better chance of winning championships. Now, I'm not saying Klay Thompson should be playing for the veteran minimum, but if he's looking for years on his contract versus dollar amount, hell, the Warriors should give him an open offer. Here, you can play on the veteran minimum for your entire career and you can retire a Warrior. But again, what does Klay Thompson want? Another championship, money, or to retire with his best friend, Steph Curry?
What do we want in life, Marcus? What do we want in life? Sigmund Freud used to ask that question a lot. Hey, 831 says, actually, I'm kind of rooting for Klay to leave just so your caller, Stan Tim, loses his S.
If Klay goes to the Magic and it comes down to money, I am going to puke and soil myself simultaneously.
How about that?
Puke and soil
Enjoy your breakfast, everybody. Enjoy your breakfast.
But what will he do if Paul George is traded to the Warriors?
Yeah.
Because I know
it was unrealistic.
Yeah, it was unrealistic. Now, Mark Spears threw some of that ice water he got straight from hell on the rumors about Paul George being traded to the Warriors. But Murph, what if I told you that out in Las Vegas, my friends in the desert have moved the odds on a potential trade from Paul George to the Warriors? Last night, it was at plus 3,000. This morning, the line has moved to plus 600.
Maybe they're trying to sucker some money in.
Yeah, maybe they're trying to move the line a little bit or something. But hey, that's big movement.
Is something.
That's big movement. Not saying the trade's going to happen now, but it's something to keep an eye on.
408 wants to know, is it time for Brandon and Klay by the Bay?
Oh,
Brandon and Klay by the Bay.
We got new roommates, huh?
So, shout out the OG there. All right, guys. Well, listen, so he said it's unrealistic. So dampen your expectations of a Paul George per Mark Spears. And again, now I think we've just, the more we talk about this, the more we say it's just like, makes more sense. Who was it? The phrase "cooler heads will prevail." I think JD used that phrase yesterday. Cooler heads will prevail. Kind of ironic that JD used the phrase "cooler heads will prevail," huh? Just kidding. I'm just riffing. I'm riffing, much to his confusion. When I was riffing yesterday, he was just staring at me.
But I heard he was enjoying himself.
Well, I asked him. I said, "Are you sure you're enjoying yourself?" And he said, "Kinda." Here it is. Yeah, here it is. Yesterday with John Dickinson on the show. Are you enjoying?
Yeah.
He's back next Wednesday.
Yeah.
He's going to answer with more authority. Are you enjoying?
Right.
Hell yeah, I'm enjoying.
Yeah. Give me that
Crack another
real
beer.
clip. Hey, JD, is Klay Thompson going to sign with the Warriors?
Yeah.
Is Brandon Ayuk going to get a contract extension?
Yeah.
It was nice of him to go through puberty during the show yesterday, too.
Yeah.
All right.
Shout out, JD.
Much to John Joe Curley's dismay, we're going to talk about the Giants on the other side, okay? We're going to talk about the Willie Mays tribute. Marcus and I were both there. And a little bit about this team. What the hell's going on with the pitching? On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
morning seamheads. Murph and Marcus keep rolling. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Chapman hits a little looper into center field. Diving attempt by Crow Armstrong, and it gets by him. Chapman sprinting for second, and he'll make it there. Pitch. Tyro bunts. Third base side. Brewer picks it up, throws late. Estrada's got a bunt hit. And the Giants have runners at first and third with nobody out. Slater, it's a high fly ball center field. Estrada tags. He's coming home. The throw cut off by Swanson. Estrada scores, and it's tied. Smiley, 3-1 pitch. It's ball 4. And the Giants, a much-needed win. The walk-off walk. Wilmer Flores draws it. Patrick Bailey comes in to score, and the Giants beat the Cubs by the final score of 5-4.
Oh, thank goodness. The least you could do for Willie Mays and his legacy and his statue and all the tributes and the number 24 on the back of everybody's jersey. Hey, Marcus, you, me, Tony, John Joe Curley, JJ Curley, none of us has ever seen a Giants game with somebody wearing 24. But we did last night. We saw everybody wearing them, and that was pretty cool, man. And everybody's kind of got a kick out of Elliot Ramos making a catch.
Yeah.
Wasn't exactly the catch, but it was, a reasonable facsimile, right?
Yeah, it was the fact that a center fielder made a backhanded catch, not a legit basket catch over the shoulder like Willie in 58, but it was still a great catch. And just to see 24 on the back of the jersey was a spectacle.
Emotional day. And so I had, fortunately, we had a Giants Community Fund board meeting. We only have 4 a year. And so you got, these are big deals for us to go into the city. We all meet in the executive lounge of the suite level. And I had not been to the statue. You had.
Mm-hmm.
You went the morning 12 hours old. The news was there.
Yeah, I went the very next day before stopping in for the show. Just
it's right by your
tribute.
house.
Yeah, it's on my commute.
Yeah, exactly. So you posted that picture that was really poignant because those were the first flowers that were put down there the night he died.
Mm-hmm.
Now there's a ton.
Oh, now it's multiplied.
And we know Spike Lee came by, and there he was with us on the show last Thursday. But so I got to tell you, as I approached it, because I parked in Lot A, and by the way, my new jam is to park in Lot A. And then, dude, I'm coming in through China Basin Park, baby. I'm coming in through my new favorite park in the city.
That's your park, Murph.
That is my park, and I thought of you because I hadn't seen you in a few days. I'm like, is Marcus out here with the copper tone and the towel?
Yeah.
Maybe making new friends. There's very few people out there taking advantage of that beautiful lawn out there. And then, of course, McCovey. There he is. Stretch forever. And then those Adirondack chairs on the sand. I'm telling you, it's got a Lake Tahoe vibe. I threw that at one of my fellow board members. They said, that's a stretch. I said, no, it's not. It's not. But anyway, walking
You've
in.
been big on that mini Lake Tahoe.
It feels like Tahoe. It does. Anyway, we're walking in, and I take a right on the Lefty O'Doul Bridge, and then I'm walking, and I start to get closer. I don't know. It just started to hit me, man. I'm not saying I broke down. And by the way, I'm looking on Twitter. Did you see NBC Sports Bay Area had a camera on Bonds specifically? It's on their Twitter. They just put it out 3 minutes ago. There's an ISO camera on Bonds during the ceremony last night. He's breaking. His face is breaking.
No, I did not see
Yeah,
that.
check it out. Go to SF Giants on NBC Sports Bay Area Twitter. And he's crying, which is another topic we got to talk about. I used this as a jock blog last Friday, and that is Rich Aurelia brought a really interesting concept up to me and Brooksy when he was in for you, is Barry, our godfather's gone. Willie Mays is the godfather of the Giants. He was the one that's it. As long as Willie Mays is alive, the kingdom is okay. Willie Mays is gone now. And the Giants are a franchise, particularly under the Peter McGowan, Larry Baer ownership, that heavily emphasizes their past. Yeah. Heavily, like the Yankees, right? And so Rich Aurelia said, is Barry ready to be the godfather of the Giants now? I mean, not this day, but in the coming years, is he willing to be that iconic, stately figure? Now, I think the easy answer is no way, because his personality is completely different. He's, can be very surly with the media. He can be short with people, all that stuff. He doesn't have that public image that Mays had. However, things change. Yeah. He turns 60 next month. I looked it up. He turns 60. Wow. And he's now lost his dad and his godfather. Is there going to be a slight, like a golden, I don't want to say golden years because he's still young, but like sort of a back nine Barry where he becomes the guy? I mean, he's adored here. I mean, he stands up here. Everybody chants Barry, Barry, Barry. And somebody pointed out on the text line, he didn't get booed at Rickwood. He gets booed everywhere. He didn't get booed at Rickwood.
And I think I'm maybe talking out of turn, but I'm sure Barry had a big moment or a couple moments of reflection on his life after losing someone that important as Willie was to his life and his career. And then being out in Rickwood and hearing from all the other pro players about how much Willie inspired them, and then seeing that trickle down to the players on the Giants roster today. I think Barry would love to have that relationship. And it does seem like it's a relationship that has been mended over the last couple of years. I know that there was a little back and forth when Barry first left the club, but it seems like they've embraced him more now. They retired his jersey number. I think there could be a path to maybe rebuilding that relationship with Barry Bonds.
Where he becomes the guy at all the ceremonies. You know, every time they have a ceremony, there's a chair for Barry, where he comes down to spring training, but he has to sort of open up to the media because that's how a lot of fans connect to the team is through the media.
Yeah. Well, look what our good pal Will Clark has done.
Yeah.
Like, he's kind of the uncle godfather
I actually
of the
said
Giants
in the Jock blog last Friday, I said Will Clark is sort of the Willie McCovey in this analogy. Like sort of the beloved, less iconic player, but also beloved. So there's a role for Will in this for sure.
Yeah.
So 25 and 22 are now our sort of our North Stars. You know what I mean?
And then how long before Buster Posey steps up in that role?
Yeah. He's in his 30s.
Yeah, I know, which is crazy to say. We have pitchers pitching in the big leagues who are older than Buster.
I think Buster, honest to goodness, is 37 years old. I think he's 37 years old.
Max Scherzer was thrown this weekend at what, 39, 40?
I mean,
That's
so
insane.
It's going to take some time, but there will be a time that it will be Buster for sure. There will be a time it will be Buster. But anyway, it's just something I thought of and wrote about. But anyway, back to the statue. So I got a little lump in the throat, man, as I was like, wow. You know, it just seems that everybody's outpouring and all the things that were the flowers and the wreaths and everybody felt. I told you, it's kind of like I don't know. I'm kind of a sentimental sap as it is. But I was just standing there at the statue, and this kid walked by. I say kid, he's probably your age, probably 30, 32. And he just said to nobody, he just said, he looked up, he said, rest in peace, Willie. And it kind of hit me. I was like, look at that. This is a 30-year-old kid. He's like, he never saw him play by a million years. You know what I mean? So,
well, that's the same boat I'm in. I've never seen Willie play. I've only seen highlights and documentaries and the good stuff of Willie Mays, but that's the good word of the book of baseball that's been passed down from generation to generation. Like going up to see my pops this weekend, I showed you a couple photos of Willie Mays autographs that he has in his man cave. Him talking to me about how he remembers listening to Willie Mays and the Giants on the radio when his mom was in the kitchen, how that sparked his love for baseball, how that was passed down from him to me for my love of baseball. Hell, it's the reason why I'm on air talking about the Giants and talking baseball every day. It trickles down and it goes all the way back to Willie Mays inspiring multiple generations.
So awesome, too. By the way, after all that romance, I just looked down at the text line. There's some very profane anti-Barry Bonds texts.
Of course.
How about somebody saying, and how about 323 saying, forget that. Can he just grab a bat right now and be the DH?
I need somebody in the middle of that
forget the
lineup.
whole Godfather role. Just grab a bat, dude.
Get 25 back in the lineup.
415, though, with a positive. Oh, it's Billy. She's sweet. Barry is awesome. Blank anyone who boos him. Willie himself said he needs to be in the Hall of Fame. That was kind of poignant, you know. If you can find that Mays thing, I cited that in the Jock blog saying, you know, Mays was kind of telling us, you know, Barry, he said Barry is very important to me. So if Willie says that, Giants fans should probably listen, right? And I get it, dude. I've had experiences with Bonds. He's very surly. I've experienced surly Barry. I have. But I'm looking at him as a Giants baseball player. And, you know, is he the greatest living player, by the way?
He's definitely in the conversation. I think the answer has to be yes.
Kipe threw out Ricky Henderson.
I mean, I would throw out a Shohei Ohtani, but he's not nearly accomplished as a Barry Bonds.
I asked my 12-year-old All-Stars, and you know what? Who won the majority was Ken Griffey Jr.
Wow, the kids are going Griffey.
Is it the baseballism shirts?
Those are good. It's a good-looking logo.
Is that it? Or we have Macklemore's My Oh My on the playlist, so you know, maybe
inspiration.
That's it.
Macklemore got
Well,
him.
Macklemore says, watching Griffey right under those lights, you know? But so anyway, I mean, I think it has to be Bonds, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's Bonds, Griffey, or if you want to go with the newer
do you need to brush up on his numbers, everybody?
You don't need to.
Now, you could argue Griffey was the better defender.
Yeah.
In fact, he was the better defender.
Yeah, I would agree. And I think if you want to get into the steroid debate, even if you take away the steroid era of Barry Bonds, of course, he was a Hall of Famer before he got on the juice. But you look at his numbers up until age 30 and Ken Griffey Jr.'s numbers up until age 30. Of course, post 30, Barry got into some stuff that we don't really talk about. And, of course, Ken Griffey Jr. got hurt. But if you look at those first 10 years of the career, Ken Griffey actually had better numbers.
Wow. I mean, I was, defensive of Bonds because I'm such a Giants homer, but I got to say Griffey was jaw-dropping in so many ways. Wow. I mean, he played in Seattle. He never got to a World Series. That hurts his iconic status.
Really good Seattle teams.
I really like, too, his reaction to Mays' death affected him. He seemed genuinely devastated by it. Like, he was really wrecked by it. And that touched me that he felt that close to Willie.
And he wore 24 in Seattle because of Willie.
Yeah. Were you, during his heyday, were you a Griffey guy?
I love Ken Griffey Jr. You want to talk about a kid who was inspired to wear his hat backwards every single day of the week? I love Ken Griffey. I'm in here almost once a week wearing one of those Baseballism Griffey shirts.
Oh, man, pretty cool. Here we go out to the KNBR, or the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Just a thought on this. We started talking about Mays and wound up transitioning to Barry. 415 is very anti. He says he was a one-tool player.
Well, that's a lie. That's a lie. He's got at least
the only 500 homer, 500 steal guy in the history of the game.
Only one tool.
That's a bad text. 650 says you guys are forgetting Pete Incaviglia. That's very funny. 408 says you got to leave Barry alone right now. He's going through a lot. Billy checks in and says he seems softer now. He's not as surly. 415 says Barry has to be the GOAT. Who else gets walked with the bases loaded?
That's true. Happened to Josh Hamilton once, but
I was listening. Did it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I was listening to that game when that happened. I remember I was driving back. I had an event in Santa Rosa. I was listening, and they were like, they're walking him. And Brent, the next hitter was catcher Brent Maine, and he hit him. He smoked a ball. He lined out to right, though.
Yeah.
It worked.
I wonder what the advanced analytics would say about that, Murph.
623 says that John Miller video gets me every time. I've seen it 3 times. I cry every time. So there you go. Anyway, just thought we'd chew that. The Mays Day was emotional for all of us, and there was Barry. Did you see the video of him?
Yeah, I was checking it right now.
Yeah, he's emotional.
Yeah, I've really never seen those emotions from Barry.
We'll see how it evolves over the coming days, but over the coming years, I should say. Does Barry go ahead and take that role as sort of the ambassador of the Giants? With Will Clark too. All right, what did young Tony learn today? What's our Sutter Health report? On your Sutter Health report, are you going to find me a starting pitcher? That's my question.
I'm looking, Murph. I can't find them.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Vote this guy in. He is very, very important to me. Thank you very much.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Oh, there it is. You found it. It's the Macklemore tribute to Dave Niehaus, who was the sort of the Lon Simmons, John Miller figure in Seattle. When he died, I know people crack Macklemore all the time. I get it. But I love that he did something for baseball. Oh, here it is. Listen, this Niehaus call is incredible. And what do I care about the Mariners? Although they are my American League team, other than the Orioles. This is 1995. This is a great call by Dave Niehaus and Griffey in Seattle. Great call by Niehaus, man. Apparently, if you play that for somebody in Seattle of a certain age, they will break down into tears. Like, that is like one of the greatest moments in Seattle. Until the Seahawks won the Super Bowl, I mean, the 79 Sonics for sure, maybe, but for a lot of people, the Mariners are like, you know, that's their summer, and that was their only moment of glory. They wound up losing the next series to the Indians. And they've never made a World Series.
No.
They've never made a World Series. I don't think they're making it this year either.
No, not looking like it.
No.
Julio Rodriguez has definitely cooled off.
Oh, is he cooled off?
Yeah, he's not having the same year.
Weren't you guys talking about him as the number one player in your fantasy draft?
He did go pretty high in our draft, but that's why I never take sophomores. In any fantasy sports, always got to watch out for the sophomore slump.
Who did you wind up taking?
I got Mookie Betts, which was good for the first 50 games of the season, and now he's got a busted hand.
So your season's in the toilet?
Yeah, with Mookie and Mike Trout on the IL, it's not looking great.
Who's winning?
Right now, first place might be Raf Hanzaidi.
No, I believe it's Mike Holler. He's got a lot of time on his hands, apparently.
Yeah.
Is that the name of his team, Raf Hanzaidi?
Yeah, it's pretty good, huh?
Oh, boy.
He's Raf Hanzaidi.
Oh, boy. What's Holler's team name?
He's Can of Corn.
What does that mean?
It's pretty corny.
I know what a can of corn is, but why does it have to do with Mike Holler?
I don't know. It's been his team name every single year. I'm like, get more creative.
What's your team name?
Holler Small Pole.
Okay.
Because shout out to the Papa Lundays when Mike was on the board. They had Holler's big pole, which is now Danny Dunn's big pole.
Holler's small pole.
Yeah, so I have the small pole.
What's your team name, Young Tone?
This team is Dog S.
Yeah, it is Dog S.
Well, that's unfortunately until Wilmer grinded out a walk. My God.
And shout out to the 559 on the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line. It said, what, Barry Bonds is the only guy that gets walked with the bases loaded? What about Wilmer last night?
You know what? Mic drop right there.
It's a good text.
One was intentional, one was unintentional, but hey, we'll take it.
I'll take it.
All right. Hey, put on the... I'm glad you're back because you know what? Out of respect for you, in the 3 days you were gone, young Tony did not lead with Turturro.
I feel like I'm a doctor in baseball.
Time now for your Giants Health Report, sponsored by Sutter Health.
All right, Murph, the doctor of baseball is back, but Blake Snell is not. After he threw in Sacramento this past Sunday, 51 pitches, only lasted an inning and 2/3 with the River Cats. He's scheduled for another rehab outing on June 28th in just 3 days. And he also made some comments earlier this weekend about how frustrated he is with feeling like he's being rushed back to this Giants rotation. Well, we asked Sean Estes about those comments earlier this morning, and here was Sean's breakdown, whether it's better to have Blake Snell at 75% or not at all.
But here's the thing, is that do you really want Blake Snell back right now at 75%? I mean, him at 100% this year, it wasn't that good, right? So, you know, this is a situation where he can go down there and he can get right mentally, he can get right physically, and without the pressures of trying to win a baseball game.
Yeah, still going to be some time before Blake Snell comes back. Like I said, one more scheduled rehab start on June 28th, and then we'll see what happens after that. Giants desperately need some arms in their rotation, and that is your Giants Sutter Health update. From the doctors who never stop answering your questions, the cardiac specialty centers that never stop helping hearts. Sutter is more than 220 hospitals and clinics that never stop caring for Californians. Visit sutterhealth.org.
Let me ask you a question. Is Blake Snell a possible trade piece?
Yeah, but what's his value?
Well, I would think that if he comes back healthy, there'd be some appeal there. And he's not part of your long-term future.
Nope.
So, I don't, let me ask you this. Do Yankees need pitching right now or no?
Well, Garrett Cole just got back into the rotation. But you're right. There's got to be a playoff team or two
who could lose an arm near the trade deadline.
I'm
And
just
Blake
saying-
Snell is a guy you want in your postseason, or at least you believe that you want him in your
I'd say
postseason.
just keep it out
rotation.
there. You might be able to get a nice prospect.
Yeah, especially when you're not trading away a big contract. Blake Snell has the option to opt in or opt out into his contract
Right.
deal next year, and that number's not too big. It's nothing crazy.
I'm just saying, keep it in mind. Because I wouldn't mind selling.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? For once.
Yeah, but the question is, will Farhan Zaidi finally turn into a seller? Because he hasn't done
Why
it
don't we
since
ask?
being here.
Why don't we ask Rafhan Zaidi?
Yeah, Rafhan Zaidi will make some moves.
That's why he's in first place. All right.
I'm not joking. I think he's got 66 moves already this season.
Really?
Probably close to it, like at least 50-something. Raf is making moves midnight every single night
That's why
once
he's
that
in
waiver wire
first.
turns over. He's on that
No
grind.
days off.
Yeah, uh-huh.
No days
No
off.
move too small for Rafhan Zaidi and Farhan Zaidi.
60 moves for Raf, 60 moves for Mike Holler.
Dude.
Man,
these guys are out here turning the league into a mockery.
Get a life.
Yeah, nerds.
As the great Gary Rogers say, who does that? Who has time? All right, let's. Hey, Young Tone. This was my favorite today for this. Yeah.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now.
Okay, well, it started with real early on. We had George Foster and I Dream of Jeannie. The TV show I Dream of Jeannie. I don't even know how we got to that. But Barbara Eden, we discovered, was from San Francisco. But I think my favorite was much more demographically friendly. Alanis Morissette sang both the Canadian and American national anthems at Game 7 last night. It let us down. And Young Tone admitted he was not completely familiar until you heard the tunes, right? What was the one you said you really knew here? Was it
The
You Want to Know?
Ironic
Why don't you give us
is
a
the
little bit of
go-to.
that? Isn't it ironic that Farhan Zaidi came here to save the Giants? It's a waiver wire that you just didn't need. How's that?
It's an AJ Pollock.
Isn't it ironic that the man sent to save the Giants has not saved the Giants? All right, so there it is.
Let's make sure we pour one out today for Trenton Brooks, Murph.
I would recommend you dive into Jagged Little Pill. There's some bangers on there, buddy. Some bangers. And shout out the Canadian. Or now we found out from the text line, the Bay Area Zone.
The
She
Bay
lives in
Area
Lafayette.
Zone.
I don't know. So
And,
anyway.
and by the way, Murph, I just Googled it. I Dream of Jeannie. Definitely saw a couple episodes on Nick and Night.
Absolutely.
I might have had a few dreams of Jeannie,
Well,
too.
Barbara Eden caused she caused a stir in the young men of her generation.
Yeah, I understand,
All
Murph.
right,
I got you.
All right. So
I understand.
what's wrong with being sexy?
What's
There
wrong
you
with
go.
being a genie?
All right, guys. Listen, good to have Waterboy back, right? And the whole
glad to
family's
be
back
back.
together. Only for us to break up again next week. All right, but hey, it's 4th of July week. Everybody's leaving, right? Let's get out of here, guys. And when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
I really don't give a like, honestly, until Thursday afternoon.
Christian McCaffrey's the best player on the field, maybe the best player in the league.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
The lefty steal throws, and Chapman blasts one to deep left field. It is gone halfway up the bleachers. Matt Chapman, his first home run in a month. I'm sure that one feels good. And for the Giants, they're on the board. It's 4-1. Two-run ball game. Spencer Howard throws, and a ball hit to center, and well hit. Sprinting back Ramos. He will make the catch. Over the shoulder, Willie Mays style. What a play by Elliot Ramos. On tonight of all nights, wearing number 24, he stuck it. A sprinting catch with his back to the infield. And that would have made Willie proud. Tough one tonight. 1-2. Got him. Swing and a miss for strike 3. 8 strikeouts tonight for Spencer Howard.
And this game is over.
Appropriate. Yeah. Thank you, Willie.
Yes, thanks for joining us. We will relive Oracle Park last night as Willie Mays was honored, at least for the first time. We have many more to go, including a public spectacle that will be amazing with all the fans. But last night, they walk off the Chicago Cubs. We'll get into that conversation as well. More pitching conversations, ton to discuss with the game as well. We got a lot of Brandon Ayuk news. We talked about it yesterday, but we will do more on that conversation. Plus, Mike Dunleavy. If you missed the press conference right here on KNBR, we will talk about the high points, low points, what we believe, what we don't, because JD was there and Pop is out today. John Dickinson, super reporter, and many other things, is here. And check us out on YouTube and Twitch as well. Hit us up on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. We'll get into all those conversations. Good morning, my friend. How are you?
Well, I'm doing well. Good to be with you again. Looking forward to it. We've had a couple of shows here over the last few weeks. And, yeah, what a night last night at Oracle Park. The pregame festivities and ceremony were outstanding. There was just a different vibe and tone to the whole ballpark, even when the Giants got down in the game. And it looked like, uh-oh, here we go again, kind of more of the same. But I don't know. You could feel Willie's presence, I think, last night, because the Giants showed again that even though they might not be a great club, they do continue to try to battle back in the late innings. I don't know why they can't get it going a little bit earlier in the game,
right.
But they did have it in the late innings. Again, they're able to rally, beat the Cubs, and, yeah, seeing all the 24s, man, it was surreal, seeing them all line up along the foul line before the game and everything going on during the game, and Ramos and Chapman, and it just there were just so many different points last night where I looked around and I thought, wow, like just seeing 24, because I'd never seen 24 on the back of a Giants player actually playing in a game. So it was just touching that the Giants and Major League Baseball allowed for that, an obvious one. But it meant for a special night at the ballpark, and the Giants ended up getting a win that they very desperately needed.
Absolutely. John Dickinson is in for Pop today. Love to get your thoughts, whether you watched it, whether you were there live. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and call in line the same at 415-808-KNBR. Put that in your phone at 415-808-5627. You were there. I watched on TV. From my perspective, like I said, first of all, regardless of your opinion of what the Giants are right now, I don't know that there's a better department, whether it's the PR department, whoever, everybody together putting all the things that the Giants do. I don't know if there's a better organization in terms of just honoring their former players and what they do. And Willie Mays is at the top of the list. So to have all the 24s who ever came up with that idea and to quickly get it to Major League Baseball, and there's so much red tape in all the sports that you could, we can't have that, and they approved it and all those kind of things. And so it was so powerful to have everybody, as you said, standing on the third base line and the ceremonies and the perfect people. I mean, we should replay Dave Fleming, because I was in my car when it all happened, and I didn't know. And Dave Fleming starts to break down, and then Dave spoke about that and how difficult it was. And then, of course, Kruk and Kuiper, absolutely great. And Kuiper is telling funny stories, and people are laughing. And it just felt like, and Murph used this term this morning, I thought it was right, that we were just kind of sitting in a living room, because my father's passed away, and that is what you do. You kind of sit around as a family first. And so it was the Giants family with a bunch of us being allowed to kind of watch as a fly on the wall, this great man being honored. And I met Willie Mays once. I'm not saying that I know Willie Mays, because I don't. But those people who did know him and those people who did talk to him, and the fact that he was so available to all these former players, that everybody has a story. Kirk Reeder has told NBC Sports Bay Area, did a tremendous job afterwards talking to players, and just the amount of respect. And you could just feel it. And it was just really well done by the Giants. A ceremony where, and again, I think Kipe said this morning in the morning show, Willie would have wanted to play baseball. So they made it quick, they made it fast, but they honored him in the right way. And I know they're going to do it again, but it was just such a cool moment. And I got to believe that you being there live and seeing all this kind of stuff, what a great night to be out at the ballpark, even though, I don't know if I call it tragic. I mean, Willie Mays lived an amazing life to 93, so I think it's a celebration. But to have been there live, I bet was just a really, really cool and powerful thing.
Yeah, it was. Without a doubt. It was a celebration. I mean, the catch that Ramos made that we played coming in, I mean, to see 24 back to the infield, go back and make a catch. I mean, that was really the thing for me, and I touched on it a little bit in the opening statement is just I caught myself because, yeah, it's a ball game, and we all know and the Giants do a phenomenal job with those ceremonies on every level. Celebratory, remembrance, combination of the two.
They never miss one.
They,
it's this day in history.
All the
they
right
bring
notes.
the guys back. I mean, they really honor their former players at a really high level. And look, let's be honest, man. Most organizations just don't do that. They don't. I feel bad for the A's. They've had such a great history, and then they just honored, World Series champions. And I don't know, there's 8 people there. I mean, it's just they've ruined their organization thanks to John Fisher. And again, say what you want about the Giants, they honor their past, and there's no one better to honor than Willie Mays.
No one better. And again, there were different moments where you kind of, the game goes on as Willie would have wanted, like you said, but then there are also different points in the game where it's just a baseball game, but then you'd catch 24. Right. Like I would just see a 24 walking up, or they were making the announcement, now batting number 24, Matt Chapman. So you would hear 24 throughout the game, or you would see, Chapman rounding first from behind home plate, as he, hits a home run and ends up, he's circling the base. And it took you back at different points. So I thought the jersey thing was just so awesome because even though you get lost in the game, and we all should, and we're all trying to move forward, and you're right, Willie had a great life, just seeing 24s in different moments, I thought took you back to just why it was so special last night and what the night was all about. And it was amazing. I mean, you look the game last night. I don't know if you saw 2 hours 42 minutes.
Yeah, that's funny.
They were down 4-2.
It was 4-2. That's why I was thinking the game's going to end 4-2. And yeah, exactly.
There were a lot of just surreal kind of things there, and the Giants able to come back and get the win. But yeah, it was one of those where you just never really thought, even though it didn't look good, you thought, something special might happen tonight. And, sometimes we talk ourselves into that kind of thing, but to have them come back and even win the game on top of it, it just was kind of the cherry on top, I thought.
Yeah, there's no doubt. And what's funny, I saw some notes, and I know you know this. So San Francisco Giants, nobody else in San Francisco has worn 24. So now Matt Chapman and Nick Ahmed, along with Willie Mays, are the only San Francisco Giants that hit a home run wearing 24, which is like, are you kidding? So that was cool. And then the other thing I thought of is, Burgos, the rookie, goes out there, and he's a little bit nervous on this night and everything. But they got that patch on there, the debut patch of Major League Baseball, and they're going to give him that jersey. His debut patch jersey is going to have 24 on the back. I mean, that's insane.
Amazing.
Like, how cool is that he's going to put that, in a frame and put that in his house, and it's going to have 24. I don't even know what the hell number that guy is, but I mean, it's his first game with the debut patch is going to go on his wall, and it's going to be 24. I mean, that's ridiculous. That's amazing.
78. 78.
Oh, he's 78. That's his normal number.
So I'm going to keep the 24 if I'm Raymond
how cool
Burgos.
Is that, man? It's like, dude.
Yeah.
And there's his family up there. I mean, that's got to be a pretty cool debut. You're wearing 24. Like, dude, what's that jersey worth? Sorry.
No, that's amazing. No, you're right. It's that's spot on. I mean, that's another.
Might go in the hall or something. I don't know, but I mean, that's so. Anyway, there were so many cool moments about it. And like you said, and we'll get into this coming up next. For them to come back and win, and we can get into openers and what they're going to do with the pitching and Blake Snell, which we talked about a little bit yesterday. There's a lot of topics around the Giants, so we'll get into that. But we definitely wanted to start. And by the way, again, if you were there last night or even watching on TV. Give us your thoughts on what you thought of the whole ceremony, how it moved you, all those kind of things. Golden State Lumber and Bill Materials text line and call-in line. Hit them both up. Hit one up, whatever you want to do. 415-808-5627, 415-808 KNBR. We'll get into that. We'll talk more about the game coming up next. Bottom of the hour, don't miss it because we talked a little bit about it later in the show yesterday, but the latest on Brandon Ayuk and what it could mean. We're going to do that at 10:30 because that's going to lead into David Lombardi from The Athletic, of course, 49ers Insider. We'll do that at 10:50, so that's to come. JD's in for Pop. Thanks for joining us. It's Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Our friend Sean Estes, former Giant. Of course, you see him on NBC Sports Bay Area before and after Giants games. He joined Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss the Giants win over the Cubs and the latest on Blake Snell. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR Social.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of Giants baseball. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. Pop and Lund. JD is in for Pop today. Appreciate JD. By the way, David Lombardi, 1050. Bottom of the hour, we'll talk about Brandon Ayuk and the latest there. Monty Poole is going to join us at 12:30 for the latest, and you were at that presser. You were busy yesterday. You went from Mike Dunleavy to the Willie Mays ceremony in the game yesterday.
Yeah, all over the place. After being with Murph yesterday in the morning,
Oh, my
I saw
God,
you
I
at 10
forgot
o'clock
about
yesterday.
that. What was your day
love
like
it.
yesterday? So you got up at what time and then got home at what time?
It was 3:45
a.m.
and then 3:45 a.m. yesterday morning, Monday morning, and I got home. It was almost midnight. It was about 11.
Damn.
Yeah, probably 11:45, 11:30, something like that. So that's a 20-hour day.
I like the math.
Love it.
And then we rousted you out of bed today. Hey, bro, can you do midday? You're like, yeah, sure. And then you're going
First
to the Giants.
thing, man.
Are you? And then
I couldn't even believe I was awake, brother. And then it's like, oh, hey, Papa's out.
you
Can you
wanna
do
do
it?
a show? And then are you
Absolutely.
going to the Giants again tonight, or are you going to chill?
I'm TBD tonight.
Yeah,
I think I'm going to chill tonight.
Yeah,
I was
you need
going to be
get
doing
rest, bro.
post game
Yeah.
tonight, and so I think Lasky's going to be doing post game.
Okay.
So I was going to be out
Sounds
at the ballpark doing post game, but yeah, we're going to chill.
All right, so last night you get the 5-4 win on Willie Mays night, and everyone's wearing 24 and major contributions. It's another bullpen game, which we need to get into that conversation. But up and down the lineup, Slater gets a key sacrifice fly, makes a hell of a catch into the net in right field. Ramos gets a walk. That's the respect he's starting to get after a 3-hit night, which led to the Wilmer Flores walk-off walk. Matt Chapman hits a home run in 24. Ahmed hits his first home run as a Giant in 24. Just all sorts of crazy stuff going on last night. So, by the way, they used 5 pitchers, and thanks to Spencer Howard, who went 4 2/3, giving up 4 hits, strikes out 8, and he saves the day for the Giants bullpen. And they're about 500 in those starts, by the way. But what stood out to you from last night beyond just the whole great ceremony with Willie Mays and all the 24s?
The fact that these guys continue when they look horrific to come back late in games and at least battle. I mean, they've had some incredible wins this season, and I would put last night right up there for a team that I think overall has been so disappointing, because you look at them when they lose, and last night from a baseball standpoint was trending in that direction. It was trending down, oh my God, like another opener, they're playing sloppy. They're not hitting till the middle of the game. Like, it just, when they lose, it really does look, I think, very bad, which is why there's so much angst and frustration. But for whatever reason, this team, and we talked about it about a month or so ago, teams that come back early in the season, and the Giants had that week where they came back 4 straight days, the 2 games against the Pirates and a couple of games against the Mets. And it kind of, at that point, turned their season when it looked like things were really starting to slip away. But teams that do that early in the season, I've found, continue to do it throughout the course of the season. And we've seen the Giants, even in the last month, where they're, 8-15, I think, in their last 23, and they haven't touched 500 even in June at one time. They still battle. They still come back. Their at-bats, as the game goes on, get a lot better. And I think that's the one thing that's prevented this from really getting off the rail. I mean, could you imagine if they hadn't won half the games that they've come back in? I mean, it would be catastrophic.
Yeah,
it would be catastrophic. So the fight that they show and the at-bats, and I don't know what's going on with the 7th inning on stuff and when they get down in the back half of a game, but that is a trait that I think, it's something that Bob Melvin's teams with the A's a lot had, with the Padres had, where they just battle back, they come back, they're never out of a game. So, again, we'll see what it all means in the grand scheme of things. But the other big takeaway was Spencer Howard.
Yeah.
You don't see a line like that ever. I was talking to a couple of the guys in the digital team, George and Austin, last night. Like, when do you ever see a guy come into the game, go 4 2/3, finish the game, you're down 4-0, and the guy gets a win with 8 strikes? Right. I mean, that's one of the most unique lines I've ever seen. And, they're doing the opener thing, I think, because they have to right now, John. But, Spencer Howard he saved their butt last night.
Yeah, there's a couple of things, and we're going to get more into the pitching as we go along here, because that's really the reason. And I'm not looking for excuses for the Giants, because fans don't want to hear that. There's excuses and there's explanations. Part of the explanation to why they're struggling is they have 2 starters. But from what I saw from Spencer Howard last night, he's automatically back he's in the rotation. So he's my third starter. I got to do that. And then one of the things that's confusing me right now, and if I was part of the ownership group, I would ask Farhan about this because it would confuse me. On the offensive side, they'll go down to Sacramento and they'll cycle through as many hitters. So in other words, if you show even a pulse offensively this year, you're hitting second or you're hitting third or Matos is leading off, or we're just going to keep cycling through until we find somebody who might be just even lukewarm hot, not even hot. We just need something for the offense. But pitching-wise, it's TBA. Look, Mason Black sucked before. He absolutely did. But they got to try him again. And if it's finding a 40-man spot for Carson Wisenhunt, then you got to do it because you need to survive for a month. And your bullpen is already fried. Like you're fried from being up at 3:45 and then going to bed at midnight. And then we called you this morning and said, please. And it's like, wow, are you kidding me? Like Hicks is already over his innings limit for his entire career in one season. You've used these guys more than ever. I'd like to kick Luke Jackson to the curb, but I can't because my bullpen is so overused, and they actually have to use a guy that's, we talk about Steph Curry, I think a human torch. That's what he is. He's the human torch. Every time he comes in, it's just a bonfire. But they have to use him. So you've got to do the same thing you did from a hitting standpoint. Look, it's your job, Farhan, to juggle the 40-man roster, but you've got to try to find some starters who could even give you 2 or 3 starts until one of these guys, and Pop and I got in this conversation, JD, yesterday. I don't know who I trust the most or the least between Snell, who looks like a total head case, and Cobb, who is a complete mystery at this point. And then Robbie Ray looks like he's progressing, but it's Tommy John surgery because those guys aren't riding to the rescue in their first or second start. We saw how long it's taking Snell to get it. It's unrealistic to think that Ray's going to just jump into the rotation and be a Cy Young guy again. So it's going to take a month for them to get their legs under him. So they got to, in the meantime, find somebody at AAA, AA, whoever the guy is, and if he gets racked, then he's back at Sacramento. That's what they're doing with the hitters. Why won't they do it with pitchers? You can't keep using this bullpen like this.
Yeah, they don't trust the hot pitcher. They trust the hot bat. They feel like that translates, but I think they don't trust just throwing a guy out there and having it have the potential to maybe wreck his confidence. I also think, or potentially hurt his value. I think there's a part of, with some of the prospect guys, the Wisenhunts, guys that maybe if this team decides that they want to go out and look to try to do something big.
That's a good call.
So I think they don't want somebody to come up. And I think they did that a little bit with Matos and Ramos at times. It's like, well, what? And I know they had guys that were on major league contracts that needed to get opportunities to play.
But the unknown is better than the known in a trade, right?
Yes,
sometimes.
Exactly right. So if Carson Wisenhunt comes up and makes a start and everybody's excited, and we saw this with Mason Black, right? He comes up in Philly and he gets hit around a little bit, pitched pretty well early, but then gets hit around a little bit, doesn't pitch well in some other opportunities, and now all of a sudden somebody that maybe the rest of the league was high on, you see, oh, this guy's not ready to pitch right now in the major leagues. If a Wisenhunt or a Seymour, you bring somebody up like that and they get wrecked around, then all of a sudden they're value creators, and we've already had that conversation at length about the fact that the Giants farm system and where it is. So I think you have to protect that value in a sense, but I also think that they just don't feel like they're ready and feel like, cobbling it together with the guys that they have is the better option. But you're right, it's already taken a toll, and it will continue to take a toll. This next 13-game stretch, now 12 with the win last night, I think does really go a long way toward defining their season. Cubs and Dodgers, Braves and Guardians, and we'll see where they are that week before the All-Star break. But they have the potential to get buried here. So I think maybe they're saying, hey, we're going to ride with the guys we've got and cobble it together and hope that at the back end of this stretch they're not, one, buried, and two, some of the guys that they counted on, the Snell to me above everybody else, but then Cobb and Ray can maybe give them something in the second half, and maybe they're significantly better in the second half in the rotation than they've been in the first half.
Great points. JD is in for Pop today. Give us your thoughts. 415-808 KNBR, 415-808-5627 on the pitching front. The one thing, and then we'll get into Brandon Ayuk coming up next and David Lombardi at 10:50. The one thing the Cubs showed you last night, though, is, and this is if you want to have a silver lining on everything, and they did win last night and break that losing streak, but this bunched up teams, they all have major warts. Like the Cubs, for example, their bullpen stinks. I mean, we talked about this yesterday. Their bullpen stinks. And so Justin Steele goes 7 1/3. And that's why I don't like openers, because when you have openers, you pitched 5 guys last night. A couple were really effective. You've got to count on 5 guys to be really good. The Cubs had Justin Steele. He leaves with a 4-2 lead, goes 7 1/3. You just need one guy to be really, really good. But the bullpen for the Cubs stinks. The offense for the Cubs generally stinks. So you look up and down all these other teams, and we constantly talk about the warts on the Giants, and I understand it because that's the local team. But if you go down the line and look at all these teams bunched up, they all have issues, whether it's a bullpen, rotation, hitting, scoring runs, defense, whatever. They all have a major wart or a fatal flaw, and that's why the Giants, as you just said, can stay in this thing. Even Atlanta, Atlanta can't score runs. So, there's the Dodgers and there's the Phillies, and, you look over the American League, there's a few really good teams there. But the teams that are all bunched up in the National League, they all have a major wart, which allows the Giants to stay in this thing if they can get running. But like you said, now we're down to the 12 games of Cubs, Dodgers, Braves, Indians. Then you get a little bit of a break with Toronto. Then it's the Twins, another playoff team. So, and then the deadline is right there. And so that's going to tell the tale of the Giants is, what are these games going to mean? And we've talked so much about them being buyers. Hell, if this stretch goes poorly, they could be sellers.
They could be, which is not the place you want to be. I think they're going to have to be really bad to be sellers, because I think Farhan knows his job's on the line. Like, this team can't win in the 70s and have him comfortably think that he's going to be back next year. So I think he's going to be more inclined to go all in to try and make this team as good as they possibly can be. But at some point, maybe that can't just happen if they don't win enough here in the next couple weeks.
All right, we'll get back to the Giants. We want to get your thoughts again. The Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and call-in line, 415-808-KNBR. 415-808-5627. You want to go on the ceremony last night? We can discuss that. Coming back for the win, the pitching situation, any other things you want to get to the Giants. We'll get to the best on the lines there. But coming up next, we'll get into Brandon Ayuk late in the day yesterday. It came out via ESPN that he actually requested a meeting with the 49ers. Is that a good or a bad thing? We'll tell you next. And then David Lombardi to talk about it at 10:50, only here on the Sports Leader.
faithful. Filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
I think Ryan alluded to the fact yesterday on the show that Brandon Ayuk had an interest in playing in Washington, too, with his former college teammate Jaden Daniels. And as I pointed out, Washington at one point inquired about Brandon Ayuk before the draft. The 49ers really didn't want to trade him unless it was something that they couldn't refuse. It wasn't. They held him. They want to keep him. Brandon Ayuk has said that they don't want me in San Francisco. That's not true. They definitely want him in San Francisco. They're just not willing to offer him what he's been looking for so far, but they have made multiple offers to him. My understanding is those are compelling offers. But he's seen the wide receiver market explode this offseason with deals going to Amon-Ra St. Brown and Justin Jefferson and Jalen Waddle, and he believes he's in their company and should be paid like them. So that's kind of where it's at.
Thank you, Adam Schefter. Thanks for joining us. Pop and Lund. JD is in for Pop today, and you probably heard we talked about it late in the show, so we'll discuss. And then David Lombardi is going to join us at 10:50 to further the discussion. But to get you caught up, Ryan Clark is who he's referring to of ESPN, and apparently Jaden Daniels and Brandon Ayuk walked into a room where Ryan Clark was, and they talked about this situation so that was kind of weird. And Jaden Daniels, the number 2 overall pick in the draft, quarterback now for Washington, played with Brandon Ayuk at Arizona State before Ayuk became a 49er, and Jaden Daniels became a Heisman Trophy winner at LSU. So they've been friends for a long time. They're best buddies. And it sounds like maybe they're saying, hey, man, if the Niners don't want to pay you, then why don't you come with us and you and Terry McLaurin and everything else, and they got a new owner in Josh Harris. They'd probably love that. And you just heard Shefty talk about, interest in Washington, blah, blah, blah. So we know that a lot of that, what he just said, we know. But what the difference today is, or yesterday was, is that Brandon Ayuk flew into town, and you knew on social media, if you follow him, that he did. He was on a plane to San Francisco, and he met with the 49ers and John Lynch and the powers that be, and basically expressed to them that this mentally was getting to him, and he was getting frustrated. And you can tell he's been a bit immature on social media, but I guess that's how things get done these days. And then Shefty also talked about, we know this, we've never seen a wide receiver market like this in an offseason, and he's probably frustrated. He did everything that the 49ers wanted. He's probably got less numbers due to the fact that there's a lot of mouths to feed on this offense. He blocks. They asked him to block. No block, no rock. So he's done all these things, and he wants to get paid, and he's seen all these other guys get paid. Totally understand his standpoint. But here's my question to you, JD. Is it a good thing or a bad thing? How do you interpret the fact? Because you never see this. Agents handle all this stuff, and the player, when things are getting close or tight or whatever, because that's when I saw him on a plane to San Francisco, I thought maybe something's happening. But he requested a meeting with the 49ers. We don't know what was said in that meeting. So how do you interpret that Brandon Ayuk wanted to talk to the 49ers brass yesterday?
I think it's a good thing. I think it's a good thing because we're now inside a month from training camp. In fact, 4 weeks from today, 4 weeks from today, 49er veterans report, and their first practice will be 4 weeks from tomorrow. And so it's getting close. And I think anything that can be done between Ayuk and the organization to calm things down. I know it doesn't necessarily mean a deal is imminent, and typically with the 49ers, these things get done, as everybody's talked about, right around the beginning of training camp or into training camp. But I think his willingness to meet, the Niners hold the cards here in terms of the ability, he's on the team if the 49ers want him to be on the team for 2024. So for him to step in, and like you said, we don't know what exactly was discussed, but I think it's good for the two parties to meet face to face with a month basically to go before training camp, to where the Niners can spell out exactly where they are, Ayuk can spell out exactly where he is, and they can have some kind of dialogue to be able to get a resolution here to where this doesn't, hopefully, for all parties involved, bleed into the beginning of training camp and the first half of training camp or whatever that is. Like, to me, there's an extreme value in using the next month to make sure this thing is done and buried and not an issue, because the Niners don't need this hanging over a season where they're trying to contend for a Super Bowl championship. I agree. And here's the thing, too, is hopefully the 49ers learn from the Bosa situation. Look, we don't want you coming in late. We don't want you potentially getting hurt coming in late. I mean, I kind of also look at it like a Blake Snell situation where it's like, look, we're going for a Super Bowl here. We want everybody here on time. And although, and this is well documented, the 49ers do business a certain way, it probably backfired on them, because who could have seen this wide receiver
market going the way that it did. But you know what? That's what the 49ers were supposed to do. That's, again, they're a great organization. Doesn't mean they're beyond reproach, which is they blew this. I mean, this has gotten more expensive with every signing. They thought maybe at the beginning of it, and so did I, that it would be like a 3-year deal for $75 million with like $40 million guaranteed. Debo kind of got that. McLaurin got that. DK got that. And all of a sudden, this thing just got blown out of the water. And so things have changed. So I see why they're not on the same page. I see why Ayuk wants $30 million and much more guaranteed. But here's the bigger picture on all this. We're starting this process now for the 49ers where they have to make hard decisions because of what Purdy is going to make, Brock Purdy is going to make. To me, it reminds me of what happened in Seattle. Russell Wilson's a third-round pick. They win a Super Bowl. The Legion Boom is there and all this great defense. And all of a sudden, slowly, guys start falling away. The Michael Bennett's and Cliff Avrils, and they can't pay everybody. And so all of a sudden, they have lesser players. And that's what's going to happen with the 49ers. So the biggest question that they have to ask themselves to me is, it's not that you don't want Brandon Ayuk. It's, do you want to pay Brandon Ayuk about $30 million? Do you want to put that money into that position? Is that what you do? Allocate that money there, especially when you just drafted Ricky Pearsall in the first round. Now, maybe he's here to replace Debo at some point, but I think Debo is harder to replace than what Ayuk is. And then you got to start looking at, okay, if we sign Ayuk, do we lose Ward, who's a free agent at the end of this year? Is that a more important position? Do you lose Demo Lenore? Do you lose George Kittle eventually? Who do you lose if you don't lose Brandon Ayuk? Because we're at that point, they're at that point, where because Brock Purdy's going to get this major raise, an unprecedented raise in the history of the league from less than $1 million to 50, 55, 60 at some point during that contract. So, and I know the numbers are going up with the cap as well, which helps the 49ers. But you are absolutely going to lose somebody that you don't want to lose. So is it going to be Ayuk? Is it going to be Ward? Is it going to be Demo? Is it going to be Kittle? Like, at some point, you're losing that guy. So it's not as simple as saying, do you want Ayuk back? It's much more complicated than that.
I would do it. I would pay Ayuk. And apologies for going Papa on you, but I would pay him, and then we got to let it play out, John. As far as who you lose, because I don't think because you pay Ayuk doesn't mean you have to make that decision now. Is my answer on that. And I think sometimes, and you're spot on that you are going to have to probably lose somebody that you don't want to lose. That's the nature of the NFL. And you laid out all the reasons why that's the nature of the NFL. But sometimes if you just pay the guy and keep harmony, the decision is almost made for you over the course of this season. It may become pretty clear cut by the end of the year that Ward is the guy, or that somebody else is the guy, or Debo is the guy, or maybe you look to do something with Kittle, or whoever. This season will determine the course by which they have to go for next season. And maybe that means Ayuk at some point. Maybe that means Ayuk. Although if you're going to pay him, you're obviously going to be intent on keeping him. So to me, you need to pay him, and I've said that from the beginning.
And then you deal with other things down the line as they come up.
Yeah, you kick the can, and it's not even kick the can down the road because you're going to have to do it. But I think that way you're committed to this upcoming season, and you're fully loaded to try and win the Super Bowl. And if you don't do it, then you got to make some tough decisions. You got to figure it out, and maybe it means you're going to have to do corner differently. Maybe it means you're going to have to alter some other positions. Maybe it means you're going to have to do some different restructures or go a different direction in the draft next year. But I'm comfortable essentially going all in, knowing that I'm going to have to make a difficult decision. I'm not going to let that petrify me into not going all in or making things weird with Ayuk for this season.
All right, give us your thoughts, 415-808-KNBR. What did you make of Brandon Ayuk asking for the meeting with the 49ers? 415-808-5627. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Love to get your thoughts. Call it or text it. By the way, Pop and Lund with JD today, sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union is here to help you with home loans that offer great rates and local personal service. Redwood Credit Union, for all that you love, equal housing lender. Let's ask David Lombardi about it. Insider, of course, for the 49ers, does a tremendous job covering the Niners for The Athletic. We'll ask him how he interpreted yesterday's meeting, good or bad. We'll do it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Pepe and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brandon Ayuk told us that he wanted to set this meeting up himself. And when he was sitting with the pivot, he said that he's taking these negotiations personal, that the way that they have negotiated with him, the way that they have told him why he's worth what he's worth, it has touched him. It has affected him. He says he wants to be in San Francisco first, but is comfortable playing elsewhere if that's something that the San Francisco 49ers are willing to do via trade. And I will tell you this, when he sat with us, he did not walk into the room alone. First, it was Brandon Ayuk. Second, it was Jaden Daniels. I'm not a tea leaf reader, but the way that sounds is that Brandon Ayuk wouldn't mind playing in Washington.
All right, that's Ryan Clark, the latest on the saga that has become with Brandon Ayuk. And again, this is kind of an unprecedented situation when we're waiting for David Lombardi from The Athletic. There's never been an offseason at a single position like this where it went from, hey, this is going to be easy. We saw what, McLaurin and Debo and DK and these guys were getting, and all of a sudden, boom, it just gets blown up. Now, he's not Justin Jefferson. He's not going to get 35 a year. But he probably thinks, hey, you know what, if I was in Detroit, I could do what Amon-Ra St. Brown is doing. If I was in Miami, I could be doing what Jalen Waddle's doing. I mean, on down the line, Devontae Smith, all these guys that got paid in the offseason, maybe outside of Jefferson, and he's probably not going to get Chase money. And, but other than that, I think that he's got himself a pretty good argument. Now it comes down to the fact that the 49ers are sitting here going, okay, do we want to pay this guy? Will he play? Now, here's the one thing, too, JD, and you mentioned this. I don't think they would tag him because what happens with tags is, especially with Brock coming up, is the reason why you want to sign guys long-term, not to get too much into the numbers, but you want to be able to distribute the bonuses, the payments, all these kind of things over a number of years, and it can actually drop the number, especially in the short term. So that's a nice thing. You don't want to be paying Brandon Ayuk tag money, which is the top 5 at the position, which right now is around $30 million, but that goes on the cap right away. So that's a major problem. You want to do it over a number of years. But certainly Brandon Ayuk wouldn't not play for $14 million. I mean, he's like 14-1, 14-2, whatever it is, because you're not going to make that money up. So whether he's disgruntled or not, they're going to have him if they want him for this year at $14 million. And then down the road, it's like, okay, are we going to keep him? Or are we going to keep Debo? What are we going to do? All the cards would be on the table. That would be worst case scenario, though, where they would just say, look, we can't come to an agreement. We need you to play on $14 million for the year.
What do you think the whole Jaden Daniels thing is about? Like, why does he keep? I mean, I know they're friends and all of that, but like, is he trying to present another option to the 49ers? I mean, I've never seen anything like that. As far as like, hey, like, let's just get a deal done. If you don't want to pay me, like, I want to be here, but if you're not going to pay me, then send me here. I mean, that is just bizarre. How he keeps popping up.
I think it's just, we just have to get used to these are the way negotiations are done. I mean, I don't care that a guy scrubs his account, all his social media accounts of the team. I mean, you know how many guys have done that and then come back to the team? Kyler Murray did it. I mean, we go on down the line, a bunch of different guys. So whether Clay did it, whether Debo did it, whether Ayuk does it. I mean, it's probably from the agent now because it's been done so many times and it's going to create talk. That, hey, scrub your account, and then people are going to be talking about, now you're serious. I don't need you. I'm not on your team. Well, I remember when Mike McGlinchey was a free agent, and the first thing he did, he used to always wear Niner sweatshirts, and the first thing I noticed was the day after the season, he was wearing a Notre Dame sweatshirt. I never saw him in a Notre Dame sweatshirt. I was showing a Niner sweatshirt. It's a tactic by the agent to say, you are not with that team anymore. You don't have a contract with that team. So scrub your social media to show them that you don't need them. And it's just all a tactic. So walking in with Jaden Daniels, who was your quarterback at Arizona State, who now is with Washington, tells the 49ers, hey, look, I want to play with these guys. I think it's all just a tactic. And I'm not against it because it's the new way to do it. But to me, it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean that he doesn't want to be with that team because, as we've pointed out here, the minute the 49ers were to go to the number he wants, it's all back up. It's just a tactic to say, I'm not on your team anymore. My contract is run out, even though obviously he could play for the $14 million, but he just doesn't want to.
Yeah, I think that all makes sense. It's just bizarre the way that this whole thing is handled, and I think you're right. I mean, some of it is just the way of the wide receiver, right? This is this generation's way of the wide receiver, right? Those guys have always been the divas and have weird things attached to them, and in the way that they try to get things done. But all that being said, I keep coming back to the fact that I think Brandon Ayuk is worth it until proven otherwise. Like, I would want to know that the replacement or that the 49ers' ability to function without him is there before you actually have to make the decision, because it really took him 2 full years plus a little bit to get to a point where he was close to his best self, where you could see the vision in Kyle Shanahan's system. And then he's exploded from that point on. So to me, I want Brandon Ayuk on this team because I wouldn't want it to take a couple of years to develop the next Brandon Ayuk as dynamic as he is.
All right, let's get David Lombardi's thoughts on it. Does a tremendous job covering the 49ers and is tremendously good with the numbers as well. Check him out in The Athletic. All the guys, Matt Barrows and Kawakami, and everybody does a great job with it. Follow David at Lombardi himself, YouTube channel. He's got different ways that you can check him out on social media, and always does a tremendous job. And he joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Hi, David.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. I'm doing really good.
Are you running?
I'm
Are you
out
at
in
a lake?
Nashville right now.
Yeah, good. I want to know where you are.
Yeah, it's like 97 degrees out here. It's really hot. But I was in San Francisco for like 36 hours this weekend, and it was one of those like air conditioner breaks. You know, you get out, you cool off a little bit, your internal body temperature goes down, and then you're ready to go handle the summer.
Very
a
good.
little bit more. It's like 52, you know.
Exactly. It's nice. All right, so give us your thought on Brandon Ayuk coming into town and requesting this meeting with the 49ers. Do you look at that as a positive sign?
I think anytime you could get face-to-face communication, it's a positive sign. And the previous contract standoffs, 49ers were not getting face-to-face communication at this time. Now, the reason that was given, I'm guessing that came from Ayuk or from his agent, Ryan Williams. The reason that was given was because supposedly Brandon Ayuk was personally hurt by some of the 49ers contract offers. And I have to say, this was predictable a few weeks ago when Justin Jefferson got that deal that was just so far and ahead of anything that we had seen. I thought that the next logical step would be the receivers who hadn't signed yet would be looking for money that was much greater than what teams were willing to pay, right? He might not be asking for Justin Jefferson money, but there's such a big gap between Jefferson and the number 2 guy right now, Tyreek Hill, that, you could see Ayuk, you could see CeeDee Lamb, you could see Jamar Chase all asking for money within that gap, and teams not wanting to meet them there. And then that creates hard feelings, right? Because, in any contract negotiation, your worth is on the line in some way. And if the team is saying no, you're not worth as much as you're asking for, that can lead to some resentment, to some hard feelings. And I think that's where Ayuk might have been based on some of the social media behavior. And I think that he wanted to make sure that this was set back on the right track. And I think that the face-to-face meeting is the best thing he could do at this point to accomplish that.
David, the 49ers are comfortable with the uncomfortable in negotiation, as any good organization is. But is it your sense that they really do want to get this thing done by the beginning of training camp, to not have it be a cloak over a season where they're all in again to try and get that elusive Super Bowl?
Well, comfortable being uncomfortable, I think, is a great way to put it. I like your choice of words. And I would compare it to, if we had to make a comparison to a quarterback standing in the pocket. And you have to wait until the receiver's open to throw the football. And it's going to be uncomfortable for the QB at some time. Sometimes you have to buy a little bit of time. You have to move a little bit. And sometimes you have to be willing to take the hit when you do throw the ball, because that's when the receiver's coming open. So I think the 49ers are standing in the pocket. They stood in the pocket with George Kittle in 2020. They did the same thing with Warner in 21, Samuel in 2022, and Bosa in 2023. And I would say that the only one of those negotiations that firmly landed in favor of the player was the Bosa one, because he had so much leverage just being Nick Bosa, and you couldn't really replace him. But in all the other ones, the 49ers have been able to stand in the pocket and figure out a deal that I thought was generally fair to both sides. But Bosa, I thought, clearly won his negotiation, $34 million a year, $88 million fully guaranteed money. There wasn't funny money in that deal. It was a lot like Justin Jefferson's from the Vikings. So what the 49ers have to do now is they have to set their price, which they've done, and there's no reason for them really to budge off of it, except maybe to sweeten that offer a little bit if that's what it takes to get Brandon Ayuk in there in time, so you don't want to disrupt training camp. But with the leverage that they have, and almost all of it is in their corner, they have to continue thinking about their big picture long-term plan. And you got to pay Brock Purdy. There's going to be a lot more to do to maintain this roster. You can't just jump off script because you feel a little bit uncomfortable right now and pay Brandon Ayuk what turns out to be unsustainable money, because paying him might end up compromising the structure of the roster down the road. And I think the best way to remember and frame this is that they're in the business right now of rewarding Brandon Ayuk a season early. He's already under contract for 2024 at a very good rate for the team at $14.1 million. So anything that's being negotiated right now is a reward for Brandon Ayuk for the great work that he's put in developing over the past 4 years. And when it's viewed from that lens, the ball is in the team's court, and hopefully you can find a way to make this work for both parties.
Well explained. David Lombardi is joining us. We're talking about the Brandon Ayuk situation, requested a meeting with the 49ers yesterday. It's Pop and Lund on KNBR, AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. I want to go back to something you said there, because they're at the point, you mentioned Brock Purdy, they're at the point where they can't keep everybody. So when you look at Brandon Ayuk and then you start thinking about, okay, Ward is going to be up at the end of the season, Demo is going to be up, Afunga, all these guys, somebody's not going to fit into this equation. So if they sign Ayuk and decide that, okay, that's how we're going to distribute our money, can they sign Ward and Demo next offseason and Purdy? And, like, who are they going to start losing here if they sign Ayuk?
If this draft class pans out, and that doesn't necessarily mean that this draft class has to develop superstars right away. You'd hope that you get a nice fixture, and maybe in Ricky Pearsall or somebody else 2 or 3 years down the road. But if this draft class turns into affordable, productive depth, which is just as important to a football team's Super Bowl chances as the star power at the top, you've got to have both of them to get the whole way. But if this draft class is able to do that, I think that the 49ers window to continue expanding their A-list core will continue growing with the growing salary cap. So then it's a question of how long will the salary cap keep on spiking in the NFL, because that's the wave that the 49ers are riding right now. You're seeing with their contract structures, they're just creating all these signing and option bonuses. Sometimes, as I think with McCaffrey's contract, it was a triple bonus structure. So they're staggering the cap hits and they're extending them into the future. And it's like taking out a zero interest loan. You know, people are like, oh, the bill's going to come due. Well, it's not like they're paying interest on this money that they're pushing into the future. So they have higher cap hits set for these star players in seasons where the cap is projected to be higher. So it makes complete financial sense, and it's sustainable as long as the salary cap keeps on growing. So to answer your question, the draft class has got to work out, because then you get into the dangerous territory, if it doesn't work out, of having to pay a premium for free agents to fill depth roles. And I think that's where their plan would hit unsustainable water. But I think it's sustainable as long as the depth of your roster is on a rookie deal or on a cost-controlled deal, because then you have that rising cap to be able to fit the veteran contracts into.
David, from a football standpoint, and I'm going down the rabbit hole a little bit here, but from a football standpoint, if the 49ers were to decide, hey, this Brandon Ayuk situation is untenable, could they survive without Brandon Ayuk for this season?
Well, it's all about maximizing your chances to win a Super Bowl. I think they have the strongest roster in the NFL, so if you take one receiver off of it, even if he's your best receiver, I do think they could still win the Super Bowl. But do I think they'd be odds-on favorites? Do I think they'd be favorites in all 17 of their games as they are right now? Probably not. It would probably make that margin a little thinner. And right now, you should be thinking like the 1994 49ers if you're this year's San Francisco team. You should be thinking like the team that lost 2 straight NFC championships to the Cowboys. And it wasn't just about retaining guys then. It was about adding to what you had to kick down the door and win the Super Bowl. You can't be in the mode of potentially losing talent at this point if you're the 49ers and being okay with it, because that's no way to get over the hump of playing the Chiefs. That being said, I don't think that's that much of a danger because even if they don't reach an agreement with Brandon Ayuk, I mean, again, like I said, the leverage is in the 49ers court right here. He's got to show up at some point and play the season to get his money, and B, to make sure his contract doesn't toll to 2025, right? If he doesn't show up by the deadline, then this doesn't count as an accrued year for Brandon Ayuk. So all of the power is on the team's side here. And again, hopefully cooler heads can prevail and they could find a way to reward Brandon Ayuk at a price that's sustainable for them.
David, do you ever see a scenario in which the 49ers would trade him at this point?
The only, again, they've got to be in the mentality of the 94 Niners, and that is get better now. So the reason why the trade rumors made more sense before the draft is because theoretically somebody like Brandon Ayuk would have been able to command a valuable draft pick that could turn into a player that could make the 49ers better at another position. So now the draft is passed. So the only way that trading Brandon Ayuk would make the 49ers better now in order to beat the Chiefs in 2024 is if they get a player in return or a couple players in return. That's just so hard to execute in the NFL, though, with the cap. You don't see player-for-player trades, especially of a big magnitude, all that often. So, yes, I could see it, but I have to say that it would seem really, really unlikely.
Great stuff. David, thanks for taking the time, man. I know we're going to see you soon at training camp, but you're always great to us. We appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, of course, guys. Thanks. Have a great day.
You too. That is David Lombardi. He's out running around somewhere in 97 degree heat.
Thought he was going for a swim. He likes to go swim in the ocean.
Yeah, he's a big
swimmer. So when he was a little out of, I thought, man, did he just get out of the water somewhere? But no, he's running around in the 97 plus humidity.
Yeah,
Tennessee.
That's exactly it. All right, let me go to just the trade aspect because we haven't even talked about this. Because I agree with you too. You both said that you think that it's positive that Brandon Ayuk asked for this meeting to kind of air things out, and he was frustrated and he was taking it personal and all this kind of stuff. And you could see on his social media that he was. So I think it's great. But what if it was this? Because we haven't heard the meeting. What if Brandon Ayuk, with having Jaden Daniels in when Ryan Clark saw him, said, hey guys, I'm sick of this. I want to go play with Jaden Daniels in Washington. Can you work a deal out? Now, look, the Niners could say, you're playing for $14 million, and you got to come in because you're not going to accrue that year, and you wouldn't be a free agent. So David laid it out perfectly. But what if he just said, you know what? I want to go to Washington. Can you work out a trade? I don't want to be here. Maybe he said that. I don't think he did, but maybe he did. I was thinking about this because, again, David's right. You want to get that draft pick. But one of the reasons why teams don't want to give you a draft pick right before the draft is all of a sudden that became what's behind door number 2 money because you don't know. And they're excited and they've been working the draft and they don't want to give up their first-round pick yet. But now Washington, who is always a bad team, and then, look, Jaden Daniels maybe makes them better, but the reality is a rookie quarterback probably means a long year for you. That's probably a top 10 pick. And they'd be willing to give it to you now because it's not until April. When it's the day of the draft, they don't really want to give you that pick, and it becomes more valuable. So what if Washington said, okay, we'll give you a first-round pick, and then David said, receiver, you're not getting Terry McLaurin, but could you get like Jahan Dotson, who was a former first-round pick in 22, and you say, okay, we'll take a top 10 pick and another receiver, and we already got Ricky Pearsall. I'm just throwing it out there that I don't think they're going to trade him. And I do agree with David in that they're in Super Bowl now. And the difference between the example I gave before, Seattle and Russell Wilson was a third-rounder, and they could keep everybody because they were paying him cheap. And then once they paid Russell Wilson, they started losing pieces, and they were no longer that Seahawks team. The difference was they won a Super Bowl, and this team hasn't. And if you don't win a Super Bowl with all this talent and as great as Kyle is, you're Harbaugh's 49ers. Man, that was cool. And Patrick Willis and all these guys, those guys were awesome. They didn't win a Super Bowl. And around here, that's the starting point. And then it becomes multiple Super Bowls to determine how great you were. But if you don't win one, that's a problem. And you've been down there a ton, as have I. They are not desperate to win a Super Bowl, but there's a sense of urgency that you can feel in the building. So they want to win a Super Bowl badly, as does everybody, but they really do. So I don't think they would ever trade Brandon. But if he came in and he keeps kind of some of these antics up, I could see where the 49ers would say, you know what? This is not a precedence we want to set as an organization that a guy's going to kind of play us this whole time and demand $30 million when we don't value the position like that. Washington getting me a top 10 pick and, I don't know, Dotson, a former first-round pick wide receiver, and then they get to put McLaurin with a guy that he knows in Daniels, and all of a sudden it's McLaurin and it's Brandon Ayuk. Maybe they would do that. I don't want to be crazy sports radio trade guy, but I don't know. Would the 49ers ever get to that point where they're like, hell with it, we're going to trade him?
Well, what I was going to ask you is what would the timing be on that? Do they have an internal deadline on when they would do that? Would they do that right before training camp? Would they do that? Like, is it a matter of, hey, a week before training camp, if this thing's not done and he truly wants to go somewhere else, if it's not going to get done and he's at a number we don't want? Like, because they do, in my opinion, have to weigh the cloak of this thing hanging over training camp and or the season. I don't think they need that. It didn't help last year with Bosa, and they said all the right things, and they acted like it wasn't a thing. It was a thing. They were pissed that he wasn't there, and it lingered long farther than they wanted it to, and they ended up losing on the deal, which is fine. You get Bosa, but it took Bosa a while to get going, and it was a topic of conversation all the time. I don't think they care about topics of conversation necessarily, but I wonder what you think the timing would be on something like that. Knowing Ayuk, and they know Ayuk better than anybody, like, is he going to come in at some point, bite the bullet, and feel okay about everything, and it's not going to be weird? Or is there a point at which they have to say, okay, we don't want this to be weird, we're not meeting his number, we're going to look to get him out of here?
Yeah, I mean, I think that he would play on $14 million, like you said, because you're not going to make that money up. Guys have tried to do that and everything. And I think he's enough of a professional that, okay, he'd be frustrated about not getting paid. He has admitted that it's gotten to him to watch. And who wouldn't, man? If everybody around you at your position got paid, and I'm not kidding, like everybody got paid except for what? Jamar Chase has not gotten paid. CeeDee Lamb has not gotten paid. Those two guys are getting paid. So they're going to get their money. Those are the only two wide receivers. It seems like every damn wide receiver in the league got paid. I mean, you can go on down the line from both the guys in Philly. You know, I think that Tyreek Hill probably wants a new deal, but Waddle got a deal. I mean, go on down, Amon-Ra St. Brown, like all these guys. And to be, as you just said, a wide receiver, and they have the ultimate of confidence to sit there and say, I got to the Super Bowl. I made the catch off the face mask. You asked me to block. I did it. You know, I was in the doghouse early in my career here because I didn't understand what Kyle wanted. I've done every single thing that you asked me to do. I don't have the numbers of those other guys because there's so many mouths to feed, but I block like hell. I do all these things, and then it's time to pay me where all these other guys got paid, and you're not paying me. And so I could see where Brandon Ayuk would have resentment, where it could be really thick resentment, where he just says, to hell with it, pay, you know, you don't have to pay me. And I can also see the 49ers side where it's like, okay, we're the 49ers. We value defense, toughness, a running game. We're going to punch you in the mouth. And as much as we love him, he wants $30 million. I'm not sure that we value that position like that, where we're going to pay Debo that and Ayuk that. And, oh, by the way, I don't think this has been brought up a lot. It's harder to find a Debo than it is a Brandon Ayuk, to me. That what Debo brings to the table, while he's not a true wide receiver in that sense, what he provides to a team, I think, is harder to replace than what Brandon Ayuk provides, if I had to choose. But it seems like the 49ers, at least of what we know right now, are going to let Debo go at the end of the season and choose Ayuk, which is interesting.
That's it. It is interesting, and we can get into it a little bit later in the show. I would disagree with you from the 49ers standpoint on it being easier to find an Ayuk than it is a Debo. I mean, because it took Ayuk a couple of years to get in the fold. I think they can find. To me, you can find Debo type guys, maybe not exact fits, but you can find those guys later in the draft. Whereas that prototypical number one receiver, I think, has to be almost a perfect fit in the Shanahan system, and then it still might take you a couple years to get out of his doghouse and be productive.
Yeah, absolutely. And then we'll see that with Ricky Pearsall. Give us your thoughts. 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627 on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and call the line. The latest on Brandon Ayuk. He asks for and gets a meeting with the 49ers yesterday, 49ers brass, to try to air out their grievances, their differences, and get a deal done. Give us your thoughts on all we've discussed, and thanks to David Lombardi, who gave us a lot of great stuff. But let's get to the Warriors. You were there yesterday. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to get a little Warriors talk, Clay, Chris Paul, all that kind of stuff. Stay with us, because at 11:50, in about a half hour or so, we're going to play the highlights from Mike Dunleavy Jr.'s press conference. It's going to take a minute, so we'll do that. But we'll get JD's thoughts on what was said yesterday, if anything was resolved. And one thing that was really interesting, it is lying season after all, so we're not going to blame Mike Dunleavy. We'll get into that next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
ESPN Front Office Insider Bobby Marks. He joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday, discussed the Warriors' options in free agency. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
Dub Nation, filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything blue and gold. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard for me to see a team going out and giving him 3 years. I mean, the market is, outside of course, the sign-in trade is, really 5 teams. Certainly Philadelphia, and I think a lot has to happen there. Certainly I think Philadelphia probably has to miss out on some of their targets, which certainly includes Paul George, and then you're looking at Orlando and Oklahoma City. Oklahoma City is not known for going out and spending a lot of money on free agents. They don't do that. So I would kind of have to go out of their comfort zone. And then Orlando there, certainly, does it make sense for 2 years for Clay? I think it does. 3 years, probably not.
That's Bobby Marks, front office insider for ESPN, breaking down some of the issues with the Warriors and Klay Thompson. We'll get into that conversation in just a second. JD is in for Pop today, John Dickinson, and he was at the press conference yesterday, and Mike Dunleavy, so we're going to talk about it. Also, make an appointment, stay in your car, whatever you got to do over lunch hour. In about 30 minutes, we'll play the key cuts and discuss Mike Dunleavy. We want to get your thoughts as well. 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627, both text or call in line from the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. So let me just ask you broad, and then we can kind of zip down into this thing. What were your impressions of Mike Dunleavy, his second pre-draft, pre-free agency press conference?
Yeah, and you don't know what to make of it, obviously, because every GM's required to be able to do this and have this press conference a couple of days before the draft. Obviously, the draft is secondary. It's maybe even more than secondary, considering the Warriors only have the 52nd pick and no first-round pick. Really, all everybody wants to know about Clay and about the offseason. Are they going to look to make big moves, or are they going to, run it back, right? Biggest takeaway is, and I think he proved this last year, there were a lot of questions about trades and specific players. He didn't want to get into any of the Clay stuff. Called that private a bunch of different times. But he spoke to the difficulty of making trades. And Monty Poole, who we're going to have on, I thought he asked a great question. I know we're going to play it later. But he used Boston and Dallas as examples specifically. The two teams in the finals made multiple trades, which allowed them to get to the point where they were legitimate championship contenders. Dallas from the 11 seed. The Warriors were the 10 seed this year. Dallas was the 11 last year. They make a couple of trades, and they wind up being good enough to be the team that makes a run to get to the finals. And the response to an earlier question, not to Monty's was a follow-up, but on trades being the best way to improve the roster, Dunleavy said internal development is the number one, and that was just like an eye roll for me. Like, it's like this thing cannot be about internal development of the young players and guys. You're just not going to be good enough at that point. But the one thing we learned last year is he'll basically lie right to everybody's face and do the opposite, because he talked about being committed to Jordan Poole, and then Jordan Poole was out the door.
He called him on it.
Great stuff. So as much of to me, the last thing a Warrior fan wants to hear is that the biggest way the team gets better between now and October is internal development.
Yeah, let's discuss that, because, again, I'm not going to hold this against Mike Dunleavy, because I think what we've gotten to the point is we used to use a term called lying season. It's always lying season. A general, yep. I'm talking about from a front office standpoint. I'm not going to tell you what I'm going to do. I'm not going to tell anybody what I'm going to do. I'm not, Jordan Poole last year, and this is what Kawakami asked him about. Jordan Poole, they did this exact press conference, and he said that he wanted him. They just signed him to a 4-year extension, and we want him for many years, even beyond that. That's what he said. And then he traded him, 4 days later? But I don't hold that against him, because they're not going to come out and say, you know what, guys, we have a deal working with Washington and we're dotting I's and crossing T's. He can't do that. No GM can do that in any sport. No GM can do that. No person running a business can do that. We're going to acquire said business. You can't tell anybody anything until it's done. Because, if everybody finds out, oh, you're doing that, everybody jumps in. There's all this different chaos. So you can't do that. And most of the rumors don't come true. But here's where I would differ, and I agree with you 100%. When they started this thing, and they made the wise decision, Jerry West, front office, all these people, let's let this thing marinate. Clay was young. Curry was young. Dre was young. These guys, Harrison Barnes was young. They were going to get better because they were a young basketball team that was ascending up. But the guys who are going to win you a championship or not are still Steph Curry, Draymond Green, maybe Clay, whatever it is. they're still leading the way. These other guys are nothing more than role players at this point. And even moving forward, I don't know what Kuminga is. Maybe, and I don't think Paul George is coming here. That's not the example I'm saying. But is Jonathan Kuminga going to be the Shai Gilgeous-Alexander to Paul George getting traded to the Clippers? Because if the Clippers had it to do over again, SGA is a better player than what Paul George is, and they wouldn't do that deal. But at the time, the Clippers are trying to win. So is that going to be the type of guy he's going to be? I don't think so. And then Podziemski, TJD, Moody, any of these other guys, all due respect to those guys, those are going to be role players into the future, helping a team win a championship. They're not going to be the one or two options. Those are going to be Curry and those guys. So where he's wrong in that, and again, he knows this, but he had to say it, is that internal development. Well, those guys, it'd be great because they're going to be role players. But you're either winning a championship or not based on Curry and Green and whoever your top players are. And those guys are not only, they're not going to have improvement, they're declining.
And it's based on Curry and Green and in my opinion, at least one player that's not currently on the roster if they're going to get to that point. And where I go is, how do you get that player? How do you get your second best player? And I like Podziemski. I like Trace Jackson-Davis. I like Moody. I like Kuminga. None of these guys that I just mentioned are those guys from a decade plus ago. Steph, Clay, Draymond. Those guys are all-time greats. None of these guys project to be that. I'm perfectly comfortable with Podziemski and Trace Jackson-Davis and Moses Moody being rotation players on the Warriors next year. I'm comfortable with Kuminga being a rotation player that's maybe even a starter on next year's team. But the question becomes, if all of that is true and all four of those guys are on the team, then how do you get better? And maybe it's trading Chris Paul's big contract and attaching some other things to it, and you get a player that way. But in doing that, I know they want to shop Wiggins, but do that at your own risk because you have the potential, I think, to lose the only true small forward and point of attack defender on your roster. Plus, I don't think he has a lot of value. So, what it comes back to me is, and I'll use the Jaylen Brown comp on Kuminga in this sense, because I've heard this a lot. Can Kuminga be as good as Jaylen Brown? Not next year, and in 3 years. And part of the reason why maybe the Warriors don't want to get rid of Kuminga is because he might turn into Jaylen. What good is Jaylen Brown? The player that Jaylen Brown is now, if that's what Kuminga becomes, let's say in 2027, what good is that if the rest of your roster is in a rebuild anyway, but Kuminga's the best player as your Jaylen Brown? We've seen it took Jaylen Brown with Jason Tatum and Drew Holiday and Derek White and Porzingis and all these guys to get over the hump and finally win a title. And there were points this year where that team, who was in about year 5, 6, 7 of their core, they looked shaky even though they had the best record in the league. The point I'm getting at is, even if Kuminga does turn into Jaylen Brown, you're probably still not going to have enough in terms of the rest of the roster to be that contender. So I go back to, and I know we're going to get into this, something that Tom said yesterday.
Yeah, exactly.
And I've said going back as far as March, I think the willingness to include Jonathan Kuminga in a deal that helps this team try to become a contender over the next 2 to 3 years is in many ways the key and the pivot point to this whole offseason.
Greatly said, because that's what we're going to discuss next. Tom said something yesterday that's interesting, and I know the majority of the Warriors fans don't want to hear this, but an interesting thing that he said yesterday, and we'll discuss. And then we'll play the highlights from Mike Dunleavy Jr. at about 11:50 and discuss that. JD's in for Pop today. It's Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
Wherever you roam throughout your home, listen to the sports leader on your smart speaker. We are KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. John Dickinson, the great John Dickinson, in for Pop today. Talking about Mike Dunleavy's press conference, what we learned. We'll play the key cuts in about 15 minutes, so don't miss that. Spend your lunch hour hanging out with us, and then Monty Poole's going to join us to give us more insight into the Warriors offseason at 12:30 with the draft coming up shortly, and, of course, free agency Sunday. Everything will start. Pen can actually go to paper and all those kind of things, so we'll discuss that as well. But let's get into something. You and I talked about this actually before the show. I was listening to Tom yesterday, Tolbert and Copes, weekdays 2 to 6, right here on the Sports Leader. And Tom was discussing the situation and all about the offseason and all that kind of stuff. So you and I kind of got into this conversation. But in regards to things that Dunleavy were saying, but he was saying, to improve the team, that Jonathan Kuminga would have to be part of a trade. And I know how Dub Nation generally feels about Jonathan Kuminga. You just mentioned the Jaylen Brown comps. People think he's going to be that. And when this group is gone, Jonathan Kuminga is going to lead the way, and he's going to be a superstar. But the overall, and there's no youth movement anymore. They're not going to try to do two things. What they're trying to accomplish is maximize Steph Curry's remaining time on this team, help him win a championship, whatever the case may be. So as you pointed out, does that help the Warriors in 3 or 4 years if he becomes Jaylen Brown? I mean, yeah, it does, but it doesn't right now. So Tom was saying that, look, if you want to trade Wiggins, if you want to trade certain, whatever, this guy, that guy, it's not going to really change a lot of the outlook of the team. The only guy who can accomplish that to get you a potential superstar and a player that right now is ready to help Steph Curry try to win a championship in this core is Jonathan Kuminga. If you don't trade Jonathan Kuminga, then you're looking at basically the same type of team. You can rearrange deck chairs on the boat here, but whether it's Wiggins or one of the other young guys, whatever, you're not going to really get that impact. What do you think of that?
I'm with it 100%. And here's the other part of Kuminga, and I want to get your take on this. You're getting to the point where you're about to have to pay Jonathan Kuminga.
Right, make a decision.
So, are you going to pay him $120 million or more in an extension right now? He's eligible come
that's
October.
A hard choice, isn't it?
That's a hard choice.
Because you can look at another Jordan Poole there where you're like, and I know they moved him and everything, but I mean, you look at Washington right now. You think they want to pay Jordan Poole all that money? Hell no. I mean, he's not that.
So it becomes a question of, and I think you can also make the case that hey, once a player gets paid, then you have the ability to move off of them in salary matching, and you can take a player of greater salary back. So in the future, if they made the decision like a year from now that they would want to do something, he'd be on a new and different contract. You'd be able to get more back there. But if you're going to go down that path, the guy's career trajectory better continue to grow at a big rate. I just don't think that the Warriors can be dependent on, and you hear this term a lot, and it drives me nuts. It almost drove me as nuts as hearing Mike Dunleavy Jr. yesterday say internal development was the biggest.
You really hate that, don't you?
I know it's
hate it.
because that's just going to – and look, I think Podziemski, Trace Jackson Davis, and Moody are all solid. Like, they are all young players who can play in the rotation on a good team, but the front end is not good enough. It's kind of like the Giants don't have enough premier players. They're fine at getting the 7, 8, 9, into the roster guys, or in this case for the Warriors, the back end of the rotation guys. But you got to get another headliner. And so, what you hear a lot is the Kuminga leap. The Kuminga leap. They need another Kuminga leap. And yes, they do need it, but unless that leap is all-star this season, bordering on super,
let's be honest, a true number two.
Bordering on superstar, right? I mean, like all-star bordering on superstar this season. Like if that's not what he's going to be this season, then I think you have to look to move him because you're up to the point where you're going to pay him. And again, I'm with Tom. I don't think Wiggins moves the needle. I'm with you. I don't think plus I think Wiggins, if you get a number 2 in here and Wiggins is still around, I like Wiggins a lot more as a number 3 or a number 4. And look, and plus I think he's in many ways across the league a sunk cost because most of the league didn't like him anyway. The Warriors, before the Warriors had fixed him, basically. And so now that he looks like maybe he's a little bit of a sunk cost again, I don't think the rest of the league has any value. So you're taking somebody back that you probably don't want to take back or has as many problems as Wiggins. So I wouldn't do the lateral, my problem for your problem kind of a trade with Wiggins. I would look to try to make the rest of the roster better and hope that can unlock closer to the Wiggins of a couple of years ago. He's not going to – because here's the thing, and people say Wiggins was the second best player. Nobody told Wiggins he was the second best player. You can't tell him he's got to be the second best player or is the second best player because then things are going to turn. You need to go get that second best player, and I think it allows Wiggins to be more productive. I think the Podziemski, TJD, Moody development is also productive. But the only way you're truly getting that guy, in my mind, is the Chris Paul contract and the ability to include Kuminga in a deal. And I'll even take it a step further. They might have to include some first-round picks down the line. And I know the rules and the aprons and all those different kinds of things. And if that means Clay isn't a part of the action, because we haven't really talked a lot about Clay. I know that was a bigger topic yesterday and will be as we get deeper into the week and approach the weekend when he has the potential to maybe make a decision. But if you used Chris Paul and Kuminga to bring a big-time player back, and that meant maybe Klay Thompson isn't around, and then you look to add some other guys on the fringe with the young guys. Like that to me is the kind of team that gives you the best chance to maybe move forward and be a Dallas type of a team for next season. Maybe you don't get to the finals, but you at least can get back into that conversation where you're getting into the second round and maybe making a little bit of noise, because I think there's a huge difference for Joe Lacob in this team being a second round kind of a team and being a team that's going to be 7, 8, 9, 10, and maybe they win a game, maybe they lose a game, maybe they make the playoffs and sneak in, maybe they end up out like they did by getting throttled in Sacramento. Being able to be one of those teams that can be maybe in a Final Four in a West or win a playoff series, that is a level in and of itself that I think is important in the final couple of years of Steph, Draymond, and Steve Kerr at a much greater level than just floundering around trying to be a 10 seed that can get hot.
Give us your thoughts about JD and Tom saying if this team is going to change, it's going to have to involve a trade with Jonathan Kuminga. 415-808-5627. Would you be on board? 808 KNBR. Give us your thoughts on that. Either the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line or call-in line in regards to the Warriors. And go right ahead.
No, I get why people are afraid to put Kuminga in. Like, I understand. I even get why Joe Lacob's afraid, because I think he knows a big chunk of the fan base really thinks Jonathan Kuminga has the potential to be a superstar. He may even think it. But the reality is, for me, on that front, is it comes down to the fact that I think the idea of what Kuminga could be is greater right now than what he actually can be for this team over these next couple of years. And I think trading the idea of what he can be down the line and the fact that he might be Jaylen Brown, or you mentioned SGA, I think that's the part that's paralyzing the Warriors a little bit, maybe some in the organization. I think it's definitely a part of it with the fan base, Lund, is the fact that it's the idea of, oh my God, you traded Jonathan Kuminga for an older guy. You traded Jonathan Kuminga for a deal that's, that brings back a guy who's kind of mid, but is clearly the Warriors' second best player. There's going to have to be some risk involved. I think that's the bigger picture extension of the conversation. The Warriors cannot be afraid to take a big swing with Steph, Draymond, and Steve here these next couple of years.
Well, the way that I look at it is, and I want to get more into what the other guys could bring you, but the goal is stated for the Warriors, whether fans like it or not. The goal is stated. We are going to maximize Steph Curry's remaining years on this team. That's what they said. There is no Wiseman anymore. There is no Poole anymore. There is not winning and also trying to cultivate for the future. That's not what they're doing. Their stated goal is maximize Steph Curry, try to win another championship.
Do you think they're worried about
Curry.
the idea Do you think they're worried about the idea of 27 and beyond? And because Kuminga is kind of that carrot out there where people can kind of think, oh, Kuminga might be a superstar. So it sort of keeps everybody optimistic about the future. Whereas if you deal him, you're basically saying, 2027. But to me, you're going to be close enough to that point anyway to where you might as well go for it now.
Well, and again, that's the stated goal. So they've got to ask themselves if Kuminga, as you just said, right now is a legit 2. And what I mean is Steph is still good enough to be a 1. Draymond's never been really a 2. He's kind of his own category. Clay is absolutely not. If you look at what Boston just did, and everybody copies those who win, everybody on the floor just about for the Celtics can switch 1 to 5 and is in the prime of their career and is a two-way, 3-and-D, two-way player from Jaylen Brown to Jason Tatum to Drew Holiday, Derek White, across the board. That's what you're trying to accomplish. So Clay is not a 2 anymore. He's a piece off the bench. So as you're pointing out, it has to be a guy, but a guy who's ready right now. And I love Kuminga. I think he's going to be good. But think about it in these terms, too. If you're scared that Kuminga is going to come back and bite the Warriors, they're going to suck with or without him. They're going to be in the lottery with or without him. So what's going to happen is you're going to be back to the old Warriors. You're going to be top 5 pickers because they already said Wiseman wasn't going to do it and Poole wasn't going to do it. And if those guys had showed that you know what, Wiseman's going to be dominant and Poole's going to be dominant, then we're not going to trade anybody, and we're going to have a core moving forward of Poole and Kuminga and Wiseman, and we can do what the Bulls couldn't do after Jordan, what the Celtics couldn't have to do in Burton. Go on down the line. All those teams who were so great, they dipped. They just did. And so they're going to have to go through lottery again, finding a superstar. Don't you think, again, based on what we know about Kuminga, and I really like him, I'm not disparaging him, but based on that, when they go downhill and when Curry leaves and Dre leaves and they're starting all over again, is it going to matter that Kuminga's on the team? Because you're going to be in the lottery anyway, and you're going to try to find those great players, and it's going to take you multiple drafts to do that. Now, maybe people think, and the only reason I say SGA is because they traded Paul George, and so that was the deal. And if if you're the Clippers right now, you're like, damn, I wish I had SGA back. That's kind of the comparison. I don't think Kuminga's going to be that kind of a player. He's more of a Jaylen Brown type, but I'm simply saying that they're trying to maximize Steph. And so if Kuminga's ready to do that today or in October when they start the season, that's fine. That's the projection. If he's not, then you have to trade him because, as Tom said and you're saying, you're going to be the same team. Wiggins is going to get you a bad for a bad back. Chris Paul's going to get you, okay, it's the $30 million, but either if you don't throw in Kuminga, then you're throwing in a young player or two. What are you getting for that? Because someone's going to say to you, we're getting old Chris Paul for $30 million. I don't want that. How you're incentivizing me to take Chris Paul on? Well, that's either JK or some of the young players that he just said he wouldn't trade but would have to. My point in saying all this is you're not getting anything that's going to vault you to the top of the West unless you move JK. There's just not that on the roster.
There is not, and that's where it makes this thing so tricky here over the course of the next couple of weeks. There's a way that they can do it, but they have to be willing to do it. And I'm just not sure that they are because they're in many ways petrified of. And look, Kuminga's not going to be SG. I mean, SG, and I know you.
I'm not saying
SGA
that.
is a primary ball handler.
I'm just saying a regrettable trade is more what I'm saying is that the Clippers, had they been patient, would actually have the better player, the far better player. As good as Paul George is, he's 34. He's not in his prime.
Totally.
SGA is elevating, and he's going to be he is already a superstar, was a top 3 guy in the MVP voting. If the Clippers had it to do over again as of this moment, and they didn't win a championship, they would have kept him. There's no doubt. So that's what Warriors fans are afraid of is, okay, we make a short-term play here. They don't get the title, and Kuminga becomes that type of a player, that well-regarded of a player. Damn, we should have kept him. But I understand why the Clippers did what they did, because they were putting Paul George with Kawhi, and they said, damn, we can win a championship. Didn't work out. But they went for it, which is what the Warriors' stated goal is with Steph. We got to go for it and win a title. It's not about being really good for 5 years or whatever. It's about winning a title with the greatest player in the history of your organization that you're never getting back again.
Can't worry about 2027 and beyond right now. That's going to be a rebuild. Like, just accept it right now and try to make the next
Kuminga,
2 to 3
years. You're going to be in the lottery.
Exactly. Kuminga's the full body banner of Kuminga might be on the side of Chase Center, but you're winning 28 games.
Right. I mean, that's a marketing. And again, there's something to be said for that because, as you pointed out to the owner, this is an owner decision. This is not a Dunleavy decision. He can sit there yesterday and say all he wants about, they're not trading Kuminga. Well, if they got a good enough offer, it's not going to go to the decision-making because the Wiseman deal didn't go to that. The Wiseman deal went to Joe. Hey, Joe, are you okay with trading Wiseman? Yes, I am. Hey, Joe, are you okay with trading JK? No, I'm not. Now, even if Dunleavy wants to do it, they're not doing it because Joe's not going to approve it, and that's where the buck stops.
And here's the other thing, quick, and I know we're up against it, but the other part of it, too, is just it's the simple fact that I think if they're on record, basically, or it's been reported that they would be willing to trade Kuminga only for basically a superstar. And here's the thing. I think they need to lower that bar a little bit. I think it might need to be just a guy that they have to lower that bar to clear-cut second-best player on their team that can be around and ride with Steph for the next 2 years.
Okay, let me throw you one name because we're going to play the Dunleavy stuff next. Does Jimmy Butler fit that? Like, Miami's disgruntled a little bit, and so
yes, I would do it in a heartbeat, and people would scream. I know the
because
Paul George
I think
thing's
he's
a
that
pipe dream.
step below guy. He's not a superstar. He's really, really good, and he's really good in the playoffs. But he's 30-something too, and so all of a sudden it's like, okay, he's a 2, he's a dog, he can help you now. But Jimmy Butler in 2 or 3 years, and then Jonathan Kuminga, what he could be in 2 or 3 years, are going to be going in different. One's going down, one's going up.
I'd do it in a heartbeat.
Okay.
I'd do Jimmy Butler today.
Give us your thoughts, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. I know Kuminga always elicits a reaction from Dub Nation. So
The
we'll get
trade,
into that.
John.
Yeah,
I would do the trade.
You would do the trade. Yeah, you would do the trade. By the way, one disappointing part about JD today, he's not doing wardrobe changes. So if you are on YouTube or Twitch, no. Now you did put on a hat.
I did put on a hat. I felt like I needed to channel my inner Papa, so I threw on a hat.
All right, so we do have that if you're watching on YouTube.
I'm going to go make a Bloody Mary, John.
Day drinking, John. All right, here's what we got. Mike Dunleavy Jr., you've been waiting for it, and you're like, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I've been waiting and waiting and waiting. We'll play it for you coming up next. The high points, JD was there, so he'll take us through it. We'll do it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right. I'm going to take people behind the scenes real quick because JD knows this as we transition to the afternoon delight. It is Pop and Lund with JD today on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, community media station. Thank you very much. Those watching on YouTube and Twitch know this as well, but I just came in from the other room running. And when I say the other room, I'm talking about 2 feet away to give Danny the numbers we're going to play, as we're going to play back the Mike Dunleavy press conference or parts of it, and then opine. But when I run into the other room and then run back, I need a minute to catch my breath because I'm fat.
Blame Walter.
So anyway, I'm better. Whew. I mean, seriously.
Take a deep breath, John.
It's like 2 feet away. So anyway, okay, I'm better now. All right, you were at this press conference, so we're gonna play this stuff, and then I want to hear your thoughts on everything. But it's everything from what we were just talking about with trading Kuminga or young players to something we really haven't addressed today, which is Klay Thompson, which I guess is near the top of the list. He was called out a little bit from last year. It's like, wait a minute, you said you weren't trading Jordan Poole. 4 days later, you did. Now you're saying you're not going to trade young players. So we got that as well. And, of course, Kevon Looney, an issue, playing with Chris Paul's salary, trying to make something out of that. So those are the main topics from yesterday, and anything we missed, you can fill in the blanks, okay? We're good. All right, let's do it.
Ready to roll.
All right, let's do it. Here, let's start with Klay because it's something we haven't discussed. Mike Dunleavy asked about what's going on with Klay's negotiations.
Yeah, I think on that one, it's just I think that's kind of like private. If those conversations that take place between myself and his representation or Klay and whoever it is in our group, like teammates, all that, I think that's just like one that I prefer to keep private.
All right, so he was asked that question a number of different ways, so we don't need to play it 4 or 5 different times. But give me your interpretation from that, and as far as you know, what the heck's going on with Klay?
It's contentious, and I don't think he wants to mix it up or acknowledge the fact that it's contentious, but I think saying nothing is admitting what everybody already knows, which is the fact that this is contentious right now. The Warriors have a number, and I don't even know that they have a number. I think the Warriors are basically in a state of flux with Klay Thompson. I think there's probably a number that they have right now that he could agree to, but I also think they have their hands in about 10 different things right now across the league that all could potentially change that number. And I think that's where Klay Thompson got ticked off because he wasn't priority number one, in addition to the fact that maybe they didn't come out and give him a mega offer, a Draymond Green type offer, a future Hall of Famer statue type offer. I think the other part of it is the Warriors may very well have said to Klay Thompson, hey, this is a number that can get it done now, but if you don't take it, we've got about 10 other thing that we might do, and that could change what the offer winds up being for you moving forward. And so it might go down. 2-48 might already be down, and it might go down again if you don't take it, at least at this point. So, I think it's respectable, I guess, that Dunleavy didn't want to specifically address it, but not addressing it just tells me what we already knew, which is the fact that this thing is not in a great place right now.
I'm not going to hold you to this, but who knows? I mean, you're on YouTube and stuff, so this may come back to bite you. But as of this second, all right, of this minute of June 25th at 12:01 p.m. now, what do you think happens with Klay?
I still think he winds up coming back. I think my take on this, and this is where I do disagree with a bunch of people who've said it. I know Marcus Thompson said it. Others have said it, this belief that there's this huge market for Klay Thompson and he's going to get this big cash deal. I don't think that's the case. I think the Malik Monk signing was a tell because teams did not have a big ticket offer for him, or if they did, it was tied to other things that those teams were doing, potentially falling through. And so I don't think there's a 3-90 type of a deal out there for Klay Thompson. And so I think what ultimately happens is he comes back and, to the Warriors, and I think the Warriors bump up maybe what is a significantly lower offer than Klay wants right now. I think they bump it up a little bit. Maybe it gets back to that 2-48 type of a deal. Maybe it's even a little bit less than 2-48 because the other offers aren't there. But I do think he winds up coming back because at the end of the day, cooler heads prevail in this thing. But, I go back to another thing. I heard Tom and Copes yesterday, and they were outstanding on this topic. The other part of this that I think has been under-discussed, and Tom was all over it, is the fact that regardless of what the money is for Klay Thompson, all parties involved have to make sure that he's in the right headspace to be a productive member of the Warriors moving forward, whatever his role is. And if he's not willing to do that because he's had lousy body language the last 2 years, really, if he's going to come back and be pissed off half the time and not like his role and be frustrated every time he doesn't play well to the point where he's basically about to explode in a press conference, then he probably should be gone anyway at that point in time. And so, I think you have to factor that in, because it's been bandied about and reported that, Slater had the report. Maybe he doesn't come back because he wants a fresh start. Only Klay truly knows the answer to that. But if Klay isn't comfortable coming back, whatever the money is, and accepting his role on this team, then maybe it is better for everybody. I agreed with Tom when he said it yesterday for them to part ways and him to get that fresh start.
I think one of the things, too, that's going to tell us a lot about Mike Dunleavy and the organization, because, again, this is a Joe Lacob move. Do we sign Klay? Do we not? Do you want to raise the money on Klay? Do you not? So this is not a Dunleavy thing. Joe's going to be a big part of this because of the emotion of Klay Thompson and what he's done for the organization. Having said that, you can't afford to give away thank you contracts anymore, especially when you're going to be over the number potentially like they are. And this is boring to talk about, but all the restrictions that this second apron makes you, and they really making it. It's the Joe Lacob rules. It's the Warriors rules. It's what they're making it. Look, if you want to pay forever, that's not what this is about now. It's about losing draft picks. It's about being restricted in how you can build your team. It's about mid-level exceptions that you can't use. It's about sign-in trades that you can't do. It's about not taking money back. I mean, I don't want to make it overly complicated, but they're really clamping down on this whole thing so that teams will get in line in terms of what the NBA does and does not want to spend. So, but having said all that, it's Klay Thompson, the emotion of it. I mean, is this Warriors organization at this point going to be more Bill Walsh or more Al Davis? Because Al Davis is signing Klay Thompson and he's coming back. Bill Walsh is not.
I think they're closer to Bill Walsh at this point on Klay. I think because they know that he can't be the first priority right now. I think the reason that this whole thing is where it stands currently is because the Warriors have already basically told Klay that. Like, look, we've got a number for you. You can take it. But we also have these other things that we're trying to do to the roster. And if you wait around, you may wind up on the outside looking into this thing because you're not the number 2 player anymore. Not only are you maybe you might be a bench player on top of that, but you're not the number 2. We've got to go figure out who that number 2 player is going to be. We'd love to have you, but you're not holding this thing up.
Well, and here's the other thing, just to finish on this, and then we're going to get to some other parts of this press conference, but this is a real fascinating part of it. Love to get your thoughts. 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. You just jarred something for me. Okay, let's look at pecking order. Steph is number 1. Kuminga, you want to be number 2 because if you're going to be successful, he's got to be number 2, not in 5 years or 4 years or 3 years now. Draymond Green is ahead of Klay in the pecking order. I mean, he did get the 4-100 that Klay's probably scratching his head over going, why don't I get that? So he's not 3. Is he 4? I mean, I guess. But are you paying your number 4 guy $25 million? Because you just said Malik Monk got less than 20. So my number went from, if I offered Clay 2 and 48, which is 24, Malik Monk's better. I mean, not emotionally and not with the fan base, but I mean, as a player, as of this moment, he's probably better, and he just got less than 20. So are you going to emotionally pay him more money because of what he's done for the organization? You can't really do that anymore.
Well, Tom said something else yesterday, and he said, hey, that 2 and 48 that you turned down, that's gone.
It's going to be less now, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going to be less now. And I asked Pop this when you were out last week, and he didn't want to answer it. He eventually did. He said he would do it. But I asked that question to Greg. I said, Pop, do you think, would you, given the way the last season went with Clay, would you give him more than 2 and 24? And Greg did the typical, JD, give me every breakdown of what the apron is, and we did it. I gave him a little 5 minute, like, he wanted to know what the maximum, of course, that you could pay Klay Thompson and still get under that apron and maybe make another move. And so we figured out a number, and then he said, shocker, he said that he would do it. He would pay Klay, 2 and 50 or 3 and 70 or
he's
whatever
not getting 3
is.
from the Warriors. I would be so shocked about it.
I don't think he's getting 3 from anybody.
Yeah, right.
At this point, I don't think he's getting, maybe if somebody strikes out on somebody else. But again, I mean, you mentioned Monk. I think the Malik Monk thing, and this has been under discussed. I've mentioned it a couple times, but I think the Malik Monk deal, not what he got, because he was in a unique situation because Sacramento had a very specific max that they could offer him, which is the number that he got. He could have gotten more, and the Kings wouldn't have been able to do anything about it. But I think his agent, as all agents do, got a feel from the league and other teams that big-time offer was not going to be there. 4 and 100, 3 and 90, the type of offer that would have made Malik Monk go, you know what? Sorry, Kings, I love my time, but I'm out. And so I think that tells you that if that offer wasn't there for Malik Monk, why would that offer be there for Klay Thompson if Malik Monk's a better player? And the only reason it would be, John, is the fact that you're getting Klay Thompson to be a veteran leader and to be a championship experience guy. And here's another just blatant point that I don't think's been said. You're not getting Klay Thompson for championship experience or leadership. He ain't a leader. He wasn't a leader the last couple of years on this team. He's a shooter. He didn't want to be a leader. So you're not, I think the added values, yes, championship experience, but I think even some of the shine of the championship experience is gone based on the way that he's performed. It was always Game 6 Klay, and he's going to come through in the clutch. Look at the last 2 elimination games that the Warriors have played and what he's done in those games. 3 for 29 or whatever it is in those games. So, I think even some of the shine of he's going to be a supremely clutch player for a contending team has gone away a little bit in terms of the overall value.
All right, we did what we always do, which is didn't get to enough of these cuts. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to do this, and it's all your fault. We're going to get to no, it's not.
It is my fault.
We're going to get to the rest of these. Dunleavy on receiving calls for young players, but then he contradicts himself. We got that one for you coming up. Also, what they can do with Chris Paul's salary. We'll play a couple of those for you. Monty Poole's going to join us at the bottom of the hour. He'll give us his thoughts, and then we'll get back to some Giants talk with the great ceremony to honor Willie Mays yesterday and the comeback win over the Cubs. All that to come. JD is in for Pop today. It's Pop and Lund on the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Sam Maymick from The Athletic joined Tolbert and Coach yesterday to discuss the chances the Warriors keeping Klay Thompson. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Nation, wherever you are around the globe, stream Gold-Blooded Radio 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Yeah, I think everybody's making calls right now, whether it's on, future draft picks, current players, everybody's trying to get better. And so everybody's exploring, asking, and, it's good that the phones are ringing and there's interest in our guys. I think that's a good sign for kind of the level and quality that they're at. Doesn't mean we're too engaged with it, though.
Okay, so again, during the Mike Dunleavy press conference yesterday that JD was at, and JD is in for Pop. Thanks for joining us, Pop and Lund, on a Tuesday edition of the show. Monty Poole is going to join us, Bob, in the hour. We're taking you through some of the key cuts. So he said later that they're not expected to trade any of his young players. He likes the young players. He doesn't want to trade any of the young players, TJD and obviously Kuminga and so forth across the board. But he was then asked a question about, whoa. Last year in your first foray into this very same press conference a year ago, you said the same thing, and then 4 days later you traded Jordan Poole. So here's that interaction.
To be clear, I said I expected Jordan to be back on the team next year, and I did at that point. But this thing changes so quickly, especially when there's a deadline in place, whether it's a trade deadline, a draft, free agency, things change like that. So I reserve the right to go back on, or not, I wouldn't say go back, because I said I didn't expect him to be back, and I would stick by that. And I said I expected him to be back, like I do all the guys we have in our contract. I really do. Like, there's nothing going on right now where I'm like, man, this may not happen or whatever. So things can always change. Draft goes on, picks become available, something changes. But on the whole, I feel pretty comfortable with the group that we got.
That's what we just heard right there. He was like, Look, I don't hold that against him. He can't tell us everything. He can't be honest with us. He's not going to do that. So when social media gets on fire, when any executive or part of a team says something and does another, I'm not telling you the truth. It's just, so I have no problem with that. But what it does do when he's asked that question, and Tim Kawakami asked it, is it kind of undermines everything he says. While I understand it, and especially in the way that he answered it, okay, we don't want to trade any of our young players, but if something comes along, we're going to trade our young players. That's what he said.
Yeah. I'm not lying today, but it may look like I am by Friday.
Right. But it's hard to answer that, and I understand it, and he tried to clarify it. Well, but everybody knows, and that's why it drives me crazy when, especially in social media, well, he said this, well, he said this, well, he said this. Well, yeah, but if he gets a call on something he likes, he's trading TJD. He's trading Pods. He's trading JK. He's trading everybody but probably Curry. I mean, that's how it is.
Well, and that's how it should be. I mean, everybody should be on the table, I think, on the entire roster.
except for probably Steph and Draymond at this point. And look, I think the young players, I've spoken to this, I think the young players have value as role players, especially Podziemski and TJD and Moses Moody. I think Kuminga is better than that, but he's also the one chip that you may have to look to cash in. My big takeaway from, aside from the fact that, yes, don't take anything as truth that he said yesterday, because it all may be different by Monday, as much as that's the biggest takeaway. The other takeaway is I do think he was being truthful about teams calling about their players and about their young players. And if he wasn't being truthful about that, then he's setting it up to where teams maybe can give him a call about some of those young players. Because here's the thing I keep coming back to, Lund. The Warriors have to know that they have to take a big swing. Like, to me, there's no way. I mean, Joe Lacob wants to do that anyway. He wants to be that guy. And yes, I think at times he gets cast as somebody that's overly committed to the youth and overly committed to what things are going to look like beyond Steph Curry. But he has to know that they have a unique opportunity here with Curry still on the roster and Steve Kerr, who they committed to, still as the head coach for the next couple of years, to try and go be a Dallas. Even though Luka and Kyrie are younger, especially Luka younger than Steph, I think that the nature of the West shows you that you might have a window if you can cobble together the right kind of team here these next 2 years.
Well, if I'm Joe Lacob, I looked at the Western Conference, and look, Boston looks like a juggernaut to me. Now, maybe they're not going to be, but everybody's under contract. The only guy who's not after next year is Derek White, so they'd have to deal with that. But their team, their core, they could get a little bit deeper. I could see guys wanting to go there. I mean, they're really top heavy, but they have a core right now that can win a few championships, I think. I didn't think that way with Denver last year. I do think that way with Boston. But as far as what the Western Conference is, I get it that Oklahoma City's going to get better. Minnesota's young enough; they'll probably get better. The Warriors are going maybe in the wrong direction because they're getting older. But as that 22 season kind of came out of nowhere, they win a championship. They could make some noise in the Western Conference with some moves. So I agree with the organization when they look at this thing and say, because Dallas to me is not a juggernaut. They're going to lose some players. They're going to trade some players. Oklahoma City's going to come up. Minnesota's going to come up. There's teams. The Rockets could be a team for the future if they can make a couple of moves. I'm not saying it's going to be easy. The Lakers certainly aren't going to sit on their hands, although they don't love the J.J. Redick hire. But the Warriors have a chance if they make the moves. I do think that. But it's going to be, as you said, a major swing. And part of that to me is listening on J.K. They just have to. And let's go back to something you said at the end of the last segment, which is, if Miami wants to give me Jimmy Butler or will, and I don't know if, Butler's talking about an extension. I don't know if that would be part of a way that he would say, okay, I'll come there. But if this team it was JK and whatever it takes to, Paul's money, whatever it takes to make the money work, and they can keep the majority of this nucleus, which means Curry and Draymond, and then you add Butler. I don't know if you're minusing Clay in that situation, but Jimmy Butler is a true two and is a dog in the playoffs. Then I think you can make some noise in the Western Conference. I don't know that you can win it. I don't think you can beat the Celtics. But if you want to maximize Steph Curry, that's the only way it happens. It's a net negative for Wiggins. It's a net negative for Chris Paul. You're going to have to, what you just said there about not moving young players and not moving JK, that has to be a lie. Or else you're going to be sitting in the 10 spot next year battling with the Lakers and all these other teams that are trying to hang on.
And even if you did, because I know an extension would be part of it with Jimmy Butler, even if you did some kind of an extension, when you look at the books for the next couple of years here, and the Warriors have $174 million right now committed. That's including Chris Paul, not including Klay Thompson for 24-25. 25-26, it's down to 121. Obviously, players that you keep will go up. 26-27 at this point, that's where Steph, you could do a couple year extension with Jimmy Butler, get it through that 26-27. You only have 65 committed right now, so you could do something with Steph even. And maybe make that the second year of a Jimmy Butler contract. Again, I'm not giving him where he's going to make in the $50-60 million range a year for those 2 years, but I think you could give him a nice chunk of change for a couple of years beyond next season. And then right now they have nothing on the books for 27-28. Like nothing. It's Draymond and Wiggins, and so maybe you have a Steph deal that's going down a little bit at that point. So it all targets that 27-28 range, which is after the next 3 seasons really. You could be in a complete teardown with every option on the board at that particular point in time. So I don't think you need to be petrified of what that's going to look like. I think there's enough time to plan and get the most out of these next 3 years, even if it means you have to pay up a little bit to do it, and still have, I think, a mostly blank slate come 27, 28, 28, 29, aside from maybe having Steph Curry still on the roster, which is a guy you'd want to have on the roster until he says he's done.
By the way, 15 years ago today was the 2009 NBA draft in which Curry went after Flynn and Rubio. 15 years ago today, they changed the franchise. How about that? 15
Amazing.
years for Steph. All right, let's talk to Monty Poole coming up next. He was there with you at the press conference of Mike Dunleavy, his takeaways, and what does he think the Warriors are going to do in this offseason? Would they trade Jonathan Kuminga? What is going to happen with Clay? We got to get into that conversation as well, plus the other things, Looney, Chris Paul's contract, all those things. Let's get into it with Monty next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Dub Nation, filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything blue and gold. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
I think it's fine. We know what it is. We planned for it, and I think it's more difficult about balancing the salary versus the quality of player and taking that into account, which makes it tough. I mean, I'm okay with the date. I guess we'll see if that changes, but for now, I'm good with it. Understand the rules, and we'll abide by it.
That is Mike Dunleavy Jr. Played some of the clips from his press conference. Let's get more insight from Monty Poole. We'll do it in just a second. He needs a moment. He was there with you at the press conference. So before we bring in Monty, let me do two quick pieces of business of things we have discussed today, and we will get back to the Giants after this. Apparently, somebody tweeted out one of the many aggregators of news, and they tweeted out that it says Brandon Ayuk and Washington discussed a trade before the draft. Commanders opted against it, and then Brandon Ayuk responded, but I thought the Niners was never trying to trade me. So, again, look, this comes back to a question that you asked a little bit earlier, which is, all this stuff and, players taking teams and all their stuff off of their social media and all these different things that are done nowadays, and bringing Jaden Daniels into this Ryan Clark meeting, and then Clark reports that he's meeting with the Niners and asked for it. Like, I don't know what was said in that meeting. And Brandon admitted to Ryan Clark, and I'm sure to the 49ers, that he was kind of hurt by this, and all these other receivers have been signed and he has not. But even after that meeting, then he's sending out a tweet like, but I thought the 49ers were never trying to trade me. Well, it's like, even though I believe that the face-to-face meeting was a good thing, it seems to me that if they did have it, and I haven't heard anything from it, that he's still kind of hurt by this whole thing, and maybe things didn't get resolved. It's weird.
Yeah, and or the game continues, right?
Right.
I think that's where I lean on that specific. It's the game continues. Like, they cleared the air. Maybe he spoke to how he felt. Maybe the 49ers spoke truthfully about how they felt. But at the same time, I still think he's trying to leverage this thing as much as he can. I don't think he really can in terms of social media and maybe the media. And
I know I see the phone ringing in there, so Monty's going to join us in just a minute. And then the other thing is, Susan Slusser reporting now, we had a brief discussion about that given the desperation of the Giants starting staff, that maybe Dallas Keuchel who was pitching for the Seattle Mariners AAA team in Tacoma, the Rainiers, was 7-3 with like a 3-something ERA at 36. The Brewers have traded for him. So he is not going to be an option. Not that I thought they would, but they might be getting to that desperate point. Brewers probably looked at it. Oh, it wasn't money. The Brewers probably looked at that and went, hey, there are teams who are probably desperate within their rotation for a guy who won the Cy Young years ago and has really struggled near the end, but was pitching pretty good in AAA this year. So Johnny Cueto's name has been brought up. I mean, that shows how desperate the Giants could be, but Keuchel is not going to be an option. He goes to the Brewers.
So more openers.
Yep.
And Spencer Howard.
Yay! Yeah. Spencer Howard is good. I got nothing against Spencer Howard. I would put him in the rotation. Okay, there's 3 guys.
Well, they did that, and then he didn't pitch as well.
That's true.
Maybe he's pitched well coming in as the bulk guy.
Yeah, the bulk guy.
God,
yeah,
every time I hear bulk guy, I think of Gabe Kapler, and I vomit in my mouth.
Yeah, he was very bulky. He was bulky. Yeah.
Well, he loved that term.
He did love
he
that
was
term.
bulky,
Oh, I see
John.
what you're saying. You're not saying his body,
bulky, John.
You're not saying his body. You're saying he liked the term bulk guy. Okay.
He's our bulk guy, and I would just and so every time I hear somebody say that, I think of Gabe, not because of his physique.
I see.
I think of Gabe because he said it all the time, and a little piece of me dies.
Okay, we weren't on the same page, but now we are. Because I went straight to, Gabe's bulk. And I think it was
I would do the Jimmy Butler trade.
Yeah, absolutely. The only thing I remember, the one thing I do remember from Gabe that I thought was a little weird, because Bob Melvin goes out to the regular place and does, where the press conference stuff is. Gabe would have you in his office, and it was always cramped in there. And the few times that I was in there, he had that beautiful liquor collection. And I was always, for some weird reason, like pressed up against it. And I would always be looking at his bottles and then just think, what kind of whiskey is Scotch? What kind of stuff does he have here?
Fire and smoke.
And then every time he would look at me like I was going to lift it. And it was like, dude, I'm a poor media member. I'm not going to lift your booze. You know, I'm not stealing your boot. Like he would give me the eye, and it was like, hey, Gabe, dude, like I make enough to buy my own stuff. It's nothing. You don't got like $500 a shot stuff in here. Like lighten up, Francis. Yeesh.
Yeah, the couch made me uncomfortable.
The black leather couch. Hey, JD, come sit down, relax. Let's talk about analytics and bulk innings.
I mean, he had that thing set up like he was ready to, like he wanted to watch a movie with everybody.
I know, it was strange, man. That whole thing. And I know that right now Bob's catching a little bit of heat, staff's catching a little heat. You know what? I'm cool. Like if
that's the one thing. If like as bad as this year's been at times, and lately it hasn't been great, at least it's not that.
Yeah,
I keep coming back to at least it's not that.
All right, let's get back to the Warriors and Mike Dunleavy's press conference yesterday, and Monty Poole was there with you, JD, at Monty Poole NBCS. Make sure that you're watching, reading on social media. Monty's the best, and he's got a piece out right now on what is the latest with Klay Thompson, and let's start with that. First of all, Monty, thanks for joining us. How are you?
Doing well. How you guys doing?
Yeah, we're doing well. Let's start with Klay, and then we can kind of get into it. And again, you were there, and JD was there. But what kind of sense are you getting right now on Klay Thompson, whether he's going to be back or not?
No real sense, because I don't think there's a team out there that has decided they have to have Klay Thompson. You know, there are some teams that will look at him, but it's not like there's one team, whether it's Orlando, Philadelphia, that says we got to have Klay. And so that's why I don't think there's any specific direction that Klay is headed. I will say that I think it's pretty clear what the Warriors' strategy is, though. And that is they're willing to let Klay shop the market. And then they will go back and see if that's something they want to compete with. And right now, you know, I don't think the market's going to be as hot as maybe Klay might have thought, or maybe his people might have thought just, you know, a few months ago. So I think the Warriors are willing to ride that gamble to see just how hot. Will somebody offer Klay, you know, 4 years at 100? I don't see that happening. But if you're the Warriors, you're saying, show us, and they'll take a chance.
And Monty, how much of it also is the fact that the Warriors have an understanding that they have to get significantly better, and that, you know, they can't basically make Klay Thompson the number one priority? I think the financial part of it is huge, but they also, my understanding is they got probably 10 things they're working on that they might do. That might not do any of them, right. But you can't decide you're going to overpay Klay just because you love what he's brought, you know, for the last decade and a half, at the expense of looking to make those other upgrades.
No, you're right. You're right. And that's why, you know, the Warriors have been holding firm on what they would offer. They don't want to go 3 or 4 years. They want to go 2. And that lines up with Steve Kerr and Steph Curry. So it makes sense from that point of view, but Klay apparently wants at least 3. That's what I've been told for several weeks now, is that he wants at least 3 years. And again, if you're the Warriors, you're like, well, if you can get 3 or 4 years someplace else, maybe that's the move he's got to make. You know, yeah, there's emotions involved and there's sentiment involved, but if you're the Warriors, you're right. For the Warriors to get significantly better, that's not going to happen if they just re-sign Klay Thompson. You got to do more than that. And so,
Monty,
my question about the Warriors getting significantly better, though, is how are they going to do that? Well, they've been consistently saying we're committed to the core. Well, it's also acknowledging that the core is aging, that, you know, they got maybe 1 or 2 years to be competitive with that core. So my question is, how are they going to get significantly better with or without Klay, without parting with someone like Kuminga?
Yeah,
that's the part that I don't understand.
Why do you think? And so many things here. I was going to follow up on Klay and the money, but we can save that. I wanted to follow up with the Kuminga part. I think is another part. But you asked the question yesterday, and you referenced Boston and Dallas, and how important trades were to both of those teams. Getting Boston over the top, getting Dallas from basically where the Warriors were in terms of their Western Conference standing a year ago to be in a position to make a run. Why do you think the Warriors are, my term,
petrified to include Jonathan Kuminga in a deal to get a second best player?
Well, I think part of it is optics. Let's face it, the Warriors, they won 3 straight drafts, and they got 5 teenagers in those drafts. And they gave up on one already. They gave up on one, James Wiseman. They gave up on Patrick Baldwin and Ryan Rollins. That's 2. That leaves Moody and Kuminga. They give up on Kuminga. What can they say about those drafts? So I think that's part of it. It's like, my God, we've had an opportunity, and the guys we took are all gone except for maybe Moody. And he may be part of a deal, too. You don't know yet. So, yeah, I think – and Joe Lacob loves Kuminga, but he also loved Wiseman. So that's the twist and the turn, the give and the take they got to figure out. But I just don't see a path for them getting an all-star caliber player that fits with the Steph Draymond timeline without giving up Kuminga. I don't see it. I mean, if they can get somebody to take, Wiggins and a couple other bodies and that gets them an all-star, and good on them. But I just think if I'm another team, I'm like, you're not giving me Kuminga, then we're not talking. And again, I don't know how good Kuminga's going to be. He's 21, so yeah, he's grown. He took a leap last year, but there's still some questions about his basketball IQ and other things. Smart kid in general, but basketball IQ, sometimes you question, well, what's he doing? What's he trying to do here? And that part of it, I think, is still, there's a little bit of uncertainty about that part of it with the Warriors. So if you're another team, you're looking at Jonathan Kuminga, you're thinking that maybe he can be Jaylen Brown. And that's possible. He's 21. But if you're the Warriors, again, I just don't see you're trying to make the most out of the Steph Draymond timeline. These guys are in their mid-30s. That means a player who has to come in here has to be at least late 20s, a veteran all-star. And I don't know if you get that without giving up Kuminga.
Monty Poole is joining us. He was at the Mike Dunleavy press conference, as well as JD. It's Pop and Lund here on the Sports Leader at Monty Poole NBCS. Let's talk further on Kuminga, because my thought is, and Tolbert was saying this yesterday, exactly kind of what you said there, which is, unless you're giving up Kuminga, this is going to be the same team, because Wiggins is probably net negative. You're going to get a bad situation for a bad situation and hope that maybe a new atmosphere will help him. Chris Paul's contract, you're going to have to put young players in there to incentivize somebody to take it probably, and you're not going to get that great player. So Kuminga is really the only way to change your team. So I guess the question with Kuminga is, as you said, it's a timing issue. It's not that in 2 or 3 years he might be a really, really good player, but I think in the case of Kuminga, like you said, because you're away from that youth movement now, you're going to be in the lottery with or without Kuminga. And the stated goal is to maximize Steph Curry's time with the organization. So I don't know if Dunleavy has to try to convince Joe Lacob to do that, but I don't see any other way that this team gets better. And it's okay that he's going to be better down the line, because I'm trying to maximize Steph. That's my goal.
Right. And that's the thing. It's like they're expressing commitment towards Steph and Draymond, and they're also saying we don't want to trade any of our young guys. So what's that leaving? What is that leaving? And that's why, these next 10, 12 days are going to be really interesting, because I just look at this and I go, how can the Warriors really get better, significantly better? I mean, let's face it, the last 3 years they've dropped from 3 seed to 6 seed to 10 seed. So they're going the wrong direction. And now to get from 10 back to the top 4 or 5, that's going to take a hell of a trade. And Mike Dunleavy is saying yesterday that trades are really hard. Yes, they are, but they can get done. They can get done. We've seen Kevin Durant get traded, and he's one of the top 5 players of the last 15 years. And so we've seen that. Now the question becomes, though, what are they really committed to? Are they really committed to Steph, Draymond, or are they really committed to keeping the young guys? Because they can't do both and get that move that makes them, okay, now the Warriors are back among the Timberwolves, the Thunder, the Nuggets. I don't know how they do that while still being committed to making sure that all 4 of the young guys, meaning the 2 rookies from last season, Moses, Moody, and Kuminga, while also having Steph and Clay. I mean, yeah, Wiggins is a piece. Maybe you move him, but what are you getting in return? I mean, in many ways, I hear the name Brandon Ingram. In many ways, Ingram's like Wiggins. You know, some nights he's like, wow, and some nights he's like, whoa. You know, you don't know what you're getting, and they both can play great basketball, but you're trading guys of similar age. I think Ingram's a little bit younger, but in terms of the type of player you're getting, are they really that different? I think Wiggins is a better defender. So I'm looking for options, and I keep coming back to the fact that you can't be committed to both the youngsters and Steph, Draymond. I don't see how that can happen, and then we're going to get better. Good luck. Miracle.
Monty, you're the best, man. Thanks for the insight. We appreciate it, and we'll talk to you soon. Thanks.
All right, fellas. Take care.
You too. That is the great Monty Poole. I think we're all in agreement here that, look, I like Kuminga. I think he's going to be a really good player down the line. But they're going to be in the lottery with or without him. I don't think he's ever going to be a number one player, and if he is, good for him. I mean, we keep hearing Jaylen Brown's name. Jaylen Brown is a hell of a player. Now, maybe Kuminga can be that, but that's the risk, and it's kind of like you go back to the Giants in the situation, too. You hang on to these prospects forever. Some of them turn out, but the majority of the trades that the Giants have made in the recent years, okay, Zach Wheeler stands out. He was a really, really good player for Carlos Beltran. Outside of that, who'd you lose? I mean, who did you really lose? It was like, oh, we can't trade Joey Bart. He was the second overall pick. They're out. We can't trade this guy. We can't trade this pitcher. We can't trade that guy. Rarely do they come back and bite you because it's a crapshoot, and it's the same thing. Kuminga might be really, really good, but Kuminga plus, even if you kept all the young players and Kuminga, and that was your building blocks for the future, you're still going to have to hit one or two guys in the lottery anyway. I mean, I like the guys that they took. TJD's a really nice player. Podziemski's a really nice player. Role players moving forward. And so you have Kuminga and role players. To be a championship contender after Steph, Draymond, et cetera, leave, you're going to have to be in the lottery and hit 2 or 3 really, really good players along with Kuminga. So what's the difference if you move them? It's easy.
You're right. And we're going to find out in the next 2 weeks, I think, how committed the Warriors truly are to maximizing the next couple of years with Steph and Draymond and Steve Kerr as the head coach. They've said it. We've all hinted about it. There's this debate about the young guys. The Warriors are going to tell us in the next 2 weeks, John.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, good stuff from Monty Poole. As always, hit us up, Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, and call in line the same at 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. We got the foreplay. We'll get back to some Giants talk. Great ceremony last night to honor Willie Mays. We'll get into that whole situation as well, plus the Giants win, and a little bit more on what's going on entirely with the Giants and the National League. We'll do all that coming up in the 1 o'clock hour. JD's in for Pop, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Our friend Sean Estes, former Giant. Of course, you see him on NBC Sports Bay Area before and after Giants games. He joined Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss the Giants win over the Cubs and the latest on Blake Snell. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Thanks for joining us on a Tuesday edition of the show. JD is here. No wardrobe changes, but you did put on a hat. That'll work. It'll be fine.
Should I take the hat off, John?
No, it looks good. We were just doing that in the bullpen area, telling stories. It was good. It was good.
Should I grab myself a cocktail, John?
Yes, you should. I think Thursday we're going to be at the old yard, by the way. So, yeah, that'll be good. I'm looking forward to that. A little day drinking never hurt anybody. All right,
and also Thursday.
Yeah, go ahead.
Real quick,
Yeah,
Thursday we've got our Just Dubs draft special, which is going to be going on. I know you guys are going to be out there at 58 Social for the Giants and the Cubs, and then we've got the ball game, and then Tolbert and Copes are going to be at Harmonic Brewing on Thursday. Warriors don't have a first-round pick. They do have a second-round pick, so they're going to be out there. Copes is going to be out there doing the show after the ball game from Harmonic Brewing in Thrive City. And the second round of the draft, the Warriors are going to make their pick. Maybe they buy a couple of picks. And then I'm going to be on from 6 to 9 out there as well with our Just Dubs NBA draft special. So come on out, stop by, say hi. Busy day surrounding the Giants and the Dubs on Thursday.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very cool. And again, the Warriors don't have a first-round pick. But at 52, I think it would be hilarious if they took Bronny James ahead of the Lakers at 55. I think that'd be hilarious.
No.
Because everybody. I don't like Bronny James. It's nothing personal against the guy. It's just I find it to be the most over-discussed story. If anybody watched him at USC, he's not even close to being ready. So if they want to take him and stash him on the roster to make LeBron happy, that's fine. But I'm not trying to make 40-year-old LeBron James happy if I'm the Lakers. I mean, I know he's still a solid player, but what, teams are going to take him so that LeBron goes plays for him? I mean, that's not going to happen. So anyway,
it's a spectacle without any substance,
right?
And there are a few things I despise more. Like, it would be a major media spectacle without any actual substance.
Right, I would agree. So make sure you check that out on Thursday. All right, let's get to it. We've discussed so much about the Warriors. Let's get into a little bit of Giants. And by the way, 1:15, we'll get more into the ceremony itself. We started the show with it, but we want to go back to it because you were there last night. So, I mean, you're doing yeoman's work. Yesterday, the morning show. Then you go to the Warriors press conference in Dunleavy yesterday. Then you go to the game last night. Then we call you this morning, and you jump on the show at 10. So very cool. Here is Matt Chapman last night on winning the game in honor of Willie Mays.
Yeah, well, I heard you guys talking about it. We did have to win. We had to win this game for Willie. We dropped the ball when we were in Birmingham, so we really wanted to win that game for him. So to come back tonight and be able to do that against a really good pitcher on the mound and come back and win that game felt really good. We've been scuffling a little bit. We needed that, but to do it for Willie, that was amazing.
And again, it's interesting that 24, ever since they moved to San Francisco, nobody's ever worn that number. So Willie hit all the home runs wearing 24. Matt Chapman hit a home run wearing 24. Nick Ahmed hit a home run wearing 24. Wait like a few weeks or maybe even whatever it takes, and then ask somebody that question. Good, like you win a few beers or whatever you want to do. But Chapman did hit one wearing 24. His first since May 23rd. That's nice.
That is nice. He tends to run really hot and cold, so maybe he's getting onto a hot streak again. When he got on that hot streak, that's when the Giants got on their hot streak, winning 10 of 12. But, yeah, that is definitely a good trivia question for later on down the line. And seeing all the 24s, I know we'll get more into the ceremony at 1:15, but seeing all the 24s was just special. It was cool seeing them all lined up, but then, Chapman rounding. There were just so many different moments. I mentioned this earlier, probably like 10 different times where I just saw a 24 just during play, and it made you think of Willie. And it was just, it was cool, a nice touch on a night that was really well done by the Giants.
Absolutely. We'll get more into it at 1:15 and want to get your thoughts on it. Here is Elliot Ramos, was going into had a 1 for 21 going, but then he gets 3 hits last night thanks to Seiya Suzuki on that double as well, though they couldn't cash it in. Made that catch like you talked about before with the 24 facing the infield, which was really cool. Here he is talking about his 8th inning double.
I mean, for sure. Honestly, I was trying to get a good pitch to hit. He's a really good pitcher.
So I just wanted to get that cutter and get my hands inside of it. I was trying to battle when I had 2 strikes. Once I touched 2 strikes, I was trying to battle. I was trying to do whatever I can so I can get on base. And I mean, he gave me that fastball. I had to do what I have to do, you know.
Yeah, you did a great job. It was.
I thought he was gone for a minute, but I mean, Pat told me, at night you can't do that.
I like Elliot Ramos, and the cool thing about him is that he is. So when you come up and you see like a Matos, and he's on fire, and then they adjust to him, and he hasn't yet adjusted back. Ramos was on fire. They made their adjustments, throwing balls out of the zone, sliders away, and all those kind of things, and he's now good enough to where he's spitting on those pitches, and then they had to come into him. They saw how good he was. They adjusted again. He goes through a 1 for 21, and then he gets 3 hits last night. That's when you start realizing that a player is for real, that it's not just, it's not just a few games. It's not just a week or two. We looked at 100 at-bats and said, is he legit? I think he's legit now because you're seeing the adjustments that he's making, and teams are desperately still trying to get him out because this isn't even a conversation anymore. It's not even a debate anymore. He's their best hitter.
He is, and their best player.
Yeah,
I
right.
think maybe, and that's been the bright spot of what has been a really bad June to this point, and 8-15 even with the win last night since May the 28th after they got to 2 over 500. There was that Harrison, Bryce Harper dust up, and since then, before yesterday, it was 7-15. But Elliot Ramos has been the best player, which I do think, given his age and the fact that he was a top prospect at one point, that maybe took a little bit longer than everybody wanted to get to the point. But this level of talent and player was what the Giants hoped they had in Elliot Ramos way back in 2017.
And again, we'll get to the ceremony itself in the game at 1:15, but how cool was that you're watching 24 with his back to the infield make that catch? And he initially kind of misread it, but then he makes up for it and makes that catch in center with 24 flying right there.
Big theme. And very cool, but a big theme of the night last night was just, and Bob Melvin mentioned this a little bit, but just the fact that Ramos has really embraced his connection to Willie and playing center field now, and also the fact that he's becoming a guy and a dude. So it was special to see him channel his inner Willie a little bit.
All right, fine. Let's go over to the NFL. We'll hit up a little bit on the Warriors as well. We played a lot of Mike Dunleavy today for you, but let's hit up Ryan Clark. And we actually have an update on this. So what happened was Brandon Ayuk with Jaden Daniels, who they played together at Arizona State, and Jaden Daniels, the second overall pick by the Commanders. He had a conversation with Brandon Ayuk on a podcast this week, and he brought Jaden Daniels with him. So this is what sparked the discussion late in the show yesterday about Brandon Ayuk.
They're actually meeting with the San Francisco 49ers today. He and his representation, Ryan Williams of Athletes First, and Brandon Ayuk told us that he wanted to set this meeting up himself. And when he was sitting with the pivot, he said that he's taking these negotiations personal, that the way that they have negotiated with him, the way that they have told him why he's worth what he's worth, it has touched him. It has affected him. He says he wants to be in San Francisco first, but is comfortable playing elsewhere if that's something that the San Francisco 49ers are willing to do via trade. And I will tell you this, when he sat with us, he did not walk into the room alone. First, it was Brandon Ayuk. Second, it was Jaden Daniels. I'm not a tea leaf reader, but the way that sounds is that Brandon Ayuk wouldn't mind playing in Washington.
All right, so then the update today, JD, is there was a report out there, and it was one of those aggregator sites that put out that the Washington, just exactly what Ryan Clark said right there, which is the Washington Commanders looked at a trade for Brandon Ayuk, and the way that it was reported was that the Commanders pulled out of the trade. So then Brandon Ayuk saw that and said, but I thought the Niners were never trying to trade me. And so what's interesting about that is if they did have a meeting yesterday and that tweet was today, then did anything get resolved? And you and I think are on the same page in terms of we think it's a positive thing that he's meeting with them, but then after he meets with them to send out another tweet like that makes me believe that maybe it wasn't such a positive meeting.
Yeah, maybe it wasn't, and I think it's interesting, too, when you go back to what Ryan Clark said about the fact that he's been upset and hurt by the way things have gone. He maybe wanted to clear the air, but he's also willing to play elsewhere. And then he's got Jaden Daniels right there basically presenting that as if it's an option. So I think, the emotion and the respect is a huge part of this. We've discussed it a lot as it relates to Klay Thompson. I think it's also in play with Brandon Ayuk, because Brandon Ayuk, went through the process of, being a young player that was a first-round pick that was expected to have this tremendous upside, and he's turned into that player. He's turned into a top-tier wide receiver, but he had a tough road to it through COVID and through Kyle Shanahan's doghouse. He made himself into the player that he's become, and I think he wants the 49ers to appreciate the work that he's put in to get to that point and pay him accordingly. And so I think a lot of this has been the emotional component, maybe even as much as it is, pay the guy the bag, which he wants to.
Yeah. Look, Brandon Ayuk has done everything that the organization wants to do. I know that they want to bring him back, but it is going to cost them players down the line. It could cost them corners. It's going to, Hufanga. There's different guys who need to get paid. I like Brandon Ayuk. I do question whether the organization values that position at that high of a level. Do I think they're going to trade him? No. Do I think he might play on the 14.1? Yeah, I do, because if they can't come to an agreement, then at some point, I believe this has got to be the case based on Nick Bosa coming in late last year. I think that the 49ers, who have signed all these guys, and I've always said this, Fred Warner's deal got done July 21st. George Kittle's deal got done in August. Debo's got done on August 1st. You go through these things. That's kind of their way of business. But this whole wide receiver market has thrown that all off, and you're going to pay more and more and more. At some point, I either think that the 49ers, that Ayuk is going to win this thing because of what happened with the wide receivers, that he's going to win in this standoff, or the 49ers are just going to have to say, look, we're not sure, and we're going to make this, you're going to play on the 14.1. I'm sorry, you're disgruntled, but you got to come in, because if you don't, then you're not going to get an accrued year, and you're not going to be a free agent anyway. So you come in, you play, and we're going to just kick this down the road, and we'll see what happens. Because I tell you how it could change, too. Let's say, JD, they win the Super Bowl. Is that good or bad for him? Because then it's like, well, we won that Super Bowl that we were coveting. You know what? We're going to let you walk, and we're going to go in, and we're going to keep the corners. And Ricky Pearsall was really good this year, because what that allows, too, kicking it down the line, let's say Pearsall comes in and just kicks ass this year. Ricky Pearsall's really, really good. Well, you don't need three of them. Now, maybe that means that Debo's leaving town, but you just bought yourself a year where you bought leverage back, where you said, look, we have Debo, we have this guy Ricky Pearsall that's really, really good. We don't really need a third. Okay, we'll let you go. I mean, that's part of it.
No doubt. And if you kick it down the line and you win the Super Bowl, you can almost do whatever the hell you want at that point. Like that. And I don't think anybody would complain. Like, if they had won the Super Bowl this year, and we know how close they were February 11th, if they win the Super Bowl this year, I think you could make the case that Brandon Ayuk's already gone.
Right.
But to me, you need him. You need him because you're trying to get over the hump. You need him this year. But I also think you may have to pay him this year to avoid the cloak of drama that surrounds the fact that he doesn't get paid. I hear you. They do have the leverage. They can play it out. He has to show up. I get it. But do you really want that hanging over this team for this season? I don't think you do.
Well, especially the way he's handled things. Because if he's already disgruntled now and it's already playing mental games with him, which he's admitted to, that it's messing with him, with all these other guys getting paid, and he did everything, and I'll admit this, in the 49ers, I'm sure in the conversation with him I'm sure that Brandon's saying, you wanted me to block, I blocked. You wanted me to get tighter on my routes, I did. You wanted me to become this elite receiver, I did. You wanted me to keep my mouth shut because all these other mouths have to get fed as well, even though he thinks, I'm sure, that he could be doing Amon-Ra St. Brown things and catching over 100 passes. I did all these things. I sacrificed. It's time to get paid. And all these other guys are getting paid, and I'm not. Why not? I mean, that's a valid case for Brandon Ayuk. The 49ers are saying, we got to pay a quarterback from $1 million to $60 million, and that's never been done. That's why. I mean, if it's not for Brock Purdy, he signed, period. But they've got a budget for a contract that is going to be the largest jump in history in the NFL, and that's just not going to be easy to navigate. And we've talked about this a million times. The cap is liquid. You can play with it. You can mess with it. You can push money back. You can restructure. But when it comes to $1 million versus 50, that's going to affect your cap. There's nothing you can do to perform magic so that doesn't happen. That's the problem.
That's it. No, it is, and we'll see how it shakes out. I'm still of the belief that you can pay him and then figure it out.
Yeah.
Pay him, keep him happy, play it out, and then you make the determination next year whether it's Debo who goes, whether it's somebody else who has to go, whether it's a combination, or at that point maybe you look to move Brandon Ayuk at that point, depending upon what happens.
All right, finally, let's get to the last one. A lot of discussion today about what the takeaways from what Mike Dunleavy said yesterday during his press conference. Here's Sam Amick, our friend and NBA insider from The Athletic, on the possibility, because we've discussed this a lot today, of the Warriors including Jonathan Kuminga in a trade in this offseason.
No, I'll probably say no. I mean, every team has that guy that you're just going to have to say goodbye to if you want to get to the next level. Even in my neck of the woods, we just put a story out on the Kings. They have the 13th pick at their disposal, which might be enough to get them the kind of move that moves the needle for them. But if it's not the 13th pick, then you're going to have to eventually talk about Keegan Murray. And so for the Warriors, that's Kuminga. And with what he showed last year, it's really, I mean, you can look at it one of two ways. Like if you're a Warrior fan, gosh, it would be tough to watch Kuminga ascend somewhere else. But my goodness, good on the Warriors for getting a guy that has value and maybe helping you get to the next level, depending on who that player is that you could get in a deal. I do feel like they're very aggressive. You kind of mentioned the Paul George names and really swinging for the fences like that. I know there's been some just online social media speculation about Jimmy Butler. And, I think, it's not really hard to assess why that would be the case with these Warriors. The runway is just shrinking by the month, and they know it. And they obviously are committed to this group and trying to take one last run at it.
That's Sam Amick. Let me ask you this, because I don't think we've discussed this angle today. All of us are sitting there going, yeah, that's the move you got to make. You got to make this. You got to maximize Steph. That's what you're going to do. Do you think they'll do it? I mean, it's one thing for us to sit here and say, yeah, that's what they should do. But do you get the sense that they'll do it, that they would move him?
I think for the right player, I think their definition of the right player, though, doesn't meet my definition of the right player. I actually think they would do it for a Jimmy Butler or a Paul George. I know a lot of people are probably screaming at that. Those guys are too old to do it. Those deals may not exist and probably don't exist for a number of different reasons that we've all laid out. But I think they would do it if they could get an all-star. I think they maybe need to consider doing it if they get somebody that might be a little bit short of an all-star but would still be a clear-cut number 2 player, and I think that's where it gets a little bit dicey.
Good stuff. All right, there you go. That is your foreplay, the 4 pieces of sound you need to hear today. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line or call in line, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. All right, the ceremony last night, the Giants always do it upright, and last night was no exception. Honoring number 24. JD was there. We'll talk about it only here on the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
ESPN front office insider Bobby Marks. He joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday to discuss the Warriors' options in free agency. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials. It is always great when we get to talk to our good friend Steve Moskowitz. He has the answers to all your tax issues, including Steve, when you can't pay your taxes, what do people do?
You call us because it can be all kinds of devastating results. And just on your own feelings, it gets so frustrating. You feel like you're drowning in 1,000 feet of water. You don't know what to do. And sometimes people just throw their hands up in the air and say, come and take me away. Don't think like that. There's so many good options, whether we're talking about just paying part and they forgive the rest if you qualify, or you pay in monthly installments or get the penalties forgiven, or have them leave you alone for a while till you're back on your feet. There's so many good options. And we want to do everything for you so you don't have to talk to the government. But the bottom line is you got to call us. And as an incentive to get you to call us, the 4th of July holiday is coming up next week. We're offering a special 10% discount for new clients filing their 23 returns. So if you owe money on the 23, we'll give you 10% off on that fee as well. We want to encourage you to come forward, let us fix your problem, and think about enjoying your 4th of July holiday instead of worry about what the IRS is going to do. Just call us.
Call. It's very simple. You got to enjoy your July 4th, like Steve Moskowitz says. He has the answers. Can't pay your taxes? Don't worry about it. Don't bury your head in the sand. Don't run. Steve Moskowitz. Give him a call right now. 888-TAX-DEAL. 888-TAX-DEAL. Or MoskowitzLLP.com.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Seam hits, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything Giants. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Early in my broadcasting career, Willie Mays was my partner in the broadcast booth doing a Giants Vision game. Willie wasn't there because he was a broadcaster. He was there because he was Willie Mays. And he did fine throughout the broadcast. But we got to the 9th inning. It was Easter Sunday. Tying runners at third base. Giants are down by a run. Robbie Thompson with 2 strikes and 2 outs. A check swing. The umpire calls him out. Game is over. And Willie Mays says, Jesus Christ. Oh, Easter Sunday, are you serious? So now there's this awkward pause, and I have to say something. So I said, we'll be back with the Reverend Willie Mays right after this. So we are going to miss everything about Willie Mays, everything he did on the field, and we'll miss the Reverend Willie Mays.
That was the best part, man. Dave Fleming and Crook and Kipe did a phenomenal job. The 24 standing along the third base line. All the dignitaries, including his godson, Barry Bonds, as emotional as he was, he did not speak. You could tell he could not speak still. But as the Giants often do or always do, a great ceremony to honor number 24.
It was phenomenal. It really was, and it gave you the feeling that Willie was in the park. His presence, at least, was in the park throughout the night from the time everything began there right around 6:30, right up until first pitch, which is just after 7, and seeing all the 24s lined up on the third baseline. It was just phenomenal, and wearing that 24 jersey was spectacular. The Giants just hit these types of ceremonies, whether they are celebratory, whether they are, like last night, which is part remembrance and mourning, because I think people still are grieving in their own way, but celebrating a great life of over 93 years. But they just do it right. They did it right last night, and it was just touching, moving, and on point.
And you were there last night, and so I love the insight that you provide on it. I just thought, again, watching it at home, it was just so cool to see all the 24s, to see what they had put together, to have all the dignitaries, to have Barry out there, although, again, he couldn't speak, and to have Crook and Kipe. And John Miller, of course, voiced the tribute. We've seen the tribute, but they put it on the big board last night. It was just, it's what they do. They honor their history as well as any team in professional sports. They bring back guys all the time. They bring back their champions, as they've often done. They bring back their players. They honor them. They do all these different things, and they do a phenomenal job of keeping them in the loop and keeping them within the organization. And I think it's something that when teams look at that, I think it's what gives the Giants cachet. You got the Yankees. You got certain teams that do that, the Red Sox, all that with great histories. But I think the Giants do it about as well as anybody. And when it comes to honoring the best player, maybe in the history of baseball, but certainly within the organization, it was just done correctly and quickly. And it was a week ago today that Willie Mays passed away. And I can still, just remember in my car, and I think Dave Fleming started with it last night, of him giving a lot of us the news that Willie had passed. I was driving home from the show, and Dave got choked up, and then they went to break. And for those who listened to it, between he and John Miller, John Miller's weaving the stories within the game against the Cubs a week ago today, and like seamlessly, and so was Dave, giving the information on Willie and so forth, and just weaving it within the play-by-play, which on radio is not easy at all, and to yet keep the emotions and talk about Willie Mays. And then for them to come out last night and do what they did, we are really lucky in the Bay Area to have such quality guys do this work. It was amazing from the time it was announced to last night. Flawless.
No question. And it's, I think, in part why, Giants baseball is what it has become and passed down through the generations. And Willie transcends so many different generations. I think that's the beauty of him, going all the way back to New York and the Giants coming out west and everything that goes with that. And I think the Giants lineage of broadcasters is similar along those lines, going back to Russ Hodges and Lon Simmons and and into current times, with Hank Greenwald, now John Miller, and obviously Dave and Kruk and Kipe have been a huge part of that as well. But no, it was really, really fantastic. And then the game starts, and it's a fly ball to center field. Game starts, fly ball, center field.
That's amazing, isn't it?
Out number one, 2 hours and 42 minutes last night, 2-4-2, when the Giants finally got the walk-off walk. That was something else that stuck out to me, as it just felt like, it's 4-2, 2-4 going to the bottom of the ninth inning, and the Giants come back and get the win. I mean, Willie was everywhere, it felt like, last night.
Yeah, absolutely. Very cool. By the way, the pitching, which we've discussed, Randy Rodriguez, your opener tonight. Randy Rodriguez will be your opener.
Awesome.
Tonight. So, yeah, great. That's fun. Yeah, thanks.
Spencer Bivens to follow.
Did you think at this point of the season, because the beginning of the year, this staff, you don't want to get in the series with this staff. I mean, I'm guilty of it. I said it all year long from the beginning. This is, top 5 staff, this and that we'd be talking about every day, pretty much an opener. Randy Rodriguez is starting games. People didn't even know the hell Randy Rodriguez was. I mean, it's just every day, man. Wow. I know they won yesterday, but my God, man.
Well, if they can get through the next couple, then you got Jordan Hicks and it's back to Logan Webb, and then you get to do it. You get to do it all over again. Well, and you were talking about earlier, like why are they doing this as opposed to maybe bringing up some young guys? And I think the other part is they're going to have to do this against the Dodgers. So it's, you might as well get comfortable trying to do it, because when you just look through and now it's 3, and we'll see maybe. We know now Snell isn't going to be available to come back. He had the comments that he needs another go-round.
Right.
I think maybe the Giants were hopeful he could come back against the Dodgers. But you look at I think they're trying to get everybody that has to be a part of this role comfortable with it, because it's as I just said, it's 2 days more. And then it's Hicks, and then it's Webb who's going to start the Dodgers series, which you like. It gives you your best chance maybe to get one. He beat the Dodgers last time in the finale of that 3-game series after the Dodgers took the first 2. But then you're going to have to do it in all likelihood Saturday and Sunday, and that's no picnic. It's also no picnic to bring up a Carson Wisenhunt or somebody against the Dodgers and then have them have the potential to get wrecked in a game, and then it hurts their value.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I don't want to start anybody's career against this Dodgers lineup, although it doesn't have Mookie Betts at this point, but still, they've got enough, and I know Teoscar Hernandez had to leave the team, I think, for personal reasons, so it's not as daunting at this particular moment. But yeah, that's not the greatest kind of a situation. But the other side of it is, and I think what they're doing is they're just kind of pushing it back. We were just talking about pushing Brandon Ayuk back. I think what they're doing is they're saying, let's run this as long as we can, because honestly, the bullpen is going to pass out at this route. They're just not going to be able to handle the type of the workload that the Giants are giving them at this point. And it's the reason, and I know everybody's screaming this. Look, every time Luke Jackson, you use this term thrown up in your mouth. Every time I see Luke Jackson, I want to stab my eyes out. But he has to come in because what do they got? They just don't have it. And so they've got to have guys pitch some innings. And Luke Jackson's having a horrible season, and it's not working out. But they don't have a whole lot. And they're bringing up, Raymond Burgos last night, who luckily got out of his inning. But not everybody they bring up here is going to be great. I'm just simply saying that it's inconsistent in that they cycled through hitters. So they're trying to find a spark in the lineup, and then they're constantly going down to Sacramento and saying, okay, can this guy give us a spark? Can this guy? Can this guy? Can this guy? Well, they need to build up about a month here without killing their bullpen, who has the most innings pitched in the majors, and at this point it's not even close, and yet they won't cycle through that same way. Now, some of it, like you said, is certain guys are not on the 40-man roster, and so that means having a DFA guys or try to get them through, and a lot of times they're not going to get those guys back. By the way, Luke Jackson isn't going to get picked up by anybody. Go ahead. You can DFA him, I promise you. But still, they can't really cycle through some of these guys who aren't on the 40-man, so that's difficult. But, Farhan, that's your job, man. That's why they pay you the big bucks. You can't continue to do opener after opener after opener the next week. Your bullpen is going to die.
No, and they're hoping that they can get to the point where they can get Cobb and Ray and Snell. Again, I mention Snell first every time. At least you should.
I just don't trust them anymore. Like I don't. Are those guys really going to be able to help?
Well, no, and I get it with Cobb and Ray, but Snell's the guy you paid.
Yeah.
So like I almost don't think they should be put in the same category. Not to go on a different rant. Like I've heard a lot, Ray and Cobb, Cobb and Ray, Cobb and Ray, Ray and Cobb, and it's like, how about we talk about the guy who's been the biggest disappointment maybe in free agency, which
No
is
question.
Blake Snell.
Yeah, no question. Yeah, and his thing seems to be mental. That's the thing that bothers me at this point is he's even admitting it. Like, physically, he can pitch with that groin, but he just can't. It's just like he gets off into a tangent. I didn't realize kind of how, I don't know, sensitive's not the right word. I don't think he's sensitive. I just think he's a little bit quirky, and he's got to be in the right headspace. A lot of us have to be to do our job correctly. But it doesn't seem as much physical at this point for him that it is mental. He is just whacked out as far as where he is, and it's like, well, I can't do this and I can't do that and I can't get rushed back and I got to have. It's like, wow, okay, all right, it's cool, man, but it's cool if you're pitching to the extent of your contract. Right now, 0-3 with a 982. There is no question. Not only is he's the worst free agent signing of this year, you have to go back to a while to see a guy that was this bad for this much money.
And he's going to be around next year.
He's going to opt in. Hey, everybody, feel good. People
He'll
just
be good
crash
next
their
year, though,
cars.
because he's got to get paid next year.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So you may benefit from that.
All right, do remember that if you tune in between 10 and 2, we'll give you the cue to call, be the 10th caller in the studio. This number only, 415-896-KNBR, and you'll win what? Pacific Catch, $100 gift card. This summer at Pacific Catch, experience a new menu of globally inspired street foods, including June 27th. This is coming up in a couple of days. Pacific Catch unveiling the new menu with Korean wings, fresh ceviche, tostadas, and more. It's the perfect thing to snack on and share. Enjoy street food summer from our good friends at Pacific Catch. Do we have a sounder?
Draymond is like fish sauce. By itself, it's too intense and overpowering. But add it into the right ingredients, it takes the dish to the next level.
Well done by you. You are today's sounder. How do you feel about that?
There were other options that could have been worse.
All right, when you hear that,
I feel all right about it.
Call 415-896-KNBR, 415-896-5627. Thanks to our good friends at Pacific Catch. Okay, we got a couple of remnants. We do have a couple of, I think we do have a couple of stories of note as well. So we'll do that coming up next. Pop and Lund with JD, only here on the Sports Leader.
It was a 5-shot revolver. It was loaded, wedged in the crack of her buttocks.
Papa and Lund presents the Caboose Pistol.
The old caboose pistol, everybody has one.
A few stories that slipped through the cracks.
Did you say caboose? I know some women who could hide a machine gun in there. Yeah. I'm sorry, we're getting off track.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What misconceptions or concerns about you that you've heard in the last few weeks are you the most looking forward to dispelling?
It's a valid question, and I've certainly heard everything. You know, it's been a really interesting 6 weeks or so, just in terms of being part of the engagement farming industry. You know, it's been really interesting. However, I don't really have a great answer for your question because I really don't give a like, honestly. I want to coach the Lakers. I want to coach the team. I don't want to dispel anything. I don't. I want to become a great coach in the NBA, and I want to win championships, and I want my players to maximize their careers. That's all I care about.
All right, we're going to give you a normal caboose fare. A man won a bunch of money and then died shortly thereafter. Scarlett Johansson has a great quote. Story on Hooters. There's some weird stuff going on, as always. But I don't know what your thought was when you heard J.J. Redick say that. Number one, when he says, that's a great question. Like, he sounded like Gabe Kapler at his opening press conference where everything was, that's a great question.
That's a good question.
That's a good question. You know, it just right away, which, again, if you loved Gabe, that's fine. But he came across to me as fake and fraudulent. And so does J.J. Redick. You know, he's coached a fourth-grade team. That's about all he's coached. I didn't know it was possible to dislike the Lakers, and I don't really generally root for failure, but I do hope he falls straight on his arrogant face. And he's a Dookie, too, so that wouldn't hurt. How did you perceive that?
Yeah, I there was way too much I'm a podcaster, I'm a broadcaster for my liking. And I'll give him the benefit of the doubt on not having the coaching experience because there have been other coaches who have been successful that don't have the coaching experience. I mean, Steve Kerr comes to mind. Mm-hmm. And again, different, unique situation. He inherited a team that was about to maybe explode under any circumstances in a positive light, but he helped get them over the top. Not an easy situation there, but there is a phoniness that I sense there. There is I know all the different ways to talk about everything.
Like the NBA, like the media wasn't worthy to be, you know, and I can't give you the answers because you just wouldn't understand it. You know,
and even
JJ
dropping
Redick.
the F-bomb twice. And even dropping the F-bomb twice, I felt
that.
like was I don't care that he did it. I don't love the fact that it seemed contrived. It looked like he was looking for, like, I'm going to shock everybody.
Yeah, it was a setup.
Because I'm going to drop the F-bomb. Like, if I can drop an F-bomb, it'll go viral. And, like, and then he does it twice. I don't know. Again, I'm open-minded on whether he could be a good coach. I'm not a big introductory press conference guy. But so he's got 4 months to figure it out before the season starts, and I'll judge him off of that. But I didn't really love a lot of what I heard.
Yeah, look, I don't root for failure, but I looked at him as it's very arrogant, and some of it was, I think, a defense mechanism so that people couldn't dwell on the fact and ask him numerous times about having inexperience as a coach, so he shut it down with a couple of F-bombs. And again, anybody who knows me, at 2:01, I'll let off a stream of Fs like that'll embarrass your mother, but I know there's a time and place for everything, and I just didn't think that's the time or the place. I think it's, as much as people around here may not want to admit it, that's a well-respected organization. In the history, they have 17 titles. A lot of great players have played for that organization. And I saw Rob Pelinka sitting right next to him when he dropped the F-bomb, and he kind of cringed. Like, that's not really what you want to do. And again, look, I'm not a prude. I speak like that off the air, all that kind of stuff. But time and place for everything. It's a professional atmosphere, and all you're trying to do is, like you said, give shock value to the fact that you've never coached. And so you just wanted to shut it down as fast as you could, and you thought with an F-bomb, nobody would ask you more questions about how inexperienced and really unqualified you are for the position. Because in Steve Kerr's case, Steve had been around championship teams. He had been around Phil Jackson. He had studied it. He was a student of the game. And maybe J.J. Redick is too, because he had a lot of success at Duke. But he didn't win championships with the Clippers or the Pelicans or any of the other teams that he was with. He was a sharp shooting guard, and I have nothing against him. I wasn't a particular fan of the NBA Finals broadcast, but that's neither here nor there in terms of winning a championship. I think that his biggest qualification for that job is he's really good friends with LeBron James. And they think maybe due to that friendship that LeBron will listen to him. I highly doubt that, because LeBron chews up and spits out coaches left and right, and that organization hasn't had a coach make it to a second contract in how long? So it's going to be a really difficult task for him. I just don't think he made it easier by putting a target on himself. And that's what I felt like. You hit it right in the head. It was a contrived press conference for a guy who's media savvy. And that's what it seemed like. And he was concentrated on winning the press conference, and that doesn't matter at all.
No, and to your point, and I think it's the best point on the whole thing, is like you cannot ingratiate yourself to LeBron James. Like, you got to win, and not only do you have to win, but things have to go a certain way. Like, you have to win, and like all the narratives have to be met in addition to winning, and so. Can he get them to become a better regular season team than they've been, where they're not battling for the to stay out of the play-in tournament down to the last day of the season? That's ultimately what he's going to be judged by in my book.
Right, and
it's a valid question.
That's a great question.
See, there you go. That's it.
Oh my God! I mean,
same guy.
It's cringe.
Seriously,
dude. I'm gonna vomit my mouth again. Bro.
Yeah, maybe he will. Maybe I can see J.J. Redick having a Gabe Kapler a cart of booze.
He enjoys a good burger.
Yeah, I can see him doing food reviews. I can see him doing food reviews in L.A. This coffee, it's so smoky.
Let's do the press conference from the couch.
I can see him having a black leather couch in his office and inviting the press in and all that stuff. I don't know. I know this. Because anywhere really in the Western Conference, but really throughout the NBA, they don't like the Lakers, but especially in places in the Western Conference where the Lakers have beaten up forever. Do I think the Lakers are better right now with J.J. Redick as head coach? I do not.
That's all I care about.
I don't think they're better with J.J. because, like you said, you nailed it. LeBron James is not your friend. You may think he's your friend. He's not your friend, because the minute he doesn't like a play that you've called or a way that, whatever, and especially as a friend, that's the hardest thing is, like, you ever try to talk to your friend in a way that, like be a boss of a friend or something? They just kind of, or a brother or a family member, they kind of laugh at you. Like, come on, dude. We're friends. Like, you can't talk to me like that. I just don't think that's a way, because you've already got an established relationship, and now J.J. Redick's going to go try to tell LeBron James what to do. That dynamic isn't going to work, I don't think. But we'll see.
No doubt.
Yeah.
What else we got?
Let's, because I could launch into these, but it's going to take a lot longer. So what we'll do is, instead of some remnants, we do have the caboose stories next. So I'll give you the story about the man who won the $4 million and then dropped dead. Scarlett Johansson, there's an interesting quote there. And I want to ask you about a specific restaurant that I haven't been to forever, and they are finally starting to close locations. I would have thought that with all these restaurants closing locations, this would have been one of the first ones. So we'll give you some.
In Dixon?
What's that? No, the cider? No.
Yeah, Dixon, California.
No, it's not. But I will. I thought you were going with cider. But we will get to all those things, and we'll probably fit in a few more remnants with JD, and we'll do it next. Only here on the Sports Leader.
Really don't give a like, honestly.
Draymond is like fish sauce. By itself, it's too intense and overpowering. But add it into the right ingredients, it takes the dish to the next level.
and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Guess who's about to do that hockey? Guess who's about to hockey, bro? It's us! It's us, baby! And guess what, Shay? Your boy is in Florida. I'm going to Game 7. I don't know a damn thing about hockey, but other than the fact that the puck is black. But damn it, everybody in the world is talking about hockey today. So that's what we gonna do. Shay's back in the house. Your boy is back in the house. PK Subban is back in the house. And Commissioner Gary Bettman is coming into the house. Holla at your boys! Game 7. Whoa!
You know nothing about nothing. Doesn't stop them before, but yeah, that was their attempt at a hockey segment. Congratulations, Florida. 2-1. Canada still hasn't won a Stanley Cup since what, 93? My God,
93.
man.
Les habitants.
That is unbelievable. They hate us so much. They've got to hate us. Hey, good luck winning a cup. They're just like, come on. Unbelievable. All right, a couple of quick things before we get out of here at the top of the hour. Tolbert and Copes. This would be my luck. A man won $4 million at a casino, then dies moments later of a heart attack. This was at Marina Bay Sands Casino in Singapore. $4 million win, and then he died almost immediately from cardiac arrest due to the shock and excitement of his win. How would that be?
What a way to go, John.
And then you died and you didn't get it. Wonder where that big check goes to. I mean, because it's like, it's not like it's in your will or something. So if that happens, it's like, what does the casino get the money back? Oh, sorry.
It probably goes to his estate, whoever's left. But yeah, that's incredible.
That sucks, right? Because you die from the excitement of winning the $4 million, and then you keel over, and that's it. Done.
Brutal. What a way to go.
Yeah, that's my luck. I could see that.
Man.
I finally won the luck. 3. Yeah, bye. That's too bad. I'm just going to read this with no comment whatsoever. New York Post. Scarlett Johansson begged to be in the Jurassic Park franchise, quote unquote, I can get eaten by whatever. Scarlett Johansson. I can get eaten by whatever. I'd like to see that. Callan Jost is her boyfriend. I wonder if he wrote that joke. I can get eaten by whatever. But anyway, it does lead to things if you're a sophomoric type like I am, that I just like to quote, I can get eaten by whatever.
69.
Like Scarlett Johansson. Anyway, what did you
had sound of that.
No, I don't. I wish I did. What do you think of that relationship, by the way? Scarlett Johansson, Colin Jost. It does back up the fact, not that he's not an ugly guy or anything, but I mean, if you're funny, I mean, I don't know that guys operate like that, but if you're funny and you have a good personality, you don't have to be the best looking guy, even though he's not a bad looking guy. But, he's not Brad Pitt either. But Scarlett Johansson is, I think we're all in agreement. We all agree as men. Very, very attractive young lady. So, anyway.
Way to go, Colin Jost.
Yeah, I mean, that's good. It's very good. And then the story I was telling you about the restaurant that I haven't been to in years and years and years, and really, honestly, I understand the concept, but it was just not really for me. Hooters closes several underperforming locations, according to KTLA in Los Angeles. When's the last time you went to a Hooters?
2008?
It's a long
2009?
time.
It's been a minute.
There used to be one and I think it's long gone, and I don't know if there's any left in the Bay Area. There was one like in Redwood City or something in that area, I think. I could be wrong, but in that area. And I remember we had a promotion there one time. And if I'm thinking correctly, it was with Roxy Bernstein, and me and Roxy were at this thing, and it was, I don't know, it was some sporting event or some special thing and everything. So I was paid to be there, which was nice. No offense to Hooters, and I don't think they're a sponsor given the fact that they are closing several underperforming locations. But the wings were not good. They did like a breaded wing that was not really good. I had a friend that was generally obsessed with them, and he was a boss-like figure, and so he would always want to go there for lunch, and I would go, and it was not good. It was not good. So anyway,
I take that back. I think there was a time where we had in our prior radio life,
we did.
had an event, So it was
That's the only time
more
I
like
ever
maybe
went.
2014 or 15.
Yeah. So I think it was about that time for me too. And then before that, I can't remember. Other than years ago, I did. I had a boss who loved going there, just loved, and which led me to believe that he was a perv. I was like constantly going there, and he was probably at the time, midlife crisis type of thing. I don't remember if he drove a Corvette, but he was he was definitely in like midlife crisis, and he would go. And the worst part of it was he knew them all like it was Norm at Cheers. He'd walk in, oh, hi Lisa, hi Betty, hi. It was like, oh, dude, you go here way too much. They all knew him. They'd come around our table. It made me uncomfortable. I was like, I don't know, man. I mean, I get the concept. It's just, we've evolved kind of as a society where it's like, it's all right.
Just go to Hooters.
Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, and they used to have all the ads all the time with Dick Vitale and Gruden, and then Tony Romo took over for a while. So I don't even know if they run those anymore. I can't remember the last time I saw one. But, yeah, it's been a while. So anyway, there you go. Anything else today? So now that you have done the morning show to Warriors press conference to Giants game to doing this show, what's your plan? You haven't slept you've slept like what, 2-3 hours in the last 24?
I'm probably going to sleep until tomorrow.
No game tonight. Yeah, you're good.
Probably no game tonight. And then we've got our Dubs draft show tomorrow. We're doing a YouTube only draft show tomorrow. Cool. So right when Tolbert and Copes ends at 5:45, I'm going to hop on myself, Greg Silver, and we'll be breaking down some NBA storylines. A lot of the Dunleavy presser, which I know we got into a little bit today. It's going to be less Warriors draft-centric unless they do something because they don't have a first-round pick. So we'll just be talking about some of the headlines from the first round of the draft as the first round of the draft is concluding tomorrow night. That's going to be a YouTube only on the KNBR YouTube page and on the KNBR socials. So look for that, 5:45 right at the end of Tolbert and Copes. And we'll have you covered as far as that goes. And then I mentioned this earlier on Thursday, going to be out at Harmonic Brewing in Thrive City. Tolbert and Copes are going to be out there after the Giants take on the Cubs for their show until 6 o'clock. And then I'm going to be out there from 6 to 9. And that will be our full Warriors draft recap. Not a lot to necessarily happen in terms of picks,
right?
But could be a big news night as well. So we're going to be all over that the next couple of nights. So I'm looking forward to it.
I always do the deep dive, and we do the NFL draft show, and I do it with Papa and Copes, and we do it with everybody. Todd Husak did an amazing job. So I always deep dive into the NFL. Are you deep diving into the NBA draft? Because it seems to me, and again, I keep up on it. I'm a sucker for a mock draft in any sport, even baseball, and I don't even know who the hell most of these guys are. But, I mean, this seems like there's no consensus number one. It doesn't seem like it's a really deep, great draft. I think Mike Dunleavy did say that, like, if it's a year to not have a first-round pick, this is the year. So have you deep dived into this thing?
I have not at all.
Nice.
If the Warriors had their pick at 14, which I think ended up in Portland from the Iguodala trade back 5 years ago, I would have more of a deep dive. The last draft I truly did a deep dive into was the 2020 draft because we had the extra time. Right. It was during COVID. But the last couple of years, less so. More when the Warriors had the 7 and 14 in 2021, so I did a pretty decent dive then. But no, and haven't done a lot of look at it, who they might get at 52, because it's probably a landscape of about 50 different players that they could get at number 52. But I think this could also be the kind of draft where it's not top-heavy, but there are opportunities to maybe buy a pick, which the Warriors have done in the past, or move into the top of the second round and maybe get somebody that you're really high on that another team may have had as a 18 to 20 grade on. You might be able to get them at 30 to 35. So there is some value there.
And the other thing, and I think probably the Warriors fans are thinking this, I mean, where'd they get Trace Jackson Davis last year? Like 57?
Yeah.
So, I mean,
you can get a plug-and-play player.
You know?
Yep.
And
Dunleavy's shown he can be good at that.
Yeah.
So
great stuff as always. Thanks to David Lombardi, who gave us great information on the 49ers and the latest on Brandon Ayuk. And Monty Poole is always tremendous. He was at the press conference with you yesterday from NBC Sports Bay Area, giving us the latest on what's going on with the Warriors and what Mike Dunleavy said and translating that for us. So make sure you go back, check it out at knbr.com. Thanks, bro. Appreciate it. Go get some sleep.
Absolutely, man. Good to be with you.
JD is the best. Thanks, as always, to Danny, who's back today, and Walter for doing a great job Pop may be back tomorrow. We'll check it out. And in the meantime, our friends, Tolbert and Copes, coming up right now on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, our Cumulus media station.
The NBA brought him to the Bay, while his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Today on our show, we're going to have Rick Celebrini, father of Macklin Celebrini, the presumptive #1 overall pick. I believe that's this Friday. Have they ever had like the back-to-back NBA draft, NHL drafts? I don't know if I've ever done that before. Maybe. I don't know. I'm not paying attention. NBA drafts, like, I have no idea who these guys are. Like, who the bleep is that? Basically... Like, there's about 5 of them in the first round. I'm like, okay, I know that guy.
In the NBA draft?
Yeah, I've seen him, but I might know more guys in the NHL draft.
It's the first 3 picks are going to be international and or like 3 of the first 5 or 4 of the first 5 might be international and or guys out of the G League.
Yeah. No, I know a couple of them. So I know Castle.
Yeah.
And I know Klingon because I watched the NCAA tournament and they both played for UConn and they played a lot of games. So I got a chance to watch them play. Dalton Connect. There's a few. I know there's so many. I'm like, who's that dude? I have no idea who that dude is. Anyway, Rich Celebrini, I call him Rick. Rich Celebrini is going to join us. I think it is Rick.
I think it's Rick. I think Tim wrote Rich on the
Rich
sheet.
down here. They put Rich down. It's Rick Celebrini.
Jim Webb did that, yeah.
Yeah. And Dalton Johnson from NBC Sports Bay Area, if that is his name. I'm not sure. I think that's his name.
It can't be Timothy Dalton Johnson.
We keep 007.
Shout out License to Kill.
We'll talk little Warriors, little Sharks. And we'll talk, I'm sure, with Rick. We'll talk little Stanley Cup Finals. Florida Panthers get it done last night. 2-1, defeating the Edmonton Oilers. Great game. I mean, like the Stanley Cup, Game 7 in the Stanley Cup Finals, I will put against the Super Bowl as the greatest sports spectacle there is.
Wow.
Yeah. And the reason I will do that, and I know, look, the NFL dominates it. I mean, it's like, I don't know, 50-fold larger than the NHL. But the reason I'll do that is this is a culmination of a 7-game series. So, like basketball and baseball, but it's physical. These guys have been getting the bleep kicked out of them for 4 rounds now. And that's why they say it's the hardest trophy to win, because not only do you got to win 4 out of 7 round after round, but it's also a physical sport. You're taking a beating out there. And Game 7.
Physical.
Thank you.
With an F.
Okay, yeah.
Game 7, the drama's already baked into a Game 7. And unlike baseball or basketball in a Game 7, that could get away from you. Like, you get a Game 7 in basketball where it's like a 20-point game going into the fourth quarter, and the drama's already been sucked out. Baseball could be 5-0 going into the 9th inning. It's like, great, here we go. Hockey, almost by definition, is going to be close going into the third period, even if it's 2-0.
Hockey.
Thank you. You're 1 goal away. Yeah, Rick is ready. Thank you very much. Well, we'll get into that with Rick Celebrini. Rick, what's going on?
What's up, man?
Hey, guys.
How are you? Give me your. I wasn't gonna embarrass myself and try to come up with your title, because I never get title. I never get anybody's titles right, because you guys keep changing them year after year after year. So I don't know what the hell's going on. So give me your title so I can at least know it today. Although it'll change tomorrow, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's a bit of a mouthful. It's a VP of Player Health and Performance, but it's basically I make sure that the players are healthy and hopefully performing at their peak physically.
I want to ask you about that real quick because I want to get into the hockey. I wanted to get your thoughts on the Stanley Cup and Macklin, the presumptive number one pick this Friday. But let me ask you about that. How much does the science change? Because I'm a little bit kind of in between. I get the need for all that, but I also am old school. I played in the 80s and 90s and stuff when guys just played. And if you play, you play, whether you're dinged up or not. Give me the science behind it and how much that kind of changes year by year, what you're looking at and the data that you're looking at. And while one thing may have made sense 5 years ago, now maybe it doesn't make sense today.
Well, I mean, I'm kind of old school as well, to be honest with you. We're probably pretty similar in terms of our vintage. And I'm like probably you and others are, sort of living proof of sort of what the professional game, the toll it takes on the body. And I think, we've learned a lot through the years, like you said, call it the science or the medical research, and understanding, how these things evolve. And really, there's a huge body of very valid research in terms of, preventing injuries, et cetera. And one of them is finding that nice balance between sort of a stress response and creating some fatigue, but not over the threshold. And I think that's where the sweet spot is. I think what ends up happening, as in many other areas of life and other professions, is the pendulum swings a little bit too much at times. And so I understand, some of the concerns with overprotecting these athletes. There's such a thing as becoming too protective and not building sort of resilient athletes. Our job is really to make sure that the athletes are resilient and they're able to withstand the demands on them physically, mentally, lifestyle, travel, etc. But make sure that they don't go over the edge.
Yeah, I call it building up calluses. Like you got to build up the callus to get to a certain point. Like I always use it in pitching. Like a guy's never going to get to the 7th and 8th inning if you don't let him get to the 7th and 8th inning. Like his arm won't be, and his mentally he won't be ready for it as well. This is something you could answer because I get a lot of questions about this, and it always comes in when Steph plays 37 minutes, which is usually about 2 or 3 minutes more than normally he would play. And he comes out at a certain time of the game, and let's say the Warriors lose a little bit of traction during that game, and everybody's like, why then they just play in the extra 2 minutes? What's the difference between 39 minutes and 37 minutes? And I always try to say, look, I know 2 minutes doesn't seem like a whole lot, but if you do that, then you can go, well, what's the difference between 41 and 39? What's the difference between 43 and 41 since you're already there? Like at some point, you have to say these are probably, I don't want to say hard and fast cutoffs, but loose cutoffs where you'd like to keep a guy to keep him healthy throughout the whole year. Talk about that a little bit, because I've talked to Steve about it, and, everybody wants a guy to play a little bit more, especially when he's your best player. But talk about those decisions. I know they're not your decisions. You're not tapping Steve on the shoulder going, hey, 37 minutes, time to get him out.
Right.
But those decisions were, a couple extra minutes may not seem like much, but ultimately it ends up being something.
Yeah, and this is where, the science usually reflects the the experienced coach's eye and probably everyone if they're really watching closely. And I mean, Steve's been doing this a long time. He's a Hall of Fame coach, and he's so unbelievably observant. And through the years, he kind of has seen, as you say, it's an arbitrary number.
Yeah.
Each game is going to have its own context and its own demands that sort of shifted a little bit. You see consistently on certain guys a threshold at which their physical output deteriorates. And you can see that both physically, and then obviously you can look at things from a technical decision-making as well. And, guys that make more mistakes, they turn the ball over more, et cetera. So some of this is, as you say, it's hard to say whether it's 35 or 37 or 36. That point is somewhat arbitrary, but we know it's in around that. And you want to catch it before it happens, before mistakes start happening, before he hits that threshold where he's over the top now. And quite honestly, it's also made pretty frequently with Steph's input as well. Not in the game because he's in the emotion of it. he's as sort of resilient as they come, and he'll want to play every single minute. But Steve's learned through the years, sometimes from previous mistakes is sometimes you got to get at it before you start to see that downhill slide.
Yeah, and I think that's something to acknowledge too, and something hopefully the fans understand. It's not just about the next game and how he responds after the game. It's about his efficiency in that game. Like those are a couple extra minutes. Are you getting 90% efficiency? Or are you getting 50% efficiency? So I mean, there's a lot of factors that go into it. I go on and on with all this because I do find it very, very interesting. But before we get to the draft and Macklin and all that, I want to ask you about last night's game and that series, because I was up here saying that I think Game 7 of the Stanley Cup, for my money, as far as Game 7s and ultimate games, it's right up there with the Super Bowl for me, because what it takes to get to a Game 7, the physicality of that sport, and just by definition, hockey's going to be close. So there's drama already baked into a Game 7, and that game didn't disappoint. I'm just curious about what you thought about the game and Connor McDavid playing half of the third. I'm guessing they didn't go by the science on that one. They just said, get out there. It's Game 7. Right. Wait, you good to go? Then get out there. Because he was on the ice. Literally, I looked up. I was like, I thought he just came off and he was back on. I mean, it was an incredible performance by him, but it just really turned out to be a really fun series, and respect to all those guys that get out there and get after it for 2 months playing hockey at the highest levels. That's good stuff.
Yeah, it's unbelievable what, I've my 4 years with the Vancouver Canucks, we got one taste of playoff hockey, and I saw, the different injuries that guys play through, literally fractures of this and that, and tears and ruptures, and it is a battle of attrition, as you said. When you get to that point in the season, 7th game of the Stanley Cup Finals, they're literally just hanging on, figuratively and literally. And it was a spectacle to watch, to see the guys kind of digging deep, and just the physicality of it still, and they're trying to muster up some sort of force and energy to against each other, and it's like a heavyweight tilt in the 15th round where they're just going toe to toe. And man, I loved watching it. You find out usually the next day kind of all the sort of different injuries that guys were playing through, but like you said, a guy like Connor McDavid, who was just trying everything he could to will his team to win. I was texting with Jeff Jackson, their president and GM, this morning, and he just said, how gutted he was of the result, but just how proud he is of how far they came throughout the season and how close they came. But one of the things is that Florida was there last year. They experienced it. They came short, and I remember Wayne Gretzky talking about sort of a story where. Just at the tail end of the Islanders dynasty, he and their upstart Oilers, young sort of hotshot team, sort of walked past the, victorious Islanders dressing room, and he thought they'd be celebrating and champagne and hollering and, screaming, and literally the guys were all banged up and on ice and just completely depleted. And so he kind of looked at the other guys, kind of, that's what it takes to get there is you have absolutely nothing left.
Yeah.
Talking to Rich Celebrini here on the UMA guest line. In terms of the comps between what you've got to do in basketball, hockey, baseball, football, is there stuff that transfers over in terms of the preparation, the health? I mean, we're talking physical stuff. You're not letting basketball players go out there with breaks and tears.
No, and it's the demands are different. All of them have their own sort of mental and physical demands that are unique to the sport, but there are obviously commonalities across all of them, and you're always trying to find that balance between and the term we use is sort of readiness. So it's adequate recovery, but also making sure that you're physically ready to meet the demands optimally of what the sport and all the sort of context and uniquenesses or sport specificity of that sport.
Talk a little. I'm not going to call basketball players soft because I was one, but hockey players, and you would know this, working in hockey, they're just different. Like I remember Miroslav Shatan during the playoffs. he played with a punctured lung, and then Duncan Keith had 7 teeth knocked out, and I think he missed 2 shifts during the Stanley Cup. Like those guys are just different. Like I don't know what it is about those guys that, especially during Stanley Cup playoff time. But when they come out with the injury reports, because it's always lower body, upper body during the playoffs, but when they come out with the injury reports like after the playoffs, you're like, holy cow, that dude played with that? Again, I was a basketball player. I'm not calling us soft because I don't think basketball players are, but aren't hockey players just a little bit different?
They are different. I'm not sure, it equates to being smart at times, but you're right. And it's a different culture. It's a different sort of history to the game, and there's sort of honor in that. I mean, they break their teeth and they actually kind of like the look of it. It's kind of a there's a lot of characters in that sport that sort of embrace that to some extent, and it's inherent. I mean, I would say football, American football, and hockey are very similar in that way. In that there's honor to sort of just playing through things where some of the other skill sports, baseball and basketball, there's a little bit more sort of perhaps finesse and more insight in terms of how their body's feeling and responding.
Yeah, I'm guessing after 5 seasons in the NHL, if you still have your own teeth, you got to go knock them out. Just like take a mallet to your mouth to be a part of the club. We're talking to Rick Celebrini.
Well, it's funny you say that, Tom, because I just had this conversation with Macklin yesterday. We were watching the game, and I'm like we just literally finished spending like thousands of dollars on his teeth with orthodontics, et cetera, and like Invisalign, and I mean he's switching from college where they wear a cage to visor, and I'm like, man, I don't know, like let's enjoy these teeth now because I'm not sure you're gonna have a full set of chiclets, in a year or two from now.
Talk about this whole process, because I mean it has to be super cool for you, and I believe you don't have another son, Aiden, who's in the Canucks farm system. Is that true? So you've been through this whole thing before, but having the number 1 pick, and not only that, the Sharks have the pick. You work here. I mean, it's all worked out beautifully for you, the family. I mean, take me through that. I mean, watching your kids grow up, and you were a professional athlete. You played soccer up in Canada, so you know the grind of getting there. But how much fun is it to be a dad and watching the sons grow up, and then having one that's going to be able to play close to home? It just got to be incredible.
It really is. Macklin said to me the other day, he's living his dream, and I guess as parents we are as well, and not because he's the number 1 overall, but to be, I guess first of all, we all have, probably a lot of your listeners as well. Sports, we're just so passionate about it. We grow up with it and play it to the highest level that we can. And me personally, I've always had a passion after my career was kind of ended prematurely because of injury. I had a real passion in making sure other athletes, don't follow the same path. And so, spending, I've been doing this for 33 years, trying to look after athletes of, different areas. To do that with your own kids, and, I've said this kind of a number of times, it's kind of how we hang out. Like we don't, sit around and watch TV. We're usually playing pickleball or playing hoops or playing soccer, doing something as a family always that's been active. And that's just kind of, our lifestyle. So to see that, the 2 boys at this point, my daughter's a, aspiring tennis player, and my youngest is another sort of aspiring hockey player, to see them sort of follow their path and, really truly sort of have their own passion for this and own it. Like, again, with 4 kids, with, the deal, Tom, with my schedule with the Warriors, and even before that with the Canucks and the Whitecaps, it's really up to the kids to kind of drive it and to see them. Macklin would wake up his mom at 4:30 in the morning to drive him to the rink, and obviously we do everything we can to support them, but they had to own it. They had to take accountability for it. So to see them kind of at this point in the process and start to realize some of their dreams, and they really are their dreams, not our dreams. It's really rewarding and pretty special as a parent.
If Rick Celebrini, the sports, how do you say it again? Director of sports?
Vice President, VP of Player Performance. Is that
player
right?
Performance. Okay, thank you, Coach.
Was that right, or was that?
Yeah,
that was great. Yeah,
better than I did.
I wrote it down when he said.
If Rick Celebrini, the player performance coach, is coaching or advising Rick Celebrini, the player, do you get hurt?
No. No. Like, I honestly, I mean, I think back to my, I sort of had a stress fracture that I played through down in South America. I won't bore you guys with the whole story of it, but honestly, it's one of those kind of demons in the closet that drive me and make sure that other young athletes don't sort of get mismanaged. And, it was literally 2.5 years of my development that was, was wasted because of just poor decision-making and guidance.
Well, look, I'm always up for a good fracture in South America story. You kidding me? Those are my favorites. Ty, just real quick, and we really appreciate coming on, and it's going to be so much fun watching. I mean, for you, it's going to be incredible. For us, it's going to be fun watching his development along with Will Smith, who may or may not be here this year. But what about that decision, whether he will play for the Sharks this year or go back to college? Is that a decision that you're in on, that he makes with his advisors, that he makes with the Sharks? Obviously what's best for him, but he has a large say in that. Is that a decision that needs to be made right now? Just take me through that, because I don't really know much about it. NBA, you get drafted, you come. It's not like, I'm going to go back to Kentucky, I'll be with you next year, you can do in college. What is the process of that decision, and when will that decision, you think, be made?
I think it'll be, fairly shortly after, free agency opens, and just, understanding and sitting down with, as you say, our advisors, Macklin and ourselves, and obviously Mike Greer, and should it be, San Jose that drafts him, and just making sure that he's in an environment that is the right environment for him to continue to develop. We've said this before, the NBA is not a development league, nor is the NHL. And so making sure that, these young players are surrounded by obviously all aspects of, the performance and medical care and coaching, et cetera. But what's really important as well is just having, good character veterans around there to sort of buffer them at times, to, give them a nudge and understanding when, they lose a few games in a row that the sky isn't falling, and just all those things that a veteran presence would do to them. So, it'll happen fairly quickly after the draft, and it'll be sort of a collaborative decision that we'll all make together and make sure that it's a win-win. It's a win for Macklin, and it's a win for the team that drafts him. Hopefully that's San Jose.
Well, let's hope so. I think we're all hoping so. Before we let you go, give me one negative thing about Steve Kerr.
One negative thing about Steve Kerr. Well, you've seen him break the clipboards at times. I mean, I
don't know though. He's starting to lose pace. He hasn't had one of those. I was a little very, very disappointed with him. I'm like, come on, at least one a year.
That's what I was going to say. The negative might be that he's losing that passion and that fire. So maybe he's getting a little old, and we got to give him some more clipboards to
soft. It's soft. Maybe he's. You know what? I shook his hand last time I shook his hand. The grip wasn't quite there. So maybe he's losing the strength.
Speaking of lack of calluses.
Yeah, we need more calcium. Get him some more milk. Get him some more milk, Rick. Get him some more calcium. Strengthen those bones up. Hey, we really appreciate you joining us. I mean, you do a hell of a job there with the Warriors. There's no doubt about that. I've always said the organization, from top to bottom, hires the best people and lets them do their thing. And you're one of the people they let do their thing. And the run to the championships, in large part, is due to the guys being healthy. And that's in large part to you being there. So awesome job on that. Love having you on. Congrats on what's going to happen this Friday. Hopefully it's here, and everybody will be pumped and ready to go. So thanks, Rick. I appreciate it, man.
Appreciate you guys. Really enjoyed, the show, and wish you guys all the best. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Rick. I appreciate it.
The VP of Player Performance for the Golden State Warriors, Rick Celebrini, there on the UMA guest line. We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, we still got stuff to get into as it relates to the Giants and their walk last night by Wilmer Flores as they honored Willie Mays with a pretty good win. It was a fun one last night. We'll got more to talk about with Clay and Ayuk, but we'll also tell you how you can win tickets to the Aftershock Festival. That's next on the Sports Leader.
Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Mountain View's sports leader.
Giants came back from a 4-0 deficit to beat the Cubs 5-4 on a Wilmer Flores walk-off walk. Does one win give you hope, Giants fans? Let us know on our socials or give us a call at 415-808-KNBR.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. wherever you are. We're streaming 24/7 at KNBR.com. This is Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
It is a day that ends in Y, which means we're giving you an opportunity to win some passes to go to the Aftershock Festival. 2 Sunday single-day passes. This is going down on Sunday. Well, it's all weekend long, but these are for 2 single-day passes for the Sunday of the Aftershock Festival. Sunday, October 13th, 2024, at Discovery Park in Sacramento. All week long, tune in between 2 and 6. We'll give you the cue to call. When you're the 10th caller to the studio at 415-896-KNBR, you'll win. Get the rules at KNBR.com. The tickets are furnished by Live Nation. Tim, what's the cue to call?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, we're talking to you. You hear that again between now and 6 o'clock, and you're caller 10 at 415-896-KNBR. You will win tickets to the Aftershock Festival. Again, get the rules at KNBR.com. We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, a little bit more on the Giants from last night. We'll do that next on the Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All of us Giants fans here in San Francisco, around the world, the ones who got to watch him play, the ones who got to cheer for him, the ones who got to call him our friend. How lucky are we? And man, are we going to miss him. Three-one pitch. It's ball four. And the Giants a much-needed win. The walk-off walk, Wilmer Flores.
Tolbert & Cobes is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union is here to help you with home loans that offer great rates and local personal service. Redwood Credit Union, for all that you love, equal housing lender. Tolbert & Cobes with you on a Tuesday afternoon. Dave Fleming and the broadcasters did their ceremony before the game honoring Willie Mays, and that was just a short piece of it, but Fleming had a really, really, really great speech. I mean, he was the one who kind of took everyone's breath away, and Andy Baggerly had a great article on the game last night, starting with the ceremony, and he talks about how Dave Fleming's moment when he had to relay that information to the fans that Willie Mays had passed away. And he told us yesterday he actually found out a couple hours before that it had happened, but it had become official in terms of putting out the statement. He didn't realize he was going to have to do it right then and there. But Baggerly notably says that's a part of Willie Mays' story that's going to be tied to that forever, that we'll forever remember Dave Fleming telling us that emotionally and working his way through it before they go to break. But he had some really, really good comments yesterday. Said that when they went to Rickwood, he went out and stood in center field and just kind of wanted to face. And he said to think about the odds that were stacked against Willie Mays, being born just a couple blocks from here in a segregated town. He was playing baseball for the Black Barons as a high school kid on Sundays. And he said for that kid, born in 1931, to have the impact on a game that we all love and to bring us all together, maybe more than anybody in baseball history or in sports history, and we're finding that out or reflecting on that now. It was really well said. So Dave said, tonight, sit back, watch the game, but it's our job to lean over to each other and tell each other Willie Mays stories all night long. I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of felt like coming home and doing that, doing the ceremony before the game. Kind of felt like closure. Like, you went to Rickwood was pretty cool.
That was a celebration.
I mean, it was like, wow. It just kind of he passes, and then you go to Rickwood. If you're going to be on the road, why not be at Rickwood, right? So you're at Rickwood, and then you come home, and the fans get a chance to show their appreciation and celebrate, and everybody got to wear 24, which was cool. So, no, I mean, the whole thing was well done. That's the one thing. You know the Giants are going to do those things well, and they did those things well, and the stories were good, and you got the win, so everybody goes home happy. Because I thought for sure, Willie Mays just passed away. They're not going to lose this game at Rickwood, are they? And then after the second inning, I go, yep, they're going to lose this game.
I was like, wait, who's the starting pitcher? It's Keaton. Oh, man. The odds aren't good.
I go, yeah, they're going to lose this game, aren't they? So it was nice. It was nice that they got the win last night.
It happened in fairly funny fashion, by the way.
It really did.
I know that it was a really cool thing to get the win on the night because it's nice to remember that day and then go, yeah, at least, and then, but you remember they lost 9-2. That would have been a terrible way to kind of lay an egg. It's why a lot of the opening day memories are so great. It feels like the Giants in their home openers always have great success, at least at Oracle Park, with the exception of the first one ever back in 2000 where they just got whooped by the Dodgers. But you're right. It was nice to get that win. They also struggled mightily throughout that game. I mean, they had runners on second and third in the bottom of the eighth inning with one out, didn't get a run in. Yep. For me, I think the coolest part of the game is, and I know a lot of people wrote about it and talked about it, never have I seen a number 24 in a Giants uniform playing on. Yeah. It almost looked weird to see a number I hadn't seen in a Giants uniform on the field before. Yeah. Which was kind of cool.
Yeah. No, I mean, look, the things I took away from last night's game were, it felt like it could have been 8-0 Cubs at one point. Like, Cubs were just dominating that game. They had guys all over the place, and the Giants were just finding ways to get out of jams and not give up more runs than they already had given up. I'm going to say it again because I've already said it 2 or 3 times, and I take no joy in saying this, but I've seen enough of Luke Jackson again. I said it 3 weeks ago. I said it 2 weeks ago. I'm saying it again.
You know he's got a 2-year deal with a team with an option for like a third.
Yeah. Then they
I don't think you've seen all the Luke Jackson you're going to get, bro.
Well, I'm just saying I've seen enough.
I think you need a few more helpers. You finish your broccoli. You finish your Luke Jackson before you get dessert.
No more broccoli, please. No more broccoli. And it was good to see Ramos do his thing. Because you always wonder, like, okay, it hasn't been that much of a slide, but it's been a few games where he struggled a little bit. He had the home run in St. Louis. I think that might have been the only hit he had in St. Louis. But he comes home and gets 3 hits last night, had the big double late. Suzuki could have caught that ball, by the way. He jumped. It's one of those ones where he jumped when he didn't need to jump. Yeah. If he would have taken another step to the right, he probably makes out without ever leaving his feet, but he didn't. And he gets a double, and they end up winning the game. Smiley he couldn't throw the ball over the plate. But, yeah, it was a nice win in that it ends the 5-game slide, right? And this is a team that you're competing for in the wild card race. And you lost 5 in a row to those type of teams that you're competing for. Like, you lose 3 in a row to St. Louis. Look at the separation they just got. Look at the separation they just got from the Giants over a 3-game series. It just seems like because St. Louis right now is, I think, 3 games. They won last night against Atlanta. They're like 3 games, maybe 4 over, I think 3 over 500. But they're the third wild card now. And again, it's going to change. This whole thing's going to bounce back and forth. Like now the Giants are in last among wild card teams.
Here's the thing: the Giants are. Well, they're now in a lock with the Cubs.
Yep, 5 games under 500.
5 games under 500. Yep. However, of the teams in front of them, the Giants, like the Padres are the third wildcard team. The Giants are 1 back in the loss column.
Oh, the Cardinals are second wildcard, aren't they?
The Cardinals are the second wildcard.
Right.
And because they're 40 and 37 now.
Okay.
And the Padres are 42 and 41. The Giants are 37 and 42. They're 1 back in the loss column.
Yeah.
They're 3 out of a playoff spot, but there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams ahead of them. Right, so that's
correct.
That's the issue right now. It's going to be all bunched in.
Well, this is they've been doing this 6 games, 5 or 6 games under, get back to 500. Go on a 5-game slide, get back to 500. Like they're not, they can't get over the hump. They're not getting to that spot where they can get some separation from 500. Because one of these teams, I don't know who it is, but one of them will get separation from 500, unless something crazy goes on. The Braves are going to get the first wild card, which is crazy to think. They lost their best hitter and best pitcher. They're still the number 1 wild card. I mean, Philly's incredible. I was looking at stats last night. I did not realize how good their pitching has been. I knew it was pretty good. They have the top 3 ERA guys in the National League.
Yeah.
The top 3. They have 3 guys who are in top 5 in wins. I think it's a 10 and 2 9s.
Sonny Gray has 9 wins or something.
Yeah, I think. Philly is just insane with their pitching. You think of them, you think hitting. Well, it's been pitching with Philadelphia.
Michaelis is 9 and 6. Gibson's 8 and 5.
I'm talking about the Phillies.
Excuse me, the Phillies.
Yeah, the Phillies. Nola
and the Cardinals.
And who it is? Wheeler, and then the lefty. Yeah, Suarez.
Ranger Suarez.
Yeah, I mean it's just incredible. Yeah, you watch it. I mean it's incredible. But they're the best team in baseball right now. And you could still go to this day. You go to this day. You and Tim go to bars occasionally. You can win yourself a beer. Just ask people who has the best record in the American League. I guarantee you win a beer. Guarantee you. No one's guessing Cleveland. No one's guessing Cleveland. They're like the best team in the American League.
It's who the Giants see next week, by the way, right? It's Dodgers at Braves at Cleveland.
That's why these are like even more important because this is a murderous 2 weeks. Like a murderous 2 weeks. They're playing 3, at minimum, 3 of the best 5 teams in baseball. 3 of the best 5 teams in baseball, 2 of them on the road.
Come on, Giants.
It is. You better start banking some victories against the Cubbies because they're just going to have to grind. And look, under best of circumstances, that's not a good stretch. They're pitching. They're pitching. There is no pitching, basically. It's like, I don't know. Who started tonight? I don't even know who started tonight.
Randy Rodriguez.
What?
Yeah, he's a reliever.
The dude that usually pitches the 7th?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, he's
great.
going to pitch the first today.
Okay, great. And then what?
They threw 2 guys named Spencer yesterday.
How many guys can do that, though? How many teams can do that?
There are 2 guys named Spencer. I mean, yeah.
Is one of them for hire?
Well, nobody
got that.
I didn't get it. Is it a Fletch
yeah,
reference?
because I'm 58.
Is it
It's
Fletch?
an old TV show.
Oh, so you know.
Robert York.
All right.
Probably 70s. Your dad would get it.
Your dad would love that joke.
He might even have watched the show.
Totally lost where I was going with that, too. It was Andy Baggerly's line about the Giants. He said the Giants right now, their pitching rotation is Logan Webb, an exhausted Jordan Hicks.
Yep.
And then a bunch of, what did he call it? He said, a potluck that's been left out in the sun.
Ew.
That's what he called the rest of the
That sounds
Giants
awful.
rotation right now. Yeah,
So
not
some of
good.
the guys that pitched yesterday are going to have to pitch again today.
In theory, yeah.
In theory, right? I mean, well, not
Probably not
Howard.
Howard. By the way, he was great yesterday. 4 2/3. He saved the game. He got out of the jam from Luke Jackson, too.
Yep. May get some more Jackson.
Oh, no, I don't need more
Or
Jackson.
when he gets some more. Is
Need
it
more Bivens
Burgos? It's Burgos, right?
Yeah, the kid who came up yesterday.
Yeah, Burgos. Bell Bivens DeVoe. I figured you'd get that one. You may get some more of him.
Yeah, thank you.
That's possible.
My dad would laugh at that one.
So you're probably thinking, no, he wouldn't. You wouldn't.
No, he wouldn't.
So probably no Miller or Howard. And the rest of them are just that. I mean, you might get the Rogers tag team tonight. Yeah, you may get him coming off the top rope.
Jeez, this is the problem. This is the problem with bullpens when you don't like your bullpens.
You're getting Walker.
This is the problem. You're getting Walker tonight for sure. You might get 2 innings of Walker tonight.
A lot of Walker.
Yeah. It's the issue when you don't have a great bullpen or you're running with a lot of bullpen games like this. That's what I mean is I feel like Giants fans dislike the bullpen more than anybody because they're like, we see them more than any team in the National League in all of baseball except for the Milwaukee Brewers. Giants entered play yesterday with 315 bullpen innings thrown, second most in baseball to only Milwaukee. They led baseball with their starting pitchers having, I think it was 25 starts where they had 4 or more innings pitched by their starting pitchers. That's the fewest starts in baseball.
Wow.
Not good.
No.
Logan Webb's got like 8 of
great.
them. You know what I mean? He's got like a third of them himself, this Logan Webb.
I mean, they're just patchworking it together right now. What's that?
Let's not forget the idea that the closer can't come in unless it's a closing situation.
Yeah, because that doesn't work out well for closers, generally speaking.
Not good.
Yeah, that's why if you could just be like, I would take where they are now, 5 games under 500 2 weeks from now. That's like totally like fine.
They might gain ground.
If you might
be 5 games under and be closer to the 3 spot.
Because this is going to be their toughest stretch of the year. I mean, not even close. And then after that. I haven't looked at after that, but you got 3 against the Cubs. Okay, you got to take 2. You got to win this series. You got to get 3 out of 4 here, because then 3 against the Dodgers, 3 against the Braves, and 3 against the Guardians. Then it lightens up a little bit. Blue Jays at home, Twins at home, at Rockies, and then at Dodgers, and then Rockies again. So it's going to get it's going to get lighter, and you assume the pitching's going to start coming back fairly soon. Harrison should be coming back. I would imagine in a week or so. And then who knows about Snell, and then Ray probably after the All-Star break, which is a few weeks away. But my goodness, I mean, this team has just been shredded.
Johnny Cueto, where are you, man? Johnny Cueto. You know who else they were talking about? Susan Slusher threw this name out last week was Dallas Keuchel of Seattle. Since the Giants just make tons of trades with Seattle, but they traded Keuchel, I believe.
Keuchel?
Yeah.
I didn't even know he's still in the league.
I didn't either until Susan Slusher said they should go get him, and I was like, he's on a team, and then he got traded like yesterday, I think. To somebody else.
Wow. I had no idea. Ooh, wow.
There you go.
Wow.
Yeah.
We're
The unknown of the Giants bullpen. We'll find out more tonight. Randy Rodriguez takes the ball for an inning, in theory. Tolbert and Combs with you on a Tuesday afternoon.
Go get him, champ.
Yeah, we talked yesterday to Bobby Marks, and Mark Spears was on this morning with Murph and Marcus. We asked him about how realistic a Paul George trade to the Warriors would be. There's a couple other names out there. Jimmy Butler, Brandon Ingram. I guess the real question is, do any of these moves do enough to reach a status in the Western Conference, even with Steph and Draymond, that's going to make the Warriors contenders? Talk a bit about that next and the reality of some of these deals only here on the Sports Leader. Mark Spears joined Murph and Marcus this morning and believes the Warriors adding Paul George is unrealistic. Listen to that full podcast. It's up now. KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
This is Tolbert and Copes, Thunder Tolbert and Adam Copeland on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What does that even mean? We brought up Thunder Tolbert on the show? I don't get it at all. Anybody else on the text line, YouTube chat, 808 KNBR, if you know what the hell Thunder... What does that mean, Tim? Did you just work on a bit that just didn't land?
It's like you always tell us. Maybe pay attention to the show.
You're not even wearing headphones.
So?
You're literally not even listening.
I don't know.
This POS right here.
I don't know.
This guy.
Does anybody? I don't know.
Play it again. Oh, he's not even ready to play it again. You see this dude? He's getting on me. Are you kidding me? The ball's on this guy.
I'm going home.
This is insane. Tim, now you don't even have it?
This is Tolbert and Copes. Thunder Tolbert and Adam Copeland on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
So here's what I think is going on. I don't even
Now,
think...
back to Fabian and Copes.
That one flies.
On KNBR 104.5.
I don't even think... Do you know where the Thunder Tolbert came from, or did you guys put this in the works and forget yourselves? It was during an interview. I got nothing. Derek goes, I forget who it was.
Should we know this?
No, I don't think so, dude.
Tom referenced it. He said that somebody out there has a nickname named Thunder, and then we riffed on Thunder Tolbert on the show.
All I know is Thunder Dan Marley.
Thunder Dan, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. We did riff on that?
We glazed over this one day, and you guys put the voice got to work on this.
Great to see we're having such a big impact on the show.
Yeah, it really landed. 3 names moving on here attached to the Warriors for a potential trade.
This is Tolbert and Copes. Thunder Tolbert.
No, stop it. Paul George, Jimmy Butler, Brandon
Thunder Ingram?
Yeah. Those are 3 guys who potentially could be traded this offseason, I guess, in general. 3 guys who would be the caliber of player that would help the Warriors improve. Rank them in order of the biggest improvement of the team, if they were to acquire any of those 3.
Oh, boy. Butler.
Yep.
1. Oh. I don't know. I want to say George, but I mean, he's dealt with injuries and he's getting up there in age. Ingram I like, but kind of as a 3rd guy, which I think they'd probably ask him to be a 2nd guy, which would be fine. I'm going to go, I'll go Ingram and then George.
That's where I would go.
Just because Ingram's a wing. And I think they have, look, it's kind of a toss-up, but I think Butler would be number 1. Mostly because, he gets after it defensively. He can get you to the free throw line. And he's just a badass. Him and Draymond might blow the whole thing up over there, just with their intensity.
Yeah.
But I think he would probably be the biggest improvement. Again, I think all those things are, if they're not pipe dreams, they're pipe-ish.
Yeah, because you'd have to give up Kuminga.
You're going to have to give up so many pieces. How much better are you going to get? And let's realize something. As much as Warrior fans may disagree with this isn't the Lakers, it's not the Celtics. Okay, those are the 2 marquee franchises in the NBA. No one's clamoring to come here anymore. This isn't people wanted to come here because you could win a championship here. That's why they wanted to be here. Back when Steph and Clay and Draymond were in their prime, it's hey, go to Golden State, we're winning a ring. That's not the case anymore. So there's a lot of other factors, and I'm not sure. I'm not even sure they're clamoring to go to the Lakers anymore, but that's still the Lakers with the banners and just, again, it's the Lakers and Celtics. So I don't know that players are lining up to try and get to the Warriors now. They wanted to play with Steph. They may still want to, but Steph's not in his prime anymore. So it's well, if I go there, what am I getting into? We're not.
What's the future of this organization?
Yeah.
Ingram's a young enough player where, you could. I don't think he's a 1. I think he's a 2 or a 3. But you could say he's here for a period of time. But same with a guy like Jimmy Butler, he's in the middle of his career, near the back. I wouldn't say back end, but he's on the back 9.
He's on the back 9.
So
definitely.
is Paul George. I would say Ingram's still on the front 9. But again, what's the window here? Are you just looking for somebody here for 2 years to match up with Steph and Dre and Steve Kerr?
Yeah.
Which then begs the question. You just asked this. If you're going to move Kuminga to land somebody like that, how much better are you getting if you erase Kuminga and whatever potential you have for him long term to add somebody for 2 more years? Yeah. I think you do get better in the immediate. I also just think the intrigue and the unknown of what we saw from Kuminga, if you see another jump at that rate that we saw next year from Kuminga that we saw this year, that's a huge improvement to the roster. I mean, then he's maybe year 2. But there's not enough there yet to be confident that that's absolute.
And they've made it pretty clear they're not moving Kuminga.
Yeah.
It would take something incredible for them to move Kuminga. So I think as a free agent, the one thing you would have to look at here and feel pretty confident that this team's going to be competitive moving forward is the group they have, led by Joe Lacob. And Joe wants to win, and Joe's going to spend the money to win if he has a chance. That doesn't mean he's going to spend money to be in a play-in game. But if he has a chance to win, he'll spend, and they're going to continue to try and win. So you don't have to worry about the ownership not bringing in players, not having the resources to try to bring another winner back to the Bay. They have that. So as a player, that's something that's attractive. That I don't have to worry about ownership. I don't have to worry about them running out of money. And I don't have to worry about them getting cold feet on spending to bring players in. They're going to do that. So from that standpoint, if I looked at it, I'd go, okay, I could go here, I could go there, I could go here. But there, I know they want to win. And I know they're going to do their damnedest to try to win every single year. What does that mean at this point? I don't know. Again, I think people are just going to have to get used to the idea that this is now I don't know, what do they call a dying star? Is it a red dwarf, white dwarf, something dwarf? I don't know. Can you even say that anymore? Red dwarf, a red planet that's dying? I don't even know.
I say blue Smurf.
Yeah, I don't even know what you can say anymore.
The Smurf planet.
I'm not even sure how to phrase it, but we'll go with it. So it's not a team that's on the cusp or in the middle of it anymore. The team itself is on the back nine, and they're getting a lot closer to 18 than 9. There's no doubt. But where are they in that mix? You got to kind of factor that in there as well. Again, this is an interesting season because, like, which way are they going to go here? The one thing I don't think they can do is start selling the future unless they're going to get a young superstar. Like, if you get somebody young that's going to be around 7-8 years, then okay, got it. But I don't know if that guy exists, and I don't know. Again, teams aren't doing the Warriors any favors. Like, hey, these guys have won enough. People got sick of them winning. People got sick of watching Durant and them just kind of run the league for a few years. Like, we have no chance against this team. You kidding me? So it is what it is. You try to get as good as you can around the fringes, and they're always going to be interested. That's the one thing I know about the Warriors. If a name is out there, they are going to be in the mix. They are going to be interested. But does the player want to get here, and do they have the assets to bring him here?
Here's what Bobby Marks, who was on with us yesterday, had to say about the Warriors potentially trying to make a move for a guy like Paul George.
Yeah, no. I mean, listen, if you had a deal where it's, let's say, Wiggins, Moody, and Peyton, right? And maybe it's a couple, maybe a first or two first, whatever. You know, maybe doing something like that, and you're protecting 2 out of your 3 core, or 3 out of your 4 core pieces moving forward. I think that's your direction, right? I think that's in the big scheme of things. I think that's how you want it to do, because I mean, you hit it right on the head. Like, I mean, Paul George is a big name, right? I mean, high All-NBA guy. Paul George is 34 years old, man. You're comfortable paying him $61 million at 37?
Yeah.
I think you have to be careful with that. I think similar to like what kind of like Donovan Mitchell is going through in Cleveland, where I think Donovan Mitchell is looking at the big picture of it and it's like, you know what, for me to win, it's probably best in Cleveland right now, because if I go to another team, they're basically going to have to trade 3 players. And what am I walking into? And it's probably similar to probably what, if there was anything ever came about, it would be what he's walking into Steph, Draymond, and hopefully one or 2 of your young guys are still left.
So, look, first and foremost, Paul George has to want to be here. Because if he doesn't, if he's saying, hey, I want to go somewhere that has a chance of winning, there are better offers out there than the Warriors can give them.
He wants a 4-year deal.
Yeah, well,
that's what Bobby Marks is talking about there. You want to pay somebody $60 million at 36? You're painting yourself right back into this corner again.
Yeah, why would I do that? Like, why would I do that? If you have Draymond, let's say you even keep Kuminga, which I don't think would be possible. Because, I mean, look, Wiggins, what do you say? Wiggins, Moody, and who else did he have in there?
Chris Paul.
Three players. Did he include Paul? Was it Paul, Wiggins,
because I think the finances
Moody?
would have to be included.
Like, if I'm the Clippers, I'm like, why am I doing that? Why am I getting excited about that? Unless he says, look, I'm not playing here. I'm only going to the Warriors. Yeah. Then you have no choice. But if he's open Philly could probably put together a better package than that. Philly has a better chance of winning. And why would you want to try and be in the West anyway, unless you're going to be one of the top teams in the West if you want to win a championship? Unless being in California means something to him because he's from California.
Well, that's the thing is I think he wants to be in L.A. with the 4-year deal. His mom's down there. I think she's in a wheelchair. She gets to come watch him sit courtside. Like, that's been a big part, something he's talked about. So I think he ideally wants to stay in Los Angeles. But it's like we said, at the right price and getting his 4-year contract. It's the same thing we talk about with Clay. Maybe staying in the Bay Area, being that close to Los Angeles is something that's
I don't want him for 4 years.
It's there for him, but I don't want him for 4 years.
I don't want him for 4 years. $60 million? Like, no. I don't care. I don't care. I don't want to give up assets and then have that contract, and I got to do the whole thing over again. It's like, no, let's just say, for argument's sake, they do have Steph Curry, Pajemski, Paul, Kuminga, Draymond, TJD. Who am I missing there? Oh, no, he threw Peyton in there too, didn't he? I think
he's at $9 million.
I think it was like Wiggins, Peyton, and Moody is what I think. Because I don't even think he included Paul. Because Wiggins makes 28. Maybe that makes it work. Because I was thinking Wiggins and Paul would be like $60 million worth of salary. So let's throw Paul out for a second. Because if Paul doesn't come back, then you're going 3 for 1. And PJ Tucker? Anyway. So you're like, okay, now 2 guys that are in your rotation, Peyton and Wiggins, and then Moody, I think is going to get more time. I hope he gets more time. He just hasn't. Your depth isn't there. Does that team does it make you better than OKC? Does it make you better than Denver? Does it make you better than Minnesota? Better than Dallas? Does it make you better than those teams? So what are you doing? If you're going to do that and finish 5th or 6th, then what are you doing? Because I think it's safe to say that if you do that, your room for improvement is minimal. Because even if Kuminga gets better, Paul's getting older.
Yep.
Steph's getting older. Draymond's getting older. And let's remember, Paul's had a history of injuries too. I mean, some of them are the catastrophic kind that just you're just not going to do anything about those. A lot of times it's breaking
down in the playoffs. A lot of times it's just hamstrings and things like that.
I don't know. Look, I'm not thrilled with it. I'm not thrilled with any of it, to be honest with you. There's nothing out there that I say, oh, if you could do that, this team is back. They're not. And it's, I mean, look, they weren't the best team in 2022. The Celtics were the better team. But they had the experience and they had Steph. And that was Steph 2 years ago. So, I mean, we're moving 3 years going into next year. That'll be 3 years removed from Steph winning a championship. And that was Wiggins at his zenith. Wiggins has never been better than that. He wasn't before, he hasn't since. Incredible during that playoff
didn't he average like 7 or 8 boards a game?
Yes. He had monster games against Memphis.
Yep.
Had big games against even one. I think maybe one monster game against Boston. Like he was really, really good. He hasn't been close to that since, and he wasn't that before. Draymond's not the same player he was 2 years. So I know everyone wants to get back to the mountaintop, and I know the Warriors can't just sit back and appreciate the view when they were up there. You got to keep striving, but you can't be desperate. You can't just say, oh, we're so desperate to get back there, let's just do something that's super risky. And then all of a sudden, you just fall deeper into the abyss, and then deeper, and then you get more desperate, and you start doing more desperate things. And all of a sudden, you're without your draft picks, your team's old, not as good anymore, and you have no way to get better for 5 years. You don't want that. You don't want that. That's where being judicious and level-headed and saying, okay, this is where we're at. These are realistic possibilities. Of course we want to win a championship. That's always our goal, to win a championship. They've proven that. But sometimes the path just isn't there. You can't create a path that's not there. You can't just say, well, screw it. I'm going to go off-road, and I'm going to get myself to a championship. Come hell or high water, I'm getting there. Then all of a sudden you find yourself in a ditch, your tire's blown, you're out of food, and it's super cold, and you just die out in the desert. That's no fun. Nobody wants that.
Good take. Well, yeah. Right you are.
Sometimes just stay on the road.
Yeah, you guys.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's kind of like the moral of the
like
story.
this segment, yeah.
Just stay on the road.
It's like Tommy Boy, this is Derek. Man, segment ended almost as strong as it started, right, Tim? Tolbert and Copes with you on a Tuesday afternoon. You know what it's time? You know how we save all this? We save all of this with an NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Oh, boy.
Dude, featuring an actual piece of mail that was sent in. Actually, it wasn't a piece of mail. It was a literal fax that was sent to you via KNBR
fax?
and Andrew Stern. Yeah, they're faxing in stuff to the NBA grab bag. That's next on the Sports Leader.
American Canyon, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, American Canyon Sports Leader.
David Lombardi joined Lund and JD today to discuss Brandon Ayuk meeting with the 49ers brass. Listen to the full podcast. It's up now. KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Tuesday afternoon. The NBA grab bag. It's one of our favorite things each and every week. Well,
NBA grab bag.
Most of our favorite things each and every week. There's some people, or there are some people, one man specifically who's not a fan. But the NBA grab bag is a big bag of mail that gets sent in with some stories each and every week. And I go to the mailroom, I pull it out, I dig it up, and here we go. We actually, here's the guy who hates the NBA grab bag.
Hello. I like most of the sounders on KNBR, but the NBA grab bag sounder is really stupid and annoying, and you play it all the time. You can really do better. It's enough to make me change the station. Please get rid of that stupid sounder.
Well,
NBA grab bag.
Actually, we're not better than that.
We started playing it more. We're definitely not better. Actually, that might be our peak. That might be as good as we get.
Absolutely.
So we got an actual fax. I did not know. I was program director of the station. I didn't know we had a fax machine anywhere.
I had no idea.
I didn't know we had a fax number. And here's my thing. If you're somebody who's finding our fax number, you had to Google it, right?
I don't know.
Send a damn email, dude, if it's urgent.
I don't know how you find that.
Email it. So here it is, an actual fax transmission.
Okay.
I don't even know how to send one, Tom.
Okay.
To Tom Tolbert.
I just love the sound it makes.
It's like dial-up internet. To Tom Tolbert. From a gentleman named Will. Will in Los Altos.
Oh, I love Los Altos.
The subject simply says, cars for kids.
What? Oh, no. No.
And here it reads as follows. Tom, I've been a loyal listener of your show for at least 2 years.
Okay. I like it. I like it.
Hey, Tom, me too. I think that's how long I've been with you. For at least 2 years. I literally have it going every day in my office. Sometimes it's the only media outlet I get during the day. Which is risky, by the way.
Love it.
It's where you're picking up your news.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I have to take a 30-day pause from your show for psychiatric reasons.
No.
I cannot handle the Cars for Kids commercial anymore. Unlike the guy who hates the NBA grab bag, I love the NBA grab bag, especially the background music.
NBA grab bag.
Well, he's taking his break for 30 days, so then he follows up with, well, Tom, perhaps we can meet someday at a Giants game or something. I know you live in Alameda. Maybe we go to an A's game. Feel free to text or email me. Sincerely, Will. Why would Will ask for a text or an email when my man is sending faxes, by the way? That's my question. He's going to be gone for a month. He's like, I just need you to text because I'm not sitting by my fax machine listening like normal. Why is he gone for a month?
Cars for Kids.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Psychiatric break.
Hey.
This is crazy.
I can't blame him for that. I definitely can't blame him. I can't blame him for that. Look, I've gotten my fair share of shock therapy too, but apparently it's worked. But I do sometimes have tremors when I listen to those. So look, I don't blame you, but I'm not showing up at an A's game and doing my show for you, okay? If you listen or you don't listen, I wish you the best in your recovery. But look, I'm not going to an A's game, period, okay? That's just not going to happen.
We all laughed at the A's angle of that, too. And he was like, maybe a Giants game or an A's. It's closer for, I'll make it closer for you.
Right there.
You're right there.
Hey, look, I've thought about going to an A's game this year. I'm like, God, it'd be good seats available. I go there.
All seats available.
I go horrible games. I go, the Angels come to town. Nobody's going to want to go to that game. But I'm not putting money in Fisher's pocket.
Derek's proposing a remote show for the last A's game of the season.
Not a chance.
Nope. No thanks.
Not a chance.
That's a Sunday, by the way, my man.
I'm not doing not doing anything. If Fisher sold the team, I'd go to the game and I would do some. But no, I'm not doing anything for that fool.
Last day game in Oakland, says Derek during the day. No, dude, no.
Nope.
No, why are we? No, come on. What are you talking about? Unless we're meeting up with our guy Will from Los Altos, then we'll do it. Moving on.
The only way I'd go to an A's game, if going to an A's game, were to save like half the people on Earth, like Thanos type deal. Like if I go to an A's game, they live. If I don't go, they die. And that'd still be 50-50.
Wait, is it random though, like Thanos, or is it?
No, I get to choose.
You get to choose which half.
Yeah. It's going to take me a while to go through all the people. Yeah.
Check back with me in like 2080.
Yeah. That dude owes me $100. Okay, keep him around just in case.
In case he pays up. I reserve the right to change my list later. Moving on here in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Our good friend, former Stanford head coach David Shaw, has a new job.
I saw that.
In the NFL.
Saw that.
Shaw's going to be a senior personnel executive with the Denver Broncos. I don't know. Derek trying to write here. What job? Well, I don't know. Bottom line is he's going to be working with the Broncos. Could end up being. He's trying to get back into coaching. He did tell us that. So there you go. He's joining Sean Payton's staff there, senior advisor with the Denver Broncos. Moving on here in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Dude, Tim is just a
what
rock.
is going on?
Just a rock solid day back there. I'd
like to apologize to everybody's family for that.
I'll take my apology off the air. If Drake isn't already having a rough week with Kendrick Lamar making the whole world dance to his diss track, They Not Like Us. Did you hear about this, by the way, last week?
Isn't that the one Chapman plays when he walks up?
Does Chapman come up to that?
Isn't that his, like, walk-up music?
Yeah, I think he is now. Well, dude, Kendrick last week held a concert this week. I think it was on Friday. Maybe it was over the weekend. He did it at like 5:30 in the evening, so it like hit all the media cycles in the East Coast, too. He hadn't performed that song live yet. It's a diss track on Drake. He performed it once, and everybody went nuts. Dude, then he performed it 4 more times in a row, dude. He performed the song 5 straight times.
Wow.
Just dunked on Drake.
Wow.
And it gets a little bit worse for Drake. Drake apparently lost $500,000 yesterday betting on the Oilers in Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Finals. Tough. Everything Drake touches in terms of sports betting is pretty bad.
It seems so.
We hear pretty frequently about his gambling losses. Moving on here in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
If we didn't have enough unnecessary sequels to classic films already, Mel Brooks set to return to the stage at age 97. They're making a Spaceballs 2.
Wow.
Josh Gad involved in the production and casting as well.
What's the matter, Colonel Sanders? Chicken?
I don't know, man. I might check it out, but it's just sometimes.
It is Mel Brooks.
Sometimes you just want to leave, you just want to leave it alone. I love Fletch. Fletch 2, awful. Love Caddyshack. Caddyshack 2, worse. It's actually worse than Fletch 2, believe it or not. There are just some they almost tarnish the original. So I don't know if I want him to do another one. I mean, that one was so good.
At last, we meet for the first time for the last time.
I mean, it's so dumb, but it was so good. I don't know if Brooks' comedy is going to hit the same. I don't know if it's going to hit the same. I mean, I'll probably check it out, though. I checked out the new.
I see your Schwartz is as big as mine.
Did you watch the new Fletch?
No.
With John Hamm?
No, I haven't seen it.
Okay, that was on
Is it a show or a movie?
Netflix or
It's a movie. How was it? Did you enjoy it?
It was different.
I like John Hamm.
Yeah, it wasn't as goofy as Chevy Chase in the original Fletch, so it's a little different. But if you try to separate the two, which will be easy for you, because you have no reference.
I've separated myself from all of it.
Yes,
actually.
you
It's
have.
been pretty simple.
You might like it. You like John Hamm. I think you'll like it.
I'm just going to watch. I
thought it was pretty good.
I'm going to piss Tom off. I'm just going to watch Fletch 2. I'm just going to watch 2 with no previous knowledge of anything else. And then
Well, then I know you really hate it.
I'll go, this is no good.
Then I know
What's
you
Tom
really
always
hate it.
quoting Fletch?
I am your father's brother's nephew's cousin's former roommate.
What's that make
What
us?
does that make us? Absolutely nothing.
Moving on here.
You're going to miss great lines in Fletch. Buenos dias. Papa Taco.
Moving on to the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Wheel of Fortune is ready to make the transition from longtime host Pat Sajak.
Oh, no. Who?
See who the new host is?
No, who?
I didn't even know this until I read my paper here. Ryan Seacrest.
I mean, that makes total sense, right? That makes total sense.
They may also be losing longtime. That's what they call her, letter pusher. Is that her title?
Letter pusher.
Derek called her a letter pusher. Vanna White. I mean, if anybody's, she's the first base coach of television assistants, right? Her job doesn't need to exist, really. She's walking over and just touching the light. We've got the technology to be doing that now. We really don't need Vanna there, but they're going to keep it as part of the what would you call it? The fabric, the tradition.
Yes, fabric. Good
fabric
word.
of the show.
Good
It's a very like historic television thing.
Yeah.
According to reports, Vanna may be looking to leave because she's, quote, not vibing with Seacrest. That's pretty good. Well, like, what's that about?
Brother.
What's that about? By the way, maybe the biggest, it's kind of like the match. Sort of feel like it's like the match. You see your guys are debating tomorrow. Or on Thursday. Your guy, Grandpa Joe, and DJT. They're debating the first of their, like,
I might
three
watch.
debates.
That's like a comedy.
I might have to get
It's like a comedy.
I was telling Derek, it's like a pay-per-view the way they're pumping this thing up, too.
I mean, it's like a
1/100th of 1%, and nobody would take
There's all
the
these
bet.
rules they lay down.
It's a sad comedy, but a comedy nonetheless. Like, oh god, no, these are our choices.
There's gonna be there's gonna be memes out the A. There's gonna be comedy. I mean, I know we don't want to have to laugh at this stuff, but I got to get a piece of this on Thursday, right? This is gonna be pretty funny.
I might have to. I might have to.
I won't do it unless he gets tested. He's got to get tested. There's no way I'll do it.
What?
You're greater than somebody.
Mark Rivers said they've laid out all these rules for the debate too, like things that they can and can't do. No interrupting. They'll be muted.
That won't happen.
They're gonna mute mics.
Are they really?
Yeah, they are, dude. They're changing like the whole format, dude. Talk about hashtag change the game, Steph Curry. How about hashtag change the game, DJT? Dude?
The great thing about Biden, though,
completely ripped away.
He's just immune to all Trump's crap because he's just like, oh, what? What happened?
Come on, man.
What'd you do?
Come on, Jack. Hey, come on, Jack. Come on. Come on.
It's funny, but it's really sad. Like, those are our two candidates. Oh, no. No,
They really painted us into a corner, didn't they?
Golly.
So they're going to do the muted mics. That's going to be good. No live studio audience.
Oh, that's too bad.
It's just too bad. They only get a pen and paper on stage and water. Pre-written notes will not be permitted, nor will sitting be allowed. I think that was like a major Trump thing. You can't sit. You better not sit. I'll only do it if he doesn't sit.
I'll tell you what. I'll vote for Biden if he wears a thick, like, black and white pinstripe suit out there.
He's gonna have the cap too, dude. He's gonna have the cap.
Then I'll vote for Biden.
I want to see him slugging away like a
I'll be
rock
like,
or something.
Oh,
You know what I
God.
mean?
I got to get him and give it up there.
He's gonna come up with an actual ball and chain.
Oh, God. That would be good stuff. That would be good stuff. Oh, no. This thing's going to be a disaster.
Oh, that's pretty funny. Anyway, we'll watch this thing, dude. It's the match part, however many times these guys have gone head-to-head. That's going to do it for your...
Hold on a second.
What's up?
They're actually calling it the match?
No, I'm calling it the match.
I was like, wait a minute.
Could you imagine, dude?
No,
The match.
but if you would have said yes, I would have believed you. I would have believed you. That's how ludicrous this whole thing is.
This whole thing's insane.
You kidding me?
Come on, Jack. Tolbert comes with you on a Tuesday afternoon. We will take a quick break. When we come on back, Klay Thompson's situation as a shooter on a declining team and with a declining skill set, a little bit similar to that of another former Hall of Famer, a path that Klay could follow. We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
James catches, puts up a three. Won't go. Rebound Bosch. Back out to Allen. His three-pointer. Bang! Tie game with 5 seconds remaining. Spurs do not have a timeout. But the officials are going to review to see if Allen was behind the line. Clearly a three-point shot.
As a guy who had Spurs in 6 and picked the game, still my least favorite shot in NBA history. Ray Allen's 3 to tie the game there in the NBA Finals back in 2013. Game 6, the Spurs had it all but one. Then Ray Allen hits that 3. LeBron had a great sequence there as well. That was an incredible NBA Finals. Anyway, as we talk more about Klay Thompson, and Derek came up with this earlier, he was talking about comparing his situation to that of Ray Allen's a little bit. Ray Allen was a superstar. I mean, he was great. Yep. He was in Seattle. Was he in Milwaukee as well?
Yep.
I want to say. And then he gets traded over to the Boston Celtics as part of the Big Three with Kevin Garnett and Paul Pierce to win a championship. He was reportedly seeking, when he was coming off the bench there, a 3-year, $24 million contract. Celtics offered him 2 for $12. So he was like, no, I don't want to do that.
That seems obscenely low, doesn't it, by today's standards?
And by today's standards, it's wild. But it is also wild that to think now, Ray Allen didn't mean as much to that organization per se as Klay Thompson does to this one because of the history. But he did mean a lot in terms of the history of that organization, that they had not won a title in a very long time. And they got that Big 3. Like, that was one of the first, not the first Big 3s, but that was when getting a Big 3 like that made you a far and away above favorite to go win an NBA title. And he helped them do that and was a great player on that team. I can imagine he felt like he was sort of jilted or was undercut there by only getting a 2-year for $12 million offer. Further internal discord with a bench role and a Rondo-focused approach led Ray Allen to rejecting the Celtics and instead choosing to sign a 2-year, $6 million deal with the Heat. He said, forget that, I'll take less money and go play with Miami and try to win another title. Came off the bench for them and did just that.
Yep.
So it's not that different than what we're talking about with Klay here. Now, I don't know that Klay is going to take that big of a cut if that's what this is about, but it does, after talking to, who did we talk to yesterday? We talked to
Bobby Marks.
It was Bobby Marks yesterday, and we heard from Mike Dunleavy.
Yep.
It seems to me, and I know he didn't get into this, but after hearing from Anthony Slater in his piece, that a lot more of this Klay situation can be about discord than about finances.
Oh, yeah, I believe
it is about discord than finances.
Well, I mean, they're tied together. They're tied together because of what they offered him initially, and then it just kind of devolved from there. So if they offered him what he thought he was worth initially, then they'd be fine. But it started there, and then it's continued. I'm trying to think like what team he went to that he would really boost them.
Clay, you mean?
Yeah, like Philly. You got Maxey, who's a damn road runner. I mean, this guy is up and down the court, and he's really, really good. Then you got, some may argue, the best big guy in the game when he's healthy. Like, he's right there with Jokic. So if you put him on that team, that's pretty devastating to have a guy on the strong side wing. You can't come off and help on Embiid, gives Maxey a little bit more room to work with. So that, to me, would be huge. I'm trying to think. Milwaukee doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Boston doesn't make a ton of sense.
How do you think Clay would handle Philadelphia?
No idea.
I mean, can he go through a stretch like he's had here because we talked about that, like having a fresh start somewhere else where he doesn't have to be the guy,
Yep.
or you go somewhere and they go, okay, nice, we got this guy who's got a history. If you don't come out swinging in Philly, they'll eat you alive.
Yeah, but I don't think you're going to be getting paid the money.
Sure.
Because I always bring up when I think about that, I think about Pablo going to Boston.
Yeah, that's a good call.
He got paid a good chunk of money there. So the expectations are, okay, you're going to be one of the focal points of the team. And then you come in and you're not in shape, and they just ate him alive. And that didn't help at all. It never does. But Boston's a different animal. And again, that goes back to the equity. What have you done for them? Nothing. What have you done for the Giants? 3 championships. So if you struggle with the Giants, they're cool. Like, hey, we have all kinds of memories. We got our Panda hats on. We got our DVDs. We got our shirts. I love the Panda. Boston's like, we don't care about your stupid Panda hats. We want you to hit 300 for us, and we want you to be in shape, and we want you to produce. That's what we paid you for. And he didn't, and they just crushed him. So
it's Barry Zito coming over. We're like, we don't care about your Cy Young.
Correct.
You get $126 million here, and you're posting
didn't
that
matter.
5.
And look, he didn't get crushed a little bit, but they were winning. So it's like, whatever, they're winning. So, but
later on they were for 07, 8, 9. It wasn't great for them.
Yeah, no, and he heard it, and I remember interviewing him when he first signed here, and talked about how that type of money changes things. He goes, well, I don't think it's really changed anything. Like, they don't really realize it. They may not change, but people around them change. Expectations change. There's nothing you can do about that, but you need to get used to those sort of things. With Clay, I think it'll be different because Clay's not going to be making that much money. So it's not like you're expecting him to come in there. Like if Clay were 30, 29 before injuries, and he signed like a massive deal to go to Philly, and then he didn't play as well as they thought he could play, then that would be difficult. But the expectations aren't going to be that anymore. He's not the same player anymore. I think Dallas would benefit from him. I mean, it's another guy you can put out there.
Stretch a little bit?
Absolutely. And then you get Luka and Kyrie doing their thing, and Clay's out there. Yes, that's a team I think that would benefit from Clay. Like, those two teams kind of jump out to me. And I'm trying to think of teams that have a chance to win a championship. He could help them get to that level. And I think those are the two that really kind of jump out to me. Now, does he want to live in Philly? Does he want to live in Dallas? Don't know. He probably could would help in Denver. Imagine him around Jokic and stuff like that. You have Jamal Murray at the point guard, him at the 2. And
I think he helps any team that's already a title contender. He's an awesome addition to.
Yes. The ones I'm mentioning, I think he helps more.
Yeah.
Like, he would help Boston, but they don't need him.
They just
won. They're good. Like, Clay could help because of his shooting. And there's no doubt about that. He can still defend. He's just not the defender he once was. So we're comparing him to the defender he once was. He's just not that anymore. So it's all going to be up to him, like what type of money he wants. And I do believe this. It's something that Tim Kawakami said, and I thought about it, and I agree with it. The lower because Malik Monk is making $18, $19 million a year now. So that's kind of the ceiling for Clay. He's not getting more, I don't think, than Malik Monk. So Malik Monk presumably came back to Sacramento on that deal because there wasn't more out there. And if there's not more out there,
he got 4 years.
Yes, if there's not more out there for Malik Monk, I can't imagine there's more out there for Clay. So if it's lower than that, Clay may just say, well, screw it. If I'm not going to get the money I want, then I can just go wherever I want to. And if his feelings are hurt enough to where he doesn't want to come back here because of the fractured relationships or whatever, or his feeling of being disrespected, maybe he just goes and says, well, screw it. I'll just go to L.A. I'll play there. I'll play for minimum. I'll just go play. I don't need to get that. If I'm only going to make this much and this is what the market is for me, well, then I might as well just go where I want to go. So it may open up more teams for him to decide where he wants to go. But it is going to be...
That's what Ray Allen did.
It's going to be interesting.
I mean,
exactly.
That's how he started this. Ray Allen legit could have... He got offered a 2-year deal to stay in Boston.
Yep.
That's $6 million a year. And he said, no, I wanted more than that. So he said, then I'll just take less and go where I want to go.
Yep.
I'll take $3 million a year and go try to compete for a title. And he got one.
Got one. Absolutely. One of the biggest shots in NBA history.
It's incredible.
Wild.
So, I mean, that's interesting. A lot of this... It feels more and more to me, again, when we talk about discord, that's where it feels really to me like Clay is going to end up elsewhere. And you said maybe that's what's best for him.
I think it probably is.
And if it's somewhere where he can decide, hey, the money isn't what was important, and it is just about being happy and where I want to go, maybe it is L.A., maybe it is somewhere like Minnesota or Cleveland or Philly, whatever it is. If a title is important, maybe it's just extending his career and going out on his own terms. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Tuesday afternoon. Giants and the Cubs, Game 2 at 6:45 tonight, a pregame at 5:45. Randy Rodriguez, the starting pitcher for the Giants, the opener for tonight's game, and a whole lot of bullpen arms after that. We'll talk to Dalton Johnson, NBC Sports Bay Area, who was out there last night. We'll get his thoughts on the Giants and the Cubs, what they're going to do with this pitching staff next on the Sports Leader. Dwayne Kuiper joined Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss the Giants' tribute to Willie Mays last night. Listen to the full podcast. It's up now. KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland back here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz hanging out on the line. Steve, what happens if you cannot pay your taxes?
People get frustrated. They get scared. They do what I call the crazies. They start making way less money than they could because they're trying to pull something. And the bottom line is we want to go ahead and just take care of everything for you. We don't want you to have to deal with the IRS. There's so many good options, like offering compromise where you just pay part and they forgive the rest if you qualify. You just pay part. Or you pay in monthly installments or get the penalties forgiven, or have them leave you alone until you're back on your feet. The bottom line is there's so many good options. We're familiar with them all, and we want you to enjoy the upcoming 4th of July holiday. So one of the things that we're offering is a special for clients, new clients that retain us this week. We're giving them 10% off the preparation of their 23 taxes. And if you owe money for 23, the 10% discount on the fee for that too. The bottom line is we want to help you, want you to enjoy the holiday. All you have to do is just give us a call.
Let Steve Moskowitz help you. He's got the special going on for the 4th of July holiday. 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or find him at MoskowitzLLP.com.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Giants beat the Cubs last night. 5-4, come from behind win after they trailed 4-0. Dalton Johnson covers the Giants for NBC Sports Bay Area. He joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's up, Dalton? How are you, man?
Doing well. How about you guys?
We're doing well, man. Thanks for making time today. That was a funky game last night.
Yeah, always good to see the Giants come back on obviously a special day for Willie, but kind of the story of the season so far where you can't really predict too much right now with this team.
So, where we at with Clay? We're trying to toss this thing around. I'll ask you this before I ask you that. And I said yesterday, I'm not even sure it's a good thing he's back anymore for him and for them. I'm not sure he can accept what they're going to give him. And if he does, I think it'll be with some reluctance, and I don't think he's going to be super happy. And that's not going to make for a pleasant work environment throughout the year. And I'm not sure if they want to put up with that. How do you see that? How do you see kind of the inner, forget the salary for a second, but whether it's good for the Warriors to have him back and whether it's good for him to be back?
Yeah, let's definitely kind of take a step back, away from the years, away from the money, because look, Clay's personality, his persona is this happy guy on the boat with Rocco, just enjoys his dog and shooting 3-pointers. But there's no doubt about it that this last season was an unhappy one. It was a frustrating one. It was an awkward one at times from the outside and the inside as well. And I think that we're seeing that play out right now. And I think that that's a real big deciding factor, no doubt about it. All these things can get complicated with plenty of stars in the past, but I think that Clay, it's about more than the dollars and cents at this point. And you're right, where the Warriors are kind of going, he's just kind of unfortunately the one out of the big three when you look at Steph, Draymond, and Clay. At this point, he's the one who's now his contract is running up. And I think, I don't want to say the magic words as far as two timelines as far as a couple of years ago, because it didn't make as much sense then when you're coming off of a championship, even 2 years ago when Steph is not at his peak, but we saw what he did against Boston in the finals compared to now. And it's just, I think Clay, the timing of it, he's kind of on the wrong end of the timing, the short end of the stick right now, and I think his feelings are being part of that as well.
Where do you think the market's ultimately going to be for him? We saw Malik Monk get the, I think, 4 for close to 80, 78, something like that. I think the last year was his option. That was kind of part of a little bargain. I'm not getting as much as I want. Give me the last year option. But where do you see Clay is? Because if that's the market, I think the market is telling us, like, Malik Monk couldn't get more than that in the open market, or if not that much more. So he came back to Sacramento. He's going to get more than Clay, I assume. Where do you think it's going to be for Clay?
Yeah, I'm really happy that you brought that up, because I keep coming back to the Malik Monk thing too. Because again, that's the most that the Kings could have given Malik Monk was the 4-year, $78 million deal. But the fact that he went and took it before even going on the open market says a lot about what this market is looking like for those guys. And Malik Monk is more valuable than Klay Thompson right now. He is on an open market. There's no doubt about that. So, sure, there are teams out there that have the space. Obviously, we know the teams with the Orlando Magic, the Oklahoma City Thunder, maybe the Philadelphia 76ers that can go out and say, hey, we'll give you more than the Warriors are willing to offer. But how much more? And is that really worth it, too, when we're talking about lifestyle, or we're talking about what Klay wants these final few years? And that's why I think that there's just so many more factors than we really even probably took into account probably a year ago when this whole 2 years for $48 million contract was coming out throughout the season. It felt like we were just kind of going, okay, well, yeah, of course Klay is going to come back. He's part of the big three and all this stuff. And then it was like, well, no, there's a lot more to it than just, hey, he's just going to keep on doing what he's doing because he's happy out here in the Bay. So that's where I'm saying that the years matter, the money matters, the lifestyle matters, and the pride matters too, because there's no way that he would get more value than Malik Monk on an open market right here, right now.
Yeah.
Talking to Dalton Johnson here on the UMA guest line. What did you make of what Mike Dunleavy said yesterday when asked about the trades and the players on the roster? And he talked a lot about internal development and developing the players on the roster, said he was happy with these guys. These guys failed to get out of the play-in game last year.
Yeah, I mean, I think Mike did a good job of being GM. You know, I mean, he's not going to come out here and say, hey, you know what, Jonathan Kuminga, he's cheap, come on and get him, you know, of course, right? So he's going to play his guys up. I do think that, you know, they do really like some of their young guys. They don't want to have to get rid of a Jonathan Kuminga for less than, you know, a bigger type of name for sure. And even when you think about Moses Moody saying more consistent playing time, I agree with that. That is, you know, it's not the first time that we've heard that. Steve said that as well. But yeah, look, these guys can't just go back and run it back. I mean, I think part of what Mike was doing is kind of clearing the path for, hey, there is a scenario where where we're not able to pull off a huge move, where we're not able to go get the biggest name in the world, and kind of, you know, helping himself out there too at the same time. So in order for them to get a big name, at least one of those guys has to be part of a package, if not more. We know that. So I think Dunleavy was really kind of being coy, being GM with us. But the reality is, like, Jonathan Kuminga has to be part of a bigger move if the Warriors are going to go get that star-level asset.
So here's the question, though. We're talking to Dalton Johnson, nice enough to join us, NBC Sports Bay Area. If they trade Kuminga, probably, presumably, along with Moody and maybe something else, maybe even Wiggins to make the salary work, which is basically like, okay, take all our wing depth and we'll replenish it with one guy, which that's the problem I have here, Dalton, is like, if you give up what it takes to get one of these guys, one of these like marquee players that everybody knows, I'm not even sure if you make yourself any better. Like, you look more attractive because you have another name that people recognize. Like, people may be more excited about it, but I'm not sure it makes them any better. And I don't know if it gets them any closer to being the top four seed in the West. And if you can't get to a top 4 seed in the West, then basically my question would be, what are you doing? So I don't know what I said. I'm not sure there are avenues open for them to get dramatically better next year.
Yeah, and that's kind of where I go back to what I was just saying about kind of like the two timelines, right? Where it's so much different, even just than 2 years ago when they won the championship in 2022 compared to now, where I think Mike Dunleavy's trying to really weigh the reality of the situation. The Western Conference is stacked. You know, the Warriors, yeah, I mean, they're a 10 seed and they're 4 wins away from winning 50 games.
Yep.
And they honestly probably should have been at least a 50-win team. Were they a championship contender this year? No, they weren't. And they have to be able to realize that they can't run back the same exact product and expect better. I mean, look, if they really expect that big of leaps from Jonathan Kuminga shooting-wise to be a 3 out of Moses Moody for his development to continue, for Brandon Podziemski to eventually be a star, then so be it. But are you looking at that in a 4-year window, a 5-year window, or is your full focus on this 2-year window that's completely aligned with Steph Curry? And I think that the balance of both of those is just shifting much closer to 50-50 than it was 2 years ago, and it's leaving Dunleavy with just some really tough decisions.
No, I don't think there's any doubt about that. When you look at this team right now, what do you envision moving forward? Because I'm of the opinion that, look, the 4 championships are incredible. It's a run very few teams have. There's probably 4 or 5 of them in the history of the NBA. But they come to an end, and you got to face those facts. You can't be desperate. You can't keep trying to recreate the magic. I know they want to win there. That I never questioned that about Lacob. But again, I'm just not sure the avenue exists for them to get better. Maybe a little bit. Let me ask you. I'll ask you this way. I think Kuminga, Podziemski, and TJD are the keys to them getting better. Like their jump is a way to get better and put them possibly close to the top 4. Although I'm not sure about that, but that's really the best option they have, in my opinion, is those 3 guys, and Moody, I'll include him, take jumps, be part of the rotation, and a big part of the reason they win.
Yeah, I think that's fair for sure. I just think that if we're looking at a realistic major leap, like a major improvement, that their best avenue would be the trade market. And again, like it's not going to be in the free agent market the way that they are luxury tax-wise, second apron tax-wise. And that's where Chris Paul's contract is so key to all this too, where they have to make a decision with Chris Paul's contract really before you can make a decision with Klay Thompson or anything else, because that holds so much weight, I feel like. So I feel like, you know, you try to decide, can you use that for a trade? Are you going to just kind of waive him? Are you going to just ride this as a one-year thing and $30 million we save on the books, but we get no return in this, and you didn't even make the playoffs? Then that's a major loss for 1 year with Chris Paul, obviously, right? So, yes, I think that they're looking at that core and looking at this new core that you just brought up with, obviously, with Kuminga, Podziemski, Moody, and TJD, and going, how close can they combine with Steph, with Draymond, and as Dunleavy said, his exact words yesterday were hopefully Klay, you know, so he's kind of keeping him in the mix without having to fully say what their plans are. But again, I think that the only way for them to make a significant leap would be the trade market, because we're going to hear a lot of the names, Paul George, all these different things. So is it worth it? And those are the biggest questions that they have to be kind of asking themselves right now. And I think that it's just harder than ever for them to kind of come to a complete conclusion right now.
And look, I could be dead wrong on this one. And if I am, I will admit it. But I can't imagine. See, part of making a big trade would be to include Chris Paul. I don't know who the hell wants Chris Paul for $30 million. Like, the Warriors don't want him for $30 million. Why would another team want him for $30 million? So that part of the equation that I even thought about for a while, the more I thought about it, I'm like, well, no one's going to want this guy for $30 million. They're all going to want him for minimum when he gets waived, and I understand why they would. So that I almost take out of the equation when it comes to a trade, including him, because I don't think at $30 million he's tradable.
Right. No, exactly. So again, the most likely avenue, I'm sure, would be to waive him because, there's no team that can go, this is our point guard on $30 million right now. No,
yeah.
It's not a playable contract right now.
Draft. I got to that last because it's 52nd. But
who you got at 52, Dalton?
Yeah, exactly. We want comprehensive 2-round mock draft. What type of player? I'll ask you that way. What type of player do you think they'll be looking for?
I think that shooting is a real big need still. I mean, especially if you do end up losing Klay Thompson. And the player obviously isn't going to be a 19-year-old in my eyes by any means. And if he is, then it's someone that they really expect that can help with a certain skill set that translates to the NBA quickly. But I'm looking more at, the TJD type of player as far as a 4-year starter. He was 23 years old, turned 24 in February. That's more my guess because rostering this player does make sense financially. It makes the most sense financially because they need young, cheap talent, but they need young, cheap talent that can play now. So actually, I believe that it's a down year in the draft talent-wise, but it makes sense for them to try to trade up more towards the 40s, the 30s, maybe that Jordan Bell route, that Patrick McCaw route. Mm-hmm. They've had mixed results with it, but this is a draft where if you find someone that you think that free ball is going to translate right here, right now, a 3-and-D type player at number 42 overall compared to 52 overall, pay $1 million to go get it. That's kind of more my view, is really to identify someone in this quote-unquote down draft and go get that skill set that you think that can play right now.
Got it.
Talking to Dalton Johnson, NBC Sports Bay Area here on the UMA guest line. A few more minutes. Just circling back to the Warriors roster, is there a market for Andrew Wiggins at all?
That's been quiet. I don't think so right now. And that's, of course, another part of it, too, where you were just talking about with Tom, saying, hey, here's our wings. Here's Andrew Wiggins. Here's Jonathan Kuminga. Here's Moses Moody in a wing-driven league. So, yeah, I mean, he's such a quiet part of the equation right now, and that's who also still holds such big weight to their success. So I don't see much of a real serious market right now for him. So, of course, trying to think that you have him for a full season again, hoping that you can kind of bring him back to what he was 2 years ago, that would be huge for the Warriors. But as far as the market goes right now, I mean, I don't see any kind of real burning interest right now.
And in terms of guys like Paul George or a Jimmy Butler or somebody like that, are these pipe dream type scenarios here? I mean, these are on the more unlikely side, would you think?
I mean, they're complicated, obviously, for sure, especially with both of those guys when it comes to Paul George and Jimmy, with kind of like the sign and extend. You know, both of their ages, I would say, obviously fit that Steph, Draymond timeline. To me, trade-wise, I think Lauri Markkanen is a guy that I would really, really have my eyes on, someone that can kind of be part of the now and the future at 27 years old. He gives you the size. He gives you the shooting. He's obviously a 7-footer, but he allows Draymond to play that small ball 5 too. He's the guy that I think would just make a lot of sense for the Warriors. But also Danny Ainge, we know the way he works over in Utah, so he's not going to give you a friendly deal by any means to trade to a Western Conference opponent with the Warriors. But that'd actually be my guy that I would really have my eyes on to try to find a way to have the success now with Steph, have the success now with Steve and Draymond, but be able to kind of continue this thing going forward, because with the other guys, you are looking at a short window, but a window that definitely is a lot more competitive than the team right now.
I'll tell you what, Tom, we've been asking people for like 2 weeks, like, give us some other names. Like, who else is out there? You're the only guy. Only guy to give us a name, Dalton. Only dude who's out here throwing out other potential names. Everybody wants Jimmy Butler. I'm like, I'll take a Markkanen. That's good.
I really like the Markkanen fit. I really do.
Well, we appreciate the time, man. Dalton Johnson, the voice you hear, NBC Sports Bay Area. Make sure you're following him, watching him, and reading him. Really appreciate the time, Dalton. Catch you later, man.
Thanks, guys. Definitely.
Thanks, Dalton.
All right, good deal there. You missed any of that, available KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Yeah, throw out Lauri Markkanen. So there's another name maybe to pay attention to for the Warriors. Okay, did you hear what I did there in that segment?
You went, Matt Barrows.
I teased Dalton Johnson, and I was like, dude, I swear to God. I was like, I swear to God, this guy covers the Giants. I've watched him on Giants pregame before. He was like doing Giants hits and stuff like that. And then we come in, I ask him a Giants question. Derek came like running in the studio. He's like, bro, hey, we're going to talk Warriors.
Dude, I had a flashback.
And then Tom just jumped to words, and I was like, oh, my God, dude. I did the Ralph Barbieri, Matt Barry.
You did the
Here it is. Here you go. Here, take it back. Giants beat the Cubs last night. 5-4, come from behind win after they trailed 4-0. Dalton Johnson covers the Giants for NBC Sports Bay Area. He joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's up, Dalton? How are you, man?
Doing well. How about you guys?
We're doing well, man. Thanks for making time today. That was a funky game last night, huh? Yeah.
Yeah, always good to see the Giants come back on obviously a special day for Willie, but kind of the story of the season so far, where you can't really predict too much right now with this team.
So, where we at with Clay? Do we have the old Matt Barrows?
Oh, we got it. And then years ago.
This is like 20 years ago. I had flashbacks of this.
That's exactly Susan
Barrows at the Sacramento Bee. How you doing, Matt?
I'm doing well, Ralph. How are you?
I'm okay. It's just it's going to be kind of comical. It's like if you didn't laugh, you'd cry when you hear about all the Giants' injuries. But you were talking to Dave Fleming on the pregame show, Matt, and he said, and Dave's interesting guy because he's not afraid to put his opinion out there, and his employer notwithstanding, and he said that he thought they should be playing Belt every day.
Well, I really don't have an opinion on that because that's not the team that I cover, Ralph. Ask me some 49ers questions. I'll hit those out of the park.
Oh, it's Matt Barrows.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Oh, man. That was good. That was good.
I was sitting there. I was like, 2011.
Yeah, there's a Bell reference there. Yeah.
Very similar to what just happened. I was even like confused just for a second. I was like, wait a minute. Yeah. I think we're going Giant. I think we're going Warriors. Matt Barrows.
Yeah.
Yes, every once in a while you'd get your wires crossed in your brain, and Matt Barrows, Matt Mayoko.
Yeah. They both cover the Niners.
Exactly. But I would get the two confused, but not what teams they covered. I would Matt Mayoko. Okay, yeah, but that's obviously I know.
Oh, it's Matt Barrows.
But I never did the team. Dude, I was just sitting there, and I was like, Oh.
By the way, that question was way longer than that. Was a
Way
funky game.
longer.
I just said funky game.
Well, it wasn't even
last
really
week.
a question.
This was just like rambling about
Ralph just kind of left it with Belt, and that was it. Where we at with Clay?
Where we at with Clay?
Where we at with Clay?
Oh, dude. Got to be able to laugh, man.
Oh, maybe it's me. I've hit 2 of those now. So, talk about that 2-interview parlay.
That's pretty good.
Oh, it's Matt Barrows.
Our guy Otis checked out on YouTube. He's like, hey, at least Dalton played along. Some guys won't do that. I was like, yeah. Some guys are like, I don't know what you're talking about. Barrows was very graceful and trying to
very good.
Why don't you ask me some Niners questions? Yeah.
He even did the baseball reference to the football question. I'll knock it out of the park. And then it was like a silence. Because I think Ralph may have been talking to Brian. He goes, when Matt Bay goes, Giants.
Oh.
Niners. Oh, Matt Barrows.
Tolbert and Cubs with you on a Tuesday afternoon. Always fun when we can play that, dude.
Time's a flat
Time
circle.
is a flat circle. There you go. All right, we will.
It's Matt Barrows.
Should we? Let's get into a little bit. We didn't do this at the top of the show. We're going to talk more about the Connor McDavid winning the Conn Smythe Trophy last night. The MVP of the Stanley Cup. The only twist here is they lost. However, this is far more frequent. It happens in hockey than in any other sport. I mean, Jerry West is the one in the NBA, right? We always talk about winning the finals or losing the finals and getting the MVP. Then, of course, throwing the finals award through the MVP award.
I don't think that happened.
I don't think so either, but it's good television.
Well, there's one major difference in hockey than there is in basketball.
That's a good
We'll
tease.
get to that.
We'll talk about, how about that tease? That's coming up next on the Sports League.
Wow.
San Carlos, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Carlos's sports leader.
Sound white, boy.
The Giants came back from a 4-0 deficit to beat the Cubs 5-4 on a Wilmer Flores walk-off walk. Does one win give you hope, Giants fans? Let us know on our socials or give us a call at 415-808-KNBR. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here, letting you know that... Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. Over 1 million fans are making money by making picks on Underdog Fantasy. So why don't you join in on the fun as we work our way through the summertime and the rest of this MLB season. The MLB Pick'em game is just a little bit different. You pick between 2 and 8 players from your favorite baseball teams. You select higher or lower on the stats. Could be hits, strikeouts, basically anything else. If all your picks are correct, you can win up to 325 times your money in a single night. I'm looking tonight at Elliot Ramos for him to stay hot after the big double yesterday. I like higher on his total of fantasy points. I like lower on Cody Bellinger's total fantasy points tonight in the Giants and the Cubbies. Underdog is easy to play. It's easier to get started. Go to the easy-to-use mobile app or UnderdogFantasy.com and sign up with promo code KNBR, and Underdog will give you a mystery special pick to use on your first pick-em entry and a deposit offer. So again, Underdog Fantasy, promo code KNBR. You'll get a new customer special, mystery player pick, and that deposit offer. But you must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Back to Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes. Download the KNBR app and listen anywhere, anytime. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Under 10 seconds to go. Fans on their feet as the Panthers pin it to the corner boards. And after 30 years, the sun finally shines in Florida. The Panthers are Stanley Cup champions.
Panthers beat the Edmonton Oilers to claim the Stanley Cup in Game 7 and avoid a 3-0 defeat. They were up 3-0 in the series, ended up making it to Game 7, did Edmonton, and then they fell short 2-1 in what was a really, really fun game last night. Connor McDavid, though, became the sixth, and he was by far, you said this a ton, and I think everybody when he was drafted knew this was coming at some point where he was going to be the best player in the league, but he's going to be an all-time player with the numbers he's putting up and the names that he's joined already in some of the records he set come playoff time. Something about postseason play, and in baseball it's like that. I mean, Madison Bumgarner, it's why I've always thought having a place in the Hall of Fame, and guys do make it to the Hall of Fame for certain things, and you put certain pieces of memorabilia from guys in the Hall of Fame, and stories are told. So sometimes it's maybe not having a plaque in that wing, but Madison Bumgarner is the greatest World Series pitcher in World Series history, and that goes back over 100 years, right? So there's something to be said about old sports like this with hockey when your name goes up near the top with some of these other guys. But he is regular season, postseason, one of the best players they've seen or we've seen already in the NHL. He becomes just the sixth player ever on a losing team to win the Conn Smythe Trophy, which is the MVP of the Stanley Cup playoffs. Is that where you're going?
Correct.
And the difference? So go ahead and explain the difference between NBA and
So when Jerry West won the finals MVP, that's
69.
just for the finals. They lost to the Celtics. He averaged over 37 a game, I think 37, 38 points a game, and he got the MVP. And that was for the finals. The Conn Smythe is for the Stanley Cup playoffs. So it's not just for the finals. It's for the Stanley Cup playoffs. So, again, I still think I'd rather see a player win it that is on the winning team. Could have been Bobrovsky, could have been Barkov. They could have won it. But McDavid was the best player in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Of that, there's no doubt. Here's part of the reason I would like to see the winning team get the Conn Smythe. Even though maybe they're not the best player, because no one's going to argue that McDavid wasn't the best player. Well, I guess one person would, because I think they had 17 votes. He got 16 first place votes. So it was pretty unanimous, or almost unanimous, I should say. Because if you give it to a person on the losing team, I think Giguère is the last person to win it, the Anaheim Ducks goalie back in the early 2000s, to win the Conn Smythe without being on a winning team. The problem is it doesn't mean anything to him. Like, he didn't even go out there to get the trophy. Like, he doesn't care. Like, great. I have a trophy that reminds me I lost the Stanley Cup Finals. I'm sure that's what Jerry West was thinking. Great. I have a trophy to remind me that we lost to the Celtics in the finals. Like, I need another one of those. So
it would almost be more if you won it and you were eliminated in the conference final.
Yeah, although I don't know anybody's ever won it that hasn't made it to the Stanley Cup Finals. Yeah, I would,
so it's not like the NCAA tournament where Jerry West also won the most outstanding player
of the Final Four.
The Final Four, and they lost. A little bit different there because that's a tournament award as well.
Yeah, exactly. So I get that. I still would rather see a person on the winning team win it because I think they'll cherish it. It'll mean more to them. Hey, you think Connor McDavid's ever going to look at that trophy and go, that was amazing? Like, it's going to remind me. Yeah, we were down 3-0. We came back and lost in Game 7 in Florida. So I don't mind them giving it to him. I don't mind that. I think it's kind of cool that the trophy is a playoff-long trophy. I don't know that it would change much in the NBA. Like, you look at the Finals MVPs. Now, would Iguodala have won that year, right?
There's people who made the case that LeBron should have won it.
Yeah,
anyway.
I mean, you could have.
There's a case to be made.
If it were would LeBron have won if it were a playoff-long trophy? Probably. Yeah, absolutely. Iguodala probably wouldn't have won, but it's just the Finals. But then you have so many. 2022. Steph wins Finals MVP. Steph would have won Playoffs MVP. Jokic wins Finals MVP the year after. He would have won the playoff MVP. I mean, it's going to be the same person a lot of the time.
Jaylen Brown did it this year. He probably would have won either way, right?
Well, maybe Tatum.
Tatum had a couple of rough
that
shooting.
one. He did.
In the last two series, he was not a great shooter.
I'd have to go back and look at like the entirety of their run, but it may have been closer. But I kind of like that they give you, but they have an Eastern Conference, Western Conference, like they have finals, Eastern Conference Finals MVP, Western Conference Finals
Baseball
MVP.
Does LCS MVP for each league and then World Series MVP.
I kind of like, let's give it to the entirety of the league because you're going through an entire playoff run. I do kind of enjoy that, but you can occasionally, I think Giguere was early 2000s, 02, 03, something. It's been over 20 years, and usually it works out to where the best player on the winning team ends up winning the award, but I didn't mind it. I mean, McDavid was clearly the best player in the playoffs. Like, I watched a lot of Edmonton games this year because they start a little bit later. They're on the West Coast and all the other stuff. It's very tricky recording hockey games in the playoffs. Hockey games can be 2 hours and 20 minutes. They could be 4 hours and 20 minutes. And the problem is you record the game that's on second, and you catch a period and a half of it because the other game went into overtime, and now it's in the second overtime, and the other one's on, I don't know, the Fishing Network or USA or whatever it's
True
on.
TV.
Like, yeah, go find it here. I'm like, well, I didn't record over there. I'm screwed. I can't watch the game. But I watched a lot of games, and he's just different. Like all the great players of every sport, they're just different, and you don't even need to know that much about the sport to watch him and go, that dude's good. That dude's the best guy out on the ice every time he's out on the ice. But it was a really fun run. I mean, Edmonton was down 3-2 to Vancouver, came back and won that series. So they remember what they were the first 6 weeks of the season. They were awful. They were down there with the Sharks. They were terrible.
Yeah, I think we talked a bunch about them being one of the worst teams.
They were awful early, and they turned it around. It was shocking. Like, with that talent they have, it was almost hard to believe they were that bad to begin with. But then they turned it around, got to the playoffs, had to battle off some elimination games, and made it to Game 7. Like, I don't even know what's worse. Like, you take some gratification in the fact that you came back from 3-0, or would you rather just get beaten 4 and say, I'd rather do that than go all the way to Game 7 and then lose in Game 7. I guess you could take some solace in the fact that you were resilient and battled back, but God, that has to hurt.
Yeah, well, here's the case for McDavid in the numbers that he put up over the postseason. Like, it'd be a tough case to make for anybody else.
Yes.
He played 25 playoff games. He had 8 goals and 34 assists, 42 points in the playoffs, put him 4th most in points in any postseason ever. He joins Wayne Gretzky and Mario Lemieux as the only players to record over 40 points in a single playoff.
Good company.
Okay? Adding to the accomplishment, he becomes just the 6th player in NHL history and the 2nd skater after Reggie Leach captured the award in 1976 to win the Conn Smythe on a losing team in the Stanley Cup final. Before McDavid, the last time this occurred was who you're talking about in 03. Was it Jean-Sebastien Giguere?
Giguere.
In 03 with the Ducks. McDavid set a bunch of records during the Oilers playoff run. He's the new leader for most assists in a single playoff. He had 34 assists this playoffs after surpassing Gretzky's 31 in Game 5 of the Stanley Cup Final. In Games 4 and 5, he tallied 4 points in both contests. He's the first player to record consecutive 4-point games in a Stanley Cup Final. His record, 11 points, are the most when facing elimination during a single postseason. So they faced elimination numerous times. You said that, down 3-2 to Vancouver, come back and beat them. And then here, no active player has more points in a single Stanley Cup Final than Connor McDavid. He's only been around for like 4 years, right? 5 years?
I want to say it's his 6th year, but I could be wrong.
My point is it hasn't been that long.
He's young. He's still young.
He's putting his name in the record books with guys like Gretzky and Lemieux.
Yeah.
The only other guys in any sport to win an MVP of the final or the championship round, Jerry West in 69, Bobby Richardson in 1960. That's the Bill Mazeroski walk-off home run year in Game 7. The Yankees, I remember there's some crazy notes. It's one of the most improbable World Series wins ever. The only one to win in a walk-off home run. It's a walk-off by I just said his name. Mazeroski.
Yeah.
Bobby Richardson, of course, recorded the final out in 62 against Willie McCovey and the Giants, but the Yankees outscored the Pirates in that series like 55-27 or something in 7 games. Bobby Richardson at like 360 and a couple of triples and a few home runs. He won the MVP even in a losing effort. Mickey Mantle hit 400 in that series.
Did he really?
Yeah, drove in 11, hit 3 bombs, didn't win it. Chuck Howley won it in Super Bowl 5, losing Super Bowl 5.
Okay.
So, again, I do think this is a little bit different, and I think it's warranted. What it means to the guy, that's a little bit different because you don't give it to a guy because it means something more to him. It just is a weird thing like the Conn Smythe winner, Connor McDavid. Spotlight, nobody's there, right? Yeah.
Crickets.
Nobody's out on the ice, dude.
You knew he wasn't coming out.
No.
He probably didn't even take it back to Edmonton with him. He's like, I don't care. I don't care what you do with it. You take it back if you want to. It'd be interesting to talk to. Now, that would be an interesting article to read if you could interview all of the people who
all 6 of them.
Yeah, won and some of them aren't with us. I mean, Jerry West just passed away, but it'd have been interesting to interview them when they're live and say, what does this mean to you? Like, what does it mean to you? And get him a year after. I don't want to get him like, hey, can I talk to you? I know it's a day you just lost. I'm just curious what your thoughts on winning that Conn Smythe. It'd be interesting a year removed, like how you feel about it. Does that signify anything? Do you good, bad, indifferent? I'm curious what your thoughts are on it. I would find that fascinating because my guess would be they're all like, I don't care. We lost, and all it does is remind me we lost, and I don't need like. Do they display it? If so, where? Do they even have it?
Well, I just looked it up. I just found a video of every Conn Smythe presentation since 2000, and I wanted to see if Jaguar, he accepted it.
Did he?
He went out. He's on the ice. Yeah, he's standing there. He does not look happy. He's like still in his gear. He's like took his mask off. He's like all the pads and everything. He's still like, yeah, I'm gonna take a shower, man. Let's go get a blow, dude. But yeah, he's standing there. He's like, yeah, thanks, appreciate it.
Who beat them that year? I think it was the Devils. Who beat the Ducks?
The Devils.
I think so.
Yeah.
You know what else I found rather interesting, and I don't even know who all. I know 4 of the teams, I think, but a Canadian team hasn't won like 30 some odd years. The Stanley Cup.
It was 92.
Who's the last 4 teams that have won? I know Vegas won.
93, 94.
Florida won. Tampa Bay won a couple.
I was gonna say Florida in the last 30-something years has more than the entire country of Canada. In the previous 30.
That's part of Wayne Gretzky's legacy. Getting traded to L.A., the popularity of hockey in L.A. skyrocketed, and then all of a sudden it's like hockey became the Sunbelt sport. You get these teams everywhere. Now the one in Arizona is failing.
Didn't the Preds go at one point? The Blues?
The Preds have definitely been to a Stanley Cup Finals. The Blues won one.
So aren't they in the last 4? The Blues? Or are they 5?
I don't know I think they were a little further back than that, but they could be. You could be right on that one. But I know Tampa's won a couple. Now Florida's won one. Vegas won one. The Caps won. I know the Caps won because the Caps beat Vegas. That was Vegas's first year in the NHL.
So,
but think about that. I mean, at least 4 of your last 5, 3 Florida and 1 Vegas. I mean, go figure. And you're talking about a sport that its history is in Canada and the Northeast. Hey, what's the...
so it's Florida, Vegas, Avs were 2022.
Oh, Avs, that's right, McKinnon.
Tampa was 21 and 20.
Okay, there you go.
The Blues were 19.
Okay, Blues were 19.
Caps were 18, Pittsburgh Had the 2 previous.
I believe Tarasenko, who was on that Blues team, who was on played with the Panthers. They didn't do he was really good when he was with the Blues. But think about that. All the teams now in the NHL, San Jose, Anaheim, LA. LA's been around for a while, but you had Arizona for a little bit.
Oh, Vegas is the weirdest one.
Vegas, and they love them. Vegas loves their nights.
The Kraken, they're sitting there.
The Kraken in Seattle.
Salt Lake's going to get a team?
Salt Lake's going to get a team. Dallas. Dallas has the Stars, and you got Nashville, then you got Carolina and Florida. It's just wild to see where it's at, because I'm going to mess this up, because I always do, and I never can get this right. Who are the original 6? You got Boston, New York, Detroit, Montreal, Toronto, and
one more.
And Philly?
Chicago,
that's right, the Blackhawks. They're always the furthest west. I always miss them. But yeah, like that, and Chicago had their run for like 3 or 4 years. They had a really good run with Kane and Taves and Duncan Keith and all those Seabrook and all those guys. But yeah, look, the hockey, go figure. Tampa, Florida, Vegas, and Colorado. Although Colorado has a where'd Colorado come from? Winnipeg? No, I don't know if they. I don't know.
Snows a lot there. They should be good. Should be.
Minnesota went to Dallas. That's where the Stars went. I'm trying to think. I thought, did Winnipeg go to Colorado? Because somebody went to Atlanta too. Became the Atlanta Flames. Which, gone. I thought that might have been Winnipeg. But anyway, that's right. The Nordiques. The Deeks, we used to like to call them. The Deeks had a pretty sick unit, though.
Miss Hartford.
Pretty sick sweater.
Me and Ray Ratto, we miss Hartford.
You do miss Hartford. You miss your Whalers.
There you go.
Who doesn't miss their Whalers?
Tolbert and Whaler. Tolbert comes with you on a Tuesday afternoon. We spoke to Dalton Johnson, NBC Sports Bay Area, and Rich Celebrini, as Tim wrote it. Strong day for Tim.
Strong day for the show.
Tim's having, Tim. Strong show day.
We're cruising.
Yeah, right. Cruising right into this Giants opener at 6:45, a 5:45 pregame. Steve Kerr.
We're like their pitching staff.
Steve Kerr's not coming on our show, but he is going on with Jim Rome. How about that?
Well, I didn't ask him.
Thanks, Tom. Thanks.
Well, Jim did. We got Kerr audio from Jim Rome.
I'm going to text Jim and go, what are you doing?
He joined Jim Rome to talk about how he wants Klay Thompson back. He could have said that here. We'll play it for you next on the Sports Leader.
They're Tolbert and Copes, or Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland if you want to be formal about it. Got Google Nest? If so, listen to the sports leader at home. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680.
The NBA draft gets going on tomorrow. Tomorrow, NBA draft, well, and Thursday. Warriors won't make their pick till Thursday. I don't think they're trading into the first round. I think that's happening for the Dubs. Then free agency gets going on Sunday. Steve Kerr is going to coach the Olympic team, of course, this summer, the U.S. Olympic team. And he joins us throughout the basketball season. But today he joined Jim Rome on the Jim Rome Show, and he talked about Klay Thompson.
Dr. Junk.
Here's Dr. Junk, Steve Kerr. He's on Jim Rome, asked about how much they want Klay Thompson back. Here's what Steve said.
When you mention you love your guy, Steve, I know this to be true, and I know you love Klay Thompson. He's played such an important role in helping you win those 4 titles. With Klay reaching the end of his current contract and free agency starting this weekend, how do you personally approach a situation where you obviously have such a close relationship with the player, but there is a business side that both have to consider?
Yeah, and I mean, this is the way it works in the NBA and any professional sport. There's just going to be difficult moments, uncomfortable moments where money is involved, contracts, respect, however you want to put it. What I do know is that Klay has been such an integral part of everything around here. Obviously, multi-time champion, but even more than that, just someone who has such a great connection with the Bay Area, with the franchise, with his teammates. And so we want Klay back desperately. I want him back desperately. We will have our conversations, and he's got to make whatever decision he makes. But we really want him back. He's Klay Thompson.
He is Klay Thompson.
He is. That's right.
He is Klay Thompson.
Yeah. And like you said, there's a lot that goes into it.
Yes.
You have that much history with a guy. There's money involved. There's emotion involved. And there's this weird spot that the Warriors are in, which, we talked about when they got eliminated. Was that the last night of the Warrior dynasty? That I don't know. But if and when Klay is not on the roster anymore, it certainly is not the same dynasty. It's not the same era of Warrior basketball. That's what Steve's talking about there. He commented, by the way, and we'll play some sound later, I think, because who was on yesterday? Oh, it was Sam Amick who was on with us yesterday. Who said, have you guys heard any of the J.J. Redick press conference? Did you ever see any of that, by the way?
No.
Dude, it's insane.
Is it?
He's like, we'll play some more in the soiree. I know they've been playing it. We didn't get a chance to. But he's dropping F-bombs. Like, I don't give an F, dude. Like, he's I was like, what the hell's going on, dude? Sitting right next to Pelinka, too. Like, Pelinka's sitting there in a suit. Like, dude, this is the guy we just hired. It's like, kind of cringing, but letting J.J. do his thing. So they asked Steve, or Jim Rome did, to comment on how he thinks J.J. Redick will do as a Laker head coach.
JJ's going to be great. I mean, he's smart as hell. He's been in the league for so long. He understands how this league operates. Obviously, there's a learning curve for everybody. But each one of us has our own unique set of circumstances that we deal with. And I was given a golden opportunity, no pun intended, when I became the Warriors coach in 2014 with a talented young roster, but also incredible support and ownership, from Bob Myers and Joe Lacob. And so we are all, as coaches in the NBA, we're all kind of dependent on the talent and character of our players and the support that we get from upstairs. And so everyone has a unique set of circumstances. JJ will navigate his own circumstances. And as we know in this league, nothing is guaranteed, nothing is given. You got Monty Williams getting fired after 1 year, Frank Vogel getting fired after 1 year with, so many years and a lot of money on their contracts. It's the league's never been crazier in my mind. It is nuts. So you go in and you try to, you unify with your front office, your management, and try to build something solid and see where it goes.
I kept thinking about the J.J. Redick stuff with Pelinka sitting over his shoulder. I kept thinking about Balky. Did Pelinka go, I think what he's trying to say is we're going to run the ball. One of my favorite press conference moments of all time, which I was actually at.
You were there.
The only one I was at. And I thought that was the funniest thing. We're going to hire a coach, and then we're going to have the GM speak for him at the press conference. What I think he's trying to say is we're going to run the ball. What? Bro, what did you just do? What'd you do to my man Jimmy T, as they called him even after they fired him?
Jimmy T.
Jimmy T. And we had to fire Jimmy T. You don't do the fire. You
don't do the nickname.
No,
when
you don't do the
dude.
after
No.
you fire somebody. Don't do the.
We traded A-Rod.
You don't do the nickname. Oh my gosh! But I was cracking up on that one.
We talked a bit about this on Friday. Carrie and I did when you were out. That Steve Kerr considered one of the best coaches in the NBA.
Yep.
He was a GM first, right before he becomes the head coach. Hadn't been a coach and had not had coaching experience prior to taking over the Warriors. We named some other guys who had done that, just sort of stepped right into the floor without any head coaching experience. Notable names or any coaching experience: Larry Bird, Doc Rivers, Mark Jackson, Derek Fisher, Jason Kidd, Steve Nash are some of the other ones.
Mm-hmm.
In baseball, it's happened more frequently of
Way
late.
more frequently.
Aaron Boone was on ESPN.
Yep.
Went right to the Yankees. David Ross stepped off the field and into the dugout as the manager for the Cubs. Craig Counsell did it. Buck Martinez, Mike Matheny, or some of the others. In your mind, why is it that guys are finding more success simply with, former players, sure, but guys who have not had any prior coaching experience stepping right in there? I mean, Gabe Kapler had been a manager with the Phillies, but prior to that was kind of a weird hire, I think.
Well, I think the reason to me is obvious. They're not asked to do as much with the front office controlling a lot of the rotations and a lot of the substitution patterns. And like you have more data now than you've ever had. It would have been very hard to do that job 20 years ago before analytics hit, because then it's like, hey, it's on you. Do it.
Every decision.
Figure out a way to do it.
Yeah.
And you're just like, well, little help here? Little help? No help. Not only do you get help from the front office now, sometimes it's probably even overbearing, where they're like, hey, we got this. Don't you worry about it. We're going to tell you what lineups to go with. We're going to tell you how to navigate the bullpen, how many pitches your pitchers should be throwing, all that stuff. So you don't have to do it for good or bad, but you've noticed a lot of managers now who, I don't remember Dave Roberts being a coach or a manager.
I looked that up. He was an assistant for 4 years with San Diego.
Okay. Baldelli?
Rocco Baldelli. I think he was an assistant as well. I think he might have been a bench coach somewhere. There's a few of these guys who have done that. We don't know bench coaches like offensive coordinators, right? Like across sports. But in basketball, guys are more. I think there's just big name guys who get hired. More
big name guys.
I'd imagine more Hall of Fame players get hired as coaches in basketball than any other sport.
I think baseball is different than basketball is different in that it's going to be more about the players than the coaches, right? Steve Kerr, I think, is a fantastic coach, Hall of Fame coach. Look at the team he had. But they weren't winning before he got there.
Sure.
I could say the same about Phil Jackson. Now it's a different era, but you could say, well, he had Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen, and I'd say, well, they were there before he got there. So was Shaq and Kobe before he went to L.A. Like, they're just something, but that's why I always say the coach that separates himself from other coaches is just a better leader of men. They're not tactically way better than the other coaches, because everybody's tactically, they're pretty good at those levels. It's just, can you lead men? And I think we found out, just kind of flip back and forth, back from baseball to basketball to baseball. What did everybody say about Gabe Kapler toward the end of his run there? Didn't have good control of the locker room, just kind of let guys do what they wanted to do. There wasn't a lot of feel, like that type of stuff. So that's the type of stuff you have to have. But I'm not saying Gabe Kapler wasn't making a lot of his own decisions, but there's no chance Farhan and his group
weren't involved in those.
Oh, big time involved in that. And so I think it's easier to run the show when you're not actually running everything. Again, basketball is a little bit different, but they all have analytics departments now. And I know J.J. Redick's huge into analytics, so he's going to be using that as well. I think the best thing for him is going to be to hire a strong staff. That's going to be the best thing for him. So Larry Bird had a great staff. He had Dick Harder, who was my head coach at Charlotte. I thought he was a bad head coach, but a fantastic defensive coach, good assistant coach. Rick Carlisle was on his bench in Indiana. So you get a strong staff that can certainly help you. It wouldn't surprise me if Redick does reasonably well, but look at his roster. I mean, and you also got to factor in the expectations of Laker fans and the Laker organization themselves. They always think they're a step away from getting a championship, and I think they're more than a step away from getting a championship. So we'll see how it goes for him.
Did you say Dick Harder?
Yep, Dick Harder. Not with a D, a T. Gutter.
Tick harder?
No, that's a Dick Harter, not Dick Harder.
Man, I think somewhere in there, he said we're going to run the football.
Everybody's like, that was funny.
That was awkward.
Yeah. Balky cut up. Noted comedian. Super Dave Balky. Fire, that's one of the best. Fire, that's the inside as it gets on the 17th hole at the TPC Championship. Fire Balky.
Tim says,
Excuse me. Excuse me.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
That's Tom Sula. We're all over the place. Jumping Tom Sula to Balky, back to Tom Sula. Tolbert and Coach with you.
This show's jumped the shark long ago.
I think Tom Sula was the one who ripped.
Again, you don't know what's going to happen 1 through 16. You know, you think you got an idea. You go in with a pretty good idea what it looks like and what your options might be. You know, whether that's 3 or 4 players we're looking at right now. We're not there yet. You know, we still got a couple of days going through. Coach and I haven't sat down and gone through the final board yet.
Dude, didn't miss
I forgot Tom Sula farted, and then Balky farted this year.
Dude, didn't Harbaugh get one in too?
Dude, Harbaugh remember Harbaugh was standing up in front of the mic.
What is up with this show?
Dude, Harbaugh got up in front of the mic. He started walking away, and he just cut ass right into the mic. Derek says it's not real. Yes, it was real, Derek. Yes, it was real.
Yes, it was.
Like 2 years ago. It was real. I swear, it was real.
Derek?
Yeah, seriously. You don't have that one? You don't have Harbaugh cutting ass, Tim?
Oh, my God.
Tim, why don't you have all the fart stuff in one place, man?
Get them on hotkeys, okay?
Yeah, okay. Get them on hotkeys. Tolbert and Copes with you. Tuesday afternoon, Giants pregame coming up.
Michigan State do to limit your 2 running backs that have had a great season?
They tackled very well.
I feel like that's this show right now.
That was so... A report came out today that the 49ers...
KNBR Sports
The 49ers attempted to trade Brandon Ayuk before the draft to the Washington Commanders. Adam Schefter confirmed the report, and Brandon Ayuk has responded. We got that for you next on the Sports Leader.
10-finger grip.
Mark Spears joined Murph and Marcus this morning and believes the Warriors adding Paul George is unrealistic. Listen to that full podcast. It's up now, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
As the Ayuk turns, there's more tangible stuff here with Brandon Ayuk, who put out something on Instagram today. We'll tell you more about that in just a minute. Here's what happened earlier today. A report came out that the 49ers and the Washington Commanders had been discussing a potential trade for Brandon Ayuk before the NFL draft that did not go through. Adam Schefter spoke about this earlier today on ESPN, or yesterday on ESPN. They confirmed that this was a discussion or a potential move that was going down. Brandon Ayuk then commented on the post about it from his Instagram account, and he said, quote, "But I thought the Niners was never trying to trade me." I don't know that I ever heard them say that. They said they wanted him here. We want Brandon Ayuk. He makes us better. We know what he's capable of, yada, 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 yada. I don't think I ever heard John Lynch or Kyle Shanahan say, we don't want to trade him. I mean, if they did, wanting to not trade somebody is one thing. We also don't want to pay you $35 million a year, right? So we've got to figure something out here. This is all back and forth negotiating stuff, and who knows what was said in private meetings between him and his agents and with the brass of the 49ers. As you said yesterday, it may be best, you said this last week, you talked more about it yesterday, maybe best for Klay Thompson himself to move on from the Warriors if he's never going to get over not getting the contract and there is something sour here. Could the same be said about Brandon Ayuk in this situation, or is it that different, the NFL and the NBA?
I think it's way different. One, he hasn't built up the equity that Klay built up.
Sure.
Klay's thinking, I hope you guys win 4 championships, and this is how you repay me. Ayuk has not done that yet. He wants to make money because, well, you play football. You want to make it as quickly as you can, as much as you can, because it's football. So I don't know that he really. I think he'd like to stay. I think he'd like to stay here. The Niners want him here, but there's always going to be an inflection point. Like, okay, that's not going to work, and there may be 2 different points for each party, and that's where you get into kind of this whole back and forth. Like, okay, who's right in this one? They may have told him that. They may have told him, we don't want to trade you. That doesn't mean they're not going to trade him. It just means they don't want to trade you. It's like when Steve Kerr says, we want Klay Thompson back. Yeah, he wants him back. But at what price do you want him back, and how does it affect the team? It's not as simple as, hey, you want to come back? We'd love to have you back. Hey, come on over for dinner. All right, cool. Good. Oh, yeah. Sorry, you're going to have to bring you're going to have to bring the meatballs, too. And we need some wine. So bring that with you. If you're not going to bring that, we don't want you over for dinner. So there is going to be contingencies to wanting. So it's not just that easy to want someone to come back to your team. So, again, if the Niners pay him what he wants, they'll be fine. He'll come. He'll play. And I think he'll be happy to do so. Again, he's from here. He's from where? Rockland, right around there. It's not Rockland, but it's around there somewhere. It's like the greater Sacramento area, I believe, is where he's from. So, but at this point, he just wants to get paid. It's so hard to comment on this without knowing what they're offering and what he wants. Then I'd have a better idea of like, okay, this is probably what needs to be done, and this is what ultimately could happen. But I think we're kind of past the trading part, because what do you want, next year's draft pick? You would think if they were going to trade him, they'd trade him before the draft to be able to recoup.
It would have been for a player and a pick, probably.
Yeah, exactly. So I just don't see that happening. But the longer it goes on, the more you think, okay, I guess there is that possibility where he gets moved for a player, maybe a number one pick next year. Maybe you're more likely to get a number one pick when it's so far away from the draft, because you're not sure exactly where that number one pick is going to be. But I always get back to this. Does that help them win a Super Bowl this year? Does that put them in better position? The answer is no. No. They're a better team with him, which is why I think. And then, like, you know what? Maybe they just not franchise him, but he's got 1 year left on his contract, and then they could franchise him. But he has 1 year left on his contract. Don't sign him to anything. Let him play that out, and then decide after the year's over. Okay, we can keep one of them, Debo or Ayuk. Now we got to make a decision. So I don't know which way it's going to go, but I'd give it at least another, if you're worried about it, if you tend to get worried about these things, give it till camp. See what happens before camp. I mean, a lot of the signings they did were right before camp. Bosa took longer than that, and he ended up signing. They ended up giving him what he wanted to anyway. So, but again, I don't know what they want. I don't know what each side wants. So it's hard to comment on, like, what I think. Okay, if Ayuk were asking for this, then I'd say, okay, time to move on. If the Niners were offering this, I'd be like, okay, let's go. Let's pump it up a little bit. He's worth more than that. But those things I don't know.
Well, so we know that, and we agree that their Super Bowl chances would be hurt tremendously if he weren't here. What if he's here and he's unhappy? Does that affect their Super Bowl chances?
Yeah, but I don't. Football's so different.
He's not T.O. He's not like that's the thing too. Is like I don't know that the Niners are going to get to a point with this social media stuff where I don't know how disgruntled realistically Brandon Ayuk is with the organization or just this process. Right? Like it could be two separate things. He likes playing for Kyle. He likes playing with Brock Purdy. He likes this organization. Like he wants to be here, but he wants to be here at a certain dollar amount.
Yes.
So it may be more about the situation. But he doesn't strike me as a noisy receiver who's going to cause problems on the roster once he's here. Like but that's just my perception.
Well, it didn't sound. I mean, from everything I know about the Niner roster, it didn't sound like a roster is going to put up with it either.
No, I don't think so.
Like these guys want to win a championship,
and they're so close that nobody's going to let that be something that stands in the way.
Like players, for the most part, universally will back players when it comes to contract negotiations because they know it could be them next.
Yeah.
So they're going to back them. But once you're there, it's hey. We got a job to do. It's time to start doing it. I mean, you don't want to go out there with someone disgruntled, not giving you 100% effort, and that's a sport you can get hurt. So, I can't imagine he would do that anyway. I think if he's here, he'll be all in. Like, he'll be ready to go, ready to play. Because if you didn't get what you wanted to this year, so you play out the 5th year of your contract, how do you get what you want? Perform again. Same level or get better. And that's how you get your money. I think he's earned it anyway. But if you feel like you're not getting what you want, go perform better. And then you might even be able to get close to what Jefferson got. I don't think he's a receiver, Jefferson is. I know he's not. But the market always goes up. Year removed now, things start moving up a little bit even more.
More expensive after this year.
Exactly. So I'm not surprised it's gone on this long. That's kind of like the Niners' MO. But I wouldn't take if you're, I was going to say I wouldn't take offense to that they were looking to move some, but that's like saying, don't take this personally, Clay. We want to give you a lot less money. It's always personal to the player. It just is. Even though it's business, it's still personal because it's happening to you. It's just part of the game, and you just got to figure out a way to get through it. I do, though, enjoy. Part of me gets a little sick satisfaction in thinking that John Lynch is negotiating with his best friend, who's one of his best friends, right? Ayuk's agent, which is pretty funny when you think about it. It'd be like me and Bergie or me and Steve. A couple of my buddies, Steve, are my best friend. They're like some of my best friends. Like, are you out of your head? This is what you're offering? You kidding me? You beat it.
It's like fantasy football. Like, you doing this? You serious with this right now? Come on, bro, get out of here. I'm not doing that.
That's pretty funny though. And then they go. And is it like, I'm wondering if it's like the Well, I say, son, the Foghorn Leghorn. Remember
I do declare.
Remember those cartoons where they fight and the horn would blow,
right?
And then they clock out and they go home.
Back and they go home. They come back
and then they
fight
get back
again.
in the fight. They like grab him by the throat to start the day.
They were before.
Yeah,
right.
I wonder if like Lynch and Ayuk's agent like get into like heated discussions and it's like 5 o'clock and go, hey, you want to go get drinks?
Yeah, clock out
and just forget about it.
I don't think that's how the NFL negotiating tactics work.
Just forget about anything. Hey, you buying it? Okay, cool. Let's go get some dinner. All right, cool.
So we're gonna pop.
We'll come back and start screaming at each other tomorrow at 8 o'clock in the morning. Oh, man.
But again, I just don't think enough has been done on Brandon Ayuk's part to where the Niners are going to be so fed up with it that this is something that has to come to a head.
No.
Especially if they did try to move him. They're like, we can't get mad at him for saying what we did do.
Yep.
We did try to do that. And again, you've got to pick up the phone and call and see what's out there before you know what they may have read the tea leaves or looked at all the potential offers out there and said, at the end of the day, it might just be beneficial for us to pay him rather than take whatever the offer was. We'll be better with him on the roster.
Yeah.
Anyway, we do have a little bit of breaking news as it relates to the Giants pitching staff.
Uh-oh. Is that a uh-oh or a uh-oh?
I think it's an intriguing one. It's an interesting one. But this is something we've talked about in the last couple of weeks. What's going to happen with this Giants 40-man roster? And it's why everybody thought, okay, and yesterday Baggerly told us maybe they need to go out of the organization and get some, said I hate to say it, but some disposable veteran pitching. A guy like Johnny Cueto, because if you move
so dismissive to say.
Don't forget, he called the Giants pitching staff right now.
Disposable cameras.
Yeah, well, he called their rotation today. He said they're, what did I say? He said they're, it's Logan Webb, a exhausted Jordan Hicks, and then a...
Stu?
No, he called
Stu left in the sun or something?
He called it, a potluck buffet that's been left out in the sun. I was like, nobody wants that. The egg salad in the sun. Giants are going to call up one of their top pitching prospects. He was promoted to AAA, 2 weeks ago? Hayden Birdsong, it is reported now, is going to make his Major League debut tomorrow. He's made 2 starts down at AAA. He's been fantastic all season long. So across AA Richmond and AAA Sacramento this year, he is a total 5-2. And on the season, his ERA is 2.51. In his 2 starts in Sacramento, he's thrown 9 total innings, and he has struck out 14. He's been touching 99, they say, with his fastball as well. Yeah.
Wow.
This kid's supposed to be a stud. So he's one of their better pitching prospects. He's going to come up, and I don't know how much you can rely on him, but he'll be on the 40-man now, and then that'll be it. Like, he's on the 40-man. So he'll be one of these guys who, if available and if he's throwing the ball well, they'll continue to go to him. They just don't have much else. They don't really have anywhere else they can go.
Yeah.
But make a move like this. So no corresponding 40-man roster move yet. I would guess it's something like Wade Meckler, like we talked about yesterday, moving him to the big league level maybe, and then putting him on the 60-man immediately so that you get somebody else like Birdsong onto the 40-man. You have something, Tim? Something to add? Tim was just intrigued. He was like hanging on every word I was saying. I thought he was going to say something.
I think everybody I don't know if anybody feels the same way I do, but I always think about this with the Angels when they're calling up prospects, like pitching prospects. I'm always like, I want a guy that can throw 99.
Yeah.
Like, I want a guy that can throw hard. Like, they have one, Ben Joyce, but he's a bullpen guy. But I want a starter. Like, how pumped are the Pirates right now? They have 2 of them.
Jared Jones. Dude, Skeens is out of his mind, too. This guy's wild.
Going 102 in the 7th. I mean, look, that's an anomaly. But still, like, I want a guy that can throw 98, 99 that just has stuff. Just, like, incredible stuff. Like, the last time I kind of felt that was Lincecum. And that was 95 to 97. But that
he threw 99 in his debut, and I was blown. I was there, and I was like, dude, this is sick how hard this guy throws.
And that was like, 99 was different back then.
Right.
And it wasn't that long ago. But now it's still, 99 is like, oh, damn. This guy's got some stuff, like a strikeout guy. So, yeah. I'm excited to watch this guy. And he's starting tomorrow?
He's starting tomorrow.
Nice.
Hayden Birdsong is his name. He started the year in AA Richmond. He was called up 2 weeks ago. 2 starts in Sacramento, 9 innings pitched, 14 strikeouts. Nice. He pumps a 97-mile-an-hour fastball, they say, that stays on plane. His slider has big league potential and a downward breaking curveball, which is his swing and miss pitch. Okay. So big curveball is the swing and miss.
And we get the opportunity to play this now.
Well, everybody's heard about the bird.
Tim's happy.
He's trying.
It's always something.
He's trying today.
It's always something.
He is working. We don't need Derek dancing in there either. So there you go. Some breaking news for the Giants. Hayden Birdsong will take the ball tomorrow. It'll be Randy Rodriguez tonight, among others.
All right.
It'll be both. So what do we guess? Randy Rodriguez, both Rogers.
Both Rogers.
Some Jelly,
Walker,
some Doval.
Some Jelly. Some Jelly, some Walker.
Yeah. Maybe some Doval, too.
I'm guessing. Well, hopefully Doval.
If it's a safe situation.
Yeah, if it's a safe situation. So here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking Rodriguez, 1. Then you try to get Jelly for 3. Try to go Jelly for 3 innings. It's my last one. It's a Jelly, eh? And then after Jelly.
Is that from Fletch?
Yeah, no. That's from.
It's just like asking you if everything's.
That's from the Great White North. That's the Bob and Doug McKenzie's, the McKenzie brothers from SCTV. The last one. It's a Jelly, eh? Love that show. I'm like, no one knows what the hell I'm talking about. Although, unfortunately, our demographic, a lot of people do. And I'm not helping lowering it by doing SCTV jokes.
Oh, wait, Derek in my ear just says Rick Moranis, like that was going to do it
Rick
for
Moranis.
me. Oh, yeah, okay.
Yes.
No.
God, this show.
I know.
This show's like the anal beads of shows.
Oh.
Just yeah.
So you're looking for 3 from Jelly tonight?
I'm looking for 3 from Jelly.
That'll be the first time he's done that all year.
Rogers.
His longest outing of the year is 2 2/3.
Well, what's only an extra third then?
That was April.
It's only an extra third.
Back in April.
So that'll get you to the 4. Joe Flaherty's fantastic as Count Dracula. I forget what Dracula's name was. So you get that through 4, and then you get the Rogers, like Taylor Rogers get you. Well, we need someone for 5 because Rogers Walker is like 6, 7, 8. Who can pitch the 5th? Because Jelly isn't going 4.
He's probably not going 3.
Can we get Spencer Howard back in there for an inning?
Probably not. Probably no Howard.
Can Burgos go again?
Somebody who threw yesterday.
I don't know. Do I want him to go again?
Somebody threw yesterday will go again today.
Oh, Luke Jackson.
Oh, come on.
Oh, not Luke Jackson again.
Only pitched a third of an inning. A lot of pitches, though.
He's rested.
A lot of pitches.
He's rested. Was it a third, not 3 earned?
Yeah, it was a third and 3 earned. And then, by the way, Spencer Howard got out of it. Came out stranded for him, too.
Yes.
By the way, biggest play of the game yesterday, I wouldn't even call it underrated. Biggest play of the game has to be the tag up of Nick Ahmed, right? Going to second base on the sac fly that tied the game.
Yes.
And everybody might think that's not a big deal. But Nick Ahmed's, it's what was it, bases loaded, sac fly to the outfield. I think Austin Slater was the one who hit it. The tying run comes in to score. Then you go runners to second and third. If Ahmed doesn't tag and go to second, it does not force Craig Counsell to issue the intentional walk, which then forced Drew Smiley to have to come into Wilmer Flores, and he couldn't do it. Walked him on 5 pitches. It's just, I don't know. That's heads up baseball because you don't need the run, but you do apply a different strategy to the opposition because they're not going to intentionally walk the next hitter. I don't think if there's a runner
I think you're probably right.
You still got the double play open.
Yeah, although I was kind of bummed when he did tag up. I'm like, I wanted to see him pitch to Ramos. But you're right. In a way, it absolutely worked out in the Giants' favor. Because I was wondering, I was going to ask you that, like, and I'm curious what Melvin would think. Did you want him tagging up there?
Nick Ahmed?
Yeah, knowing that they were more than likely going to walk Ramos, or did you want Ramos to hit? Like, I was curious, was that the smart baseball play? Ultimately turned out to be the smart baseball play, but was that the smart baseball play when you have your hottest hitter coming to bat and you're going to take the bat out of his hands by tagging up?
It keeps you out of a double play.
No doubt.
And that's why I think, it worked out, so it's great. If you get thrown out going to second.
Not great.
Not good.
That's really not good.
I mean, if you get thrown out going to second there, because then now you're 2 outs and a runner on third, right? Instead of having 1 out and runners on second and third. Which, by the way, the Giants had that in the bottom of the 8th. That didn't matter.
They've done that a few times this year.
No problem.
They've done that a few times this year.
Yeah, I don't know what Bob Melvin would think about that. I don't know if there's a wrong answer. It's an aggressive play and it paid off. I think that's what he would say. It's aggressive and it helped us because, and also you don't know Craig Counsell's going to walk him, but you know Ramos has been hitting the ball in the area, 3 hits on the day.
Yeah.
Probably a pretty good chance that that's happening.
Yeah.
So good play by Ahmed there, who also went yard yesterday too. Chapman stretching that double was a big deal as well to get him going.
That was one when he took off. You're like, you better get there.
You better make this. You better get there.
There's no excuses here. Either good play or what the bleep are you doing out there? You kidding me? He's got underrated speed.
Chapman?
Yeah. He's got underrated speed.
Sneaky speed, they say.
Yeah, he got good white speed,
white
as
guy.
we like to call it. Yeah,
speed, white
lightning. What we like to call it.
Should we keep this S show moving?
Yes. Pull out another bead.
Oh, wow. Yeah, here we go. One more bead on the way out here.
Everybody's heard.
Tom wanted to bring you brought this up yesterday. The clock off win.
Oh, the clock off.
Over the weekend on Saturday, Ryan McMahon.
I love the clock off.
He drew a bases loaded walk on a full pitch, from Kyle Finnegan, and it was
It's a walk off.
It's a clock off.
Clock off.
It's a clock off. Can we be having baseball games end in a clock violation? We'll talk about that next on the Sports Leader.
Daly City, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Daly City's sports leader.
Are you talking to me?
David Lombardi joined Lund and JD today to discuss Brandon Ayuk meeting with the 49ers brass. Listen to the full podcast. It's up now. KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here, letting you know once again the San Jose Earthquakes are taking on their biggest rivals, the LA Galaxy, at Stanford Stadium this Saturday, June 29th at 7:30 p.m. in the 101st California Classico, presented by Intermedia. Match festivities will include a pregame fan fest, a 50th anniversary celebration, and the largest fireworks show in the Bay Area. You don't want to miss it. Get your tickets now at sjearthquakes.com. It's the San Jose Earthquakes versus the LA Galaxy, one of the most iconic rivalries, and it goes down again this Saturday, June 29th, Stanford Stadium. Get your tickets today at sjearthquakes.com.
Listen anywhere, anytime on the KNBR app. Now back to Tolbert and Kurtz.
Tolbert, Kurtz, how you guys doing, man?
Okay, dude.
On the Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Kurtz with you on a Tuesday. I guess it's evening now. Giants pregame starts in about 25 minutes here. Still got a sound soiree and some soup coming your way, but we wanted to get into this a bit. Tom mentioned this yesterday in passing. A game between the Rockies and the Nationals on Saturday. Ryan McMahon is at the plate. Yeah, it's kind of a walk-off. Kyle Finnegan's on the mound for the Nationals. Ryan McMahon at the plate. Bases loaded, 3-2 count. Game tied at 7. 2 runs. Excuse me, they had just scored a run in the bottom of the ninth to tie it at 7 against the Nationals, had the Rockies. And then here's how the game ended.
This game, he's waiting to celebrate. Here we go, 3-2. No pitch. Your pitch clock violation is going to end the game. Jake Cave scores. Rockies win it 8-7. Finnegan doesn't even argue, just walks off. What a resilient victory for the Rockies.
What a resilient victory for the Rockies. You won the game without having to see that's one where it's like the Rockies didn't beat them. The Nationals lost on a rule that I know is a rule. It's the first game to ever end in a pitch clock violation in baseball history. Obviously, we're new in the pitch clock era, and there haven't been tons of violations, but at some point, it's kind of what we talked about in the most, I always reference this, the most watched moment in the history of baseball, Shohei Ohtani against Mike Trout to end the World Baseball Classic. One of the coolest moments we've ever gotten to see. And every single pitch, if that at bat, would have been a pitch clock violation on the pitcher. And it was great tension. It built. Remember last year in the playoffs, we thought, okay, do we need to get to a point where we extend some of that to allow some of that tension to build? One of the other things my mom had brought up to me earlier this year is, I can't remember what the moment was. Somebody hit a big home run for the Giants earlier this season. There was an ovation, and then immediately the batter has to just get into the box. You don't get that cool moment of buzz after a big-time home run or play like that where the fans still – you know that feel in the ballpark where it's still buzzing and people are excited and the pitcher has to gather himself? That stuff doesn't happen anymore because the pitcher has to get right back up, batter gets in, and it's play on. So just your thoughts on how this ended. I hate that a game can end this way. Yeah. I despise that a game can end this way.
Well, I think a lot of games it happens in. You score a goal in hockey, we got to go check it out. Not always, but sometimes. And then what about soccer? Is there anything more exciting? I mean, they hardly ever score in that sport. We score, we took the lead.
VAR.
All right, let's go to let's go check them. And you're like, I mean, those type of spontaneous celebrations have been like kind of taken away from a lot of different sports. Was it a 3? Was it a 2? Let's go check. It is what it is, but.
It used to be Jeopardy like that. You go to commercial break, they come back and we took that point away. We're actually not looking for
you
that
lost $1,850.
That's right.
$1,800. Anyway, I don't know that there's a comp for like this happening in another sport. Like, what would it be? I have no idea what it would be, because you're just somebody wins without any action because you didn't do something quick enough. I was thinking in basketball, what if they said, okay, you can't shoot the free throw to tie the game because you took too long at the line. You took over 10 seconds. They would never do that. It's not that hard and fast. But that's not winning the game on something like that. Like, the other team doesn't – I don't know. Here's where I come down on it. I would like to see them in the ninth inning and extra innings of playoff games – extend it 5 seconds. Give guys a little more time because of the pressure situations. Now, I'm not saying get rid of it. You don't even have to. Like, the rule is the rule. I'm not saying change the rule. Some people are saying, well, just get rid of the pitch clock in the ninth. And no, I don't want that. Or we're in the ninth inning. Let's just change completely change the rules so you can use as much time as you want to.
Is this a Stanley Cup playoffs?
Yeah, exactly. That defeats the purpose. I think everybody enjoys the pitch clock. I do. 2-hour and 20-minute games, 2-hour and 40-minute games. You're in, you're out. It's like, yeah, the game moves now. It's still not putting the ball in play as much as I'd like, but the game moves.
Offense down.
Yeah, which is fine. It's really weird. It's down again this year. Can you imagine how bad it would be if it was a 2-0 game and it was 3 hours and 15 minutes? Like, it's bad enough at 2:40.
Right.
When it used to be like 2-1 and it was like 3 hours and 15 minutes, you're like, what are we doing here? And the ball's not in play. We're not scoring, and it's still over 3 hours. So the pitch clock is a success. There's no doubt about that. Do I want it changed? I wouldn't mind a little more time as you get further in the game, like ninth inning, extra inning, especially playoffs. But if they're not going to do it, that'd be fine. I mean, it is what it is. It's up to him. I think they said that was the seventh or eighth time that he's had a pitch clock violation Finnegan has this year. So that's a you problem. Duvall's had to deal with that. That's a you problem. Get ready quicker. Get on there. Figure it out. Okay? This is the rule. They're not changing it. In fact, they would go down on time before they went up, more than likely. But when it comes to the ninth inning, that was the argument. What do you want to see when it comes to the ninth inning? Extra innings, it's playoffs, it's high drama. And again, that's something that baseball has that other sports don't have. That downtime that builds the drama. And you're wondering what pitch he's going to throw. What's he looking for? Are they going to send the runner? You can play along with baseball because it allows you to do that because of the time between pitches. And I miss some of that in playoff time. I don't miss it during the regular season because I didn't really sit back and play along with the game that much. Occasionally I would. Playoff time, that's all you do. What are they going to do? Because playoff time, a walk's a rally. I mean, it sounds dumb, but it's so true. A walk is a rally in playoff time. Ooh, they got a guy on first base.
Yes, it feels different.
I know there's 2 outs, but they still got a guy on first base. It's different. So I wouldn't mind, just from a fan standpoint, allowing it to breathe a little bit more in the ninth inning and extra innings in the playoffs, but I'm not that hung up on it. I certainly don't want to get rid of it. Like, you can't just take a rule you've had all year and had through the first 8 innings of the game and say, oh, yeah, we're going to get rid of it. Go ahead. Just do what you want to do now.
Well, we do that with the runner on second.
Yeah, but, I mean, that's part of the players want that. The players want to shorten those games.
That's more Stanley Cup playoff hockey.
Yes, that's shootout.
That's shootout.
Is what it is. That's shootout. That's guy on second base. Let's get this over with. I think the rules aren't the rules now in overtime in football different, like in the playoffs and there in the regular season.
Yes.
Because I don't think in the regular season each team gets the ball twice.
They are different in the postseason.
Because I think if you score a touchdown in the regular season game's over.
Yes. Now in the playoffs,
if you score a touchdown in the playoffs, they get a chance to come back and get another touchdown. I believe in the playoffs. You might want to look that up for me, but I think.
Hey, 49er fans, we should all know the overtime rules now, right?
Yeah, I think in the playoffs, no matter what you do, you get the ball the second time. You're going to get a crack at it. I don't think that's the case in the regular season.
That was the whole Bills and Pat Mahomes thing where like the Bills, Josh Allen didn't get to touch the ball, so we'll get a stop.
No, I get it during the regular season. You don't need games. You don't need added pounding on your body during the regular season. I get that. And that's what they're saying with hockey. We don't want to play a 5 overtime game in the regular season, and we don't want ties. Like, we don't want to just get a point for a tie. So let's play for 5 minutes. I think, what do they play? Hockey, I think it's 4-on-4 for 5 minutes, and then they go to a shootout. That's fine. I mean, then players want the guy in second because they don't want 17-inning games. And there wasn't that many of them, but they don't want any of them. So if they're cool with it, I'm cool with it. I mean, it's just like, it sucks. Now, if they did it in the postseason, we'd all, it'd be pitchforks and torches out there. Like, you kidding me? You're going to start a guy in second base in the playoffs? Are you mad?
Game 6 of the World Series deciding game or something, right?
So there is precedent in other sports that things are different in the playoffs. You can change the rules, tweak the rules to make the experience a little bit better in the playoffs. And I think adding 5 seconds isn't really changing that much. It just gives them a little more time to go through what they want to do. It's a ninth inning. It's the playoffs. I mean, this is packed with pressure. And I want to be able to feel that as a fan. Because, again, baseball gives us that. If you're a baseball fan, you know this. Like, that's what makes the baseball playoffs different than any other playoffs, is it builds. The drama builds, and you can feel the tension. And sometimes it almost gets unbearable if it's your team on either side of it. But I wouldn't mind that. I wouldn't mind, like, 5 more seconds for the pitcher from the ninth inning going forward in postseason games. I think that would be okay.
So the way the NFL overtime rules work, and you were right, of course, for a regular season where both teams get a chance to possess it unless the team that starts with the ball scores a touchdown.
Yes, then it's over.
Then it's over, right then and there. The same. The difference here is each opportunity has an opportunity to possess the ball in overtime in the playoffs.
Yes.
So both teams get a
No matter
chance.
what you
if
do.
you come out and score a touchdown, the other team gets the ball.
Yeah.
To get an opportunity to come back and tie it.
And
And
that's
then
fair.
after that, it goes to sudden death.
Correct. Now, I know they don't want to do this because football is a physical sport and all that. My idea in the playoffs was playing extra quarter instead of doing the back and forth thing.
Just play a whole fifth period.
Just play a whole fifth quarter, right? And then after that, then it's sudden death. But I think a fifth quarter, it's almost like soccer, right? You give them an extra period, an extra like 30 minutes, 15 and 15.
That's right.
In the World Cup. I like that.
I like golden goal. Golden goal hurts more.
It does. That one's rough.
Golden goal hurts more. Just sudden death in soccer.
That one's
dagger.
rough. Well, it's like that's why to me, I mentioned Stanley Cup Game 7 is like along with the Super Bowl, my two favorite sporting events. You know the Super Bowl's coming. You don't know Game 7's coming. But man, give me a Game 7 overtime Stanley Cup play. Oh, that is just the best.
Sudden death overtime.
All of a sudden, it's like, oh, we're in it. Oh, season's over. Somebody just
happened fast.
They light the lamp. It's over. Season's over. Like you're like, oh, we're in it. Let me go to the corner, get the ball, go up. Next thing you know, you're going to a handshake line.
Well, not yet, Tom. We have to review it. We got to make sure. We lit the lamp.
You do have to review
Giants
it.
pregame in about 14 minutes. We have some great sound of the Sound Soiree that we got to get to next. It's only here on the Sports Leader.
This is Tolbert & Cope's Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
What?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the sports leader.
Tolbert & Cope's with you. We got about 10 more minutes here until Giants pregame gets going at 5:45. Game 2 between the Giants and the Cubs. Let's get right into the Sound Soiree. J.J. Redick was introduced yesterday as the L.A. Lakers head coach, and we have compiled some of the best moments from his introductory presser. Here you go.
I have never coached in the NBA before. I don't know if you guys have heard that. For the time being, and hopefully it's a very, very long time, I am excommunicated from the content space. So there would be no podcast. We'll do something when I have a breather from what we have coming up. I'm going to be drinking out of a fire hose for the next month. But at some point, we'll just do something for all the people that listened, and we'll have a small little video. But I'm done with podcasting for now.
What misconceptions or concerns about you that you've heard in the last few weeks are you the most looking forward to dispelling when you're the coach?
It's a valid question, and I've certainly heard everything. It's been a really interesting 6 weeks or so, just in terms of being part of the engagement farming industry. It's been really interesting. However, I don't really have a great answer for your question, because I really don't give a honestly. I want to coach the Lakers. I want to coach the team. I don't want to dispel anything. I don't. I want to become a great coach in the NBA, and I want to win championships, and I want my players to maximize their careers. That's all I care about.
Easy. I mean, what are we doing? What are we doing? I mean, engagement farming. What?
That was a hell of a term, dude.
What are you talking about?
I was involved in this engagement farming.
And it's embarrassing that the question has to be asked, are you still going to do a podcast? What? Are you, if you wanted to curse, that would have been a perfect time to curse. Are you bleeping kidding me?
I really don't give a
I'm coaching the LA Lakers. I'm going to do a podcast too? Are you out of your skull? I almost wish you would have, just to see what that would have been like. Yeah, tough loss last night. That's okay. I got to go do my podcast.
Yeah, I'm not going to answer questions here in the post. I'll do it on my pod.
I mean, do that. It's one thing for a player to be doing podcasts. They have plenty of downtime. The coach, no. And the look would be horrific. But, yeah, the cursing is almost a little too, I don't know. It's almost like he went into that press conference thinking, you know what? I'm going to get 3 F-bombs in.
Yeah.
I'm going to wedge these things in there somehow. I have no idea how it's going to go. I really don't. Everybody tells me how bright he is. I'm sure he is. Is he a leader? Don't know.
Someone tell you language like that makes you not fit to lead.
Yeah. Although my kids always tell me, Dad, they always say the smartest people curse more. I'm like, yeah, that's because the people that were cursing or wrote the dumb book. They're trying to convince you that you should curse more. It's like, no, you don't need to curse. I don't mind cursing. Cursing's fine. Hell, I've done it on the show a couple times. So clearly it doesn't bother me. It just sometimes anyway.
I got a weird filter. I curse a lot normally off the air, and then I get on and it doesn't happen.
Yeah, I don't curse a lot, but I do curse, but I don't do it on the air except for in the last couple months. It could be going senile.
You did say Dick Harder earlier, but that was a different
with a T.
That was a name,
not a D.
I said what you said. Not what you said. Look, I couldn't tell.
Okay. No, I know. I told you. I said it.
S, yeah. He said D.
I said bleep, and then I said the word.
More sound here.
I think I dropped an F-bomb, didn't I? Not that long ago on something.
We got a couple of good ones we got to get to after I tell you. Tolbert & Cope's is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union's here to help you with home
loans.
Nothing
to be proud of, Rusty.
That offer great rates and local service. Redwood Credit Union, for all that you love. Equal housing lender. Okay, I'm gonna call an audible on this next piece of sound. We're gonna skip over the next one and go right to the wine line that Tom has not heard. So on Friday, Tom,
wine line.
We got this phone call on Friday. We played it in the Sound Square, but we'll play it again for the audience because it's incredible. You have to hear it. We told everybody in the NBA grab bag earlier. We got an actual fax to KNBR from someone. It had to be years since KNBR received a fax from a listener. This guy called in on the KNBR wine line, 415, what is it, Tim?
415-995-6998 for unbridled hate.
For unbridled hate. If you want it, 415-995. Go ahead one more time. I don't even know the whole number.
6998.
There you go. That's the KNBR wine line, and if you call in and you leave a message like this, you might get on the air.
Yeah, my name is Aaron Ricketts, and I'm pissed. The Giants are a bunch of scrubs. I mean, come on. They couldn't win a game with the day Willie died, and now they can't win a game in his opening field. I mean, come on. They just lost a good fan. I've been watching them for years, and I ain't watching them no more because they're a bunch of scrubs. They should have played this game against the Cardinals like it was the 7th game of the World Series just for Willie alone. It's ridiculous how they play. They're a bunch of scrubs, and they just lost a good fan. I'm an A's fan now, or any other team in the league against the Giants. Man, they're just a bunch of scrubs, and they need to clean house. I hate them now. Yeah, and I'm from Sunnyvale, California, and you can put this on air if you want. But they are a bunch of scrubs. I mean, come on. You couldn't win one freaking game for Willie, the greatest player of all time? You are a bunch of scrubs.
Tom called back like 5 minutes later and left like another 3-minute message, too.
Did he really?
Yeah, he ripped Kruk in the next one.
Wow.
We don't have that audio, but he called back and he was like, these broadcasters need to put their foots up these players' A's. He was like mad that the broadcasters and former players weren't doing something about it.
I hate him now.
How many times did he drop scrubs?
Yeah, and I'm from Sunnyvale, California.
The gap from Sunnyvale. I like that he came in and just said, yeah, my name's Eric, and I'm pissed.
Yeah, my name is Aaron Ricketts, and I'm pissed.
Pretty good, yeah?
Yeah, really good.
995. Do I never know it?
6998.
6998.
It rhymes with hate.
I know, but I don't care. I just know 8 rhymes with hate. I don't know the 3 numbers before it. One more piece of sound here in the sound soiree. Derek added this. He said, Texas A&M baseball coach Jim Schlossengale, that's his name? Schlossnagel? I don't know. Hell of a name right here. Jim Schlossnagel, the Texas A&M baseball coach. He was asked about his future after they lost the College World Series. Here you go.
Coach, with respect to the difficult outcome tonight, but with the rumors circulating today about a specific job opening, what do you have to say about your future in Aggieland?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty selfish of you to ask me that question, to be honest with you. But I left my family to be the coach at Texas A&M. I took the job at Texas A&M to never take another job again, and that hasn't changed in my mind. That's unfair to talk about something like that. That'd be like you asking Montgomery if he's going to sign in the draft. But I understand you got to ask the question, but I gave up a big part of my life to come take this job, and I've poured every ounce of my soul in this job, and I've given this job every single ounce I can possibly give it. So write that.
Coach, thank you very much.
So then,
Coach, thank you very much.
So then today he took the job at Texas for $2.7 million. Did
he really?
Yeah, dude, he did.
Yes.
Oh, that SOB, dude. What a POS this guy is. Ripping into some kid at a college. Dude, why don't you write that? I left my family to come here.
And I've given this job every single ounce I can possibly give it. Write that.
Why don't you write that?
Write that.
He said, I thought that was pretty selfish of you to ask me that question. Almost as selfish as taking the $2.7 million buyout and going to Texas after that speech. Hell of a
incredible.
That's incredible.
I think it's pretty selfish of you to ask me that question.
That's pretty good.
You gotta find audio of the next interview because somebody's got to ask him about this.
Derek, we need the Texas introductory.
Yeah,
by the way, Derek
hooks up.
Derek threw up his hook 'em Derek went to Texas. He's like, yeah, hook 'em, bro. That's your sound soiree.
Can Derek name one player on their baseball team?
Derek, go ahead. Nobody? Can you name a player on their football team?
Not named Matthew McConaughey.
Not named Arch Manning.
Oh, on the football team?
Now we're out of time, Derek. Sorry. Say goodbye to our guests. I don't know.
All right, let's get out of here. Let's say goodbye to everybody. Thank you to Rick Celebrini, VP of Player Development, something like that. Rick's a great guy, though. He is the father of Macklin Celebrini, the presumptive #1 pick of the Sharks this Friday. Thanks, Dalton Johnson, for covering the Giants and the Warriors today.
Dalton Johnson.
Appreciate that. Thank you to Derek, and thank you to Tim for this bleep show.
Write that
we've all been a part of today. It's definitely going to get a Marconi.
Yeah, my name is Aaron Ricketts, and I'm pissed.
Scrubs. Ain't No Scrub. Who sang that? Who sang Ain't No Scrub?
TLC.
TLC, that's right. Didn't one of them die?
Yeah.
Yeah, Left Eye died?
Look at Tim knew that. Wow. How about you, Tim?
That's amazing. Was she the one married to Andre Rison?
It's a shock to me that Tim knew that.
All right. Take it away, Dirk.
Oh, my